and gentlemen, it's Championship Sunday inside the Gateway Arena, and oh boy, do we have a heck of a show for you. Teams from all around are here to find out if they have what it takes to beat the champion. 6 matches, 4 titles, 4 trophies, 4 winners, $25,000 on the line, and it all starts right now. Welcome to the official pre-show powered by Barbasol. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm here on the desk with my illustrious colleagues who are ready to give you all of the info about every single game. Good morning, Lawler. Introduce yourself to the people at home.
Hey, I'm Lawler. I'm back day 2, full of rest, ready to get going, and wearing a suit and tie today. We went full fancy today.
How about you, Fawn?
Hey, I'm Fawn. You can follow me at Fawn the Legend on Twitter. I love video games, and on my left is Ron Burgundy.
I've gotten called a lot of things today. Ron Burgundy, the Ronald McDonald, and also a Bond villain. So
You do look like a Bond villain.
It's a
That's
vibe.
crazy.
It's a vibe.
That's a
I was
good
the
one,
villain yesterday, so I had to come prepared today.
Understandable.
Well, if you're just joining us today, first of all, pro tip, it's Mother's Day. Don't forget to call your mom.
Happy
You're
Mother's Day,
welcome.
Mom. Love
Yeah,
you.
or anyone that has been a mother to you in your life. But if you're just joining us today and you weren't here yesterday, don't worry, we got you covered. Let's check out what happened yesterday.
Boy, oh boy, did Northwood have that. Throwing in a bomb and easily collecting 3 on the way out. Throws the tree. Wow, Sonic's barely outlasting the active hitbox there. This is truly down to the wire. The up air misses, but this might be it.
Up throw does it here. That's the star KO, and Sonics and his team are going to grand finals.
It was a great day yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a great day today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's some pretty exciting moments in there, and I don't think that really encapsulates how much fun we actually had. Obviously, it was a long day yesterday, but we've got some fun storylines to cover today.
And we have money to give away today, which is always very fun. We have a huge prize pool. Let's take a look at how the prizes are going to shake out for each game. This first game, we're looking at the Super Smash Brothers prizes. First place will walk away with $1,000. That's a lot of control drinks you could buy, a lot of cans of Barbasol, some Oakley shades. That's a lot of smackers.
That is a lot of Barbasol.
Yeah, and we go down through second place at $500, third place at $250, and all the way down through 8th place at $22. All the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th players will get a little pocket cash to take home.
Yeah, I think the best part is obviously you're trying to spread the love. There is so many different teams and things going on, so the fact that we have as many competitors as we do, they said, obviously at the beginning of yesterday, 400 plus, it's a lot being spread. They're trying to share the love to everybody they can.
Absolutely. And speaking of Smash Brothers, let's talk about Overwatch. Looks like the prize pool for Overwatch is going to be exactly the same. $1,000 for the top, $500 for the second, $250 for the third, $50 for fourth, $25 for fifth. And you know what? It's going to be the same as we go down through all 4 games. Rocket League the same, Valorant the same.
Not trying to make it. We're not doing rocket science here, guys. Everything's. We keep it pretty simple. So.
Yeah.
You only have to do math one time.
Yeah.
Now, as we're looking into the matches for today, we're going to start out with the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Final. So, before we get into talking about that, this is the pre-show. This is the Powered by Barbasol morning. What are your predictions this morning? What do you want to start out calling today? Let's start with you, Fawn.
Well, the most interesting thing about today is I think that there are going to be so many interesting different games and different aspects that we'll have to look at as a whole, right? But I'm making the statement here. If Bay State performing with how they did yesterday in Smash, I absolutely imagine them taking it. Northwood is also very, very good contenders that we've seen throughout the other games, and I think that they have a very strong chance in Valorant today. They're pretty powerful contestants, and I think that in Overwatch and in both Overwatch and Rocket League, there'll be pretty interesting storylines as well.
I'm going to save you for last, Blue, because you had the prediction glasses yesterday. So we'll save that. What about you, Lawler?
Yeah, I think you can echo the sentiment of Northwood. They've been doing a lot of really good things throughout their collegiate program. And even with not running their full strength roster because there is qualifiers going on in some of their matches, they're still finding ways to get victories and find themselves in the grand final in multiple titles. So awesome to see there. We're running it back in Smash today. We get to see Bay State and Central Florida again. So like the hype that we all stood up for at the beginning of the day, we get to recreate today in a best of 3 crew battle. So like it is going to be momentous throughout the rest of the day. So we're kicking off with the best win possible, I think.
All right, Blue, your turn.
I think it's going to be a great day. It's Championship Sunday. Everyone's got that blood boiling inside them, the ones that are still alive, you know, they're ready to go.
That sounds like a medical emergency.
At like 2 a.m., I see Gig walking around the hotel like, I need food. And I'm like, you have a game tomorrow. Like, you need to go to sleep. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. 2 a.m. So don't ask me why I was awake, but he shouldn't have been awake. And then for Valorant, we had a huge underdog come through. So we'll get to see that today. And if that comes to fruition, that could be very exciting. And then also Rocket League, there's a hot team that wasn't expected to be in the Final Four. They're streaking their way through the bracket, making some upsets.
There's some land boys that have been talking their game.
Yeah.
Very confident the fact that they're here. The Lanimals, as you've been calling them, is that team should not be where they're at right now, and I'm all for it. So, yeah, that lower bracket final match is going to be wild.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go through match by match and go with predictions. So, Lawler, who's our first match?
Starting up, we've got obviously Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which is going to be, I am so ready. If you saw a discussion about the Steve yesterday and Sonic on with Sonics, first up is going to be Bay State and UCF. So, ultimately, between those two rosters, it was so close yesterday. It really was. It came down to one like overhead smash. Like it was, like you're talking about. Yes, Sonic's played out of his mind, but it could have easily went the other way. So to kick off with that, like I can't be any happier.
Yeah, I definitely think that for one thing it is that I'm keeping in mind as well, like for Overwatch is, you know, and I'm sure you'll go into detail about this, is that the fact that Illinois reverse swept, like just completely reverse swept Northwood in the lower portion of the bracket, which is like a big deal, right? Because they did, like, they're one of my predictions for Valorant, and we've typically seen them perform so well, like throughout this collegiate tournament, and yet here they are getting reverse swept by a team I don't think people would have expected.
Yeah, number 3 seed, but still, it was an upset nonetheless against the number 1. And then for Valorant, we've got a team. It's West Virginia, the Passion Pit Press Virginia. So West Virginia's basketball program, no matter what the score is, win or lose, for the entire game for the past like 4 years, they just full court press all the time. And the West Virginia team in the Passion Pit back there, after every single round that they're winning, they're standing up and they're screaming at their opponents. In Hawaii, which was one of the favorites to win this event, got knocked out 2-0 by Press Virginia. Okay, so, and now they get to go up against Northwood, and Northwood might be a little upset because they had to go against Hawaii, their rivals, in groups, and they lost to them, and then they didn't get their bracket rematch against them, so they might be a little hard-pressed, but Press Virginia is coming for them.
Hey, man, before we get to, obviously, all those other ones, we do have to go to Overwatch, which is going to be our second thing of the day. The cool thing about it is, obviously, you have your team, you had your 3-0 goggles on, like, you're feeling good, but
listen,
a certain team has come back.
Yeah,
they've come back to get some revenge, man.
Yeah,
Speak of peace.
They're doing really good work. I mean, Gig on that team, the tank main, has had a little stint in the Overwatch League, you know, and we didn't go too deep into Illinois State's roster. They've got some depth there. I mean, Aiko and Visions, though, for the DPS, they've got to really step up. I mean, Rupal healing Gig the entire game and Gig just swinging the hammer is not going to get that job done. Aiko and Visions are going to have to step up on the DPS side. They don't necessarily need to pop off. They just need to match the DPS duo of Lethal and Tep on the other side, which I guess is popping off because that's all they do over there for Harrisburg.
Well, I'm going to personally pop off later on because we haven't gotten to see Rocket League yet. We don't get it yet, but today we get 3 matches. We are living up to the hype. We're going to have the winner bracket, the lower bracket final, as well as the grand finals. Format's a little bit different than what we're used to as well. Normally we do best of 7s and then a bracket reset in the grand finals. But we're actually doing game advantage this time around from what I've heard in the grand finals. final. So there is a possibility that going into that grand final, like you have that 1-game advantage. That is usually the like feeler match. So to be able to get a feeler match as well as an additional point already, you're then talking the pivotal match, which usually comes like third in the series, is immediately there. So there's a lot of excitement going into that grand final of being able to give that advantage, of which makes our first match of the day for Rocket League in our third game of the day, which is there's a lot of matches going on today. Yeah. But it is it's pretty important to kind of put that best foot forward. And you're talking, we've got teams that have pro-level RLCS players, the Rocket League Championship Series, which is a prolific $6 million prize pool. Like, it's wild. So some of those players compete in our collegiate system as well. Some of them are playing at qualifiers, so they're playing with their B team. Like, there is a lot of things going on. We've got a 7th seed that's going in the lower bracket final right now that is playing upset. Stockton, who's top 3 in the nation, is like back. Like, Rocket League's going to be hyped today. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. I'm excited to see. I feel like we missed out on Rocket League yesterday, so
I'm
it's going to be big today.
Smash is going to wake us up, and then we're ready to go for Rocket League.
That boy is one of the most aggressive people I know on the mic, and he's been sitting there like shaking. Let me talk. It's been great.
Full of that energy.
Yeah.
So did we talked about Super Smash Brothers, we talked about Overwatch, we talked about Rocket League. Valorant predictions?
I mean, we might have to side with this one, you know? Like,
yeah, I mean, just like as like anecdotal like evidence, right? I mean, he called them Press Virginia. I mean, here they are. Like, I had to walk like back into like the green room just to go grab something. I walk past them, I hear them screaming. They're like talking absolute smack. I absolutely love it. Like, they're like, you bought 3 ops and still lost? I'm like, bro, that's.
I think the state of West Virginia heard them. The state of West Virginia could hear them in the passion pit.
All right, well, I can't wait to get into the matches, and we have some team members that are going to help us with talking to the players throughout the day. We have our hosts down on the floor, Polly and Jackie. Good morning.
Good morning, Anna. That's right, I'm Jackie. I'm with Polly. We're on stage again, looking sharp.
Yeah.
We just matched.
And matching.
I know, we didn't even plan that. I
good.
do think that someone beat you in the suit game, though. I don't mean to hurt your ego a little bit.
Turtleneck? Ooh.
Oh, he's Ron Burgundy up there. Yeah, exactly. But so excited for today. Someone's taking home this trophy. It's really bright. I don't know if the light's shining in your eyes much as mine.
Right.
But someone's taking it home, and money on the line as well. Really excited.
That's right, 4 game titles. We have 4 of these beautiful trophies here. We're looking at the New Street Trophy right here, Collect Wisely. And I'm just excited to be here. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Finals is going down. But for now, we'll come back with some more action and enthusiasm like always. But for now, back up to the desk.
Thank you both. Have fun down there. As we are up here, you have to be our eyes and ears on the floor so that we can feel like we're down there in the action. We have a schedule of matches. We've kind of implied it, but we want to make sure you know exactly what to expect today. So if we could take a look at that schedule. Again, we're going to start right away with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, followed by Overwatch. And we're going to get the times up there, but are we glad we're starting with Super Smash Brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Wake us up. I'm becoming biased towards it.
Yeah. Hey.
Dude,
no problem, bro.
I've always been, and I've posted about it, and with the fact that we get a run back, I think is really exciting. We touched on it very briefly, but you're talking about a match that really came down to the wire, and to see that innovation, I think, is what's really exciting. Not only do we have UCF on a high because they are battling through that lower bracket to make it back to this moment, but then you're also talking as our closest match that we got so far yesterday, we get to recreate in a bigger series that has more on the line and everything else. You're adding weight to a match that was already fantastic. Like, what's not to love?
You know what's better, Fawn? Before you break these teams down, because you know the roster's better than Lawler and I just want to let you know, because you weren't in the bus on the way here, because you're local, right? So you came on your own. So the casters were telling us in the bus on the way here that Javi or Jake and Sonics they drove to a local event last night in Marietta.
What?
Okay. Colluding with the enemy team?
It's called the Magic Game Night, I guess is what the locals call it. It was in Marietta.
Okay.
They had to face each other.
Last night?
Yes.
No,
in this local.
Only game.
And it gets better.
They got smacked by a 14-year-old.
Didi, the best player in Georgia, smacked him. But the good news is that Jake got revenge, kind of. Jake beat Sonics in the winners bracket finals, and then Jake faced Didi and lost. So Sonic's got third, Jake got second, and a 14-year-old named Didi. Shout out to Didi out there. Looking forward to seeing them.
I want more of this hot goss before we get into the match. But right now, that's going to conclude our pre-show powered by Barbasol. Remember that in chat today, if you chat with us, your message might be shown on screen. So be sure to let us know what you're thinking and allow us to interact with you. But we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to get right into this and maybe hear some more of that hot goss. So stay tuned.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR, it's all good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Woo! I'm feeling good!
All right, I'm here with the host of the CECC, Paulie right here. Good, brother? What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. You know, if you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes, so let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go. 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! I'm feeling good! Woo! Ah! Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. This event has brought teams from all around to compete. The first of its kind. The largest to ever happen. From the West Coast to the far side of the East Coast. From amateurs to professionals. both searching for glory and fame, and all staking claims to the $25,000 prize pool. Who is the best? The best region? The best school? The best team? That is the question. All those answers and more start now.
Welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, live from the Gateway Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Jackie Jing with Polly, and it's Championship Sunday. We are so excited. Grand finals for 4 titles. Someone's getting money, someone's getting this trophy.
Geez, Jackie, you know, normally I'm Pauly hype. I don't know if I can follow that. That was pretty hype. That was pretty hype. But there's $25,000 on the line, 4 game titles. Each trophy here presented beautiful Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. This is the first ever year. We have the best colleges, teams, universities in the country, and we're going to be bringing to you the best action all day long.
Yeah, there's a lot of great titles that we're going to be covering, but we're going to be starting with Smash.
That's right. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is going to be the first game on the docket. So without further ado, let's get our Super Smash Bros. Grand Finals starting right now.
Woo! Finally, Sonics is able to take down Javi after putting in so much work and getting him all the way up to nearly 180%. Sources have
really down to the wire. The up air misses, but that might be it.
Up throw does it here. That's the star KO, and Sonics and his team are going to Grand Finals.
That's right, it's time for our first grand finals of the day. It's going to be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Bay State versus Central Florida. Both teams that we've seen do some amazing things so far. And we're going to talk about our keys to victory, sponsored by Microsoft CDW. Fawn.
Yeah.
What is the key to victory for these teams?
Well, I mean, if it's one thing, if it's one thing that's pretty important, I would have to say to not necessarily bleed early, and explore a deeper roster, because that's one of the biggest things that I saw yesterday, is that I felt like they didn't have character choices that sort of helped them prevent Sonics from going on a run, which is extremely ironic to think about, because that's all he does, right? His speed is his strength. And then take your time and matchups, and that's probably one of the biggest things I'll have to say about fighting games, Valorant, Overwatch, Rocket League, whatever it is that you may look at. It's definitely something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, the last one for UCF is really important, because it was what Bay State was doing extremely well. We watched a lot with Anarchy on Greninja, where it felt like, okay, he has that neutral poke. He's using his range very effectively, but even though that matchup, he could be aggressive and apply that pressure, he's just being patient. He's just sitting down. He's like, I've been here, been there, done that. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let this come to me. And he's going to make sure that he just whittles away at the opponent. And that kind of carries through. I think a lot of it comes from that veteran experience. I mean, Sonics, as much as Smash players hate being ranked, he is the #1 player here. Like, we saw it on display. You can't hide from it, my guy. Right. So I think that's carrying down to his teammates, and he's keeping them calm and collected. On the other side, I think UCF can learn from that. I think because they did get to face it, they are back in the same situation. There's a lot more matches to play. We're playing a best-of-3 instead. I do think they have that capability to say, okay, we saw exactly how we got punished by it. Let's learn from that and settle into it on our own.
We're hearing, stop Sonics from going on a run, but I mean, are there other players that we think we need to stop from going on a run? Because I feel like Central Florida has some threats.
I mean, Javi did 8-stock a team.
He did.
So
that's literally what I was about to bring up. Like taking away 8 stocks in a crew battle is not an easy feat to do, right? And then especially like you lose 2 of your stocks as you're playing Joker against his opponent, right? And like you're assuming that like you've got it, the match is going well, and then you get bowling ball twice, right? And then that's exactly the sort of things that sort of spirals people out of control. It's what starts putting people on tilt as well. And you sort of just have to be able to ground yourself, because Villager is one of those characters where you're going to see a lot of the time he's going to try and see if he can keep you away, right? And then sort of like see how strong of a mental stack you have, right? Because he's going to be running, he's going to be keeping it back. He's not going to try and close the distance unless he knows that he's going to be able to confirm it into something bigger. And that's probably, not probably, but that is the biggest thing about Villager, is the fact that he can sort of play 2 different play styles. The keep away is what he relies on when you're looking at situations where he needs to play neutral, but when he wants to get closer, when he wants to be more in your face, that's exactly what he's going to do. And it's hard to deal with. A lot of those characters aren't really good at being able to do that.
It's also worth noting this is a rematch.
Yes,
we had
absolutely.
The winner bracket finals was Bay State versus Central Florida. Bay State came out on top. So we're going to find out if that's going to be a repeat as we go down to Polly on the floor.
All right, coming out first, here we are starting Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Coming out first, it's going to be UCF. Make some noise, University of Central Florida. And coming out second to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Super Smash Bros. Ultimate start, it's Bay State, let's go! Bay State University. All right, and casters, back up to you here as Bay State takes the floor.
Hey, thank you so much, Polly. I'm here behind the scenes. My name is Last. I'm here with Max Ketchum, and we are going to be bringing you the action for this grand finals of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We've got two of the best college teams in the entire country, let alone the entire world, and we're going to see them face off in a rematch of yesterday's upper bracket finals.
Yeah, dude, I cannot wait to get into this. Of course, they did square off yesterday. It barely went to Bay State. And if you just look at those lineups, in front of the desks right there, you can see two very different teams, right? Bay State, the favorite to take it, the #1 seed, coming on the winner's side of grand finals here, right? So these guys, they've been aggressively recruiting top players from all over the country, right? They have Sonics representing DR/Las Vegas. They have Nexus representing Southern California. They have great players from New England and from all over. But the underdogs coming from the loser side, it's going to be University of Central Florida, just kind of a grassroots Smash team, right? Accidentally recruiting some of the best players in their entire region, right? We have Jake, we have Javi Unearth, Psychic, and Nave. So it just speaks to two different sides of collegiate esports, right? If you have a very well-funded and organized program that's looking for the best players in the world, well, you might come into the grand finals on the winner's side. But that is not to count out UCF by any means. These guys, they are homegrown, grassroots, born and raised. Look at these guys. They are pumped. They're ready to take it. And hey, man, I think it could still go either way. Of course, this storyline has evolved since yesterday. Tell us a little bit about that.
Right, yesterday, of course, we saw the upper bracket final where these two teams were neck and neck the entire time. It was actually UCF that maintained a pretty strong lead throughout the entire crew battle. It started off with Nexus versus Psychic, where Psychic was able to take it, and then Psychic was able to take it a little bit farther. Anarchy came in and tried to bring it back, but Jake was still able to two-stock him, bringing it to what I believe was a 5-3 lead for UCF. But then at the very end, Sonics was able to come in, wipe out those 5 stocks. It came all the way down to that last stock situation. Both players post 150%, and that one missed down tilt from Javi was all of the difference. Sonics was able to get that grab up throw, and that was the game. Now they're in winner's side. They have that little extra cushion, that extra set of mistakes to make, if you will, if they could. But it is still best of one, so there's not too much room for error. They're going to have to bring their A game. They're going to have to play their absolute best, or UCF is going to show them that yesterday was not a fluke.
Yeah, no doubt. And of course, we alluded to it on the analyst desk as well, but there was a local Ultimate tournament yesterday called Maji, and Jake and Sonics actually squared off in winners finals there, and the set went to Jake. So perhaps that's going to influence the performance between these two players if they should meet head-to-head in the crew battle today. In the last encounter, Sonics got the better of Jake, only losing 1 stock while taking out Jake's remaining 2. So I don't know, maybe the players have made some adjustments. Maybe Sonics hit the lab, rewatched the footage of himself losing to Jake, and has brought something new to the table. We'll see, though. Of course, it's possible that we don't even see the same head-to-head matchups at all, right? Things started off with Psychic versus Nexus yesterday. Went very well for UCF, but now I see Anarchy leading off for Bay State. Okay.
Yeah, if you'll recall back to Jackie's interview of Sonics after their victory yesterday, Sonics said one of the biggest things that he thought was a problem with Bay State going into that upper bracket final was that, hey, we weren't really prepared for the lineup and the characters that they were sending in. We weren't ready to deal with that. So we're going to make some changes. We're going to change our order. We're going to change our lineup a little bit because Bay State also has a pretty deep roster. They've got 7 players here repping for them. So they have a lot of leeway in terms of counter picks, in terms of who they're going to send in when. And it looks like they're going to take full advantage of that. They were expecting maybe the Nest to lead off again. It might not be the case, but they're going to try and counter it with that slow, measured gameplay that Anarchy showed us yesterday with their Greninja.
Yeah, and that said, UCF, they do have an alternate as well. They have Nave on the Ken, and also Psychic mains 2 characters. He has Palutena and Nest. So there are 2 things that could really switch up the tide of battle here, and we'll see how it's going to pan out.
And it does look like they're starting with Nave.
Wow,
Who, did he lock Prom? Yeah. So
starting off with Chrom Greninja, completely different than what we were expecting. You did mention that Nave could be coming in, and we're seeing Nave lead off for the team of UCF. They're playing their button warmer right now, so maybe he was just picking that Chrom to kind of get the game in his hands. They haven't had a ton of time to warm up this morning because it is early in the morning, so maybe they just need to get that sleep out of their hands so that they can get ready to go, because again, this is a very, very important match. $10,000 on the line. You do not want to be going into this with cold hands.
Yeah, 10,000 at 10:30, man. It's basically a crack of dawn and Smasher time. So I wish the best of luck to all the teams. I'm sure they woke up nice and early, got some practice reps in, but I really do like how both teams are kind of changing up their strategy here. Again, Chrom versus Greninja, that's a far cry from Falco versus Ness, and it's two different players on each side of things. Nave was not even fielded in the crew battle yesterday.
Right, yesterday we did see Nave be the one who was used, kind of kept in reserve, kind of kept on the bench, and I wonder if that's an additional part of the strategy of UCF. They're using somebody that the other team has not seen before. They're using somebody that they have not had the opportunity to prepare for. That way they have, you know, that kind of curveball thrown into the mix that they're, hey, I don't know how this person plays. I don't know how to counter them. I'm going to need to take maybe 1 or 2 stocks before I have a handle on them, if I even can get a handle on them, and get taken out in that process.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see Nave go for the Chrom over Ken. I mean, Chrom's a very volatile character. He can be edge-guarded super easily, die at very early percents, but when he gets cooking, it's hard to stop him. And I think Ken fares very well against the likes of Falco and Greninja because of their fast-falling nature. That said, it's a little tough for him in the neutral, so I can understand him not wanting to go with his typical main, but I feel like he might be able to make a huge breakaway, maybe like a 2-stock win with the Ken. We'll see how the Chrom pans out, though. Of course, I've not seen him play this character yet, and I'm definitely keeping an open mind.
And I think that's definitely incredibly important for the Smash Knights out of University of Central Florida. They need to take that early lead like they did yesterday, because even yesterday, when they had that 5-3 stock lead, they weren't able to close it out. Sonics came in and cleaned up house, so I think they need to give themselves a little bit more padding, or rather as much padding as possible. That way they can get away with, you know, a couple extra mistakes.
Right. I mean, that 5-stock to 3 situation did put them at last hit, right? So I feel like that's kind of the benchmark. We want to see them go into the last player, go into Sonics with 5 stocks or more remaining, and I think that could be the ticket to a bracket reset. But, of course, with such a deep roster as Bay State's, anything can happen. It looks like we do have the 3 decided, though. It looks like Sonics, Nexus, and Anarchy are going to be the 3 representatives here, so no Toxex, no one else on the roster going to be showing up here, at least for the first set. And that could definitely change if there's a reset.
That's another thing that's incredibly scary for UCF. Even if they do manage to reset the bracket, having come from loser's side, they're going to have to deal with a whole nother roster potentially in the reset of this bracket. But it does look like the Chrom was just for the factor of a hand warmer. We've got Nave on the Terry today, coming through against Anarchy's Greninja, and I do like this pick quite a bit. Terry, an incredibly volatile character, but you said it about Greninja. Once he gets going, he really does get going, and Greninja, a little bit on the lighter side, might not be surviving too long if some of those big damage combos come out.
Yeah, it definitely mixed us up here in the booth with the Terry pick as well, but of course this is much more in line with a Ken player's character selection, right? And I do think this is pretty good against the fast ballers. Terry, Ken, all those fighting game characters actually have insane combo games.
Absolutely, we already saw it right there, the F-tilt crack shoot being a true combo at that percent, and he's going to be looking for a few more of them. We're also going to get a test of Anarchy's SDI, because again, one of the most important things in the Terry matchup is being able to SDI out of the jab jab power dunk confirm. Otherwise, you're guaranteed 30% or even a KO off of it every single time you get hit by jab.
Yeah, it's such an important combo for Terry, and if you can shut that down, then you can shut the character down. That said, these guys just about 1% away from each other, starting to grow, of course, as Anarchy continues to win neutral, keeping that corner in his control. Oh, a quick reversal, though. Okay, we're going to see Nave roll through.
I like the roll through from Nave to take stage position, because he immediately goes for that shield grab. He's not hesitating in those situations, and as Terry, you do have like the lack of end lag to be able to do that. That was interesting that he tried to go for the mix-up off of it and actually gets a shield poke off of the power dunk to take the first stock of the crew battle.
Yeah, just another reason that move is so scary. If you don't angle your shield up, once it starts to whittle down, that's free damage for Terry, and in this case, a free stock for Nave here. We've got Go online as well. Let's see if that comes into play. It could be huge damage, even if it's not going to lead into a kill.
Max, Anarchy has to play so carefully in neutral here. At any moment, Nave could just pull out that Buster Wolf or that Power Geyser, and it's not going to KO quite yet, being at 4.5%, but that's not too far off of when Anarchy is going to be losing that second stock. He needs to take this now, something like a down tilt full hop not fair or anything else along those lines that Greninja has at his disposal, or else he's going to keep getting caught by things like Jab Jab Power Geyser or Jab Jab Buster Wolf for the second stock.
That must have been the exact percent that would kill him at. You could see Greninja's momentum start to peter out as he approached the blast zone, but unfortunately, Anarchy gonna go down 1-3 here. This is huge for UCF, especially if Nave's able to hold on to this stock. If he can 3-stock him here, okay, I was gonna say, maybe we're asking for too much. Yeah.
But yeah, and the thing is, that's what's so scary about Terry against a character like Greninja. He got jabbed twice, and he died for it. Nothing else happened to that stock except the 2 jabs. Now, though, Anarchy cooking a little bit with this dash jump nair combo. Nave is going to be able to escape with the quick jump of his own, getting the F-tilt out to also stuff out Anarchy's nair, doing his best to just build up as much extra credit as possible, trying to get that lead secured for UCF before Sonics or Nexus make their way out.
Even if Anarchy goes down here, I think the key objective is just get him down to last stock. Nave, if you don't take care of business against this man, when he's north of 100%, your stock is as good as gone.
Jab Jab Power Dunk coming through once again, 89% and only 7 away from go for Terry. Anarchy needs this KO now, but he doesn't find it. The spot dodge avoids the down tilt as well. Roll behind, he's looking for a jab there again because pretty much anything into a go move will KO. That's the jab, but he jumps out just barely in time.
Yeah, if he had gone for a second jab into Buster Wolf, that would have been everything right there. Oh my god, slipping by even with the autocorrect jab coming into play. Okay, Anarchy, it's do or die for you right now. Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it! He jumped into it. Anarchy escaped from certain death and then jumped right back into it. That is the most unfortunate extra jump I've seen. And Nave just shrugging his shoulders going, hey, we take those.
Maybe just trying to mash very quickly to SDI out of the Jab Jab Power Dunk. Maybe jump to get a punish afterward, but no. Nave actually going for the charge rising tackle, finds the last kill of the game there, and UCF is going to be up 8 stocks to 6 now.
That is very reminiscent of their lead yesterday in the crew battle. We're going to see it again on the Barbasol instant replay. First off, that shield poke, and then the double jab stock. This is what I was excited to see. Jab, jab, power geyser, then down tilt, jab, down tilt, jab, jab, Buster Wolf. Bye-bye, Greninja. Going to be able to take 2 stocks in such quick fashion. Anarchy was just on the back foot for the entire duration of that game. And watch this again.
Oh, so tragic. Hey, maybe Anarchy plays with tap jump on, and he was trying to SDI the...
He could have been trying to SDI
dunk,
up and out and ended up with tap jump. That would have been incredibly unfortunate, but UCF, as we say, takes those.
I would not blame them for that whatsoever. Now we see a little team meeting here between the UCF guys. They're just trying to figure out, hey, depending on who comes in next, this is your strategy. But of course, the ball is in Bay State's court. They have the chance to send in whoever they want right now for the situation. I mean, Sonics might have to come out early. We have a Terry with 2 stocks intact.
Sonics does have a lot of experience in the Terry matchup, has the ability to kind of quickly evaporate a character like that, because Terry, again, not the strongest of recoveries, especially that rising tackle going always above the ledge before being able to snap to it. Sonics has this little-known thing called F-Smash that just absolutely destroys a Terry in that situation, and that's not even to mention being able to carry him deep off stage with something like Spin Charge. Terry will struggle to recover in those scenarios, and yeah, you're just gone.
Yeah, you also get super outpaced, right? If Sonics decides he wants to ice out Nave, he can do that as well. But it looks like we're going to get Nexus stepping up to the plate here. Falco versus Terry. I don't know. This is kind of a risky proposition if you ask me last. You can get pieced up very quickly. You thought Greninja died quickly to 2 jabs with Go. Yeah, I mean, Falco, it's just going to happen to him all the same.
Right. This matchup is basically going to be a toss of the coin to see, hey, who wins neutral, who wins the game, because either one of these characters are fully capable of blowing the other one up on a moment's notice. We were talking about the rising tackle going above ledge and being punishable by Sonic's F-Smash. Well, it's also punishable by things like Falco Dare to be able to take the stock early, or if Falco just gets a long juggle, Terry has very limited resources in the air to be able to escape that. He has 1 crack shoot or 1 burning knuckle, 1 jump, 1 air dodge. Once those things are extinguished, it's Falco's playtime. He's not going to let you get back to the stage.
Yeah, and with the pretty limited airspeed of a character like Terry, can be really hard to get down. Falco is just as much a combo machine as his opponent will be in this game. So it really comes down to who knows the matchup better. And I think both Falco and Terry, they're in that like high tier range, but they're pretty underplayed.
Yeah, but I would say that I would give the edge to Nexus in terms of sheer matchup knowledge here. I don't know if there are any like super high level Falcos down in Florida or specifically in Central Florida, but over in Polonian is, you're right actually. So maybe we do have a much better shot with Nave knowing this matchup well, but I was going to point out Kless over in SoCal, frequent opponent of Nexus, definitely has his stripes in this matchup.
Yeah, I think both of them are walking into this knowing exactly what's going on, just based on who's available to them to play, right? That said, don't know exactly how many times those players have met the other ones in bracket, right? Kless and Polonian, respectively. But that said, this is going to be a great match. I mean, Nexus is one of those players. He's been at it for a long time. He's a very long-time veteran of the game. Yep, some of my first majors, Nexus was present, and now he's really started to find his footing in Ultimate. Like, he's always been a solid player, but this is the game where he's really started to come out and show what he's made of. So, sticking with Falco from Smash 4, by the way, has certainly paid off back when that character was pretty underwhelming. And I think last what you said about the edge guards is really going to come into play. Nave can opt to go for the uncharged rising tackle, which at the very end does have some ledge snap frames. But if you have to go for the full charge, and if the Falco player waits out the last hitbox, it could just be easy dunks.
And I'm also pretty sure even if they do go for that uncharged variation to try and snap to ledge, there's one, the potential of a trump bear, or the potential of a runoff bear. Either one of those two things can just completely invalidate Terry, especially if you're in that high pressure situation. You're not really thinking about preparing to tech. You're not in that frame of mind, and it's very difficult to get those high value techs off. It could be the undoing of Nave, but it does sound like we are about ready to get into this next game. I heard the Falco walk-in come through, so we should be getting into this very shortly. And I'm also curious, Max, as to what the stage is going to be for this one, because one of the major things we saw yesterday was the stage counter pick being a huge factor as to who was going to be able to take this out. We saw Yoshi's Story come out a bunch. We saw Town and City come out a bunch. Depending on which one Nexus is feeling, it's like, hey, do I want to kill you off the top or do I want to kill you off the side? We could see either one of those two, or we could see an even bigger mix-up of something like Smashville if he wants to rush him down and smother him with less space available to Terry to escape.
Yeah, I think as the meta develops for Ultimate, stage counter picks are becoming a bit more polar than they used to be. You know, when the game was less figured out, people would just go to where they feel comfortable. But now that matchups are starting to become a bit more solved, the terrain is going to matter a lot. Okay, it will be Town and City, so you're going to die very early off the side of the screen. That's the key thing to keep in mind here. Off the top, not so much.
Crack shooting in early on, that might have been a major mistake for Nave, as Nexus is going to take this for all it's worth. 77% all the way into the Nair, up off the top, and he goes for the falling fair to try and KO off the side. But you took 89% because you tried to jump in with a crack shoot. That is unfortunate, and then the up tilt bear makes itself known. Nexus brings this to a one-stock differential between the two teams, and if he keeps this up, having been completely untouched so far, this might just be what Bay State needs to make sure the lead does not get away from them.
Yeah, not quite a touch of death, but a 0 to death nonetheless. Great start for Nexus and Bay State here. Oh no, and he gets spiked coming off the ledge, reading the ledge hop aerial right there. Wow, insane. And of course, no double jump to speak of when he's coming back like that. Hold on. Nave, are you about to turn it up? If he takes a second stock here, which is very possible, then I think we're looking at a bracket reset no matter how you slice it.
And look at that spacing on Falco's landing Nair. Nave knows exactly what he's doing to space around that. Just that slight stutter step backwards to make sure that Nexus would not be able to catch him. Now he's ledge trapping once again. He does overextend with that burning knuckle and might pay the price, but no, the air dodge is perfectly timed, and he gets back onto the stage. Air dodge is out as well to avoid the dare, and now he's got the shield pressure once again. That might be the stock. No, good DI by Nexus.
Insane that he survived that, and of course on Town and City you do die a little bit earlier, but just barely clinging to life. Okay, Nexus, you need to put a cap on this stock immediately, and no! We see Nave take 2 more stocks. The Terry coming alive. Where was he in Winners Finals yesterday?
Nave already guaranteeing himself the most stocks taken for Bay State, against Bay State rather, with 5 secured throughout the first 2 games. Now going down to Nexus, but only 1 stock remaining on him. Either Jake or Javi could come in and just evaporate that final stock and continue to solidify this lead.
Yeah, and it's an interesting decision they have to make here, right? Do you send in Jake and then run back Javi versus Sonics as the closers? Or do you throw Javi in right now in a matchup that I would say is probably not all that great for Villager, but it's only 1 stock, and then whittle away at Sonics and then have Jake come in to close the deal? He, again, did beat him at the Maji local yesterday. So we could see really one of 2 roads walked by UCF at this point, and I think it's a big decision you have to make here.
I personally, if I was the one shot calling for UCF, I would probably save Jake as the anchor, just because Steve has that longevity in this game to be able to just hold on to stocks for as long as possible, compared to Villager being a little bit more lightweight. But there's also the thought process of let's send in Jake to soften them up as much as possible, hold on to those stocks as much as possible, and then Javi can come in and clean house afterward. But it does look like they are going to be anchoring with Jake as Javi steps up to the plate, a 6-4 lead in his pocket secured by his teammate Nave.
I see what you did there. Villager does have deep pockets. I actually think Villager's heavier than Steve, by the way, so we could see both of these characters die fairly early. But that said, Javi, confident in being able to take this one stock and also confident in being able to put a dent into Sonic's life force here.
I'm going to be getting that brief hand warmer in before going up against Nexus. You definitely need those hand warmers before fighting Falco just to make sure that your SDI and DI is on point, escaping those multi-hits, escaping those combos, because otherwise you're not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, and even if you do SDI super optimally, Falco's moves connect pretty reliably too. And of course his air drift comes into play and can keep you in there in that multi-hit mix. So we'll see exactly how well each of these players knows the matchup. I mean, again, CFL does have Polonian available for Falco practice. Where is Nexus learning the Villager matchup from, though?
If it's anybody, I would say it's Bobby Wasabi, who recently moved down to SoCal and has been playing in locals there, but like he hasn't been there very long. I don't know if he's been at the same locals as Nexus. It's like, again, where do you learn Villager at the highest level? It's not a common character. It's not an easy matchup to play either, but I do think that it is pretty heavily Falco favored just specifically because Villager is heavily reliant on projectiles both in neutral and in advantage, and Falco has that frame 1 reflector at his disposal, especially if Javi tries to get maybe a little bit cheeky and goes for a tree play on the ledge. That ledge drop full hop down B is going to send that tree right back where it came from, and you don't really have a good time if you get hit in the face with your own tree.
No, not at all. You'll probably die at like 20, maybe even 0%, but I don't know. I feel like Javi probably just won't afford that opportunity to Nexus, and he's going to keep it as reserved as possible. Fight with the melee attacks as much as you can. But, of course, Villager, half of his moves are projectiles, so you don't really have a choice in the matter half the time. And even to get your Lloyd Rocket set up to control the neutral, it can go off the rails real quick. That said, if you pocket a reflected Lloyd Rocket and you hit Falco with it, he'll explode.
Mm-hmm. He will just evaporate because those damage multipliers are definitely no joke. But in this next game, we are going to be going straight to a small battlefield, which an interesting choice from the Villager counterpick, probably wants to give Nexus less space to get those setups and those long distance carry combos. But at least off the bat, pretty even in terms of percent.
Now, last we did say the benchmark for UCF to win this is 5 stocks minimum going into Sonics, right? And Javi, he can afford to lose a stock here, but if he cleans it up right now without dying, we're looking at a really good chance at a reset.
Keep in mind, Javi was the one who brought Sonics almost all the way down to his, well, last hit. He was not able to close it out, but he came very close, closer than we've seen anybody else so far in the CECC. So if anybody can soften Sonics up before their anchor of Jake comes through, it's definitely him. He just has to get to Sonics as healthy as possible. Nexus is, of course, going to be able to make it back to the stage after that, but a lesser character would have been done there.
Yeah, Javi taking the low road underneath Battlefield. Uh-oh, up tilt to back air, almost sealing the deal on that stock. It is dangerously close here, of course. Just 0.1% between these two.
I like how Javi tried to run with the Lloyd Rocket, expecting Nexus to opt to run away instead of going to the skies for that, but it wasn't quite successful as Nexus was also expecting it. The slow recovery into the air dodge from Javi is also going to be able to get him away. No, it won't. He can't actually make it all the way around the world, so that first stock is seeded by a little bit of a mistake by Javi trying to circumvent the Nexus ledge trap.
Yeah, just barely running out of steam on the balloons right there. Okay, and Nexus starting to build some good damage. We could very well see him take another stock if he lands the right confirms. Up tilt to up air, that's a good start. Now build maybe 30% more, and up tilt back air is a kill.
I need to see Javi go for more of these ledge traps, especially on the long-lasting Firebird. When it's rising up, you have the opportunity to go out there and counter him, but we're not going to have the opportunity to see that, and Max, your prophecy has come to pass. UCF is going to be heading towards Sonic with a lead of 5-3. This is the bare minimum, as we called it, so it's not like it's the absolute best-case scenario. The best-case scenario would be a healthy, fresh Javi, or maybe even like somehow a Nave going in with 1 stock remaining, but this is the next best thing.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. Of course, Sonics has definitely shown the ability to beat Javi hand-to-hand, right? He took 3 stocks with only 2 yesterday, you know, only losing 1, truly, in that head-to-head matchup. But then, as long as Javi's able to get 1 off of Sonics, I feel like Jake can do it, right? He can take 2. He already proved yesterday that he can take a set in hand-to-hand combat, 3 stocks to 3. So with the odds slightly tilted in his favor, I'm kind of liking UCF here.
Yeah, we saw it in the Barbasol instant replay as well. Javi's positioning was phenomenal against Nexus's landings. We only saw one of those attempts KO because, of course, Nexus only had one stock going into that, but Javi was looking for that the entire time. He was just, hey, you're going to neutral air dodge to the stage eventually because that's one of your primary defensive tools, and I'm going to be patient. I'm just going to wait because I know you only have so many places you can land with that air drift, and one of these times you're going to land right in my KO move, the down tilt, and that is going to put us up against your anchor player. Did a fantastic job setting that up, and now Sonics is going to be stepping up to the plate representing both Bay State and the Dominican Republic all the way here from the Caribbean, looking to, well, clutch up for Bay State.
So cool seeing international players make it out, especially in the collegiate environment, man. I feel like a lot of these schools coming in, they're all just US-based or based in Canada as well. But yeah, big shout-outs to Sonics doing it for his country, as well as the state of Nevada. Recent transplant to Las Vegas, of course, and yeah, he's repping 3 regions at once, basically.
Absolutely, and you love to see it. It's 3 regions, 3 times as much support from the fans when you're trying to run through a bracket like this one. You see Jake waiting in the wings back there, trying to keep his hands warm, looking up at the camera because he heard me say his name.
Shout out to Jake, man. That's the homie. These guys are all super chill, by the way. Like, at least the ones that I've had one-on-one conversations with or have known over the years. Javi, back in Smash 4, I believe, was Fuji, right? Was his old tag. Yeah, one of the best villagers in the business. And honestly, I would not be surprised if he's the best villager in all of the U.S. at this point. And really one of the only remaining ones.
Really, one of the only remaining ones. We don't have a lot of like the Smash 4 holdovers like Captain Awesome or anybody along those lines. We do still have, like I mentioned, Bobby Wasabi, originally from New England, moved over towards SoCal recently. Yep. We also have Pokelam representing Tri-State, I think. I believe from Westchester. But like,
I mentioned him like 3 times yesterday. I forgot about
They're
him.
not here. We've got Javi, and Sonics is going to have to deal with it.
Right. All right. So the best Sonic in the world, one of the best players out there, #1 in Dominican Republic.
Number 1 in Vegas.
Yeah, right, yeah. #1 in a lot of things, and his school #1 seed in this bracket. So we'll see if Underdogs UCF are going to be able to take this to a true finals and knock their opponents into the loser's bracket with them.
And you see that trophy up in front of them. They know what they're playing for. They're sitting at those tables, maybe getting a little bit distracted during the matches, going, oh, I want that trophy. I want it so bad, alongside that $10,000 prize pot that's split between some of the top teams in this bracket. They know exactly what the stakes are. Some of them have folded under the pressure. We went from 16 teams down to 2. But of course, these 2 did not. They're here for a reason, and we're getting into this potential final match, rather, on Pokemon Stadium 2, the same stage that we saw between Sonics and Javi yesterday.
It's got to be a little tantalizing to see the Commissioner's Cup glimmering under the spotlight right in front of these guys. They're both so close to it. Of course, Sonics once again has to make a 5-stock run in order to claim it here in the first set of grants and see if it happens. Pokemon Stadium 2, yet again, the stage that these 2 meet on. This is exactly where they played yesterday when it was Javi counterpicking Sonics.
And the interesting thing that we do have to mention is that, hey, this is something different than Sonics is used to being able to play. His normal play style of, if he gets a lead and needs to, being able to camp the timer does not exist in crew battles. There is no timer. He cannot go for the timeout. If he camps, he's only just wasting time. He's waiting, but wasting time in this situation is viable because it does allow you to take a breath, compose yourself, but it doesn't act as a win condition as it usually does in his normal game.
And you can also frustrate your opponent by doing that, right? Even if you know that Sonics can never time you out, it's still annoying to play against that, right? It does wear on the player's mental. Javi, once again, taking kind of a beating in the early stages of this match, but surviving miraculously. This is deja vu from yesterday last. I feel like the match flowed exactly like this. However, the stock counts are switched, and Jake is waiting in the wings for UCF. Once again, Javi's goal here, take 1 stock off Sonics minimum.
Yeah, right, if you take 1 stock off, Sonics has been softened up for Jake to come in, whereas if Sonics manages to get this 3-stock to 2 victory, well, he's fresh against Jake. He has those VODs from last night at the Maji game night to be able to study that matchup, to be able to prepare for it, and Jake might not be able to get the win the same that he did yesterday.
All right, you see Javi looking for those bowling balls, throwing the forward smash out to meet spin dash in case Sonics lets it rip early. Not going to give him that, though. This is one of the most patient players in the game, and his character, of course, complements that very well.
We saw Javi make fantastic use of those up smashes to punish impatient players during one of the earlier crew battles yesterday that we had on stream, but here, Sonic's not going to be falling for that, not going to be caught jumping in aggressively against that up smash being charged. Javi going low to the ground, but actually manages to snap to ledge and get the invincibility before the homing attack connects. So just thanking his lucky stars that the invincibility saved his life.
Sonics, as good as he is at playing that patient game, he can also rush you down when it matters, and he just knows exactly how much delay there is between Villager putting the Lloyd... Oh, no! What a narrow miss, just a slight spacing error from Javi that could have been a huge stock, and instead he's going to die to the spin dash straight up.
Spin dash on that top platform, especially at 191% with that little bit of rage Sonics has at his disposal, is going to be enough to KO, but now he has to do it again, and this time with a little bit less wiggle room. Coming back in, getting that spin charge on the shield. No, Javi just confidently holding shield against Sonics in neutral, not going to let him get away with crossing him up over and over and eventually finding the chink in his armor.
Okay, pressuring the shield, slingshots and the Lloyd Rocket simultaneously, but Sonic's completely unfazed by it. Again, content to just kind of hang back, wait for Javi to make a mistake here. Oh, wants to challenge him aggressively here. You can see Javi feeling that temptation to approach. It's so risky against a character like Sonic. Look how much damage he gets for one neutral win.
Right, this is what you were talking about, him being able to blow you off if you approach aggressively. Javi going to be able to tech there, but still taking quite a bit of damage in the process of returning, but that is UCF's win con right there. Javi manages to take one stock. Can he do one more?
The UCF supporters in the crowd erupting for that one. They know just as well as we do last that this was kind of the win condition for their team.
Sonic's getting that spin charge fair in again, pushing Javi off stage. Javi's just kind of taking a victory lap at this point, saying, hey, can I get a little bit more? Getting the grab off of the spin dash as well, into the dare, putting him on ledge, looking to drop a bowling ball. It's not going to be enough to KO. Sonics has a little bit more weight than that behind him, but one more of those mistakes will be deadly.
And I love the counterplay to homing attack that Javi went for there, just trying to roll back, get a huge whiff punish. There's so much lag.
Speaking of huge whip punishes, Javi gets the parry off the parry, and that is a second stock gone.
93% after the hit? Oh, excuse me? That's the earliest I've ever seen that move kill.
Rage.
Yeah, rage, and of course it's gotten a bit of a knockback improvement since the last Smash game. Oh, and the back air is going to connect, but Sonics, I don't know how good he's feeling about that one, because Jake can just come in with 3 full healthy stocks and find any kill move to get this one done with.
That's a lot of diamonds you have to deal with, and with Sonic being a little bit on the lighter side, one back air at around 70-80% depending on the stage is going to be curtains. Let's watch this again in the Barbasol instant replay. This is the first stock that he managed to take out. Sonic's accidentally homing attacking in the wrong direction, but then being able to recover with the spin dash to KO, and then almost closing out the match with a 3-stock right here. One tech from Javi changed everything, gave him that secondary opportunity to get back onto stage, gets the down tilt to KO, and then says, let me get another.
I feel like every single stock between Javi and Sonics has gone exactly like this, right? Sonics will get a ton of damage off in the early stages, even get some edge guards, but nothing too decisive, nothing that's going to kill Javi, right? And then as soon as he gets his feet planted on solid ground, he goes to work, this time at the price of 2 stocks from Sonics and Bay State. Here it is, 3-1 in UCF's favor. Folks, we are staring down the barrel of a bracket reset.
It almost feels like watching a combo character play against a heavyweight, right? It's like that, you just have to pay the tax early on. You have to let them get that big damage on you before you have the opportunity to, well, play the game, right? You don't get to play sub 90%, but once you get to that point, hey, this is just like being at 0. I just don't have to get hit.
Man, it is such a different set than we saw yesterday. Of course, still a 2-stock lead in UCF's favor, but instead of 5-3, it's 3-1, meaning that Bay State is down to their last breath here.
And while it is the same deficit, 2 stocks between the two of them, it feels like a whole different ball game, because this is, we're on our last breath, we're bleeding out, we've got that music playing in the background when you get to low HP in Pokemon. It's just, oh no, this is panic-inducing.
That said, if I'm UCF, I'm also thinking about what's to come after this, right? You put a cap on this 1 stock, cool, feel good for a second, but the work is not done. And of course, to get the lion's share of that $10,000, you are going to have to win 1 more set after this. And that's going to give Bay State plenty of time to adapt, to change their strategy. I think UCF came in hot with a rogue counter pick with the Terry, right? And it paid off in spades. But is that going to be the case next time? Who knows?
You might also have to deal with a very, very angry Sonics asking to open up the new crew battle if they go for that reset. And I've seen what Sonics looks like when he's coming from a loser's side, and he's never all that happy about it. It's a force to be reckoned with, and I don't know what UCF's strategy is going to be. They might have to open up with Jake just to deal with that.
No, I don't want to count Sonics out either. There is certainly the potential for the reverse 3-stock. Yep, but these are 2 of the finest players in the entire game, both with some insane results at recent majors. Jake, of course, 3rd place at Glitch. Sonics a top 8 at Pound just 2 weeks ago. We were both there for our birthday weekends, you know?
vibing out at the Xanadu venue in Laurel, Maryland, having a great time with both of these fantastic players. But here we are at the Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Both of these teams looking to take home the Commissioner's Cup. Only one of them can go home with it, and I think both of them want it quite badly.
Look at that placement right there. That's beautiful. Logo in front of the logo. And guys, like you said, only one team's getting this, and maybe they split it into thirds. Maybe they see a welder, and just divide it.
No.
No, I don't think so.
Please do not rend the trophy asunder.
Hey, man, they all got to share in it equally, right?
True. They do have that prize pot split. I wonder if they'll split the trophy in conjunction with the prize pot as well.
If UCF wins, they got to give the whole thing to Navi, to be honest, or Nave. Because
5 stocks to open up the crew battle. Yeah, that's like, again, in a crew battle with 9 stocks, it sounds like basic math, but we do have to harp on it that, hey, you've taken the lion's share of stocks away from these guys. You've given your team a huge lead to work with, and then Javi coming in and doing that to Sonics with only 1 stock remaining, like, hello?
Yeah, UCF is certainly looking like a new team. And, hey, they did bring a new roster, technically, one of their 3 players being changed from yesterday. Whereas, did Bay State play these exact 3 last time? No, they played Toxics, right?
Indeed,
yeah.
Yep. They're going to be getting into this game right now. Jake and Sonics having exchanged the customary fist bump before what is absolutely guaranteed this time to be the final match of our grand finals, but definitely could not be the final match of this entire bracket.
All right, let's see. Either Sonics just turns it up to 15 right here and wins, or we get another set right after this. Let's find out.
Look at this setup. Jake is immediately suspecting that Sonics is going to approach from underneath with spin dash, and Jake just goes, I dare you, do it.
Right, I've got an anvil ready for you. And, of course, standing on the block and farming resources as well. Jake trying to get as much iron as possible. Use those mine carts to escape the corner. Use those anvils to escape the air. And all he has to do is just gradually chip away at the stock. There's no rush to land a kill move here for Jake.
Right, and that's also playing heavy on the resources that Steve has on offer. He's already got a diamond in pocket, and Sonics is going to have to deal with a lot more of them if he plans on taking out 3 stocks from Jake, but he's already having quite the difficulty dealing with Jake's wall setups, trying to break through those with down tilt so he can run underneath, and using the reverse minecart to discourage Sonics from dipping underneath.
Now, for those of you guys who have keen eyes on Twitter, that setup with the minecart in between the 2 blocks in the corner of Pokemon Stadium 2 might look a little bit familiar. That did happen yesterday in their bracket meeting, leading to a really early kill on Sonics.
Jake is already going for that trademark Jake Smash, the dash back spot dodge F Smash coming through, and one more of those will decide this grand final. 88% doesn't seem like a lot with the KO power that Steve has at his disposal. It's 180.
I love Jake challenging the spin dash with Elytra as well, just going for that flank. Normally Sonic can get a ton of damage off of spin dash into aerials. But man, last we were talking about how some characters like Lucario and Sephiroth are great for making comebacks in crew battles or like leading off with. So if you win the match, you'll go into the next one with a stock deficit. Steve, I think the exact opposite. He is one of the best closers in the game. You go into a set with 3 stocks, all you do is farm those resources, and Jake gonna deliver on that bracket reset. UCF sending Bay State to losers bracket with them.
That is a bracket reset, 3-0 being the score from UCF, getting a little bit of redemption for what happened yesterday, that last stock situation between Javi and Sonics, and now they have that shot at the Commissioner's Cup, that shot at the lion's share of the 10K prize pot. Only thing that stands between them and that is winning the rematch.
And it's, of course, much easier said than done, right? You could just say, oh, well, they just did it right now, so why not run it exactly back? No, Bay State has 7 players available. Of course, UCF does have an alternate. They have Psychic, who they would probably play in the place of Navi if they just, or Nave, I keep saying that, play too much Zelda.
Too much Ocarina. That's us popping off in the Barbasol instant replay when, I believe that was the replay of Anarchy getting caught by the double jump up B.
I swear that's not on purpose, guys. It's not for the camera. Either way, wow, that stuffing out the ledge hop there with the down air, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, these sets, or these matches rather, were so good between these two. You can tell that they both deserve to be here in the grand finals. Such a good match for each other.
This one more time too, Javi being able to get the down tilt to open up Sonics' first stock. He had done his job. He was fine. He had already secured what UCF would have needed, and then instead continued to get more. He wanted more, he got more.
I still can't believe how early that up smash killed. Anyone want to check the setup for underdog boost?
Please don't.
I'll just say it.
Please don't.
You can't fire me. It's
Not
too late.
again.
We're already in grand finals,
True.
right?
This is Grand Finals. Well, actually, Grand Finals reset now. We're not in Grand Finals anymore.
Yep. True Finals, as they call it in my neck of the woods. Shoutouts to the House of 3000 team, of course, for coining that term, which is now becoming a bit of a standard. And here we have a team meeting / production meeting with UCF, trying to figure out their starter, of course, strategizing for the next set. Bay State likely doing the same just off camera. And guys, this is so exciting because we don't know who's coming in, who's going to start.
And look, the rest of Bay State is here. We saw on stage during that first match, there were 3 of them. They had already picked their lineup. The only question was the order that they were going to be coming through in. Now, all 7 players right there, they're ready to go. All of them major threats.
Right, and you can also tell the difference between the programs at play here, right? There's a coach, a team manager on the side of Bay State, as well as 3 extra players compared to UCF. And this is just the guys, just the team doing
like
it on their own, right?
A ragtag underdog sports movie here where the prep kids get taken down by the kids from the boonies.
Exactly. It's Globo Gym versus the Average Joes.
Exactly.
For any boomers out there. All right. Well, if you can dodge a bowling ball, you can dodge an anvil.
You can dodge a Jake smash.
Yeah. All right, we will see, folks, exactly how this is going to pan out. Of course, there's a lot on the line here, a lot of cash, a lot of pride, and these teams are going to take their time figuring it out, and credit to them for doing so. I mean, you got to take this seriously. Prep for this like you would prep for a final exam.
Why don't we make a couple of predictions in the meantime at what these lineups are going to be looking at? Let's go for the easy one first, the team with quite a few less players. Let's talk about UCF's lineup. If I am UCF, I'm probably leading off with Javi. He's been the X factor. He's been the crazy stock taker and the stock tank for these guys throughout this entire bracket. So I'm going to lead off with him and hope he does what Javi do, pop off. Then I'm probably going into either Psychic or Nave again just to continue to loosen up and maybe expand that lead. And then, of course, Jake to anchor. You were talking about how strong Steve is in that anchor position, and I could not agree more, Max. But over to Bay State, what are you thinking about for them?
Well, actually, I'm kind of thinking differently on UCF just to start us off here. Yeah, if I'm UCF, I'm probably going to lead with either Nave or Psychic because you need the combined force of Javi and Jake to take Sonics out, right? But I do see Jake sitting at the setup right now. They might actually be leading with him. That would be a surprise move for sure.
Well, this is what I talked about back during the initial set. I was like, if Sonics loses this, they might lead Sonics, and UCF will have to send in Jake to counter. It's a very angry top player coming and trying to regain a little bit of that honor from losing that initial set.
Yeah, and that said, I don't know if Bay State has declared a starter yet, so maybe Jake is just sitting down to keep his hands warm, get a couple practice rounds in. But, of course, both teams are going to double blind their starter, so no one's going to say, okay, I see Jake sitting down, like, let's throw this guy in to counter him. No, of course, it is going to be, like, both players reveal or both teams reveal at the same time.
A little bit of trickery at play. Maybe they have Jake sit down, so they send in Sonics to counter, and then it's actually Javi going first, and who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if Bay State does take that gamble and throw Sonics in first, then I definitely agree with you. Javi would be a great starter, but I don't know. Something tells me that they're still going to save him for last or maybe the middle if things start to get out of hand. But if I'm Bay State, I'm probably bringing Sonics, Toxex, and Anarchy. Nexus just unfortunately has met some tragic ends to his stocks in both of the meetings between UCF and Bay State. So might be time for him to take a rest.
He started off that match against Nave so incredibly strong, taking that first stock, and then he got caught jumping from ledge and died at, what was it, 24% for it? Like, he was playing well, but you can't be seeding stocks in a crew battle like that. In 1v1s, it's fine. You've got multiple games. You've got multiple sets throughout the bracket, especially if it's grand finals and there's a reset. But in a crew battle, you've got 3. Those are your money, your lifeline. And if you throw away one at 24% to something like a ledge jump, it's not good.
Yeah, just a really hard read on the part of Nave right there, you know. So it's not going to happen every single time, but the fact that it's happened a couple times to Nexus now might just be too high risk to play Falco in a crew battle like this. You know, having an exploitable recovery and, you know, of course your offense is so insane, but this is a game of stocks.
Cannon.
Right, exactly.
Glass cannons don't serve well in situations where if you break, you're done.
Oh, I see a player who has yet to take the sticks at all sitting down here with the Bay State coach. Okay.
We're going to see who this is stepping up to the plate. I don't know the face, but it does look like Jake has been declared for UCF, so we're going to see at least a Steve.
Right. And hey, if Jake goes off to an insane start here, winning with 2 or 3 stocks, they're going to be forced to put Sonics in, and then UCF will respond with Javi, and then it's just going to be the battle of the anchors that aren't the anchors typically.
Absolutely. So we're going to be getting into this very, very shortly. I would imagine Jake doesn't need too much of a hand warmer after that performance in the initial round of Grand Finals, but well, their opponent definitely does. So we're going to be getting into this match very shortly. And again, the stage is going to be incredibly important as well. PS2 is always good for Steve, but if you leave Final Destination open, they're going to go there and use the shovel for all it's worth. That rarely used tool.
Yeah, just going to farm it up and get as many valuable resources as possible. All right, so we have our mystery player once again making their debut on the stream here. We will find out very shortly. And again, guys, it's you know, coming back from a quarantine online era, there are a lot of players out there who we've heard of, we know their tags, but matching the face to it is a different task.
It is actually going to be Floppe. We just got word from production. Again, another player who know the name, not the face. That is the Wii Fit trainer, also from SoCal, pulling up into the bracket. And Wii Fit trainer versus Steve is going to be an interesting matchup, specifically because it's another one of those characters that can watch Steve mining for resources and say, stop doing that, I've got a soccer ball.
Right, and I've got my own resources to farm as well, right? Getting a charge on that Sun Salutation, which can be very decisive in taking stocks. So we'll see. Wii Fit versus Steve, not a matchup I would expect to see here. Of course, Wii Fit, a pretty rare character, despite being pretty good.
I've seen it a few times up in your neck of the woods with Tri-State, with John Numbers facing off against D-Dog a couple of times, but never these two players in this situation in a crew battle. It's definitely going to be a new experience for all of those involved.
All right, so yet again, a SoCal representative stepping up to the plate for Bay State. UCF, all they have are the CFL boys. So
it's that like worldwide recruiting the best of the best versus, hey, these guys happen to live here and they're all good players.
You're right. It's that ragtag protagonist stepping up against the evil crime syndicate, so to speak. I'm just kidding, of course.
I wouldn't call Bay State an evil crime syndicate, but
you know,
it's the metaphor.
Yeah, they're getting the best in the business, and credit to them, right? I would love to see more schools kind of walk that route, really invest in their Smash programs, because this is one of the most popular esports in the world, right? It can be a destination school for players of that game, and there are so many Smashers out there just itching to go to a school with a strong program.
Absolutely. I remember Sonics was absolutely ecstatic to be able to attend Bay State from completely outside of the country and be able to compete with these guys at the highest level, as well as studying his major of choice. But it does seem to be that we are finally ready to get into this Grand Finals reset. These first two players facing off. Jake, the Steve, facing off against Floppe, the Wii Fit trainer.
Yeah, and Floppe making his debut here on the stage, right? I think that's just like a huge amount of pressure that he might not be ready for. But you know what? If you are ready for it, this is a good time to show it. Love and let go. What a great tag that is. And of course, Jake F smash, his signature move. You talked about it before, the run back, spot dodge, F smash.
How many players in this game have an entire move named after them? Not too many of them, but the Jake smash is just that prolific.
Yeah, it is, man. Really making a name for himself during the online era of Ultimate, but Jake has certainly shown that he's got what it takes to win offline as well. Let's see if he can do it here against Bay State College. These guys have been absolutely demolishing the competition until this morning.
And that was an interesting interaction between the soccer ball header and the minecart. We saw that, yes, it did clank with minecart's invincibility, but because the soccer ball stayed active after that, it still served as an interruption. So if Floppe is just continuously using those soccer balls to interrupt both mining and minecarting, which Jake will do out of the corner when pressure is put on him, it's very, very strong in this matchup. Not to mention the fact that Floppe is able to reset backwards, make deep breathing active, and become one of the scariest characters in the game in the process.
Oh, Jake really looking for the spike right there. That would have been absolutely huge, but it's actually Floppe with a slight lead until, of course, the forward smash comes through. The signature move yet again. And you can see Jake setting the walls up. Could be a little bit of roller coaster tycoon action. Oh, he was ready to tech his own block too if it came to it. Yep.
And that's one of the most recent techs that we've seen coming out that a lot of Steves have been using, most notably Akola over in Japan. Setting up those blocks not in front of you as a shield, but behind you as a little bit of a padded wall to bounce off of should your opponent get a little bit too aggressive. Jake making fantastic use of it, having already taken one stock against Floppe and having the potential to take another one if he's careful enough to wait out this deep breathing, but he is not, as that deep breathing up tilt does do it for him.
Yep, the backside of that going to send Jake packing off the top of the screen. You can see him once again setting the walls up, mining for resources. He wants to play with Diamond for as much of this match as possible. Of course, he's got it right now, but in the event that it runs out of durability, he's going to need another one. Oh, there it is. Okay, Jake primed for success here, but the question is, can you win with 2 stocks? I feel like he really does need that because Sonics is probably coming in next.
Look at that drift from Floppe to be able to avoid the initial anvil and then everything else that Jake threw at him off stage. He's able to get back up, but only for a little bit as Jake quickly finds that back air off of the jump. Throwing down the TNT, but no detonation, and look at these drag down nairs from Floppe.
Oh, and just crashes right into him with the minecart. Okay, Jake locked and loaded with the diamond. Decent amount of iron here. Of course, going to build up some stone walls as well. Extra hard to break through.
Well, that's the interesting thing about PS2 is if you're off in those corners of the stage, you only mine iron, and that's why and how Jake has so much of this iron to use for these minecarts, because he's in that corner, not by Floppe forcing him there, he's there by choice, and what was that?
Did I read that correctly? Was that 30 damage off the minecart straight up? Oh, and going for a ride as well. Jake about to take him down if possible. No. Okay, we're going to see Floppe hang on here for just a little bit longer.
What I think happened there with the minecart, Max, now that I'm like able to calm down and think about it, I think it also reflected the soccer ball back, so it was the additional damage from the soccer ball hitting him. Now 83%. This is enough for a KO with Diamond if Jake finds the right hit, and he's certainly looking for it. Tries for the 2-frame with the down smash, reads the neutral get up, but Floppe is tricky enough to get away, but he's immediately sent off stage once more.
Okay, putting the pressure plate down with the TNT. Wii Fit so good at stalling out on the ledge, though. Not going to fall victim to that one. And both characters down to their last breath of the current stock. I think it's equally important for both of them here. Oh no, taken down, and is he too slow to break out? No, Wii Fit with an excellent recovery, but Steve has one as well.
Yes, both of them able to make it back to the stage, and Floppe with the bear out of shield, able to take down Jake. You'll notice he had no resources there. In that situation, he wanted to minecart out of disadvantage and found himself completely incapable of doing so. Floppe takes advantage of that by getting the KO and bringing him down to only 1 stock. This is the perfect situation to set up your teammates with, even if you can't quite close it out on Jake.
For sure, and Floppe still showing some signs of life here. Of course, Wii Fit can take you down very early with the spikes he's got available to him.
Double wall from Jake here, though. Floppe doesn't really have the tools to deal with it, so he's a little bit more content than some other characters to let Jake get those extra resources. You can only get so much out of it after all. Once you already do have Diamond, you're only really hurting your own pickaxe's health.
Oh, and once again, dragged all the way down by the minecart, but Wii Fit very much able to make it back from the depths. Let's see, Jake, what's the lead trap going to be? We're going to see the TNT down smash into air dodge into down smash, but still nothing mixing Floppe up here. Oh, and he goes all the way down, but he's still alive, and so is Jake. Oh my God, some insane offstage exchanges here, but the soccer ball actually going to lag the back air, keep the hitbox active, and Jake barely takes that one away. It was honestly a lot closer than it should have been.
I was worried because at that point, once Floppe had been rinsed and repeated with the minecart off stage enough times, he had reached 150%. That means full rage, and a Wii Fit trainer with both full rage and also deep breathing means Jake could have died at the percent he was at. A good back air off stage, a good F smash, a good bury into F smash, all of which could have spelled the end of the Steve main from Central Florida.
Now let's keep in mind that UCF started with their typical anchor here, right? I think the ask is not just 3 stocks, and it might not even just be 4 stocks. I think Jake's got to take 5 to really set UCF up into a good position to close this one out. Now, the question is, because Jake only has 1 stock remaining, are they going to throw Sonics in right now? Or are they going to say, you know what, I think one of our other players can take this stock, maybe only lose 1, or maybe not lose any in the process, and then we still save Sonics for last, have our airtight anchor to close things off.
It's always a risk to send in anybody against a Steve with 1 stock because it's still Steve, so in that situation, Sonics could end up dropping a couple extra stocks that maybe he's not looking to, but it does look like it is Sonics stepping up to the plate, so it seems that Bay State's strategy is going to be to have Sonics do this with minimal damage and then just run havoc upon UCF.
Sonics, again, super patient player. This guy almost never feels the pressure, right? You don't see this guy crack very often, and I think knowing that he only has to take 1 here, he's going to embody that style to the fullest. If Jake gets a little bit flustered, gets a little bit too eager to start hitting his opponent here, it could go off the rails very quickly. So
I think the opposite could also be true, though, for Jake. He's got nothing to lose. He's already kind of served his purpose, at least. Not maybe to the fullest extent, but he has indeed served his purpose. So take 1 stock, take 2. Does it matter? Not really. So I can play with reckless abandon.
Right, I think, you know, Jake taking 3 stocks, obviously he's played up to par, but being the anchor of the team, you really want that to equal 3 stocks off of their anchor. And We'll see if he's even able to get one here, going right to the left side of the stage, setting some walls up. Oh, a random grab out of nowhere. Probably not the intended input, but we're going to see him throw some minecarts out from underneath the block, farm for resources if he can. Yep.
And look at that. Jake is the one on the defensive here, does not want to let Sonics get away with anything. Because again, Sonics has that extra wiggle room to play with. He's got 3 stocks here, even if he doesn't want to use all of them. He still can take those smaller risks and say, hey, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But Jake here, he's got the minimum amount of mistakes you can have as a Smash player. 1 stock.
Exactly. And he's got all the resources in the world now, tons of iron, but Sonics, he's just going to wait it out, wait for Jake to get impatient.
Look out for the back air.
Oh. Uh-oh. That forward smash could have been everything. Steve, of course, such a light character, would have sent him to his death.
I can't believe Sonics just attempted to get a grab out of minecart there. That is next level bold.
Yeah, right? That's not a typical challenge by any means. Okay, Jake finally going to get the diamond, but of course, he is on his last breath already, 115% and counting. Sonics with the ledge trap going on here. You need to find some kind of key moment to get a diamond forward smash, and it's not going to happen. Sonics only taking 42%. The stocks are even, but one team has their anchor remaining with 3 stocks, and one doesn't have it at all.
Yeah, that spin charge nair being the bread and butter coming through for Sonics to be able to take that out. And I want to harp on it. I don't think it'll be caught in the Barbasol replay because it was a little bit too far away from the KO. But towards the end there, Sonics got that spin charge nair off stage and then immediately abandoned ship. He was like, I'm getting out of here because I know Jake will back air out of disadvantage. It's bread and butter. And because, why not? It's usually safe. It'll usually find that hit. Sonics knew better, immediately escaped that situation, did not want to be caught by that bear and maybe get a stray kill off of it. So, was able to reset on stage, find that spin charge nair off the top for the KO, and as a result, he's brought this to a perfectly even affair in the crew battle.
And the mark of a truly great player is knowing when to cash out on your advantage state and on your combos, right? If you know that something not guaranteed is to follow, well, sometimes just getting your feet planted on the ground is even better. You get all your resources back, you get positional advantage. Sonic's doing that and showing exactly why he's one of the best in the business.
Especially for a character like Sonic, stage control is incredibly important, and especially against a character like Steve. You'll recall back to that match we saw for the vast majority of it, Jake did not have resources. That does not happen very often. We don't see Jake running on empty when it comes to his iron, his stone, his gold, his diamonds. It just does not happen except when he's against a player of Sonics' caliber. Sonics just takes complete and total control over the stage and says, you want to mine? You're going to have to pay the tax. I'm not going to let you get away with this for free, and when you only have 1 stock remaining, that tax might be a little bit too heavy. Those returns, the IRS was not kind to Jake.
No, absolutely not. Going to take his income down a couple brackets for sure. And we have CECC actually stepping in now, not Nave, who, of course, went on a great run in the first meeting between these two teams, but they're trying to keep the rosters fresh, right? However, you're going up against Sonics. This is a big ask. Yeah, you have to, I would say, if CECC doesn't take 2 here, things might be looking really, really rough for UCF.
Now, at least in the early quarantine era, one of the banes of Sonics' existence was, of course, Spencer, Send, Best Nest, whatever you want to call him, had an overwhelmingly winning record on him using that Nest, but that was on Wi-Fi, and Sonics has also improved vastly in the matchup since then, so they could be looking to check him a little bit on, hey, do you remember what you studied? You took that test a couple months ago, but do you still recall the material, or am I going to be able to kind of cheese a couple of extra stocks out of you here?
Now, I'm also curious what the level of experience against Sonic is for CECC. Of course, there was Diz, who played DDD in Sonic and Piranha Plant, mostly Piranha Plant, though, in Central Florida for a while, but I believe he's returned home to SFL. So I don't even think he's available local practice for these guys anymore. And again, Sonic, despite being, in my opinion, one of the best characters in the entire game,
it's difficult.
He's a little tough to play, and he's definitely hard to come by in a local scene. So CECC, definitely a tall task ahead of him, but I mean, this team made it to grand finals for a reason. They're all very strong players, right? We talk about Javi and Jake a lot because, of course, you know, they're very recognized, ranked players with a lot of results, but CECC and Nave have done more than deliver. They've gone above and beyond for their team.
Right, back in the original crew battle, well, not the original, the grand final initially that we saw a couple of minutes ago, it was Nave that was the MVP. He wasn't the ranked threat that we were talking about. The desk up top did not have him on their radar, but instead it is going to be the Palu coming through from Nave, or no, excuse me, from CECC, who I was talking to a little bit yesterday. I was like, he was like, why did you say I was a Ness main? And I was like, well, that's because that's what it says on your profile. And he was like, well, I stopped playing Ness a week ago. And I was like, well.
A week ago. Oh, come on, man. Your tag has PSI in it. You're a Ness player. That said, Palutena.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Palutena, though, a very solid pick across the board. She's got few matchups that really give her a lot of trouble. I would say Sonic is close to even. You know, it's not really particularly one-sided for either of them.
Who doesn't Palu go even with? That's the question.
Right, yeah. She's very Wolf-esque in that regard, so to speak. Two of the strongest characters in the game, mostly just because they don't really lose any matchups, even if they don't hard counter most of the cast.
Right, they're not incredibly strong in any one given situation, but they're never weak, ever. They are good, not amazing, but because they're so good across the entire board, that's what makes them great. This time, though, it is seeming that Psychic is unable to find any purchase on the stage, with Sonic's applying constant pressure both at the ledge and in center stage, finding that F-tilt on the neutral get up as well, looking to punish the jump with the bear, but instead just ceding stage control, at least temporarily, before he immediately flies back in and says, hey, I own this Pokeball, you cannot step foot on it.
All right, and very reminiscent of Javi versus Sonics. We see Psychic kind of getting beaten up in the early stages of the match, but oh, he started to make a comeback until that very risky dash attack. It's going to be an easy up smash out of shield for Sonics. Very dominant stock, taking exactly 42 on that one stock as well, just like he did against Jake.
And what I believe it for the first time, we see Bay State with a lead against UCF. They have not had a lead even in upper bracket finals, in grand finals, but now finally in this reset when both teams are on their second player in the 3v3 roster, they have a lead, and Sonic's going to be looking to extend it as much as humanly possible, only at 56%. Now having lapped Psychic entirely in terms of percent, going to be looking for that high back air off of the spring. Not able to find it just yet, but you know he's always looking for something along those lines.
And last, this being the first lead of the meetings between these players, or these teams rather, it does not bode well for UCF at all. They've pretty much relied on Sonics going down and being forced to make a comeback against them as their key to victory. It almost worked out the first time, did work out the second time, but now the odds are just certainly against them.
F-throw once again to regain stage control. I think maybe that Psychic has less than a whole minute on stage this entire match. He's been just juggled and edge guarded and ledge trapped and put through the ringer, suffice it to say, throughout the entirety of this, not allowed a single moment of rest. Even here, when he's on stage, he's forced to be in shield or forced to be throwing out those short hop fairs as a defensive option. He doesn't have the ability to play his own game. Instead, he's stuck playing Sonic's, and that's not a fun game to play.
All right, Psychic, if you can get one stock here, there is the potential for Javi to bring this one back and win it all for UCF. That said, it's a pretty big ask here.
It's a tall task.
Yeah. Will he be able to pull it off is the question. Of course, you can get it done with like an up air at the top of the screen. Any of Palutena's smash attacks, well, at this percent, really only forward smash will do it. But if you're able to find one of those key hits, then there's still some hope for UCF.
With a spin dash in, Sonic's more than content to play this patient game, waiting for Psychic to overcommit to make that mistake. Gets the back throw though, and this is the first time we've seen Psychic in a position to ledge trap. Sonics gets the bear on the rollback too. This could be exactly what he needs. Right here, no, does not get the RAR for the bear, instead misses out on the fair, but then finds it and secures the stock. This is what he needed, and this, if he can take one more stock, he can set Javi up to potentially be the clutch god that they need.
Yeah, and even just taking this one here is actually pretty huge. I feel like Javi can maybe, losing one stock, take two from Sonics again, just like he did last time. But, I don't know, yet again, a tall task. So, yeah, this 1 week old Palutena though, is this what you want to bring against one of the best players in the world?
To be fair, this is not playing like a 1 week old Palutena. This looks like somebody who has multitudes of experience both at the top and like local level with the character, but you can't be caught dash attacking out of the corner like that. Sonics has those long, long arms, and he's willing to throw them right in your face.
Honestly, not a terrible showing from Psychic either way, though. Whether the Palutena is, you know, kind of like a distant secondary that's been in the picture for a long time and is now his main, or if he just started playing her very recently when he dropped Ness, still showed up. Taking a stock off Sonics, I'm gonna be real, I don't know if I could do that. So, yeah, he's carved out a decent amount of damage on Sonics for Javi. Let's see if he's able to clean things up. Now the tides are turned, though, 5-3 in Bay State's favor.
The interesting thing, though, is that Sonics, being as good of a player as he is, as high caliber of a player as he is, he's not going to let those same mix-ups, those same cheese tactics work on him again. He's going to be looking for them. He's going to be ready for them. And I don't know if Javi's going to be able to make lightning strike the same place twice. It's entirely possible, but not probable.
Okay, it all comes down to this. The last stand for UCF. It could all end here. If Sonics beats Javi 3 stocks to 2, which he did yesterday, then it's done. But if Javi is able to even hang on to 1 stock, he could still reverse 3 stock to anchor for Bay State and win it all for his team. There's so many questions waiting to be answered. But of course, Javi sitting down in the chair, selecting his tag. We're almost off to the races last.
Very, very soon we will be getting into what could be the final game of this entire bracket. We've said that a couple of times because it's been potentially true each and every time, but now, this time, Sonics with 2 stocks very well could take out Javi with 3, as he did during the upper bracket finals yesterday. We could see a repeat of history there, or we could see a repeat of history where Javi is able to take it out over Sonics. Either one is possible because either one has happened already.
Right. And, hey man, we are once again seeing this stacked team full of final bosses in the form of Bay State coming with so much firepower here. But the underdogs, UCF, they've managed to take it this far and this close. They were a hair's distance away from winning winners finals yesterday. They actually delivered on it in the grand finals, set 1 today. But in the reset, are they just running out of steam? Has Bay State figured something out? Is the player swap what contributed to their success? Honestly, I'm also not very sure about UCF starting Jake. I think it was a big gamble to say, hey, you know what? If they start Sonics, this is the right play. But what are the chances of that actually happening? I would say pretty low.
And then Flappe came up huge, being able to take not 1 but 2 stocks away from Jake, setting up Sonics to just, as a completely healthy character, take out Jake's final stock without too much bleeding. Now, he's just, again, like I said beforehand, running amok among the UCF team. But I do want to talk a little bit about what you brought up a second ago, where like each and every one of these players is a final boss. They're all phenomenal, all locally ranked, all nationally ranked, all internationally ranked even. But they would be the star of the show on another team. Here, they're just another one in the lineup.
Right, and I think having that depth of talent in the roster here for Bay State, that's what's gotten them this far. That's why they're on the winner's side of the grand finals heading into today. Of course, showing a little bit of a slip-up in the first set, but UCF, they're not to be trifled with either. The homegrown team, you know, the boys, you know, from Central Florida, of course, not too far away from here in Atlanta. It's certainly motivating to watch them pull it off this far, at least.
And we're right back to the same old song and dance we've seen 3 times now, counting this one between Sonics and Javi, where Javi has to pay that heavy tax early on in the game, has to get up to 60-70% before, okay, now those bread and butters at low percent no longer work, and I can actually play. This is great.
And this time, it's very reminiscent of the winners finals. 3 stocks for Javi, 2 stocks for Sonics. But, of course, there's another player in the back for Bay State. So we'll see if Javi can not only rewrite the script and actually win this encounter with these odds, but also has to go on and sweep the anchor.
Right, they've got Toxex, Anarchy, Tony Pajamas, Nexus, so many big killers here. We were talking about those final bosses, and those are all certainly examples of such. If Javi shows any form of weakness, they'll just come in there and finish it off, whatever Sonics could not do. And that's even given the fact that Sonics might just do this himself without need of an anchor.
Exactly. We could crown our CECC 2022 champions right here in this match last. Will it happen? I don't know. Oh, no, double jump. Okay, but this time Javi has learned from his mistakes, knowing that Sonic sometimes likes to go for that high recovery and then either air dodge or drift onto the stage. Unfortunately, though, gonna meet his end to that back air. And I think the margin for error on the side of UCF is pretty much run dry at this point. 2 stocks to 3, I'd say, that's their real ticket to victory here.
Is almost entirely gone. Javi needs to come up bigger than he has ever before to be able to clutch this out for his team and take them to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Championship with Sonics. Well, he's looking to make sure that does not happen. It's not going to be an SD. He still had his double jump, but you can't have a Sonic set without an SD is what I like to say.
I think even beyond the SD, just having all that time to get the bowling ball ready was really scary there. Javi, of course, a real sniper with the bowling ball, but unfortunately just going to throw it out a little bit too late.
Look at the immediate recognition and then the cancel of the spin dash by Sonics there. He saw that Javi was going to be setting up with that high up smash and then immediately got out of dodge.
Dude, did you see the ledge regrab from Sonics there? He barely got away with it because Javi's tree pushed him back and couldn't drop the bowling ball over the ledge. Super unfortunate, but hey, that is the the curse of unit collision in this game is such a prominent factor in Ultimate. Sonic's really working down the second stock from Javi already. And the edge guard, yes, managing to thread the needle, get underneath the balloons. And we are one stock away from crowning Bay State as your CECC 2022 champions.
It's still possible. It's still doable. Javi still could be the hero that UCF needs, but is looking less and less likely by the second. With every hit that Sonics gets, it gets farther away. Their dream seems to shrink off into the horizon. Now spin dash into the fair, putting Javi onto the ledge, but then immediately ceding control. The Nair comes through and allows Javi to get the first setup that he's gotten in a while, but he misses with the bowling ball. It is just enough to push Sonics out, though, so that the air dodge will not allow him to return to stage. One stock apiece, 41.2% on Javi. Meanwhile, 0, a fresh stock on Sonics, and he's looking to do everything with it.
All right, we saw Javi with momentum in the last meeting between these two in the first set of Grand Finals. It actually went his way quite handily, so if he's able to make a huge breakaway like this, we can at least see the anchor come out for Bay State. Oh!
Nair out of shield, looking to punish that. He gets the berry, but Sonics with an amazing mash gets out in time. Now he's caught in the jab, but he's already established the fact that he's willing to challenge these things, and now Javi cannot be as blazing with them anymore.
All right, Javi coming to life here, 67-73, still within reach for either player. Of course, you have another entire player to work through if you win this, if you're Javi.
Looking for those landing fairs to just set something up, but now clanking out spin dash with the Nair out of shield. He's discovered it recently, but it's been serving him well. Falling back onto the stage, Javi gets the ledge grab. Sonics does not actually punish the getup. Javi now has the tree up to also interrupt his progress. He's looking for the axe hit. He's looking for that one critical connection to close this all out and go up against Bay State's anchor, but Sonics, he's looking to take all the glory for himself.
Oh, and he might do just that. No, it's only a sour spot in the neutral air. Javi, 112%. Will he be able to hit the perfect line and make this comeback?
Stepping back, setting up that Lloyd Rocket, looking for that up smash, but getting beat out by Sonics' bear. Now going underneath the stage, barely able to drift back up after the interruption on the balloons. The pop was not enough for Sonics. He's going to have to find some other way to close this out, and I think he wants the F smash if you can catch on to that.
Yeah, I think he's showing his cards just a little bit, but Javi also showing some nerves. You saw that reverse forward tilt on the platform. Oh no, jabs in the corner. This could be a shield grab. No, he just rolls through. Sonics ends it, and Bay State College are your Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 Grand Champions.
Congratulations to them. Sonics, after a little bit of a disappointing performance in Grand Finals, comes through in a big way during the reset, puts the team on his back, and takes stock after stock after stock for them. Shaking hands with the rest of his team because they know it would have been a much more difficult path if he had not done all of that for them.
Man, and big shoutouts to Floppe taking the first 2 stocks off of Jake, paving the way for Sonics to literally solo the entire roster. He eliminated 3 players in a row. Let's take a look at some of these Barbasol replays as well. That forward tilt right there, such a decisive moment for Floppe and for Bay State, as is that backer out of shield, pushing Jake to his very last stock. And you could see the emotion on his face as he got KO'd right there. Of course, puts a cap on it very quickly after with the back air, but I think that was just the beginning of the end. The start with Jake, I think a bit ill-advised, I'm not gonna lie.
It was not what they needed to be able to take this out once more against Bay State, but if you'll recall back to our friends up on the desk when they were talking about the keys to victory, one of the most critical ones for UCF was shut Sonics down.
Yep.
They did that during the first set. They did that actually pretty well back during the upper bracket final, but here, he took 7 stocks. He went absolutely crazy, running over the UCF roster without a care in the world, did not show any emotion whatsoever, was just calm, cool, collected, and brought his team that victory here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. But, ladies and gentlemen, after that reset, that is going to do it here for myself and Max Ketchum here on Smash. We're going to throw it back up towards our friends on the desk because we know they'll have a lot to say about this.
I think we do. Thank you both so much. Excellent casting. What a fun match. Especially Fawn over here in the middle has been yelling quite a bit.
Absolutely.
There's so much to talk about here because we did have that bracket reset. So let's rewind. Let's go to the first set of matches. And I specifically want to talk about when you were saying Javi is so smart. Javi is so smart. Tell us about that.
So once again, I still think the best set of this entire thing has definitely been the match that we saw with Javi versus Sonics, right? I was so impressed with both of their adaptability. I was impressed with how they were actually running throughout the matchup as well. There were so many times like where when we first got into the match, it was a reverse stock situation from yesterday. Yesterday, Sonics was the one with 2, Javi with 3. Today, it was Javi with 2, Sonics with 3, right? And for both of them to play absolutely out of their minds, the best it is that I've seen them play, at least in this tournament, is insanity. The tech underneath and to the parry down smash, to the up smash, the fire, they were playing out of their minds, right? There's a lot of times where I saw that Sonics was actually trying to be very, very aggressive, try and go in, try and set the pace. But the adaptability, like I said, was insane. There were a lot of times where Javi was trying to sort of like play back, see if he could fight from a zone, but then they actually started to do a couple of other things as well, where they sort of just tried to play, like it was like they were playing like 3D chess, right? Like they're trying to match and mix up the moves as best as it is that they can, and I think that definitely has to be that was like the best set.
We don't even have to talk about the second set. We don't have to talk about 7 stocks from Sonics. Simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get some more time to chat about this. But the important thing that we need to do right now is head on down to the floor for the trophy presentation sponsored by New Street. Jackie, take us away.
Let's give it up for our champions of Bay States! Oh my gosh, I love the enthusiasm. And right now I'm with Sonics. Tell me the emotions you're feeling. The grand finals you won!
Yeah, I feel really good. We all feel very happy and content with our result. We were nervous though. We're all still a little nervous, but we're really, really happy.
Oh, congratulations. And anything that you want to say to the fans watching at home, your supporters?
Thank you for the support, especially my girlfriend. I know she's watching right now, and she helped me a little bit get back from yesterday after I lost the tournament. So she always has my back. So shout outs to you, Angie. I love you.
Oh my goodness, if that doesn't give you the feels, I do not know what will. But we're about to move into the trophy ceremony. I would like to invite to the stage our presenting partners, Todd, Angela, and Ray. Welcome to the stage. Okay, very exciting. I know that you have a few words for our winners.
Well, amazing match, amazing competition. On behalf of the CECC event producers, Skillshot Media, CSMG, and Esports U, and on behalf of our CECC presenting partners, Microsoft and CDW, and of course, the Super Smash Bros. Trophy sponsor, New Street, we would like to officially congratulate, based on an epic CECC win, the team from Bay State, and recognize Most Valuable Player, no surprise, Sonics.
Let's give it up for Bay State! Woo! Y'all get in there. Come on, lift that trophy up. All right, let's send it back to the desk. Let them enjoy this.
I love that. I love an I love you to end a match, huh?
That's sweet.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe.
Good
Obviously,
vibe,
Jackie, I'm surprised she didn't have more to say to that. If you haven't seen Jackie's socials, it's a good vibe. She's probably in her feels right now. But yeah, really cool stuff to see them. The camaraderie that you see from that roster, I think, is really good. Obviously, Sonics gets a lot of love, but can we talk about Flappe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
To start it off, to bring Steve down to 1 stock, like.
Absolutely.
This is a guy that we see a bracket reset. You lose that first side, and then you're like, okay, what do we do? Like, how are we going to make these adjustments? Like, what are the changes that we need to have? And to bring a player that we haven't seen on stage yet, to bring in a completely different person and be like, hey, man, you're going to be the guy that opens up for us. We need you to take something. We need you to do a good job. 1 stock, we were happy. You and I were discussing it. Like, if he takes 1 against Jake, I think we're doing okay. Right. And then he took 2, and then it's like, oh, is it going to take 3? Like, it was getting closer and closer. So, yeah, it was pretty surprising to see that out of Flappe, and credit to him, man. He made his mark.
It's worth noting we were talking about how they changed things up as soon as they reset the bracket, because we started out with Anarchy versus Nave, and then we had a totally different match, Flappe versus Jake. And I'm sorry, Blue, I cut you off, but I want to hear why you think they made those decisions and any of your highlights for the match.
I mean, off camera, we were talking about they have such a deep roster. What can they do? You know, we were looking at Sonics, Nexus, Anarchy throughout most of yesterday and today, and then we kept saying, you know, they have three players that are in the top 6, and one of them's Tony's Pajamas. And we haven't seen Tony Pajamas. I know you love that name. You wanted to. I was hoping, Tony would play so that you get to see the Pajama Man.
Dude, that name is it's so perfect. It really is. Like,
They also have Toxics, though. So they had 2 players that we could have seen, and then they just come out of nowhere with this wild card who hasn't played all weekend. We haven't even talked about them. We didn't have them written down, and then they set the tone. They lost that match, but taking 2 off of Jake there, that was massive for this team, and I think that really set Sonics up beautifully to just finish it all off.
Both of those first matches were extremely close. I mean, I think that our caster said in that round 1, that was the most unfortunate jump I've seen.
Absolutely.
And the interactions between the Wii Fit trainer and Steve made things so surprisingly close and complicated. Do you think that either of those had a chance of shutting down Sonics, as that was one of our keys to victory?
I think that there was a possibility with that being the case, right? I definitely think that there was something that was super, super interesting about that. Like throughout the tournament, it is that we've seen. Like I think Floppy did an absolutely amazing job. And once again, like here's like the clips again from like the set. This was absolutely insane. He missed the tech, so obviously he goes up for the down tilt. That parry, that was absolutely the most clutch thing ever. That came from a parry off the bottom of the stage into that situation. That is probably the best thing it is that you can ask for. Just essentially back and forth between these 2 players. I think Floppy set them up amazingly for the next bracket reset. And this, icing on the cake, right? Like absolutely amazing to be able to see that. Like forcing it out, obviously being a little bit too afraid to move in. This is something it is I saw him do like during like the second half of the bracket, which I wasn't too sure about. Like I assumed that I had absolutely assumed that like when he's like jabbing him, right? I'm like, okay, you're jabbing him, like you got him, he's gonna roll in, but then he didn't stop jabbing. And then that's when the punish came out, right? And so that's what I think is absolutely, I think that's what's super, super essential about that, is that you need to be able to sort of not only figure out the pacing, but when you have an opportunity like that, because that was like the only opportunity I'd seen him where he had like Sonic's hardcore on the ropes and you know what his option is, but there's no punish or no situation that comes out of that. So I definitely think that both of those players, like obviously hats off to them. They played amazing throughout the tournament. And of course, to give shots out to Floppy as well. Yeah.
This was an excellent set of matches. We had an amazing time watching them. Thank you to both teams for giving us such an awesome grand final. And thank you to Microsoft CDW. Whether your school is looking to start a new esports program, increase support for a current program, or they're ready to take it to the next level, Microsoft and CDW Education are here to help, from building spaces to program alignment and more. If you want to learn more, head over to cdw.com/esports. And now's a perfect time to do it, because we're going to take a little break and we'll be right back with Overwatch. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game, available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
All right, I'm here with the host of the CECC, Paulie right here. Good, brother? What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. If you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes, so let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go, 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! Woo! I'm feeling good! Woo! Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at CECC.org.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream, so I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
I don't think that's a natural.
Stand by, guys. Coming back to you guys in 5, 3, 2, 1, and we're back.
Welcome back to CECC 2022 here in Atlanta, Georgia. We are your analysts here on the desk, and we're about to get into some Overwatch. Are we excited for Overwatch?
Absolutely. You betcha. I'm ready for it. You have to run it back.
I'm glad none of you said no, because I would kick you off the desk.
Understandable, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a baseline requirement here for being on the desk, is excited for the next thing. Let's talk about that next thing. We are going to have Harrisburg versus Illinois State. And yesterday we saw Harrisburg advance to the grand finals through the winner bracket. We didn't watch Illinois State because they actually took out Stad, who we saw go down to the lower bracket, and they also took out Northwood, who we saw kind of on a tear as well. So what was that story? I think you had taken a look at the bracket.
Northwood. So we saw this matchup already. We're running it back. Obviously, you had some things to say. We'll get to you. Don't worry. You just smile and look pretty, all right? Ron, whatever you're going with right now. But like, the big thing is not only do they run to the lower bracket, they run it back, they beat SCAD, and then they actually play Northwood and reverse sweep them. It is not just hey, it's a victory. It's we are on our last life and our last leg, and we managed to battle back now for a rematch. Wow. It's going to be, like, we're in for a treat. The tweet we were joking about, there's nothing more than casters like than a situation or a match on their hands. We have a match on our hands.
We have a match on our hands.
It's going to happen.
They're gaming, yeah.
Blue, Gamer, what do you have to say over there?
So, have you ever seen the movie 300? It's 300 guys, Spartans, going against this giant army.
Correct, talk to them.
The odds are stacked against them. That's like SCAD versus Northwood, and there was also Illinois State
Why did you need to bring that
versus
up?
Northwood. Because here's the thing.
Okay.
The thing is that SCAD still lost that,
Okay,
just
yes.
like the Spartans lost that.
Right.
But they showed that gods can bleed.
Okay.
Okay? And they showed that
Interesting.
Northwood could bleed.
Good save, good save.
And
good
then-
save,
I'll
good
take
save,
the
good save.
metaphor. Yeah.
And then Illinois State came in and said, we are the God killers. And they basically reversed it and kicked them down the well. Okay? On Ilios, too.
Keep in mind, though, Harrisburg is playing with an advantage.
Yes.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
They
It's gonna
are
be tough.
playing with one game advantage in a best of 5. But here is the plus side, is that Gig on Illinois State is playing fantastic on the tank. And Rupel's playing probably the best Overwatch they've ever played because they have to keep Gig alive, right? That's their sole job. Forget the rest of the team. My job is heal this guy, keep them alive. The problem with Illinois State that happened yesterday against Harrisburg the first time was their DPS duo, Aiko and Visions. They have to step up. They need to play, and I told you guys this before we did our pre-show, they don't have to pop off. They have to play as good as Lethal and Tap, but if Lethal and Tap are playing as great as they were yesterday, then yeah, you got to pop off. Yeah, they got to pop off. They got to match them.
Speaking of what they've got to do, let's take a look at the Microsoft CDW keys to victory. What are these teams going to have to do in order to come out on top in this grand final?
Oh, they've got to do a lot. That's number one. But Illinois State University, they need to be able to close out fights. That's basically what was happening with Northwood. That's actually, when they lost to Harrisburg yesterday, it pretty much came down to the last fight every game. Yes, they lost 3-0 when you look at it on paper, but again, it's an esports 3-0. It's very close. It's down to the wire every single time. I mean, you look at Kings Row, they had to attack first. They took them all the way. They scored 3 points.
I mean, we talk about the DPS duo stepping up, but I mean, primarily, you talk about Elk. Yeah, we've been trashing on shoes, but man's about to hopefully buy some new ones. But primarily, we talk about his own quote is, hey, we're going to take the comps that work, we're going to mirror it, and we're just going to do it better. And they did that. But it's more so talking about stepping it up, like we said in our keys to victory.
Right.
They did that. There was a moment for them to close it out 2-0. So what do? They go with the soldier. They just say, hey, we're ending it here. We're not going to let this go any further. We don't want to continue to do this. So you talk about stepping up. Yes, we're going to go with the cheese pick, but we're going to make it count. So if they keep doing what they've been doing, I think they'll be just fine. But it is a tall order. Hopefully that advantage gets the nerves kind of settled and they just settle into the series and close it out.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot on the line here, including a new fresh pair of shoes. So let's take a look at the keys to victory for Harrisburg.
Keep that mental strong. I mean, you came in as the number 2 seed. You took down the Giants, and you also beat out the team that's right below you in the seeding, the number 3 seed, and now you got to face them again. This time, it's going to be different. Illinois State, they know what to prepare for because they just played you yesterday, and they get to run it back. They're going to be down 0-1 again, but still, I mean, they played really good Overwatch yesterday, and reverse sweeping the number 1 seed is nothing to bat an eye at. So
I will say, I did say, hey, 2-0, they closed it out, but that was a very close 2-0. I think you said it's an esports 2-0.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It is neck and neck that whole way, and there was a couple times where you thought Harrisburg was actually going to throw it with a little bit of that cheese, but they were able to battle out just by mechanic side. They did outgun, but
it's the DPS, man. Yeah. They've gotta play out of their mind.
Boys click heads, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Give me your prediction, Goggles. Who is going to win this match?
Listen, Elk has some pretty bad shoes on. I've got some pretty good shoes on today, if I say so myself.
Y'all are not leaving him alone. Goodness gracious.
No, you better go down there and hand him your slides.
That's what I'm saying.
When he wins.
These are the best shoes because they're like the mullet of dress shoes. You know, it's business up front and a party in the back.
Anyway, your prediction of who's going to win the match?
It's Harrisburg. I said it yesterday. I got Harrisburg winning the event. Look, I even wore the Harrisburg colors.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Ronald McDonald,
Oh
brown burgundy, Harrisburg, baby. That's the colors right there.
Yeah. What about you, Fawn?
I'm going to have to take the opposite side of the fence there. I definitely think that both of these teams are extremely promising, so I got to go with their opponents.
We talked about momentum. Who has it?
I'm going with the shoes, man. That boy's got some new shoes on his way.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't change them, though, because they have become iconic, and they've been working for 3 years, so why change now?
I think that buying a new pair of shoes doesn't preclude wearing those same
I agree with
shoes
that.
for matches from now
match
on.
day, you continue to wear floppies. Like you don't.
Contenders.
Yeah.
3 straight contenders championships with those shoes.
Yeah.
Why change
You
now?
know how they say, like, every big champion has like that thing that whispers to them. His shoes talk. We've seen it, okay? So I don't know if they're whispering from down there or they're screaming, but they're doing something right.
Yeah. Well, who do we think, if we saw an MVP in the last match that was crowned, if we're crowning an MVP here, who do you predict is going to be that MVP in this grand final?
If it's Harrisburg winning, I think it's got to be Lethal, even though that's like the default answer. Elk's playing out of their mind. You know, Tap is playing out of their mind. But look at what Lethal's doing. It goes back to what the whole team is doing composition-wise. Yesterday, when they go up against Northwood, they don't play wrecking ball at all, and they just kind of mirrored Northwood every time. They said, if you're going to play this, we're going to play this. We're going to be better than you at it. And then when they go up against Illinois State the first time yesterday, they said, you know what? We don't have to mirror you because we can beat you with whatever we want. Going back to that Kings Row overtime where they full hold them and then they grab the one tick that they needed. They're using Soldier, Reaper, the Diva Reaper combo, just diving the back line with the Maywall coming up. Like, they are full throttle right now. The foot is on the gas pedal. As long as they kept it there and they were steering straight through the night, they should be good today.
I think 100% for the micro game, you got to go to Lethal, but on the other side, I'm talking Elk. Primarily, he's that vocal coach. He is the one that is in the comms, that is keeping everybody calm and collected. We talked about it in our keys to victory. You need to make sure that you're not just trying to do it to ego somebody. You need to make sure you stay level-headed. You keep your head down, stay modest about it. Obviously, land your shots, but I think Elk being able to kind of like get the camaraderie going and just say, hey, level head, let's close it out. I think it's gonna be a big deal.
Fun.
I'm also going to have to agree with Lawler here about Elk. I definitely think having like a very strong IGL is really, really important and conducive to the game, right? No matter what team-based game it is, you're going to want to have somebody that's always going to be on the front lines, making sure that everyone's morale and mental stays strong. And so with that being the case, I feel like that's like really important, better than playing sometimes, you know.
I feel like we gave Harrisburg the MVP love. So, you know, if Illinois State pulls this out, they get the upset and they take the win. It's tough to call who should be the MVP or who will make an MVP performance. Obviously, Gig's going to do something really fantastic because that's probably the best player on the team. But I think, you know, Rupel could be in contention for it, for keeping Gig alive and providing that support. You know, it's like a Chris Paul kind of player, just providing the assists to everyone and allowing them to make those plays and be those playmakers, you know, setting everyone up. Or, like we said, the DPS, Echo or Visions, one of them has to step up, and if they do so enough, they could come out as an MVP if Illinois State pulls this out.
Well, let's go down and see those players in person. Polly, down on the floor, take us there.
All right, let's introduce the first team here. It's going to be Illinois State University. Make some noise for ISU. And next, we have Harrisburg University. Let's make some noise for Harrisburg. I'm the last member of the team. Okay, all right, so we're going to have our Overwatch Grand Final here. This is going to be exciting stuff. Real quick, Harrisburg, you going into this game, who's coming out the winner?
I think we're coming out the winner. We had a really dominating performance last match, and I expect we're going to put up the same result.
All right, you heard it from the man there. Now over to ISU Redbirds. How are you guys feeling going into this grand final match of Overwatch?
We're feeling great. We're definitely better individually. We just need to come together as a team.
All right, you heard it there from ISU. Here we go. Grand finals of Overwatch starts now. Casters, over to you.
Boy, oh boy, did Northwood have that. Throwing in a bomb and easily collecting 3 on the way out. Tifio's eaten it. It's gone. A huge advantage for HU as they make their way in. Fire, they'll find the big move on to account. Dynasty showing us a little bit of old school Overwatch. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we may have just witnessed the 3-0 to end the night. Harrisburg.
They're looking calm and collected down there. Both of them having very good ideas of what they need to do that really boil down to just like, do our best, do what we do, do it better than them. What do you guys think of what those players had to say?
I think it's important, right? Like at the end of the day, like confidence is really important. We talk about keeping a level-headed, you know, confident mentality, and in the overall grand scheme of things, when you are coming into these big moments, not only do you have a one-game advantage, and you're not trying to, I guess, let that kind of go away easily. It is something that where sometimes people come in too overconfident, but I do think respectfully, like, they have earned that claim. I think they are at the point where when they are going into this series, if they start out strong, it could get quite ugly.
Yeah.
But if it does fall back, I think that's where that mental fortitude comes into play, and that confidence that they do have of, hey, we're just mirroring, we're egoing, we're doing our thing. That like overconfidence, I think, is also just as good depending on the circumstance that's provided.
I like what Illinois State had to say where, you know, we're all very good, we just have to come together as a team. I think that's very wise thinking where it's like, it doesn't matter what each individual of us does, it matters what we all do together. What does it take to come together as a team at a competition like this?
I mean, just hanging out with your team after hours could be something. It's like those team bonding things. Not talking about the game. I've learned that, like, the more time you spend with your teammates not actually focusing on the actual game that you play together could just bring you guys closer together. That way, like, when something bad does happen, you know how to deal with it in, like, a mature or respectable manner, or you understand that if someone's harping on you from your team and it's not your coach, that's constructive criticism. They're just trying to make you better because your team's only as strong as your weakest link. So if you can create those bonding moments outside of the game, whether it's, you know, before the event, after the event, or just at the end of yesterday coming into today, that's something that you can build upon outside, and that helps build chemistry. And that's one thing that I think is really undervalued in esports, because people swap teams all the time, and, you know, collegiate, they also play pro, so they're going back and forth with these different teammates. That's why Harrisburg, I think, has such great success, is because Tap and Lethal have played together in contenders together. They play here together. It's that camaraderie and that chemistry that they can build outside of the game.
I mean, all of these players, too, we're here in collegiate where a lot of them are kind of big star players on their own, or they've had multiple experiences that they're bringing to this team. And I kind of feel like this maybe speaks to, you know, you have to adjust your play style as well to what your team is doing. You have to not want to be the hero, you have to want to be the teammate, right?
Right, yeah, I definitely have to say, like, not being the hero is, like, such a big thing, because, like, everyone always wants to play up to, and you see it a lot in ranked, right? Especially from, like, solo queue players and things like that. Everyone always wants to be the hero. They want to have the cool clip and play moment. Ranked and competitive are two different things, and I think that needs to be said, like, importantly for anybody that's out there that might be considering joining a team or, like, playing with a team. Playing together, like, having those hero moments are important, but they come naturally. There are lots of things that happen when you are playing conducive as a team. You have to understand the boundaries of what your role is and not encroach into somebody else's, right? That's something that is that you have to be able to understand, and working together with that cohesiveness is going to carry you to victory a lot of the time.
Absolutely. You know who's carrying us to victory? Barbasol. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans and enter for a chance to win weekly Jurassic-themed prizes, including a Jurassic-sized grand prize. You know what's Jurassic-sized? My love for the casters. Casters, are you down there? Can you take us into this game?
Yes, we absolutely are. Thank you guys so much. This grand finals is getting ready to be an incredible one. We got to watch this match earlier on, but talking about both the teams, they're playing fast, loose, flying like aerial aces by the seat of their pants, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
It's going to be great. Yesterday, there was a losers finals taking place, and it was ISU fighting in a reverse sweep to make it to the grand finals today. That already tells how much they wanted to be here and everything that it takes to get to this moment. Now it's all about delivering in this grand finals and see how far they can get.
Yeah, I think they got the mental fortitude to do it. You mentioned that match last night. Dude, it was late that they were playing.
It was so late. And they played 6 matches for ISU since the beginning of the day till end of the day, and they were just grinding. They were just on. I mean, to make a reverse sweep happen at the end of the day, right?
It's got to be exhausting, but we talked about our keys to victory, Microsoft CDU earlier on, and now we get to bring them really into fruition. Harrisburg with Lethal and Tap, and ISU with Vision and Echo, the players that we've been looking at right now as the players to beat here. There have been DPS caps aplenty coming out from Harrisburg, and if you can't get over that hurdle, it's going to be a hard match.
And something that we saw yesterday was one of the biggest highlights for the side of Harrisburg was that DPS line, right? The way that they were complementing each other. It was Tap getting the opening pick, often with the Echo, and then it was just Lethal absolutely popping up in every single hero that he wanted to play. It's insane what this player is able to do, and a flexibility that, yes, in a way it's going to be expected for your DPS line, but not everyone can make it happen the way that this guy does it.
Yeah, and our other keys to victory that we were talking about, we brought up what compositions you're playing. Harrisburg, as they were
were lining up out here to do the walkout. We got to talk to them a little bit about what they want to run. You know, they're just playing it fast and loose, like I was mentioning. But should we see that ball, I worry a little bit for ISU. We saw the effect that Soames could have, the player that you were mentioning to me earlier on. Just from these uncontested positions, when you're playing ball against Rush, it's up to the Lucy, up to the Diva, up to your DPS to try and get her. But Soames was making it so difficult, and those anti-nades were absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I just couldn't stop talking about those anti-nades because they were so clean. They were opening up the fight in a composition that is so difficult to run. And again, that is why not many teams want to run it. It requires so much coordination in different parts of the map to make sure you're diving the correct targets at the correct time. And if you don't have that coordination, you're not going to make it happen. That is why the anti-nade was enabling that to happen. Then we see, like we talked about, Tab enabling a little bit more of that pressure, that initial pick in the backline, and everyone else following up. It's so difficult, but they do it to such a high level, to such a beautiful execution that I just want to see more of it.
Yeah, and should we not see those ball comps? It's almost inevitably going to be Reinhardt. It's going to be Rush coming out from ISU, and Harrisburg might just want to mirror it, especially depending on the map, right? Yeah. We've been taken to Kings pretty much every single time we've been on stream thus far, and should we go back to Kings one more time, I think that'll be the matchup almost guaranteed. And that one was actually pretty close. Despite the 2-0, those Reinhardt games were pretty darn up there. And now as we head into things, it's not likely too much Reinhardt, but they are going to mirror it again here.
And it's going to be this map again. We talked about it yesterday, right? One of the maps that you're having the most difficulty if you're not winning that early fight, recontesting it with the Lucio, with the Wrecking Ball potentially that we get to see late, with the Tracer. There's so many possibilities that are going to delay that point control that the enemy team is going to try to take. So that initial execution has to be perfect. We talked about it. We know that Harrisburg does to such a high level, but what can ISU bring to the table this time around?
I mean, it's got to be Aiko's play, right? Aiko versus Tap, when you're talking about Rhymes with Maze, is all about the initial walls and making space. First one doesn't connect. Good counter wall. Both Reinhardt's in a bit of trouble, but it's Gig who finds the one-way ticket back to spawn. Initially, Akawa taking him down, and the whole comp's going to fall.
And there's an early investment of that Immortality field, but it pays off at the end. Everyone was protected, everyone playing around to make sure that the kill is going to happen and to make sure that the reset right away has to take place on the other side for ISU. There's no more opportunities, they're going to back up. They're going to change a little bit as we see Aiko going into the Doomfist, wanting to go for the dual 2, but it's going to be especially difficult knowing what Diva is capable of doing, of playing in the backline, supporting that backline and making sure that Elk and Soames is staying alive.
I mean, it's the panic button we were talking about yesterday. You lose a fight, swap Doomfist, problem solved. Seems to be working for Aiko most of the time, but this engagement is a little rough. Moving in past the Mei wall, not everybody got in here. ISU does find the first pick. Tap down now, waiting for that Mei wall to come back up. They're looking for their advantage, but it's not going to be there. Aiko with charge on cooldown. Lethal dive in. Akawa under a lot of pressure here, but with Lethal going down, the fight's broken wide open. No longer with that big threat that can walk in.
And it's both of the DPS now going down, a pretty good opportunity, but the Soundbeer trying to keep the side alive, and ISU fighting, finally managing to make it work, but this is where things get the most difficult. It's Dagger one by one touching the point, trying to make something else, and Lethal is back in the game.
Within the Doomfist can do a lot to make this point flip, but it looks like ISU have finally got it. And honestly, as far as Gardens is considered, in pretty clean fashion.
They make it happen fast, and now it seems like there's going to be a pause. It's a pretty good moment, too, in a little bit of slow time, but the ultimates that are going to come up next. We get to see Gay has a Shatter. Is ready, available to use at any time, and is going to have to push forward, potentially the bridge, even though a lot of teams, especially Stu, they don't like contesting that bridge. You know how risky it is. And when you have a Doomfist too, right, we saw the value early on, but you can only get the Mei when you have a Baptiste that has an Immortality, when you have a Lucio who's just going to get away. The Doomfist is just potentially going for the DPS, potentially trying to put a little bit of pressure while everyone is distracted in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, these are arguably two of the best Doomfists that we have here. It's really dangerous to play against either of them. You see how quickly a fight can turn off of the basis of just one punch alone. But when you bring the whole team into the mix, it does become a lot more difficult. People think, Doomfist, just hold right click, let go of it at the enemy team. It's not that easy. Not when there's these players in, not when there's CC. This is not Overwatch 2. It is not as simple as that.
And I've always been very hesitant to see the Doomfist, and I love bringing it up because when it's not working, it's really not working, right? You're
Yeah.
just getting taken down. The Doomfist is trying to go to the back line, and it's getting absolutely no value. Usually players having to swap. But for these two teams, like you said, I mean, they are in the grand finals. They're able to play a Doomfist to such a high level, and they're also able to get resources for the rest of the team, which is also such a key part of being able to play Doomfist, right? Being able to get in and get out of those fights without getting taken down, making sure that your ultimate is available as well to just run away, to regroup with your team.
Yeah, and looking at this point in general, I want to zoom out and look at what the percentage is like right now, because it's a decent flip for ISU, but Gardens is one of those maps where you can easily take that 0% and turn it into 100 with some good staggers, with a good retake. That was something that we saw ISU doing really well yesterday, was actually measuring how much ability they had to get back into fights that they may not have gotten an initial advantage in.
And it's a back and forth that we get to see early on, and it's always a good indication. It's a map, like you said, we got to see yesterday. We got to see how back and forth it was, but we didn't quite see the 99 to 99, right? It was a little bit of momentum gain towards the beginning for the side of ISU, and then Harrisburg just getting away with it once they were able to play the composition that we talked about, which is also something that I'm waiting to do. But in a scenario like this one, you're just going to be playing for those ultimates. You're going to be playing for those staggers, that 99 to 100%, that it's everything that you need right now. And it's just taking it step by step, right?
Yeah, well, I feel like step 1 is lock May, step 2 is walk out, step 3, die, step 4, swap the Doomfist. Both teams did it. Both teams did it. They refused to swap this. I don't know why they won't just cut the losses, start out on the Doomfist and see how it goes, but it's been the pattern that's kind of revealed itself.
And again, like, it's worked for them, so you can't be against it, but at the same time, you gotta wonder what another possibility looks like, right? Yesterday, we got to see a lot of Cassidy being played. We haven't gotten the chance to see as much Tracer. I'm a fan of playing the Tracer as well, being able to dive in some scenarios, but we know that Doomfist is going to enable that to happen a little bit faster, getting away, ideally, if you're able to make it, and have a higher potential of having a greater impact for your team, which is towards the beginning, what ISU was trying to do. They lose it, but we look at that, they take control again.
And they take control in pretty good fashion. They've got a lot of ultimates to their name. That's not to say Harrisburg doesn't have anything in their own right.
They have a lot to work with too. It's going to be a Blizzard to initiate, Shatter as well for Akawa, and these two are going to have an interesting fight. We got to see a lot of those Maywolves blocking that Shatter, so if Tap is able to do that, that's everything that the team needs to recontest here.
It would be pretty sick, but Deadeye's a pretty good zoning tool at this point, weirdly enough. It's one of the places where you see it find a lot of value, so the Blizzard gets thrown out, and it's really not too much of a problem to deal with for them immediately. I think they got stunned out of the Blizzard. I could be wrong there, though. Soundbear to keep the fight alive. There's the Blizzard. Finally comes out from Tap. React, though, taking down the Immortality Field. To the back line they go, and it's a messy fight. Akawa and Gig, though, not really dueling it out too much, each staying on the respective side of the point and waiting for the DPS to really come up. But with the help of an amplification matrix, that's going to be a lot easier for ISU.
Both of the Jupes going down. The ones that we were talking about, it's immediately use all the resources. The cooldowns are not going to help you out, and that is what happens. The point going back to the side of Harrisburg, and they want to take control here, but the fight is not over. Still a little bit of that tension that we get to see instead of ISU. They want to recontest, but they're going to have to wait for the meantime for Gig to come back.
That's a tough wait. It is pretty doable here on Gardens, though. This is the point that we often see stalled out, but at 70%, you're running out of time. Stopping the bomb, everybody's safe, but not Gig. The supports had to pull away, which means there's no healing for the Reinhardt. And immediately, Harrisburg pounce, taking down the main tank and opening up the door for Harrisburg.
And you love to see this May too, compared to even the Cassidy on the other side, right? We talk about ultimates, the one that's going to have the greatest impact every single time is going to be the Blizzard. On the other side, you're not expecting too much. Shatter? Did you see that?
I'm not sure quite where it was going, to be completely honest with ourselves, but there is another Blizzard up on the board, which is just as dangerous as it was before. Trying to dive over. The Diva trigger over time, it's no problem for them, but now they got to figure out how on earth do we want to cross this bridge? Oh, you don't, is the answer. Lethal takes down Eiko, RuPaul down. 4v6 is just not going to happen for ISU. That's Harrisburg taking away the first point.
And the timing there is just rough, right? We get to see a Shatter that doesn't connect. It was a little too early coming in for Gig and doesn't get the value that the team was expecting. Akawa on the other side, popping off 3 kills that he gets that he's able to get at the end. And he's able to get even more. One of the win conditions that we talked about, and even the analyst that was talking about, is keeping that mental, right? So ISU yesterday, they made a reverse sweep happen against Northwood, but when you're going against Harrisburg, it's a team that is really confident, and they're not looking to break that confidence, right? They've been winning everything. They've been in the winner's bracket. They've been winning every single match. ISU, they have a difficult task to have that, to gather that information, to take it into account, and to also believe that it's going to be possible, but you gotta, once again, take those steps one by one and see how much value you can get, because this map didn't go their way.
No, but this one is the one that, if of any, ISU was looking to win. We're going to take things over to Control Center, where the Reinhardts reign true. It looks like Lethal's rolling out on Doomfist, though, versus Visions Cassidy. That's something that we saw happen yesterday as well, and I think they've here up from the high ground. A lot of damage being done, and Aiko just gets burst out of the game, doesn't even get to press that ice block button, and now as Gig takes a quick retreat, the entirety of the team on the back foot, they're going to try and keep as many players alive as they can, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think it's too many.
They can't even run away. It's just destruction that we get to see one by one. The side of IEC gets taken down. They're going to have to go for that regroup in the meantime. And that is more ultimate percentage on the other side that the side of Harrisburg is able to build, right? Shatter for Akawa coming up pretty soon. And Amplification as well, amazing to create that space. And in the meantime, you just have to play slow. You just have to play reactive for the side of ISU.
ISU with the press in. Gig immediately wants a piece of Akawa. The Amplification Matrix is going to give them the space. Someone's actually saving theirs to use it second. Oh, this is we're going on a little trip into the back line here. Yeah, Akawa goes down, and that is pretty much a death sentence. Dodging into a back line like that as a Reinhardt. They'll get taken down, and the cleanup here should be pretty straightforward for ISU. Unless, no, the Blizzard's committed.
The Blizzard's going to be committed, but it's value there. Gig is actually able to take it on tap. It seems like it could be working out.
Dude, the spawns are back. Akawa's here. This is no longer just like, haha, funny, nice Blizzard. It's a shatter on top. I have no clue how RuPaul didn't get hit with that, but it doesn't seem to matter.
The timing here, the timing for those ultimates, it could have been so much better for that next fight, but they decide to commit, and they decide to force these ultimates too early on. The fight was already over. The side of ISU was already losing. They didn't stand a chance into that when Akawa was back and took advantage of it.
And that nets them the point back in their control. Now Sound Barrier versus Sound Barrier and Amp Matrix. This is a really, really hard fight for ISU to take. They got to play it aggressively, but with a Doomfist on your Reinhardt and a Reinhardt on your Reinhardt. This is not a fun place to be for Gig, as he's getting knocked up, tossed around, and I'm not sure he has any control of his own movement, to be completely honest with ourselves. Aiko out of the way, though, and Gig now down. That fight is won easily.
And you get to see a couple of trades, but at the end of the day, that point's still going to belong for the side of Harrisburg. They're ready to get things over with again. It's going to be 90%, getting pretty close. Last fight territory here, unless the side of ISU is able to retake that point, and it's going to be pretty late as we see React just went through that reset.
Yeah, that's a really hard reset, too. I think you got to take this fight 5v6. Yeah, they just have to go with it. Using the Deadeye to zone and move in now. They can use Amplification Matrix to maybe buy themselves a little bit more time after this bomb, but all things said and done, it's a pretty difficult fight. They'll even up the numbers by taking down Soames, and now Akawa has to respect this Reinhardt. You cannot play too fast and too far forward, otherwise the damage is just going to be too much without the help of that support. But no, Gig just gets obliterated. I might be Phil Swift. This might be a Flexio commercial, because my God, that was a lot of damage.
Immediately getting taken down, and it seems like it was even, but now Vision is trying to do the job, and he will be able to do just that point. Finally belonging for the set of ISU, and Liar and Vision popping off in the minute when they were needed the most. Also, the timing for React managed to work at the end, right? Because Gig got taken down, React got there at the same time, and was able to play in that front line just when they needed. So now it's all about holding. Can they do that when there's a Blizzard and a Shatter coming up? And Akawa has been so good at consistently landing those.
Yeah, it's difficult. They might be playing 2 fights in a row, Sans Reinhardt here in a second, but no, playing aggressively. Gig gets in, speed Shatter, and Akawa didn't even see it coming. They found his blind spot, put a fantastic Sound Barrier, keeps him alive. Lethal's the only one that goes down, but Gig is in a world of hurt, frozen up, charged, icicle to the dome, everything that's uncomfortable about playing main tank in Overwatch, and now Akawa gets to run forward unimpeded by the opposing Reinhardt.
Manages to take down the Baptiste as well, comes back, uses Amplification, and is able to put a little bit more pressure. Since this is still even, they can even get more. 50-60% is on the field. Look at that. Akawa has to back up with everyone else. This is just delaying the fight more and more and playing for the side of ISU.
yeah, Lethal got zoned out or taken down pretty early in the fight, and so despite losing Gig, Akawa and Tap really don't have that much range damage, so Soames is just poking away at him from distance. Divio's doing the same thing, and eventually they just get chipped away at and taken down. Now heading into this fight, it's Gig again, lined up, same position. It's going to be the same thing over and over, but they've got to do it for a very long time as now the Amplification Matrix comes out from Harrisburg to zone them up and towards that server room. Again, Lethal being kept at arm's distance. It's all about disabling this Doomfist, and they're going to do so with the Sound Barrier, moving their way in. They can safely press forward without the worry of that punch. Instead, Eiko delivers it right back to him in spades, taking down Tap and enabling this fight for ISU.
And getting to the 99 to 99, it seems like we're approaching that area. We do get to see the last couple of ultimates trying to get built on this side of Harrisburg, but is it going to happen? Swapping into the Moira has to build Coalescence, can do it in that overtime. We know how long these two teams, they want to make it last.
I mean, the other thing, you're looking at Elk 90% to Sound Barrier. This fight could go that long. It could go much shorter. It's going to be a close call. Oh, no! Oh, it's disaster for Harrisburg. The Shatter's free. The May is not, trapped in a tiny little icicle prison as ISU take a victory lap around the point. They've just got to be able to find the remainder of these kills. They will take down Elk. Vision goes in the meantime, though, and that's a lot of your range damage, a lot of your consistent damage, so it's going to be a tough job for Eiko here to get in cleanly, but I think with the help of the Amplification Matrix from RuPaul, they're not going to be having any problems.
And coming back, everyone was able to step up and make a difference at the end. A fight that was won right from the beginning. You lose two members of Harrisburg early on, and you know the Gig, the supports are going to take advantage. You can see them. They're stressed out. They want to win this, and they're able to win that control, but it's one more to decide it.
I think that might be the first time we've ever seen somebody shut down Lethal so effectively. Lethal was zoned out of the past like 3 or 4 fights there.
Yeah, but it's also Doomfist, right? At what point are we going to see Lethal playing something else?
Yeah, when he just locks in like Bastion and kills 6 people. It seems
like we saw yesterday. Right?
For the time being, at least, the Doomfist seems mildly neutered, if nothing else. And that's a good sign for ISU.
It's none of the Doomfist are having a great time, right? We see them going in, we see them getting out immediately, because if you're not getting that kill right in the first 2 seconds, the value is not going to be anything. Teleported right away.
Oh my god, just charges out the door. Akawa just concedes his entire health bar in order to concede that of Gigs. They say nobody gets to play with health, but ISU on the point. They get to charge up the Symmetras, and it's all about the Symmetras in these matches. Build up those beams and microwave down the main tanks. Tap and Vision doing exactly that, but Vision takes down Tap, and that's going to mean ISU get to take the point.
We haven't gotten the chance to see the beginning of this map, how those TPs land, but this is now the second time since yesterday that we see ISU winning and getting to that point first, landing that TP just a second faster, and that's really making a difference for them to hold, and even having the barrier to use in the hands of Vision.
Yeah, ISU's rollouts on this map have been, quite frankly, just incredible to begin with now, though. They've got those 2 ultimates, they've got the wall and an Ant Matrix. So many tools to just keep Harrisburg away, which is why Lethal is so helpful. They can take off angles with this Echo, which makes that Amplification Matrix far less annoying. It also makes the wall far less annoying, but it still is just tools that are going to be used to kind of pull time off the clock.
And this is a lane that next fight is something that the ISU is trying to look to do, but entering right away Amplification, and immediately the barrier coming up.
Shatter available for either side. The walls make this fight so awkward. This is why we're going to Overwatch 2, ladies and gentlemen. Akawa, though, has effectively zoned it. Oh my god! An MTD for the century. Gig laid on his back. That is a Shatter, not a prediction, not of anything. He sees the shield. He says, I know you're going to drop it. Do it. Bop! Lands down the Shatter.
And with so many things going on, right? Both of the barriers for this Symmetra, the shields as well that you have for both of the main tanks, and the amplification on top of that. So much disaster, but able to get away with it at the end of the day. And that is 2 fights. That is already 70%. That is the problem of a map like this one. You're going to take so long to properly engage, to wait for those ultimates. And even then, you're just relying on Tap and Lethal to make a difference. You're still committing to that Symmetra too.
Yeah, with all these ultimates up, that Symmetra has time now to build up those ultimates. Be careful. Oh my goodness, that was incredible. Gig moves forward, unafraid of the bomb, knowing full well that RuPaul is going to give him the immortality field to hit that Shatter on the backline. Absolute insanity from ISU, as the trust between these players is ridiculous.
This is terrifying. Last fight territory, over 90%. A little bit more to go. Has a sound barrier to touch in the hands of Oak. Can touch the point here, but the opportunities could be fading away. This is everything that they have to give for the first map.
First map in, 99%. Ultimate's up. Akawa's coming in with Shatter. The duplicate on Lethal, sending in a Doomfist, trying to clutch it out, but as the sound barrier from Elk fades, the health bars from Harrisburg get ever lower. Tap is the first to fall, followed by the rest of the team. The Shatter is big, but it's not going to be enough. Akawa taken out of the fight. The overtime wick burning down, and ISU claim their first map on the tournament over Harrisburg University.
It is a good way to start it off. It has to feel good. It's something that they've been looking for so long, and now they make it happen in that first map. It's a really good grand finals that we want to see, and we know both of the teams have the potential to win it, but now it's a matter of proving it, and ISU just did a little bit of a better job towards the end. That last map was all about them, right? Not one percentage that was going for Harrisburg. They were playing so aggressive, right? And they were catching Harrisburg off guard every single time. But Gig was just going in. So many resources thrown into him to be able to do that.
That last Shadow was insane.
Yeah.
Out of Gig. Runs forward, knowing full well he would die. He's going to die to this bomb. Just trust through Paul to give an immortality field.
Yeah.
And who expects that? Who expects a Reinhardt to just suicide into your backline, eat a bomb damage, all in order to get a Shatter onto 3 people? Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
The communication there has got to be ridiculous.
Yeah, and you got to take advantage of a situation like this one, not only because of the composition that we've talked about that ISU likes to play, which is that Reinhardt, that rush, but also take advantage into this momentum and to the mentality that both of the teams have right now. Knowing that ISU, they've been fighting to get this map for quite a long time. Now they're able to just accomplish that. What can you do next, right? It's going to be a long run finals that they want to make, but they can absolutely make it happen. It's just trying to force a composition like this one every single time, and I think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, you said, what do you do next? I guess the answer is just hopefully not choke. Keep this thing going. It is Harrisburg's map pick, though, which I think makes things difficult. Harrisburg hasn't had to pick many maps in this tournament, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. But now that they have the luxury, what do you think? Because honestly, we've heard the Harrisburg ego a little bit. But I don't know, after losing a map, you have to feel like it's a little bit bruised. Do they still try to take this thing to something like a King's Row? Do you think they still try and force a Ryan Mirror? Or do you think Harrisburg says, you know what? Maybe you are a pretty good Ryan team?
I would love to see the King's Row again because we know how close it was yesterday, right? It was Harrisburg closing it at the end of the day, but it was making it really, really intense. And it came down to just a couple fights in the third and fourth round. So it was a really good possibility for them. I would love to see that King's Row. I think is definitely a possibility here. But I also think it relies on the role of the DPS, and I feel like it's a conversation that we had since the beginning because when we got to see it in this map, we got to see the TPs. It was ISU landing it first, and then you're committing that Symmetra for way too long. That is usually when we see teams trying to swap to something else, to a Cassidy maybe. I mean, there's so many possibilities, often that Echo, often that Farah too. But when you're not bringing that, you're trying to commit to the composition. It seems like it was for one time playing against what Harrisburg has been trying to bring, which is the complete opposite, right? It's lethal, something's not working, he's swapping. But now it was committing to the Doomfist, committing as well to the Symmetra. At that point, they got to bring what they had yesterday.
Yeah, look, we have to give absolute credit to ISU's DPS line. Vision and Echo did exactly what we asked of them. Yeah. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird composition when you're running Symmetra. It's kind of a Lijiang Tower special. It's not often that you get to do that, but the name of the game is keeping your Symmetra alive and microwaving as many people before they go down as you can, and that's exactly what happened. Vision and Echo were enabling one another, making sure that Symmetra couldn't get dove, and pumping out as much damage as humanly possible, so much to the point that they were doing more than that of Harrisburg's DPS.
Yeah. Yeah, they really had an impact from the beginning, and that is those advantages that you can have in a control map like League Gen, right? You can have a lot of impact early on, and you can continue to have it just being a little bit behind and just playing back behind Gig, what we saw them doing over and over again, and that's Symmetra as well, using that ultimate a little bit more proactively in a fight that was so messy, but really made a difference and enable Gig for success again. And I think that's a big win condition because they were catching this set of Harrisburg a little bit off guard.
Yeah, I think you bring actually a wonderful point up when you talk about being proactive, because how many times do we see Redbirds doing exactly that, especially with the Shatters? We saw the speed Shatters over on Control Center. We saw the crazy Immortality Field. Now as we head on to Eichenwald, I think we could see some more. It's a little bit more of a mixed bag here. Double Shield wouldn't be a surprise, and yeah, hovering the ball, Harrisburg, I think they came to play.
Honestly, Zycamo, I'm really interested to see the playstyle because this is a map that we haven't seen for these two teams playing against each other in this tournament. Yet, again, we saw that King's Row that we were expecting, but at the same time, and knowing that it was a Harrisburg pick, knowing the main tank that rush style that ISU wants to play, they want to bring something new. They want to be able to play a composition that is going to enable them a little bit more, like we talked about. And this is when you're going to be bringing that wrecking ball.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's double shield, something that ISU doesn't normally play, but we think back to the lower bracket match last night that was played off-stream, ISU versus Northwood. Weirdly enough, the reverse sweep happened on Temple of Anubis, Havana, and Nepal, all 3 double shield maps, so clearly ISU are playing hot on this comp. I think they're pretty comfortable with this map.
Yeah, it's a pretty good way to start it off too, and I feel like one thing that is really good about the set of ISU is Gig and React playing together, playing off of each other, which is something that you have to have in that tank line. It's something that allowed them to win those losers finals yesterday, and they can win them this map too, but it's got to be starting slow every single time.
Of course it is, and you're looking at Tap. Tap's been the nuisance of pretty much every double shield composition, but they make their way forward before Tap ever gets the opportunity to put in that damage. In fact, taking so much space between Gig and React, juggling the shields back and forth in order to push the likes of ISU back, so far so that they lose a couple of players. Elf will have to resurrect, though, to even back up those numbers. Gig is not willing to give up the space, though, remaining steadfast on the Orisa, pushing those twos forward and forcing Akawa to take damage if he wants the space.
You see Akawa backing up for just a little bit, but that's not going to work out. One by one, they get taken down, and it's a beautiful composition to be played. I got the chance to see those losers finals yesterday, and it was insane what the tank line for Giga and React were doing. Like you were mentioning, it can have such a big impact, especially in a map like this one where we often see that full hold taking place. And it's one, at least, even if that full hold doesn't happen, is one where you can delay this push for as long as possible without having a Bob, though. So the situation is a little bit more complex for the defense.
Richard here, the ultimate's really going to come in. Bob the zone away. Someone is throwing up an amplification, but this is going to keep him off the point. This allows Harrisburg to start that move forward, to start to get a little bit more comfortable with things, but that doesn't stop a re-engage from Gig. They flank around the backside and catch out an unsuspecting Elk like a deer in headlights, just falls down. Nothing else you can do about that now, having lost one support to the easy cleanup.
And the Bob never really got to touch a point, never really got to contest it properly, so the full space that the side of ISU wanted to take was never really there. Now, changing compositions, I see Lethal and a Bastion. I see a Bastion. I see a Bastion door.
He's moving uncomfortably far forward. And Echo has a pulse bomb. He can make very quick work of this, or at least force out an immortality field.
He has no mobility to run away.
Yeah,
he can't get away.
I'm not seeing the vision, but maybe Harrisburg can help me out here. Moving forward, the stick is immediate. The immortality field thrown out, the Bastion drops low, and now Gig with the Bongo and tow can start dishing out the damage. That Bastion cannot peek for free. Bongo down for the other side. Now React, RuPaul, and Liar have to be careful about not letting these ultimates. Throwing up a bit of clutch for either side, and things get messy. Rally to keep him alive. Liar sustaining the entirety of the team up, but Gig gets burned down in the middle of the air. Tanks beginning to fall left, right, and center. It is all about the DPS now, and RuPaul is substituted in as one, putting out insane amounts of shots through that amplification matrix, but just isn't able to find the connection he's looking for as this Bastion was further and further uncontested.
And there was no space, right? That mortality field got forced when that first one was going to the Bastion, but at the end of the day, managed to work out a couple of picks. So Bastion.
Okay, I mean, they're kind of starting to do it. The Orisa's gone, the Bastion's gone. The teeth are gone. No more teeth on this push, but they do have to switch comps.
Yeah, no, they're going to have to make a couple changes here. Now Gig is going to be playing that Wrecking Ball 2, even a more as well in the hands of Rupa, as they get to try to touch the point in time. There's 30 seconds remaining, so this can work out actually for the defense.
I mean, this is a scrappy comp, but at least they've got a Deadeye to work with, and it looks dangerous. Immortality field again, forced out early from ISU. Configuration tank will be good for Lethal here, and just gives RuPaul the single barrel from up front, not but 2 feet away from him. Sends a missile into his dome. Trying from the back line, though. Vision does eventually connect onto Elk. And now Harrisburg are beginning to be completely surrounded here. They're stuck in a small ball, which is exactly where Harrisburg wants it, but I'm not sure they have the damage to really follow up on this. Liar's trying from the back line, and Aiko can try as they may on the Tracer, but I'm not sure the damage there. Aiko with 2? Another one would be a miracle, but the Sigma's low, and Elucio's here to help him sustain the health bars. Just balancing on a nice edge, but Timio's down. There's no tanks. Taps the last Bastion of defense, and Gig is back on ball. Harrisburg have been held to point A on their own map pick.
No way! And you can hear how excited they are. It just doesn't seem possible. A full hold happening, and they have to feel good about it. You see them all excited. It's something that you do not expect in a map that was the choice of Harrisburg, but one by one they make the difference here. It was Lethal trying to play a Bastion. It got a good amount of picks, but it was never enough. It was always in a map that benefits hiding in those corners so much that you only had 2, 3 on the side of ISU, and that made all the difference. Liar, Vision as well popping up, got 3 kills into that last fight.
Absolutely nuts. Eiko came in, cleaned up 3 on Tracer.
So nice.
ISU's here to clutch, dude. They're here to play.
Wow.
We called out Vision and Eiko. We said you have to outplay Lethal and Tap. They're not even going even. We said you can go even, and you might be able to pull this thing off. They've diffed them 2 maps in a row, assuming they can do this.
I don't know what happened last night instead of ISU, but they found something that they never found before, and it's working out so well. Now we have to see what they're able to do on the attacking side. I want to see the commitment as well as that aggression. We talked about the initiation that Tap is able to have, but now when he's on the defense, I want to see Eiko being able to step up and be able to get that opening pick, then also having a little bit more of support for Vision that had such a good round as we got to see early on. But now it's a lot of pressure, but it's also a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, 4 minutes, it's plenty of time. First point gap is pretty standard here. And Vision, I love this swap as well. The Hanzo, basically, I mean, 1 stray arrow could ruin this whole hold. If Soames walks across the wrong street and catches a log to the head, you're already in an awful position and a losing one at that. Lethal playing on the Ashe, looking for that more consistent damage, not necessarily needing those bursts quite as much. And the Dynamite will help put in a lot of damage. Same with Eiko, firing shots over top is pretty successfully. They're taking space, and there's that arrow we were talking about. Vision taking down Elk. Vision does go down to their own right, but spawn is closer. Makawa having to back around the clock tower now as React pushes their way forward alongside Gig. These shields ever looming over the top of Makawa and Divio, who just feel like they're constantly being pressed back time and time again. Without the help of the DPS though, Gig does have to be careful. Vision should be coming back in a couple seconds, and Lethal's down! Now a huge damage advantage for ISU as they get back into this one. RuPaul, in fact, even getting in on the action. Lethal, having been rezzed, will be able to put in something from the high ground, but I think that's all she wrote. The fat lady is singing over Eichenwald.
And it all started with Elk getting taken down. Elk getting taken down means that the Echo is not going to have as much healing as possible, has to play back, has to play more passive, and you need this Echo to be playing aggressive in a situation like this one. Is not going to work out. And yes, we're seeing this, right? ISU gets that second map. It was a full hold in a single fight on the attacking side that made it possible.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Okay, we went from Harrisburg waiting till like even to win. Okay, 2-1 on the control point to full hold. What kind of exponential? You can see it on the faces of ISU. They can hardly believe it themselves.
They have to be feeling good, and they love to see it as well. It's what we expected in grand finals, right? Those surprises, those maps that we haven't seen from them before, that we haven't seen from them. That means that it's a lot of mysteries, a lot of questioning what is going to happen, how this double shield is actually going to be played. And it was in such a beautiful way, initiating and playing a little bit more aggressive. Yes, you're going to be defending, but you see how the shields for the Sigma and Gig are able to allow them to push forward, to enable the DPS to get the kills, and to enable a situation like this one. It's definitely something that I was not expecting.
Yeah, the U.S. Air Force replay shows us all here. Gig's hyper-aggressive Orisa enabled by their off-tank as well. Shout out RuPaul, who was probably putting in 10k per 10 on the Baptiste. Absolute absurd amounts of damage coming out from the support lineup of ISU. Everyone is working here, and you guys saw when we were looking at the player cams, the whole team smiling, but more importantly, Gig smiling. This team lives and dies by this man. And we saw it last night when they were playing up against Northwood. This team is so momentum-based. When they get going, though, and when they're all smiling and when the morale's up, all the cards align.
And they have that. They already have 2 maps here, and they can make something like this happen. It's just, like you said, keeping that mental up, keeping up any possibilities. Any map, and it's going to be a map pick coming in for Harrisburg again, but
well, that didn't work out too well for him last time, did it?
Exactly. It didn't work out. So what can be expecting for them? Because that rush, Gig and the side of ISU is able to enable it in such a good way. And now the double shield too. And the potential next map that we get to see, that is going to be a TCP.
which feels like you kind of have to go the same direction. There's not, I mean...
It's going to be a similar composition, probably, that you can force at least for ISU.
Yeah, there's very few places where you can force like a dive or a ball matchup that
It's
isn't able...
uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable.
Exactly. Like, even if there's a place where you can throw here, where you can play ball, right? The likes of Hanamura, pretty much a lot of the 2CP points, you can just play ball, send the ball to points on the tracer point, yada yada. But the defense is always going to have that option. Even when you switch sides, you still have the option. You can play the rush, you can play the double shield. You're really just trying to enable yourself with this map pick more than anything else when you're talking about 2CP or Assault.
And I want to see what is going to be brought to the table here. The map is going to be the most interesting, right?
Yeah, we're going to be finding that one after a quick little break. It is halftime. We have seen 2 maps. This has not gone to script, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes glued to your screens and your jaws planted firmly in your seats, because we'll be right back.
Have to go bigger.
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at CECC.org.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I'm feeling good. All right, I'm here with the host of the CECC, Paulie, right here. Good, brother. What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. You know, if you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes. So let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go. 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! I'm feeling good. Woo! Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
And welcome back, everybody. A quick halftime to get through things, but it is only quick at that. I think enough so that ISU could maybe maintain some of this momentum.
Yeah, they have the potential to do it. They just won 2 maps at the grand finals, which is absolutely insane. It's insane what we're watching right now. But then again, Harrisburg, an amazing team, was able to win 2 maps against ISU yesterday. So now it's a matter of resetting the mental a little bit, seeing what you can do different, and also knowing that they still get to choose a map.
Yeah, I don't think I am understating this when I say that Harrisburg have pretty much spanked everyone that they've come up against. It has not been close. This is a completely unexpected result from ISU. Not only winning on Rush, winning on Double Shield as well while playing against the Ball Cup. They beat the Double Shield comp. They did everything that they need to. They even swapped the ball for that stall and managed to win a couple of fights. This is absurd play from them coming out. They're showing us compositional diversity, and they're playing well on everything. We're taking things down to Dorado. It is map and match point here for ISU, and it's Harrisburg, of all people, on the ropes.
The defense here is going to be in the side of ISU, and I see an interesting composition already catching my attention in Gig on the Ariza, React on the Diva, a composition that we already got the chance to see in this tournament, but a composition that we don't get to see as much, and I feel like we haven't gotten the chance to see this interaction between the Diva and between the Ariza as much for this team of ISU, which should be interesting because you're going to be looking forward to those DPS in the up angle for Echo, and putting that pressure as well in the front line for Vision, and just having that support with Giga and React, being so aware of what can happen and what this attacking team can bring, because I see Lethal on the summer too.
Yeah, that's a scary, scary thing. We've seen this ball competition played before, but now you've got some more solidified win conditions with Lethal Sombra that they get to set up as well. You know they mean business. Harrisburg coming out full meta. They've locked in the Zen Brig. A lot of the time we've seen them run something like a Mercy Ana or a Mercy Baptiste. They will bring out a Baptiste for a little bit more sustainability getting through this point. I think they recognize that they don't need the Brig because they're not really going to be dove at all. Instead, Eiko would just kind of free farm that character. So making a Y swap as well, and with the cart pushing up here, this is fairly expected. Everything is going to plan thus far for Dorado for both sides. What matters is kind of watching for the timing that Gig drops here and when the team wants to group up on the low ground.
Yeah, they're going to wait just enough so that the payload gets to stop in time in this choke, where they're able to take advantage of the architecture of the map itself to get those angles and to get that shield a bit more protected, which is always nice to see for this team. So yeah, the payload finally gets to slow down, but the pressure from the different angles as well, you're going to have that Mercy, that Echo playing and playing together.
I think it's a fantastic part, right? Eiko has to deny top, but Eiko is pocketed by Liar, which enables them to keep these guys a little more clear, to keep the flanks clear, though not clear forever. The Immortality field is eventually forced out. It does give Gig just enough time to pull that shield back up, and oh boy, is Akawa in a lot of trouble. Tap tipped by Eiko, and now it's a fight 4v6 for Harrisburg, but it's not looking too hot.
During the interview, ISU mentioned that they have the individuals, but now they have to play together, and this is something that they're doing even in the composition, right? The big difference
Whoa!
There's an EMP.
What?
There's an EMP.
We EMP'd to kill Eiko, I suppose, which is fair enough. It gives you a one-man advantage, and now they have to try and follow up on that. Slam in, RuPaul's the next one in their sights, and nicely followed up on. Sometimes it's not about getting the biggest ultimate, it's about just taking down the one player and giving yourself enough of advantage to wedge your way into the fight.
And it's a difficult one still, but one by one, it seems like the setup of ISU will be taken down. The timing seemed a little bit off, right? Because you can see them coming back. Lethal Akawa, they're down.
I've seen RuPaul do this before. I've watched this 3K Baptiste happen. Throwing in an Immortality field, I believe, to enable a res here? No, I think they're just throwing it in to make sure that Mercy's safe, so no big deal, but a great retake.
I'm still not a fan of that EMP, but now trying to commit early on for this defensive setup as everyone is able to come back alive. Tap putting the pressure, no one has seen him yet, and a Transcendence also that is forced.
It got forced out, and now there's so many more ultimates coming up for ISU. They've even got an Amplification Matrix. It is nothing, and I mean nothing, especially with the ball going down. React gets a nice eat on the pulse bomb. It feels like Harrisburg can get no foothold.
And they're playing a lot slower compared to what we've seen from them before, where they're constantly building those ultimates. Sure, Akawa's going to have the minefield, but what can you do with the minefield? That space alone is not going to be enough for this team. The time can be running out. It was 4 minutes, now it's down to about a minute remaining by the time the fight actually starts, and then you start to worry because the support ultimates can be available. RuPaul can initiate here.
That's the big opportunity. RuPaul can play aggressive. We've seen ISU do this the entire time. 60 seconds, not quite final fight as we get past the 50-second point, but pretty dang close to it. Lethal with the EMP has got to connect, and I see a whole lot of players, but it's pretty hard to hit a lot of them. Hits 3, that's the tanks and a Tracer as the bombs start into the backline. They do have peeling opportunities here, and React will have the bomb in order to get the remake. In fact, there's hardly an engage from Harrisburg. They try to take away this small room, but Gig still remains true on the cart. The space hasn't truly been taken. Now stuck in a small room. This is the last place your dive composition wants to be.
Oh, you gotta reset quick because there's less than 30 seconds remaining here, and the tension is on. Lethal was able to build 2 EMPs, but now the pressure to get something else done, changing to going into Hansel, going for a desperate opportunity, for a desperate opening pick to make sure that at least you can make it for this first checkpoint.
Desperate's the right word, but RuPaul is going to be dodging logs left, right, and center like a lumberjack in a very angry forest. Divio looking for a dive, and Akawa's down again! The first gone in the fight, just doesn't get to do anything. Top of the pulse bomb in a dream could give this team an opportunity, but React can sniff it out. Look at this defense matrix, knows exactly what's coming. The stick still does eventually land, but the immortality field's still up. RuPaul's holding on to so much. They layer that on top of a rally. This fight's as good as done, ladies and gentlemen. This has been beautifully played by ISU. A clinic after what was a beatdown against them yesterday. They've come back for revenge in full held on Dorado.
I can't believe what we're watching. I can't believe my eyes. It just ISU holding, not even allowing that first checkpoint to go on the other side. And it's such good control that they're having. It really seems like the side of Harrisburg, it's going into those fights, committing ultimates. Their communication does not seem to be on point as we got to top yesterday. And this is causing them very, very long fights that are not ending up the way that they're expecting.
I mean, I think ISU are just bringing something to the table here that nobody's expecting. The coordination is off the roof. I think that Ness mentioned it with the interview, and just how, hey, you know what? We've got all the right pieces. If they fall into the right place, this puzzle is solved. Not only they fallen into place on Reinhardt composition, they've come to fruition on double shield and ball as well. Double shield, which got them through the match last night against Northwood, probably the most prolific double shield team here. They are just turned on ever since like midnight last night. I guess Cinderella's come home to the ball.
And playing under pressure as well, knowing that they were able to adapt into what we saw yesterday against Northwood, and now being able to adapt into a rematch that is happening at the Grand Finals to full hold, to full stop that payload, not getting that first checkpoint, and getting even more to work with on this attacking side now. It's going to be a little bit more risky to take. I know the Gig is going to go for the hook, see if he's able to land something. Usually, I haven't seen one of those landing in a while.
No, it's been a hot minute, but we got to talk about the compositional swaps over here from Harrisburg. Normally, you know, I would consider it just their flexibility. They can play whatever they want. It feels like they can play everything. But right now it looks like scrambling. Right now it looks like throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing if it sticks. We swapped over to Winston Dive, and Lethal has brought out what has become his signature Genji at this point in the weekend. Some's playing on that Ana where they've had so much. This is all of Harrisburg giving it everything they've got to try and hold ISU out.
And you have to hold close. I mean, you have no other chance here on the side of Harrisburg to stand a chance into this one, trying to build a blade. Already Anthony connecting pretty well, forces Gig to back up, and he's actually committed to that Roadhog.
Yeah, and of course that immortality field as well, but remember, with the Roadhog, as memey as it is, all it takes is one hook. Akawa catches the wrong end of it, but Divio will get them out, build them out of that situation. Lethal going down in the back line, though. This is exactly why Liar is playing on the Brigitte. You can peel away so much of that dive. Echo now beginning to climb bit by bit over the top of Harrisburg. They get into the back line and they keep that cart moving forward.
And on the other side, right, you're just trying to enable this Genji for success, but Lethal gets taken down early on. Soms now does have the nano, but the time is running out. This is one more fight for them.
So
and it's also a support line that is such at a big risk all the time. RuPaul is going to be having that amplification to use, having a good momentum to work with. This could be one more fight for the Grand Finals.
Everything on the line. Giggs hunting in the back line, looking for a Winston. He may have caught him out. It's so close, just barely getting out alive. Akawa survives with half a health bar. RuPaul restabilizing with the help of an amplification. Make sure the Lethal's back in. He's got his signature blade, looking for one, looking for Echo on the Echo, hunting him down with the Tracer. The focusing beam not able to find anything, and thus ISU kept at bay In fact, throwing in a couple more ultimates, the Dragon, I'm not so sure about, but Vision is, and he can see the Vision as Tap goes down, and they find themselves a way back in the fight. Gig is going to be able to take a breather here in a second, but ultimates are coming up for either side. It's a complete mess, a clown fiesta on the point, but Vision remains true. He's 20-20 all the way to the finish line. Winston in, he can throw out a Primal Rage, but all this is stalled. There are no more tools to end this fight left in Harrisburg's pockets. It is now or never.
It's a Riley that is being invested too, but gets slowed down just for a little bit of Echo, and the duplicate doesn't work as long as they want it to, and once again the support's being able to make it work.
They keep him live, bombs up in the air, Echo Liquid picks onto a call, the main take now down, the sustainability lacking here for Harrisburg. React coming in, chase down Soames, that could be it. Gig triumphantly pushing them off the point as they can chase sweet victory and the greatest upset of the Overwatch bracket. Illinois State University are your CECC 2022 champions.
Yesterday it was close, but today is the victory for ISU. They were trying since the losers bracket, playing 6 matches yesterday, playing that one match today, the one that mattered the most, the grand finals, and they're able to get away with the #1 spot. You see them celebrated, and they have to be feeling good. It's something, it's a rematch that they wanted, and they knew that it was possible.
We just watched the stars align. Every single player, every single role, all we got out of ISU all weekend long. Rush. Turns out, you know what? They switched to the double shield. You know how much I can't stand this competition, but you know what? Sometimes you die a hero, sometimes you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And on top of that, win a fat stack of cash on top of it. It's probably worth it.
It's insane, honestly, the compositions, and we talked so much about the rush, but today was not about the rush, was about the double shield that was working so well, was about the Orisa, was about the Diva as well, and made such a big impact. Everyone connected, everyone playing together. They said it in the interview early on, what they needed. They already had the individual skill. Now they had to play as a team, and this is something that they did perfectly at the grand finals today.
Yeah, it wasn't just one puzzle piece falling into place. It was all
everything.
6. Every player was popping off. Vision in that final fight was incredible. Gig's Orisa was ridiculous alongside React when they were playing over on Eichenwald. Look, we cannot say enough good things about RuPaul right now. RuPaul, throughout this series, has been almost out DPSing the entirety of his lineup, and my goodness was it impressive. ISU with an amazing display. Let's go ahead and set it on up to our desk to break it down.
Thank you so much. Wow, congratulations to Illinois State on a convincing series. Blue, you were just saying Lethal got shut down, huh? You think that's what happened?
Yeah, it's definitely what happened. We said Echo or Vision, one of the DPS, or both of them had to step up. What was actually super interesting about both of them stepping up for the side of ISU is that we look at Gig on that tank and we say, okay, Gig's going to do all of this great stuff. They're going to try and shut Gig down so these DPS duos can kind of open up their skill box and just go crazy because Gig is going to draw most of the attention.
Right.
But it's like they were just working as a cohesive unit so well together because if Gig was going off, everyone kind of turns their attention towards Gig and then it leaves those DPS open and then they started popping off and then they have to go back. The other thing that was really impressive is that the whole team said, listen, yesterday we saw Lethal playing whatever he wanted. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to let him play whatever he wants, but we're going to shut him down. It's kind of like watching a double team in basketball just over and over and over again. Or like if you're a football fan, you just see that QB spy on a mobile quarterback 24/7. They always have an eye on Lethal. So he couldn't be very lethal, and all that pressure kind of fell onto Tap. And another thing is that Elk was doing a great job, but I think that So Ames was the one who had to carry most of the weight. Those immortality fields were coming in clutch. Like it stopped like 2 Cassidy ults, it stopped a Diva bomb like 4 times. But the problem is that those plays are coming at great moments, but the rest of the team was just kind of falling apart behind that because, yeah, you stopped those ults, but what were you doing so correctly yesterday was using so many little tiny pieces of your utility and getting the most success out of it. So ISU said, we're going to do that, and then the mirror comps came in, but it was the mirror comps that were winning for DPS.
I think that we're very close to our trophy presentation sponsored by New Street, so as soon as I get the word, we'll head down there. But I want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, Barbasol. Remember, you can scan that QR code on your screen or go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans and enter for a chance to win weekly Jurassic-themed prizes, including a Jurassic-sized grand prize. That's what these teams are winning today, too. This is a big deal. And let's go ahead and go down to the trophy presentation sponsored by Barbasol.
So exciting. I am with our champions, Illinois State. You just won the grand finals gig. Tell me, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm happy for the boys. We worked hard, and after the reverse sweep against Northwood yesterday, I knew this game was ours. We were just in the mentality, hungry, and just ready to take what's ours.
Such a hard-fought battle, and RuPaul, we definitely got to talk about his performance.
Oh, he played great. You know, yesterday, I don't know, but today he put the team on his back, and couldn't be more happier and proud of him.
Is there anything you want to say to your teammates?
Shoot, they already know what I say. I love them, baby. Come on.
I love it. Anything you want to say to the fans at home?
I just want to thank everyone that's watching us. I know it's been a long year for Redbirds, but I'm happy we ended it on a good note, and thank you for coming out and always supporting.
And now we're going to move into our trophy ceremony. I would like to welcome to the stage Angela, Todd, and Ray. They are with our presenting partners. And Angela, I know that there's something that you would like to say to the team and everyone watching at home.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angela Bernhard-Thomas, Executive Vice President of Esports U. On behalf of the event producers, CSMG, Esports U, and Skillshot Media, and our presenting event sponsors, Microsoft and CDW, and our trophy sponsor, Barbasol, we'd like to congratulate Illinois State University, their victory at CECC Atlanta 2022, and also congratulate the MVP, Gig. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Illinois State!
MVP is going to be Gig. What do you guys think went into that decision?
I mean, it makes sense with what Blue's been saying the whole time. Yeah. I mean, you talk about being able to pull the focus of an entire roster on you, and it opens up so many opportunities. They talked about this, and we talked about it in our pre-show, is the ability to not only keep the mental strong, but also find ways to do this as a team. They knew individually they were all performing quite well, but this was a truly cohesive unit. The ability to say, hey, I'm going to pull aggro over here, you guys are going to get free DPS over here, and we have the backline still evolved.
Yeah, I think that's actually something, I'm so glad that you actually mentioned that, because like watching the game and seeing how these boys were playing, I mean, we see like the double Symmetra walls placed up on Lijiang Tower. One of them goes down and then immediately you're expecting the Reinhardt shatter, which is exactly what they thought. The Lucio sound barrier was absolutely insane. He dropped the shield, baited out the ultimate, and they actually ended up clutching that out and forcing them off of the point. Like, I mean, once again, you see how happy it is they are. They deserved every last bit of what they got.
And Harrisburg coming in 1-up, and then Illinois State goes to win 3 and the entire thing. To what do you attribute that momentum, Blue?
Oh, man, like Gig said, they were just feeling it mentality-wise, momentum-wise. The goggles were a little blurred today. Maybe it was the suit. The color combo probably gave Harrisburg the bad juju, but I mean, if you go back and you look at that Lijiang Tower game where it all really started, and it started to just, it's like an avalanche, like a snowball, just getting bigger and bigger for ISU. The only difference in one of those rounds was one hero. May for Harrisburg and Cassidy for the other side, but it wasn't even those two that made the difference. It was Doomfist on both sides, and Echo on Doomfist was going crazy. The ult charge was just going and going and going. They were getting it so fast and so often, and they were making plays with it because Gig was opening everything up. And if you can open the map up as a tank, especially a main tank and not just an off tank in that off lane like I was talking about yesterday, if you can do that, then the world is yours and it's your team's, and they took full advantage of that. And they made mistakes, of course, but they didn't allow Harrisburg to capitalize off of those mistakes, and they were taking full advantage of the mistakes that Harrisburg was just allowing to happen to them. Again, they shut down Lethal, and that put a lot of pressure on Tap. Divio didn't play as well as they did yesterday, and Akawa tried, I mean, especially in that last game on Dorado with the Winston at the end, was going crazy. I mean, the monkey was beating the chest and smacking people around like ragdolls.
No frozen calls today, but plenty of banana jokes coming out.
Yes. Crazy good play.
We talked a lot about momentum and about how it feels to be one team or another coming up from a lower bracket or having waited a while and cooled down from a winner bracket. Do you think that came into play here at all?
Definitely a little bit of momentum. I think Illinois had the ability to, when they did that lower bracket, as soon as they got that reverse sweep, I think they had it mentality-wise, like, this is ours. Like, if we can get through Northwood in a reverse sweep, nobody's going to beat us.
And that's exactly what was said too, right? Like after yesterday, they were like, we knew what we were about today. Like that reverse sweep is exactly what set us into motion today, and it showed, right? Not a single game dropped, and I think that's so absolutely important to be able to have something like that.
It was so touching to see, you know, they know what I'm going to say. I love them, baby. Come on, like that speaks to what we were talking about with teamwork earlier, where there's two sides to it. There's the side that's, you know, strategically and player-wise, we need to have a really good cohesion, but also, like you said, spending time with your teammates, having confidence and trust in them. What did you guys think of seeing something like that coming out of this final?
Always, yeah. Like it always, at least for me personally, like I know what that's like to have like teammates like that. Like it always warms the heart to be able to see something like that, right? I think that's so important. Like friends first, teammates second. I think that makes such a powerful combo, and that's always so important to be able to see that. I love seeing people get excited when they win something like that.
I was going to say, Fawn and I, we've done 2 events this year together. This is our second one this year together. So, you know, we don't play esports on a team, but we talk about esports together on a desk, so we kind of have that chemistry outside of doing this, and I think that helps us, and it helps them more. Or maybe, you know, Gig just had some really good almonds and peanuts at 2 a.m. Last night. I mean, I don't know.
What? Is that what it takes? Is almonds and peanuts?
Listen, I love protein, and that protein was looking good for him. So, in all seriousness, though, I mean, Aiko, Vision, both of them could have taken the MVP. Gig, respectfully deserved, and I'd like to see. He had a little bit of a stint in the Overwatch League last year, or, you know, in his past. Serious consideration for him to be in it again, if not a really good contenders team. One of the academies. I mean, you got Lethal and Tap on Boston. You've got Elk on Fusion. Gig can be on either one of those teams or someone else and take a contenders team all the way, or have them contend, right? And he's totally up here for Gig.
That's worth talking about, that when we think of collegiate esports, yes, there's the prize pool, there's the honor, there's taking back a trophy to your school. That's all really cool. But that's also maybe the beginning of something else, like a pro career or going into esports somehow. What would you say to players having just won a tournament like this? What advice would you give them, or what encouragement would you give them?
I mean, I look at Gig and I see the way that he holds himself and he carries himself as a professional. Not only is he here to, you know, talk the talk and be like, yo, I am that good, but you see the other side of it as well immediately. Like, my teammates know, like, I love them. Like, that kind of stuff carries a long way. When you're an IGL or you're that big proponent of your team to be successful, you're pulling all the aggro, you know, you're doing the heavy lifting. He's got that protein for a reason. But it is one of those where when you see that, but then you see the other side, the personability and all that kind of stuff too, like, he's increasing his own personal value, not by doing it in a direct way. Just by being a good person, by working hard and, you know, carrying it as a team, that is going to say, hey, you are this vocal leader. You are also this really good tank main. We need you. And we know the other aspects, the macro game outside of it, is going to carry through with you as well. It's huge value for him.
Absolutely. Now, remember, we have some amazing sponsors who have been taking such good care of us. I want to say shout out to LLS. Their mission is to find cures for blood cancers and improve the quality of life for patients and their families. In need of information to support a loved one in the midst of their blood cancer journey, visit lls.org to learn about their support resources. Don't forget to do that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we have Rocket League for you. Stay tuned. Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game, available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of collegiate esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard.
Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now.
So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Woo! I'm feeling good! All right. I'm here with the host of the CECC, Polly right here. Good, brother? What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. If you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes. So let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go. 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! I'm feeling good! Woo! Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Brenda, who is not only a Twitch streamer, but a cancer survivor, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Brenda, of course, if you're comfortable, can you please kind of walk us through what cancer you had and kind of how you battled that over time?
Yes, of course. So I was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, AML. It's a very rare cancer. Thankfully, treatment for it is pretty good. So 97% chance of it never coming back. I've been cancer-free for 4 years now. Because of this, I am not able to donate blood, which is something I always wanted to do. So I found different ways to help out, and doing charity streams, charity events has helped out a lot.
Great, and what a perfect segue. I was going to ask, I feel like there's a very unique bond between cancer and video games. That's not something people would often kind of put hand in hand, but somehow you've gone above and beyond to create this connection between the two. And even off the interview, we talked about those charity streams that you've done. So can you walk us through kind of how you use your Twitch channel and your streams to bring awareness and raise money for these foundations?
Yeah, so I use the site Tosify. From there, you can choose any foundation, any society to donate money through. You make a campaign, and I like to share it. I like to raise awareness and funds, if possible, for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. They have helped my family. They have helped many people in the past, and in the future, they will be. So that's just how I work around it.
Yeah, so how do you kind of encourage your viewers to donate money? Is it just kind of setting it up and, hey, it's for a good cause, or do you have incentives or kind of fun little activities that encourage people to spend that money?
Yeah, so I do a lot of incentives. I work at a pottery shop, so I do ceramics kind of thing.
Sure.
I'll pay you something. They can choose what kind of games they want me to play, things for me to sing, all kinds of things.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit off the interview about kind of being trapped inside, right, and having video games as that outlet and utilization of kind of feeling a little bit less stuck. And were there any games you found yourself kind of really attracted to, or games you found yourself just playing more and more often as time went on?
At first, it was a lot of Gary's Mod, Prop Hunt. That was the thing back in the day, And then I also play a lot of multiplayer games, League of Legends, party games, all kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if somebody kind of looked at your situation from an outside perspective and they thought, oh, how could somebody ever utilize video games to address something as serious as cancer? How do you feel you've been able to successfully utilize this unique platform?
It's amazing, you get through Twitch especially and other streaming apps, you get access to meet people all over the world.
Yeah.
People globally. So you get to raise awareness globally. You get to teach people about blood cancers, about what they can do to help people. So it's just an amazing way to spread the cause.
Absolutely. Well, Brenda, just one more quick question. Well, less of a question, but more of an opportunity for you to kind of let us know where can we find you when you're raising all of this money and doing great things on stream?
Of course. You guys can find me over at twitch.tv/balloonsbunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Hello and welcome back to CECC here in Atlanta. It's 2022 and it's time for Rocket League. You look very excited, Lala.
I've had to wait a day for this, all right? Like I'm getting antsy. I'm getting antsy. I'm almost like Bass in the back, but not that hype. Nothing will be as hype as that boy back there.
We have a lot of Rocket League. So far, we've just played Championship Series. Right now, we get to go all the way back to the upper bracket final. We're going to start with Northwood versus University of Central Florida. Two names we've been seeing a lot throughout throughout all the games, actually. Two teams that are really doing well. Then we will do the lower bracket final. That's going to be Stockton versus whoever loses that first match. And once we figure that out, we will go to the grand final. So all Rocket League for the next little bit.
Yeah, we've got 3 rounds and a lot of high-profile talent. So for those who are unaware of Collegiate Rocket League, there's a lot of really exciting things. Even though our pro scene starts at the age of 15, we do still have some higher players that not only have earned their path into the pro scene due to the collegiate scene, but also the evolution of it and the ability to see the skill level climb over the last 2 years has been quite impressive. We are starting to see it more as like a prolific way to not only earn a degree and pay for your tuition, but also a viable option to get additional reps in, more practice and stuff. You take Northwood as a prime example. They've won pretty much everything, just like we've seen in other esports, apparently. And their system comes into place because they have one player by the name of Lion Blaze, who is a top 8 North American roster team with Ghost Gaming, who's actually here with us with a panel. We've also got someone like Noxus, who's top 16 globally ranked. You've got then his 3 teammates, who are also all semi-pro, amateur level, pro level players, and they all still perform at that high level. They're playing with their worst 3 players and are still the #1 seed, still in the upper grand final. Like, they are that good. There's so much depth to that roster. You're then looking at Central Florida in this match. They're the 7th seed coming in, and they've beat the #2 seed in Columbia and the #3 seed in Stockton. Why are they here? No one knows. I hear they've been a little bit rowdy and are definitely the Lanimals that you've been talking about.
Rowdy.
They're talking their game. So I'm hoping we get some spice in the interview, especially from Esfera. He is one that is definitely one to pay attention to. But they also have a star player, too, by the name of Luke. Luke actually used to play for Ghost Gaming on the pro roster for quite a while and has kind of gone through some other stuff, taking the collegiate route and everything else, and is earning his degree and doing, big things. So a lot of talent in our first matchup, and we haven't even talked about Stockton yet.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing any Rocket League. How are you guys feeling about going into this?
Well, I'm going to have to rely on as much of Lawler as possible.
We sat down and played a little bit, and you're just sitting here like, what is... Oh,
yes.
Oh man. Like...
My analysis is ball hit good, ball hit bad. Like, that's pretty much about as much
Cargo
as I'm going to... Yeah, right, exactly. Yes,
honestly, you could probably cast Rocket League Pro. That's all it is. That's all it is, man. We play cardball soccer, Like, it's pretty straightforward. It does play more similar to hockey with the way that it is. It's a 3v3 rotation. So you are seeing kind of like a line change mentality from the shifting of possession. But the beautiful thing about Rocket League is everything is provided to like a golden goal opportunity. The game doesn't end unless the ball hits the ground. So if it is only down by 1, getting to play in that 0-second time and that anticipation of like this moment that keeps building and over again, like our live events live and thrive off of it because the entire crowd just continuously goes, oh, like every second that it comes down, they count down for the final seconds. Like, the any given second of like a high prolific moment can being possible is one of the greatest reasons, and it's super accessible. Anybody can sit down and watch and understand ball go burr, ball go in net. Like it's very straightforward. So the accessibility of the game is its bread and butter, and is why a lot of collegiate programs take it as their #1.
What about you, Blue? What do you like about Rocket League?
My name is Blue. I'd like to yield my time to Lawler. No, seriously, Lawler. It was always like one of my bucket list items for esports, for anything actually, was to be at an event that you were at for Rocket League.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
And now that I get to be on the desk with you and just listen to you this close about it and intimate.
That's so sweet.
That's like times 10. So
I'm honored, man. I'm honored.
I'm enthusiastic about these matches, but I'm more enthusiastic about listening to you break it down and talk about it. And Bass, too. Bass is...
Yeah, Bass
has been...
He's excited.
Yesterday morning!
Yeah, he's freaking out. So I guess I can pose a question to you guys then. Obviously, because it is my bread and butter, it's my mainstay, it's what I've been doing for 7 years. Is there something that you've always like wanted to know about the game? Or is there something like by watching you're like, okay, I understand the simplicity and the accessibility of it, but there's these other things that I'm just like, what the heck is happening?
Right.
Hit me with it.
Well, there's definitely one thing it is that you had talked about before, which once again is like the sort of like implicit nature that Rocket League has, which is like once again ball hit, ball go in net, right? Which is like something that it is that everybody understands no matter what sport it is that you're playing, right? And you explained this a little bit to me. I'm excited to see sort of like the in-depth mechanical stuff, right? Because that's something is I'm always interested in whenever I'm watching games, whenever I'm playing games. I want to know about the in-depth stuff, right? The stuff that's going to be crazy, the stuff that's like very small and minute, but it makes the change in that play, right? That the average viewer wouldn't really be able to understand if like we're looking at it for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty, but it's also the difficulty of it.
Right,
so Rocket League in general is a physics-based game. So you talk about a sports simulation like Madden or FIFA. If I'm playing FIFA and I want to pass the ball, I hit a button.
Right.
In Rocket League, I am physically controlling how fast the car is going, brake checking the ball, making sure that I touch it soft enough so I can maintain possession. If I dodge into it or I push into it, you got to make sure that everything you do as an individual is perfection. And now you're adding multiple players, and you see like a give and go on the field where it's a perfect pass play downfield. That is every single person putting themselves individually in a perfect position, hitting it just right with the right pace, putting in the angle, like the placement of the shot, like everything on an individual level. So while it is very accessible and very easy, there is no other game like it. So you, in an FPS, point, click, shoot, translates all the way back from like Doom and Quake. Rocket League doesn't translate from anything. It is a brand new genre that has never been done before. So for a lot of people sitting down and playing it, it goes one of two ways. Either I love it because I can physically see myself linear progression the hours I put in, or this is way too hard, I hate this. I can't stand it. So it's that engagement that, because it is a physics-based game, there are so many different nuances that are done by the individual, and like in the big moments, it's a giant chess match. That's all happening split second.
I love talking about Rocket League. I think the three-dimensional space it takes up is so fascinating. But we need to focus in on this exact match that we're about to watch. So let's take a look at the keys to victory. We're looking again at Northwood and University of Central Florida. What are they going to have to do?
So Rocket League in particular is a very momentum-based game, and you can see it on the first one, keeping your composure due to land. We've seen someone in particular by the name of Central Florida take that to a full degree. You're the 7th seed and you're coming in. Not only are you composed, but you're confident. You are getting in the face of the opponent. You're not afraid to go and take these risky plays, even though things are easily punished. So the composure side of things, when it does go wrong, these matches go by very, very fast, making sure that you can level out. The other side of it, too, is of some of the longer sets. We are now getting into best of 5s and best of 7s. They are grueling because Rocket League is that physics-based game, because it is so attention to detail. Your mental is flying at 110% every single second, and you have a 60-second break in between every single game. We play back to back to back until the series is done. There is no timeouts. It's 100%. There's also the side of the psych factor, which is always great. The best part, I can see the crazy flip resets and the musty double touches and other mechanics. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Right.
But when I see some guy break check a dude and break his ankles and his ankles turn into wine, that stuff, those psychs, those fakes, the big moments, the deeks kind of stuff, that's what I live and breathe for. It's my favorite stuff. So we do have the micro and the macro game within the game itself, but then you also have the mental game outside of it. And then the whole concept, be assertive, that confidence that we're talking about, that has been Central Florida's bread and butter so far against the #1 team, arguably. When we pulled all these players, who are you afraid of? Northwood. Every single person. Even Northwood, when they responded, was just like, you should be afraid of us. Nobody else.
Thank you so much to Microsoft CDW for those keys to victory. I want to talk about what's on the line. We're going to get an updated prize pool here. Looks like first place for Rocket League is going to be $3,000. Second place, $2,000. Third place, $500. And for that MVP that is chosen at the end of the match, they also get $1,000.
Hold on. MVP gets $1,000 on their own?
They do.
Hey, I can play Rocket League. Let me go down there.
Yeah.
Y'all need a sub?
The best part, too, is our rosters are only 3 people. So you're looking at like Overwatch, they got a grand prize pool. They're splitting it between 6. We got $3 grand. We're splitting it between 3 people. Each person is getting the same amount that we just saw in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot on the line. It may make you hungry. And if so, think about McDonald's. You can download the app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. With the McDonald's app, you will get access to those exclusive deals. And you know what we have access to? Some amazing casters to take us into this game. Let's see it.
Hey.
Here we
go. We've been waiting all weekend for this one here,
We're
Trevor,
here.
and we have finally arrived. Rocket League has arrived, as well as Northwood and UCF. We've been talking about this all weekend long. UCF, I hate to say it, UCF fans are going to hate me for this. You shouldn't be here. 7th seed walking into this. They don't have their best player, and somehow they've beaten everybody else in the competition. They arrive here against Northwood, and to say that this is a tall task, well, that is an understatement beyond compare.
Yeah, I'm really excited for UCF to see what they can do here. You know, not only for them to be main stage in the bright lights, we are too. We got the Oakleys on to help, you know, simmer that down a little bit. But having UCF here, like you said, should not be here by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, right? It's a completely unheard of stretch that they've had. That started before we even got here. Yeah. They're a wild card bid that lost to USF to get here into this event. And what they've done with the opportunity has, by and large, exceeded expectations. They've gone 6-2 over all of their series. They are looking outstanding, and I'm so excited to see what they can do against Northwood, who, as we've talked about, as everyone in every game so far has talked about, has pretty much dominated competition.
They're unreal. To give you guys reference to this, Northwood has won almost every competition in Collegiate Rocket League over the last year. The only one they have not won was CSL, and that was actually an upset victory against one of the teams that is in the lower bracket here. They lost to Siena Heights, Stockton, our lower bracket team, then won the entire competition. But aside from that, Northwood has taken everything, including this tournament here. They are 6-0. They have not dropped a game thus far here, Trevor. They are unreal dominant through this. But again, UCF, man, they've got that fire. Something is driving them here at this LAN.
Yeah, they set it up there, the Lanimals, the demons, yeah, up close and personal. And that's what we talked about. You know, this is the point of being here in person, embracing that LAN culture, right? Get loud. Make sure that the other team knows that you're there. If you do some amazing play, make sure that not only do they see it on their screen, but they hear it in their ears as well. And I just love being back here in person because we get that full experience. We get to see, we get to hear everything going on, not only on main stage, but everything that's been going on behind the scenes as well. I'm so stoked for what's happening.
And am I reading that right? Do I see Lion Blaze on stage? I know Lawler was talking about it. We were talking to Lawler about that. If that's actually Lion Blaze, it's a different lineup right now here for Northwood University. But, well, we're going to have to find out, as it does look like game number 1 here has officially arrived. We can actually see the full lineup now, and well, we'll find out. Is Northwood actually playing with their star-studded striker, or are they going to be playing a little bit different? For right now, they're playing with some fire, as we are 15 seconds into this one, and already Pirates is on the board.
Yeah, Pirates firing the cannons, getting the first goal here of Rocket League. We get to see on stream, a day late, $1 short, but Pirates getting the first one up. UCF taking the lead here. I'm so excited because of just the be assertive mentality that we've had. Just making sure that you come out swinging.
All right, well, right now it does look like we're having a bit of issue technically, so I believe that
it says up, down. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, a little bit. Northwood is in the lead right now. We're going to get that corrected real quickly, but it doesn't matter. The action will continue here, as we've got 4 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock in this best of 5, and Luke, he's trying to stunt a little bit here. That's the flip reset that Lawler was talking about before. Those mechanics going to be on display, as both of these teams are some of the best teams, not just in Collegiate Rocket League, but in Rocket League as a whole. So right now, it does look like, though, there's a bit of pressure going up against against Northwood right now. Does look like they're going to be able to relieve it. Bit's going to take this one on the back end. Not the greatest clearance, but Luke will clear it out for now, as Furrow with a miss, though. And as we continue to go back and forth here, usually game number 1, Trevor, just a bit of a feeling out period. Neither team really going to try and throw everything at their opponent as much as figure out what strategy they want to play with.
Yeah, and that's the benefit going into, as Lawler was talking about, the best of 5s, the best of 7s, the extended series. You get these opportunities, but just getting the favors from the uprights here. Bit's going to get an equalizer goal. Great catch there at midfield to send it wayward of the goal. And that upright coming in clutch for that 4th teammate.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot, and it's a heck of a way to try and respond to what was an early goal there out of Northwood. We got 3:49 left on the clock. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to really take this game by storm, but this is kind of what we're expecting. As much as Northwood come into this one the favorites, Trevor, UCF, they're not going to give them an easy fight. They are going to claw their way through this tooth and nail until they eventually find that final ball drop. But right now, they're actually keeping it up. It's going to send this one high into the backboard. Decent touch off the backboard. Ooh, I was going to say clear it not too far, but as Furrow misses that ball, it seems like maybe the Lanimal's going to take a second to really come to life.
Yeah, I got to catch your breath, regain composure. Going for attempted reset there, but will lose possession to send it back to midfield. This defense standing up pretty strong. They're doing a good job to disrupt a lot of these passing lanes here and not really letting these plays formulate. And this is, as you touched on in game one, just kind of feeling each other out, seeing what the play's going to be, seeing the styles. Great read there off the wall, but unfortunately will be challenged at 50 and losing possession. But we'll maintain down on this side of the field at least.
It's just kind of going back and forth right now out of midfield here. Doesn't feel like either team's really taking a good possession as much as it's heavy touch after heavy touch. Example there is Bits tries to clear that one out, but is intercepted by Buddy. So Northwood will continue with their offense here. Drop down pass and tries to intercept it, but not quite enough. Fur, though, he's not going to jump on this one either. Az looking a little bit nervous. I mean, listen, we were talking about how the team's been vocal. No one's been more vocal than Az Fur. I had a conversation with him this morning where he was like, this is not an upset. We have not taken any upsets. We are supposed to be here. We are supposed to win this one. And Az, you want to prove that, you got to start playing with the rest of your team here. Does feel a little bit disjointed as Northwood are starting to lock them into their own half. And that's a big bump, but Bits, he's going to be able to recover. Not a great touch afterwards. 50-50. We'll keep it on the Northwood half. But again, this has been the difficulty. Possession plays have been far and few between.
Yeah, these possessions have just been traded off back and forth the last 60 seconds or so, and waiting now to see kind of what the next development's going to be, right? You've got the taste of what this game's going to play out like. We've traded a goal each in that first minute and a half and some change. Now it's a point of who's going to find the play, who's going to find the passing lane, win the challenge, or force the other team to make a mistake. That is the biggest thing, is not necessarily these teams making mistakes, but realizing when a mistake is made and being able to capitalize on said.
It's huge. It's one of the biggest things in Rocket League is being able to recognize the vulnerabilities of your opponents and adapting as that continues here. We talk about it a lot. It's not the first mistake, it's the mistakes after that become a problem. And well, speaking of mistakes there, the shot a little bit off target, but it's okay because we're going the other way, and it does look like Luke is prepared on defense. Decent 50-50 in the corner. Buddy will win the next one though and send it to the backboard where Az Fur is waiting. He should have a flip in his bag. He does indeed as he receives it off the ceiling, but it's not going to get much further than this corner here. Northwood really putting on the pressure right now, as it really does feel like the further we get into this one, UCF, I don't want to say that they're panicking, but it does feel like they aren't really putting plays together as much as just trying to clear the ball to open space.
Yeah, playing a lot more reactive to the situation as to where the ball is on the pitch, and trying to find something to put together without really putting a lot of thought into it. And as they were talking about a physics-based game, there is so much that you have to put together to be able to formulate a play. And I think on both sides really interrupting enough of that, but there you start to see momentum shifting where Northwood maintaining longer possessions, just creating this pressure on this side of the field where even winning these 50s, they lose possession of the ball. It's just temporarily.
Now, here's the big thing, though. We talk about this a lot. Pressure, it means a lot, but it doesn't mean anything if you can't get shots on target.
True.
And it's been a while since we've seen a good shot out of either squad. Again, this midfield presence has kind of just been sending it back and forth. With 20 seconds left, the last one will probably be the decider, or we go to overtime. And folks, if you've never seen an overtime in Rocket League, well, it's golden goal. You get that goal, you take the game. And right now, it's looking like we are heading there. 7 seconds left on the clock. The pressure is up against Northwood, though. But as Hockey clears this one off the backboard, I'm assuming that'll hit the wall and hit the ground, and oh no.
Carry.
Luke, why would you do that? The double touch, it's open, but it's not on target. We head to overtime, game number 1.
What a way to start a Rocket League series, going to extra time, getting some free Rocket League under our belt, and a great opportunity there, just missed it wide. And now after that, they're going to be reeling, kicking themselves, trying to find a quick answer, a quick strike back, and immediately applying this pressure, picking up right where they left off. Had the chance there, but great denial by Bits.
That was a really big play, but the pressure is not over yet. We've been talking about this. Northwood getting further and further with their possession plays, but that's not going to be enough. 50-50 out of the corner here. Luke's going to keep the pressure on, try and clear that one out, but as Hockey sends one to the ceiling, it might be a pre-flip into the ball. That would have been something special had they been able to manage it, but unfortunately, Northwood are going to come up short so far. 40 seconds into overtime here. Maybe now we can see a breakaway play from UCF, but as Hockey intercepts, it's not going to happen. He's also causing chaos in front of the net, and he will backflip to end this overtime. 46 seconds in, Northwood take the first game.
The backflip for style, it's about sending a message. You don't have to do it clean, but you do it crisp, and Hockey putting that one in the net, giving them the 1-game advantage. Northwood, as we'd expected, still winning. They have yet to drop the game. They squeaked that one out in overtime, so it almost happened. UCF almost did it. There's a few areas where they need to improve on, relieving some of that pressure, finding those outs to get out from the back of their zone and try to find something to transition into an offensive place. where they just couldn't do that for that last half of the game.
It feels like a lot of these heavy touches that we've been talking about the entire time are not necessarily without reason, but they're without force. When you're going to have a heavy touch like that, when you're trying to clear it off your half, put it to open space. Do not try and put it to a defender, and really take your time with those touches. It feels like the team's a little bit panicked right now, but here's the good thing. It's only game number 1, and even if they do lose this series, which is a long way away, they've still got that lower bracket as well. But I don't think UCF are trying to head there. I don't think they plan to head there at this point here. And as we look at the replays here, brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, you can really see the pressure was on at the end here. No one on the line really able to make a correct touch.
Right.
Hockey, he takes full advantage of it.
Bits had a great denial there 20 seconds prior to, but then after that, it's just kind of, okay, deep breath, regain composure, and realize that the attack is still going. You have to get back into the rotations, put yourself in a position where you can still stand up defensively. And like Lawler was saying, you know, this is a point now where game 1 of 5, there's a long series left, but you still have to maintain because this is a quick, virtually immediate turnaround. Okay, put that game behind you. Now we're on to game 2. This is still a fresh series in your mind.
Yeah, this is one of these things where it's why I love Rocket League so much. We were talking about this earlier today when we were back in the green room. We've seen games where a team gets absolutely decimated. It's 8-2. They're just being absolutely throttled the entire time. And then all of a sudden, you get that 1 minute break in between, and now they 3-0 sweep the other team the other way. It's a really weird game. The volatility in Rocket League, the momentum in Rocket League does not make a lot of sense unless you've watched a lot of it, but I can guarantee to you watching at home or here in the arena, it's going to only further the excitement, as it does look like we're going to take a break from said excitement. Looks like we're having a bit of technical difficulties, so we're going to pause this and make sure, or maybe not a break entirely, we're just going to watch as Luke running the shades? All right, Luke, I like it. Stunting out here. I see you.
Blocking out the haters. 2 thumbs up after that performance, trying to continue their run here on the top side of the bracket. That is also the other benefit of this is that, okay, yes, but you don't want to take that mentality where if we lose the series, we still have another chance. You still want to have the mentality of we're going to win this series, right? We're coming out on top because, granted, on the other side of it, there is still a very scary team.
It's Stockton. And to give you guys reference why we are referencing, you know, Stockton as such a threatening team, remember how we said the only time that Northwood have ever lost a league, it was Stockton who took it. And the only time that UCF have really struggled in league play in CRL was against this team. They lost to them in league play, they lost to them in playoffs, and now they get their revenge, and they do it without Bambi. So it's really an incredible feat here thus far for UCF, but the feat's not over. They may have locked in the money, they may have a chance to get at least 3rd place, but they want more. They want the glory. They want to prove to the rest of the world here and the rest of the collegiate scene that they are the Lanimals. They are the team that can get on land and decimate their opponents, even if the odds are against them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who's on the roster. They just want that big shiny trophy that's sitting center stage. They want to walk away with, I mean, the money's cool too, but how many people could say they got a big trophy in their case? I don't have a trophy case, but if I did, that'd be front and center right there.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful. It's a huge trophy, and I know it's a huge honor for these teams, and that player in particular. Remember, I've been talking about somebody, saying, hey, I've been chatting a lot, talking about, how good he is at this game and how ready he is. That is as for that player right there, and that is the trophy that we've been talking about. Look at it, Trevor.
Those are so cool.
So nice.
The shine, the polish. Whoever shined that needs a raise for sure because those are crystal clean. I mean, that is
just pretty.
That's right around the corner. I could just run out stage and take that and run.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of thinking about it right now. But you know what? Let's think about the game instead. Game number 2 is underway here. It is going to be UCF versus Northwood yet again. And the pressure is really going to be on against UCF, but apparently they do not care. 6 seconds into this one, Luke will find the first strike.
That is all it takes off the kickoff, and that is the point that we have touched on of being assertive, getting your name right there, right now. Starting this game off with a message being sent, a ball to the back of the net, getting that first goal that fast, really dictating the tone and the pacing of this game. Now they just got to follow it up and continue to apply this pressure.
We got to see if right now they can keep this up, though. Again, they found an early goal last time, but weren't really able to do much with it. So this is going to be a very different game for them here. They really do need to try and hold on to this possession a little bit more thoroughly, and I think that they're doing that right now. They're definitely diving into the ball, putting the pressure against Northwood, but someone's got to be there on the backboard. Buddy gets a free clear, and Pirates gets a free follow-up. So what happened? UCF, you were keeping up the pressure. You're doing a good job at making Northwood uncomfortable, and then oh boy, that happens on the back end here. Bits will come through to the rescue for his team, but it doesn't seem like the nerves are completely gone here, Trev.
Not quite. Just got a little shimmy shake and we'll be good to go after this. 60 seconds here into this second game, and now the pressure's going back the other way where Northwood's picking up after a good clear here, but will be caught at midfield. A great attack we saw from UCF, almost threaded the needle, but yeah, the misnomers on the other end, just a couple of mistakes, a couple of little misinputs, and all of a sudden you find Northwood on the other side almost getting a shot off, but good deflection, good stand on the line.
And it does look like the defense is definitely starting to start up here and get a little bit stronger on both sides. Usually Rocket League is a game that is very all around. If you have a defense that can't stand up to the offense, or you have an offense that can't stand up to the defense, you're not going to be able to win it. You really have to be careful. And Baki, you got to be careful as well, my friend. That is not a touch you need to make. A little bit of colliding there out of midfield, and it's going to be the end of the Northwood offense, or so I thought. Pirate's going to send one to the backboard. Buddy's up for it, and he will slam it home. Redirect through the air, and there we go. Northwood will tie us up.
A great read there. As soon as you thought the attack was done, Pirates sent it up, and Buddy came in with the dunk from midfield jump. The pre-jump was there, was ready. Great read there from that side, and just being able to get the goal back. Just phenomenal Rocket League play. It
really is. That's a player to watch here. We've been talking about, how these players are semi-pro, somewhat pro. Buddy is probably one of the most prevalent players here in this lobby. He just qualified for closed qualifiers for RLCS, meaning he's got a single day left and he'll be in the biggest prestigious event in all of Rocket League. So he's got to be feeling himself. He seemed like he was hyped last night when he got in, and seems like he's pretty hyped right now because he's doing some nasty things out here on the field, and it might work out. That's a free flip out of nowhere. Okay. Can Luke get back to it? Indeed he can, and Buddy, he will not get a follow-up touch. Pitch will clear that one out, but this is a scary place here, Trevor. Yeah. If Northwood are coming to life, UCF, get prepared. Yeah, real precarious position they found themselves in. All three UCF players in the corner at that point have since reset, got themselves back into position. Now the demo's going to give numbers advantage, take this up the wall with full boost, but a good challenge there on the wall will take it back, but this attack's not done. They're still just going to keep applying this pressure. We hit the halfway point through game number 2, and this series already playing out exactly like we want. An overtime game 1, a tight game here in game number 2 halfway through. This is everything we could have asked for. This is exactly what we were hoping for here. Again, UCF, they may come onto this one on paper as the lower-seeded team, but that doesn't really matter to them. Like we've been saying, they've been playing an uphill battle pretty much since they got into Collegiate Rocket League, and they knew they were going to have a battle here, but they've been very, very prepared. Thus far, at least, but with 2 minutes remaining, they still got to try and hold on here. As for a decent clear out to the side, he'll have one of his teammates receive it and send it the other way, but pressure's still up against them here. It does feel like UCF are getting a little bit too passive. If they start giving this much space to Northwood, you know they're going to do something disgusting with it. Yeah, the attempt at the cross coming over, taking the boost as well, just starting to dominate this side of the field and just starving the UCF squad here with the demos coming through to try to give advantage. And the other side is going to be getting that one, but immediately cleared back out, sent the other way, and now this is just the long clearance to see if we'll get one off the backflip. What a save from right to left. Luke will make sure this game stays knotted at 1 apiece. Man, we got to give credit to Luke. He has really been stepping up throughout this entire tournament thus far, and I mean, UCF, you definitely look like a team that can take down Northwood right now, but with about 1:15 left on the clock, they've got to do it here and now. They lose this game, Trevor. They got a reverse sweep, and listen, reverse sweeps happen in Rocket League. They do occasionally happen. They're very rare, though, especially in a LAN environment like this where the pressure is against you, and you really have to step up when it matters. So, speaking of stepping up, UCF, it is now or never. 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to try and clear this one out of their own half, but as it gets strapped in the corner, it doesn't look like it's going all too far. But he clears it out to center, and Pirates with time and space and boost in the tank. This is not what you want. Pass out to Buddy, shot off target. Follow-up, going to center it again, and Buddy will try and dunk the last defender. Cannot get there. Hockey puts it on target, and Northwood with a chance to close out this game, but cannot hit the mark. These rotations from Northwood, they're giving every opportunity to every player on this roster, trying to find the shot, trying to find the angle, but there's enough disruption, not enough momentum. That ball's found the back of the net yet. Now under 30 to play, and Northwood's just looking for a hole in the defense. They continue this attack. Don't commit there, but will not find anything as Bits is the challenger and takes it, clears it out the other way. I'm surprised that even worked out. A double commitment like that definitely should have gotten punished, but it does feel like I said, UCF, they're getting passive. They're not diving as quickly as they need to. That could be a problem with drop downs like that. But Pirates puts it off target. They might be able to keep it up. I said might, and I was very wrong. We go to our second overtime here in the series. You haven't watched Rocket League before? I promise you, it's not normally like this. We don't normally get overtimes this often. Overtime's so nice, let's do it twice. Why not? Get some more extra Rocket League here in play. And just imagining off the momentum from game number 1 and how the latter half of these games have gone, Northwood should be riding this wave of pressure and momentum, but not able to find anything out of this one. Pirates gets the steal at midfield, trying to set up, looking for the pass off. There's Hockey off the post. Cannot get it to go. Instead, goes back the other way. Oh my gosh, Northwood, you are continued to be plagued by your inaccuracies, and it could come back to bite you as it's in the other end. And Luke gets credited with the goal. Was that not Aspera taking the shot? How did Luke get this one.
Calculated, by the way. That's just
he hit it off
the deflection. Yeah. Calculated deflection off of your teammate. Just able to get the goal to go ahead. And, you know, why not? Let's just keep things close, keep things interesting, and let's get UCF in game number 3.
They give themselves a tied series here, and this is why we say Northwood, they gotta be careful here. This is not a team to underestimate, and you make a single miss on the back line, it is going to get punished. Rocket League is a lethal game. They do not mess around, and as you can see here from the replays brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, this is where the things started going wrong. The double commitments on the back end, the panic that, honestly, most teams can't do to Northwood. Northwood are usually such a composed team. To see them floundering like this on the back end, it's surprising to say the least.
But you gotta give a lot of credit to UCF as well. The fact that they get that early goal 6 seconds in, but not only are they just kind of getting Northwood out of their element, but they're also holding pace with it. I mean, they're matching it blow for blow. They're not giving anything up too asinine on the other end to Northwood. They're just keeping it close and keeping a good matchup between the two. And sure, you give up one goal, but you find one back on the other way. There's always those small, minute mistakes you're going to be able to capitalize on, recognize the faults of the other team, and that's what UCF was able to do to keep that game a 1-0, 1-1, and force it into overtime.
It's been a close game so far. It's been a close series thus far as well, but this is really where things start to pivot a little bit here. The winner of this match is going to move on to series point, and they will need a single game to move to that grand final. And oh boy, do you want to try and get to that grand final through the upper bracket? Because if you could lose this one, Stockton's waiting in the wings. And Stockton, apparently they're a little bit mad that they even lost to UCF. So as we get into game number 3 here, it's a big game for UCF in particular. They need to prove themselves, and they need to play carefully on defense. They're almost dismantled by the offense of Northwood. But wait a minute, where's the defense on the other end? Touch off the backboard. Luke is trying to link up with Bits, but it will not be enough. And we jump into this game with, I'd say, a little bit of chaos on both ends.
Yeah, just a little bit. Putting the floor to the pedal, not really a whole lot of a plan going on, but you just trust the process that there is a plan somewhere in this. Eventually it'll formulate and will come to fruition, but for the time being, hit the ball, kind of like Vaughn was saying, just hit ball good and something good will happen.
Yeah, usually it'll do something, you know, decently. If you're able to play a little bit carefully, I would say, though, because we have seen that sort of hit ball mentality out of UCF before, just clearing the ball into open space, and then eventually you would find a Northwood defender who would intercept. No one intercepting this time, though. Bits getting free space and time off the backboard there. Pirates will eventually try and dive on this one, and so has Furra, but this is a 2v1 here. Luke by himself, and he cannot make the touch, but Bits can! They can't find the follow-up as Furra makes the save as well, and somehow, some way, UCF live to see another day.
UCF have put the shield in front of this goal. They're not giving anything up here just yet. The pressure maintains from Northwood, but they are holding on for now. Watch another shot. Crossbar as Furra gets another save as they are just not relenting. Northwood trying to put shot after shot, but UCF, all of these saves, somehow are still scoreless.
I don't understand. As for, I don't know what you're measuring in, but it better be masonry, because you are building a brick wall on that defense. This man has been electric on the back line, but they got to survive another 3 minutes without conceding a goal. Otherwise, they go down 2-1 in the series. 3 minutes on the clock here. Pirates going to try and take this one out of the corner. Not the greatest touch, so as for, again, that defender, he will clear this one out, and we're not going to find any of his teammates there. Bits couldn't quite read the ball. Luke dives into it eventually, but diving a second time, that's a bit risky, as Furra has to try and play this one out at midfield. And again, this is where I'm saying UCF, it does feel like the panic's a little bit there. They're definitely more advantageous. I appreciate that, but they do need to play very carefully here. They are teetering on a line. If they make a big mistake, it's going to cost them.
They ride a huge wave of momentum. They gather all of this pressure that they apply very quickly, and then it's just like a rocket engine. It burns out real fast, and Northwood just has that constant, sustained pressure that they're able to answer back, and this is what we see here, just constantly on this side of the pitch, trying to find their shots. They've had more quantity and more efficient shots here, but they just got to find one to sneak by. But as Furra, we're talking about on the defensive end, put something through on the offensive side.
All right, apparently this man has been lifting. He's been bragging about it on Twitter, and now he's going to prove it as he slams one into the right-hand side, and all of a sudden we're seeing ourselves in a little bit of a precarious position again. It does feel like now UCF have the momentum in their favor, and Northwood, a team that's proven they can play from behind, now need to do exactly that. 2:15 left on the clock. They're going to march straight on into an offense here, and the demo going to cause a bit of confusion, especially with a pinch like that. But he can't read it, though, and it's not going to be enough as Northwood, I think they're starting to get a little bit, I'm not going to say frazzled by UCF, but they definitely don't look as comfortable as they did before.
Yeah, just not quite holding the same game plan that they had, not quite fully composed, just trying to find their answer to break through this defensive wall. It might be something so simple as a chip, but again, the defense stands tall and will not allow the goal to go through. Under 2 to play. UCF holds the lead.
I'm so sick. Oh, no. Oh, boy, I'm terrified for everybody. I was going to say I'm terrified for Northwood here. The inaccuracy has plagued them throughout this series. But also, UCF, you played such a good defense. Please don't crumble now with 1:30 left on the clock. Fitz is not going to do so. He'll try and take this one out to midfield. Throw it out to Luke, who can only get a 50-50, though. And again, as for he's been solid on the line thus far, he will do it again as he clears one out to the side. Pirates, though, throws it center. Hockey can't make a touch. And now we're starting to see Northwood. I'm going to say they're getting a little bit desperate here. They're sending the house, and it's not paying off. They need to send everything at their opponents if they do not want to go down 2-1 in the series. And, that might be enough. That is not in a win! Who even was that? Where did they come from?
From downtown. You know you bet on the house always wins, but they still are finding these angles to put the shots on. But the defense of UCF is sending a message here in game number 3 to try to go to series points. Under a minute to play, they hold on to this 1-goal lead and now try to potentially find an angle to make it 2, but the rotation's going back. It's for getting some boost, and this will be at least a pause on this. Buddy takes a shot, will nose it up over the top of the net, and now they just got to make sure this ball does not cross that line.
Oh boy, this is an intense 30 seconds here. At this point, you really have to wonder, what are Northwood thinking here? They did not even expect to go down in the series. They didn't expect to drop a game. They haven't thus far, but now they find themselves potentially dropping their second one here. 20 seconds to go. The pressure still against Northwood here. Bit's going to throw this one center, and Hockey, he will try and clear that one out. He'll actually find his teammate, and it's a miss off the backboard, but they do intercept, and Northwood, they're going to have to try yet again here. The pressure is on. The touch off the backboard will clear it out to Bits, but he clears it to his own side. I think he's trying to keep possession here, but there's a lot of Northwood players lurking, but there's Asfura to save the day and send UCF, the underdogs, up 2-1 on the series.
A simple goal, a single goal was all it took for them to take that game and now move to series points here.
Saves.
That's insane play. The defense of UCF, I'm going to give it to all of them. I mean, every single one of their rotations on point to just stop this relentless Northwood offense, just not able to get these attacks to really formulate to get that goal scored. There was multiple opportunities where that ball should have crossed the line. Northwood should have had a couple of goals, but just did not let it happen.
Dude.
Oh, just the nose. That's all it takes.
Dude, listen, as for, I'm so sorry, my guy. I was joking around with you saying, you know, are you really going to be able to step up like you do? Yes. The answer is yes. It's very clearly yes, as they are now 2-1 on the series. UCF a single game away from moving to that to that grand final with an advantage. And we can't explain how important that is, that extra game, that ability to fight against your opponents with a little bit of extra safety net. And especially for a team like this who, again, they're not supposed to be here.
True.
UCF, the 7th seed, without their best player arguably on the team, and now they might just take down Northwood as well. They're going to continue on, but they got to now try and prove that here in game number 4 as they are up 2-1 on the series, and with 4:45 on the clock and the offense in their favor, they find another early strike here, Trevor. I don't think they're just keeping on to momentum. I'm thinking they're taking this series.
It took a minute and some change last time around to get that first goal, but slow and steady wins the race. They're trying to find something, but the defense will come across and make that save, send it back to midfield. As Ferd trying to find another one. Bit's coming up, but we'll get caught there in front of the net, not allowed to get the shot on. As we'll just watch the midfield play some back and forth, collection of boost, and try to find an angle. Northwood has to find a way to strike first, and I think that's going to be the difference maker here, as we've seen UCF get the first goal countless times. I think it's time for Northwood to send the message to set the pacing of this game and get the first goal. How did that go in?
All right, we're going to need to see the replay here. I need to understand this one. Hockey sends it to the backboard. Bit sends it out to the side. Pirates throws this down, and Hockey just dunks the defense. My man's been hitting the gym. He's just bigger.
Built differently to get the first one. So Northwood, as I was hoping they would, gets the first goal scored, gives them advantage early on in this game, and hopefully they're going to be able to maintain this offensive pressure now to put UCF on their heels and watch what we saw the inverse of last game.
I want to see a game number 5 here. Listen, I'm not cheering against you, UCF. It would be awesome if you get to the finals here as the underdog. It really would be a spectacular story, but I just like good Rocket League. And right now we are seeing great Rocket League. Both of these teams at the upper echelon in terms of collegiate play, and they're proving that here with the back and forth battle out of midfield. Bit's going to try and throw this one center. As for I don't think he's going to get a touch, but they almost fake out the defense there. They're a little bit flustered as they don't really seem to know what to do with this ball. Eventually, Buddy will throw it out center, and where's the flip reset? I knew it would come, and Luke knew it as well. He will make the save, and again, UCF, stellar defense doesn't even begin to describe what we're seeing.
Able to get the flip reset, but read it like a book. The force is strong with Luke here. Is able to make the save, send it back the other way. But now they got to find a way to get something going to get a goal scored for themselves. And this is just, as you said, great Rocket League between two great teams, regardless of who's on. Try to get the play off the backboard, but does not formulate too much. His buddy will take position, carry this one down the field, up over the top, look for the goal, fakes out Luke this time, and Buddy puts it to the back of the net.
All right, this is something I don't think we touched on. This is physical play to a T. Buddy flicks the first one and goes head hunting for Luke, and he will find a body along the way. 2:56 left on the clock, and I hate to say it, but we're looking like we're going to game number 5 here in a series where we haven't seen more than a 1-goal lead. Northwood finding 2 here in game 4. UCF, you're going to need to find some sort of recovery because it does look a little bit treacherous for y'all right now.
Now this is the point where the limits have been tested. We'll see what the answer is going to be for UCF and maybe find something open all the way down. They'll take the freebie any day of the week. So they find one back real quick.
I got a couple of questions here. That dive out of midfield, out of I believe it was Buddy, a bit questionable, but I don't need to say it to him. I know that Northwood's in his ear right now going, yeah, dude, why? And, well, dude, why? 2:40 left on the clock here. UCF have found themselves a second life here in this game. Can that be enough? The light at the end of the tunnel that they are searching for is a grand finals appearance where they can meet Northwood again, or they can even meet Stockton. We don't really know, and, well, we're going to find out as Bits takes this one through the corner, sends it center. Luke able to intercept, but doesn't really do much with the ball, so Asfer is not going to jump. He's rather going to just play out of midfield and try and prevent the inevitable counterattack here out of Northwood. No touches on the backboard, but Hockey takes it away from his teammate again. Crossed wires here. Northwood, they look completely incredibly disjointed.
Yeah, just a miscommunication there on that end, but good defensive stand going the other way, reading, able to get in the air to make the challenge, not allowing any sort of good shot opportunity to prevail in that situation. Come up on 2 minutes to play here, still the lone goal lead, and just trying to find a crease in either sides of these defenses as UCF just has to find this answer back. His first going to carry this one down, but will be caught by Pirates. And now just this back and forth midfield play. Bits will get, again, the catch here. They do pick up that corner boost. Well, looking for something over the top. Hockey will be denied by Luke once more. It's a pretty simple, straightforward shot, but this pressure, again, from Northwood is starting to really impose itself.
This is the issue right now for UCF, is that they don't need to have this back and forth battle. This absolutely favors Northwood as they're just wasting time off the clock. Rocket League goals may come out of nowhere, but usually you can start to see the development of a play. Either that or it's a defensive mistake, but we don't like to talk about those. I'd rather, you know, if I had any wood around here, I guess I'll knock on the box in front of us and say, hopefully we don't see that. I'd like to see a stunt. I'd like to see someone hit the nastiest shot we have seen all day, which, to be fair, this is our first Rocket League series, so we probably should see some nasty stuff, and could be this right here. Hockey, though, able to clear it out to midfield, but unfortunately they have a player waiting. What are they going to do with it? Pirates able to make the 50-50 and clear it out. And with a minute remaining here, Northwood, they're looking down the barrel of a game number 5, and UCF, well, they're just terrified of going there.
Yeah, really, really intimidated to be in that situation, back against the wall, but that's the underdog special. That's the Mamba mentality where they're going to be able to play at their peak. And Northwood here, you got to imagine there's at least a drip of sweat coming down because they hadn't dropped anything so far. And if they're looking down at game number 5, then maybe, just maybe, that's enough to get them off edge here. But 30 seconds to play. UCF's going to have to find an answer real quick as Northwood's been in control of possession, control of the ball. Bits able to get the nose on. We'll keep that one out for the time being. Try to find something to go the other way.
It's not going to be enough, though. They're going to find some resistance out of midfield here. As for launch and clear to the backboard, and Buddy, a bit of an awkward pinch. Luckily enough, Hockey will be able to recover, but this is off the backboard. Are they going to make a touch? They will indeed, and again, as for he's starting to look passive. We said this was an issue. They don't want to dive out of midfield, but they got to start diving now. 3 seconds left as Hockey clears out to the side. It's up to Bits to keep it alive, and he will not. Northwood even out the series, and Trevor, we're going to game number 5.
This is exactly what we signed up for. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted all day yesterday. We get it today. And, you know, you say you hate to say it, but I love to say it. I love Game 5. Give me more Rocket League. This is all I want. And between these two teams, as we expected, we don't really know what's going to go on. With the predictions in, I would have said 3-1 to Northwood, but UCF really came out swinging and really set the tone and made a statement here early on in this series. And now going into not only Game 5 of this one, but going into the next series of the lower finals, that coin toss, I don't know.
This is not just a coin toss. It's like 18,000 coins. You throw a bunch of like dice on the floor, hope that maybe you can figure out. I don't know, like what's a Ouija board? Is that how you like communicate with ghosts at this point? Because honestly, at this point, they're going to have to call on some spirits to be enough to take this game and to take this series overall. A single 5-minute clock will determine who moves to that grand final and who has to face Stockton in the lower bracket. And again, for UCF, this would be a monumental occasion. They've never been able to beat Northwood, and they might not be able to do it today. the day, the physicality will put Northwood on the board early.
And that is what we mean when we say be assertive. Getting bits right out of the way. Buddy with the follow-up, the good 1-2 punch right there to sneak it in underneath the crossbar. That is just textbook attack. Getting two players lined up like that to make sure you pave the way.
And the crazy thing is now that's their second physical goal here. So if they found a way through this UCF defense, not being the physicality, the rough play here, you know, getting a little bit involved with the picks and the mud. But as Furra, he will find a clean way out of that one instead. 30 seconds into this one, and UCF, again, they're playing very passive here. Luke taking this much time on the ball. I know it's because he's got no boost, but you can really see UCF, they are not nearly the unleashed animals they were before.
Yeah, we're starting to see the animal that is Northwood, as Hockey's going to sneak one in inside that left post. A shot from midfield, good possession controlled here, and just able to find your teammate, gets the pre-jump, able to get there before the defender, bits caught in reverse, and that is not the angle you want to take.
I'm getting a bit nervous right now. We're 40 seconds into this one, and Northwood are looking like they might just decimate this game. Remember we talked about before, folks, you know, like that 1 minute period in between games can really change the tone overall. It can change the tone for the worse for certain teams sometimes. When the pressure gets up against you, UCF, are you going to be able to stand against it, or are you going to crumble underneath? And right now, I hate to say it, they're not just crumbling, they are shattering into dust. And that's not going to be enough to change that one up. Clear out to midfield. Buddy's going to easily intercept that one. And, ooh, more physical play is going to throw the defense off a little bit here. Bit's not able to get that clean of a touch, so it'll stay in the corner. And we'll at least relieve it for now. Hockey sends it out to midfield. Touch off the backboard, but oh my. That is what we're talking about when we say mechanics. Hockey stunting on everybody.
All of a sudden, Northwood looks like they had UCF exactly where they wanted them for the entire duration of the series. A 3-goal lead now. Under 4 to play. As we mentioned last game, it was just a single goal that made the difference between all the previous ones. Now all of a sudden, Northwood really coming out with the message here. Their offense has come online. This team looks like they are in full form. As why not add another one? Buddy puts the 4th one on the board.
I'm really getting not just nervous at this point, I'm starting to get ready for the lower final here because 4-0, that is not just an I'm not going to say impossible. I don't want to say impossible, but
improbable.
Improbable is probably the best way to put it here. As UCF, they haven't made a comeback in the series thus far. Every time that they've been able to take a game, it's been 2-1, where they were at that 1-1 scoreline for so long. They tried to do it in the last game. They were down 2-0 and eventually got a goal on the board, but what about 4? 3:30 left on the clock. It's possible, but it's going to be difficult, but maybe a goal here can change that up. But as Furra sends one to the backboard, can't quite read the pass, and all of a sudden Northwood, they launch up yet another offense.
Try to find their angle. Hockey in possession in the air over the top, looking for the teammates to catch the rebound, but not quite there, not quite enough boost, and didn't get the jump up in time. But this midfield challenges is where we've really seen Northwood maintain their control, maintain possession as they've kept the ball going towards this side of the field, then to look for their passes. Great challenge there to make sure it doesn't get the clearance. And this is, at this point, as we mentioned in Game 3, reactive play from UCF. They're just scrambling to get a touch on the ball just to get it out of their defensive zone.
It does feel like the panic is starting to set in here, and this is what we were scared about. It's the difference between the two teams. Well, oh boy, I was going to say, UCF may have some experience on land. Northwood has experience winning. They just don't lose, and they're proving that yet again here. 5-0 as double commit off the backboard. Yeah, that's not going to work here at this level.
Yeah, Hockey picking up the 5-0 scoreline. Now, we haven't even hit the halfway point as we will. Pending off this kickoff, and this is all Northwood all the way. This is making up for the lost ground they had in those first few games, but not dropping any series coming to this. Maybe they just came in cold. Maybe they weren't quite prepared or didn't expect UCF to come out the way that they did. But Northwood here in this final game has really established themselves that they are here not only to win this series, but to win a championship.
Yeah, they're ready to play. Even if they don't have line plays, even if they don't have Noxious, Buddy Pirates and their third in Hockey are going to be unreal. It's a team that, again, they are far and away the #1 seed in this thing. The only other team that could really compete against them was Columbia, and guess who Columbia lost to? Lo and behold, it's UCF. So, yeah, this is going to be a bit difficult for them here. I don't think UCF's going to be able to make this comeback, but hey, listen, Trevor, I believe in miracles. Do you believe in miracles? And, well, does UCF believe in miracles? Because they need one right now with a 5-0 deficit with under 2 minutes to play.
We'll take it one at a time. UCF just has to find that first goal, find the first one to start to break this momentum Northwood's built up, and then build off of that. But it's just a tough task to ask for when Northwood is the one constantly on the attack. You got to find a clearance out, put a play together, get some boost, find a pass, Do something to get yourself out of this side of the field, get out of and past this midfield line. But under a minute and a half to play, it is looking bleak for UCF in this series at least. The good news is, though, they're not done yet.
Well, what is that save? Come on now, you're just, there's no reason to go for a squishy save there. That's what it's called when you go in and out of the goal. You probably gonna save that standard, but Northwood, they're trying to stunt. They're not just trying to take this game, they're trying to prove that, hey, whoever does find us in that upper bracket or in that grand final, be prepared and be scared at that. With a minute to go, I know UCF is scared right now because they have got not just a date with Destiny, they've got a date with Stockton in that lower final here, and it's another best of 5, so they've got time to recover, but it does feel like their mental is going to be a bit in the gutter as they walk away from this series.
That's the benefit, though, coming out of a series. We talk about the 60-second turnaround in between games. The difference here is that you get at least a little bit of time to recover before you face off your next opponent, but Money's going to find one off the hood, off the crossbar, and that will get rocketed into the back of the net.
What kind
off
of pitch?
the pinch. Good Lord.
All right, listen, if you've ever heard me cast before, you know my reaction to that. What the? What? That's disgusting. That's making me sick. 6-0 here. Northwood, they're going to find themselves not just a cherry on top. They got a boatload of cherries. They brought an entire truck and just dumped it all over UCF. And, they might just dump another one into the back of the net as well. Going for their 7th. Denied by the defense, but how much longer can they deny it? Because, well, they can't deny the inevitable here, Trevor. It is going to be Northwood taking this game and moving to the upper bracket with that advantage.
Yeah, it just, with the statement victory as well. I mean, 6-0, putting up this many goals is just unexpected initially. And the fact that you can do it against a team that's played as well as UCF has here on land, I mean, this is just really not only winning a series, but sending a statement to the team you're playing against, to anyone else you potentially would play against, because it's not just the people here at the land, it's any other team you're going to play in the collegiate scene. And Northwood here still with an exclamation point showing they are on top.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest collegiate lands for Rocket League in history. And not only that, but it's really going to be one that people going to CRL are going to be looking at this for results. And the results here are Northwood not only take the victory in game number 5, they shut out UCF. That is the big one for me here. It's not just the fact that they take such a dominant victory, it's that they do it without giving up a goal.
Shutting down an offense is not easy, but the fact that they managed to do it, we watched such stout defensive play in those earlier games, and all of a sudden, the defense just slowly crumbling apart, just chipping away one at a time. You watch the mental boom go with it, as it just all of a sudden, everything crumbles, it all falls apart. There's not enough super glue in the world to put that back together, and a 6-0 victory for Northwood to move them on to the grand finals. Not only do they move on to the grand finals, they get a game advantage in that one, but now we talk about what's going to happen on the other side of this one. You know, congratulations to Northwood for this dominating victory. But now we get to see a rematch that has already happened at this event.
Not just this event, it's happened many times in Collegiate Rocket League past. And as we look back upon the replays here brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, you can see that this was a series initially very close, back and forth, the two teams exchanging blows on either end. But as we got further into this one, you could really see Northwood just run away with this game.
Yeah, the first 2 games going into overtime, I mean, that was just already starting out what we wanted. And watching a 2-1 scoreline, both going to extra time, a 1-0 in game number 3, a 2-1 in game number 4. And then game number 5 was just, who knows what. There is always an asterisk, an anomaly in a series, and that was the game that somehow not only was it the anomaly out of it, but also the one that sends Northwood on.
It's crazy to think that this is how they move through here. They don't just have momentum on their side, they've got everything on their side. I don't have enough descriptors to explain how dominant of a victory that was, but here's the thing. We don't need to necessarily get all the descriptors here. This is why we also have a desk that can help us out as well. So I think that we might be able to throw that back over to them and see what their thoughts are, as this looks like the replays are about to end up here. And again, you've seen the replays. You know how dominant this was. Let's hear if maybe some other people have some thoughts about said domination.
We do have some thoughts. I think Lawler especially has some thoughts, but what a series. Northwood coming out strong with a victory to begin with. 2 games, University of Central Florida looking dominant, and then Northwood was like, no. Ending up with a 6-0 in that game 5.
Yeah, it started off actually pretty in favor of UCF. They did a really good job of actually providing quite a bit of defense. Credit specifically to Esfer. There's multiple times where you saw him actually checking back and cutting rotation towards his own net to actually cut off some of these angles. And Northwood, it felt like almost gave them too much respect at the beginning. There was a lot of times where I felt like Northwood was throwing possession away and just being like, okay, we'll be mindful, we'll play it coy and stuff like that. And then game 5 happened. And I try to like to put this into perspective.
Hold it up, hold up. You need a telestrator, because I was telling him, hold it up, hold it up. Can we
It's
zoom
just-
in? Look at what Lawler's doing up here.
You can't see it, but it's fine. But no, here you go. It's just
drawing all these lines. He needs a telestrator. That's
like,
all from like 2 games.
They're like just trying to figure stuff out. But like it's to put it into perspective. So like the MMR ladder for ranked and stuff like that. Like you're talking the difference in skill from like it goes bronze, silver, gold, plat all the way up. The difference between like silver and like our ranks that are like 2 higher than champion is some of the same gap between the highest rank from the people who just get into it to the pros. And their 2 best players who are pros are missing, and they're still putting on a performance like this. The team of Northwood is so talented, and it comes to a point where it's like, are you allowed to be this arrogant? And then you see a pre-jump pass pinch between Buddy and Hawk for 6-0. Yes, you get to be this cocky. It's fine. Like, keep doing your thing. It's unbelievable.
Casters were saying they were trying to stunt. Would you agree?
They're styling on the competition. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, when you're up and you have that many goals. And credit to, obviously, UCF. Like, they get to go back to do a rematch of that semifinals. Like, there's a lot to be excited about. Defense looked pretty solid. I think the hardest thing that they struggle with is, while efficiency, 1,000% is on their side, they spent, like, 4 minutes in their own half, and then they would go break out once, get a shot. It's a perfect infield pass as Fear puts it top right, slots it, and it's like, okay, we're good. But they got to find a way to sustain that. Northwood is doing a phenomenal job of finding ways to clear the ball and get the possession out of their own half. But UCF, the defense has been pretty stalwart. Like, I'll give them credit for it, but against a team like Stockton that's also a good offensive powerhouse, it's going to be tough.
We have an interview with the winning players on the ground. Let's see how much stunting they were doing. Polly, take us away.
Thank you so much, Anna. I am here with Buddy from Northwood University. You guys are on a tear right now, steamrolling the entire year. You know, Buddy actually competed in our very first online event, the CECC, last year. Buddy, what's it like being online year 1 to now in LAN at a stage like this for year 2?
Being at LAN is just so much better. Like, the environment that just like, it's more competitive. Online, you know, you're just in your room doing whatever, but in LAN, you see the people, you know who you're beating.
That's right, you get to look them in the face. So you guys defeat UCF. You're going to take over the winner upper bracket right now. What are the vibes like on the team? Are you guys confident that you're going to move on to victory here?
Of course we're confident, always confident.
Excellent. And out of the remaining 2 teams left, is there one that you're looking to particularly go against?
Ooh, so UCF or Stockton? I think I'm going for UCF. Kind of grudge against Asper.
Because they also did beat Stockton in their first bracket as well. So that's Buddy right here. Buddy, congratulations and good luck in the finals as we have more action coming up next in Rocket League. Desk, back over to you.
We can't fault him for saying, yeah, we just 6-0'd them. We'll play Central Florida again.
It's more of the grudge match. Like, Asfero's got a big mouth. Nothing against Asfero. He's a very loud guy, and it's super entertaining, but Buddy wants to shut him up. Across the stage, being able to point at him and go, hey, we beat you again, it's got to be a good feeling.
We talked to Lawler a lot. What are your guys' reactions to that match?
They hit the ball really good. Like, I was like super impressed, you know. But to be honest, all jokes aside, it was actually really, really nice to hear, you know, like the analytics, but like behind the camera when we were off camera as well. Learned definitely a lot of terminology as well, and seeing like the natural flow and progression of the game was super, super sick. Like, it started to become like recognizable as things were being explained to me by Lawler as well, like understanding like what a pinch is, like what they're doing, how they're setting things up, and being able to recognize that too is like something that's top notch. Like, I'm really happy I was able to see that actually.
I mean, UCF played a great matchup versus them, but I think they have 3 problems, and that's really what it came down to. One was, you know, like those casters were saying, a beautiful analogy, the Knights were holding the shield strong up against that goal, but eventually it just started to kink. I mean, knock after knock after knock, shot after shot after shot. Eventually, something's going to go in. I even mentioned that on the desk. While we were watching it and enjoying those games, I said, you know, they're playing really good defense, but that's because they have to play defense a lot. And when they did play offense, they made the most of their opportunities. The problem is that, or from what I can see watching this, is that they cannot handle games that are really large in score margin, right? Like, when it started to get to 2-0 within 40 seconds, then 3, then 4-0, then 5-0, and then 6-0, it was the weight was just on their shoulders, pushing down on them, and they were just getting buried into the ground. Because if you go back into their matchup where they beat UT Arlington, who beat Columbia, right, the 2 seed, and then they beat UT Arlington, which was a top 5 team coming into this. Game 2 went into a 3-minute overtime, and they were able to win that one. They went into overtime 2 times here in the first 2 games. They were able to win one of those. And then against UT Arlington as well, game 3, and the best of 3 was a 1-0 game. Just like 5 minutes of 1-0. And I think they have a much better success rate in those closer games. And I think that's what UCF's going to have to do. If they can pull out this win against the number 2 Stockton, and they come back and they have to go against this Northwood team once again, then they're going to have to keep it as close as possible. It's going to be tough because of the 7th seed. I mean, we've been harping on this all weekend. It's LAN, it's a different environment. Doesn't matter what your seeding is coming into this. In Valorant, we saw West Virginia come out of nowhere, and they made it to the semifinals. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to the grand finals. More on that later. But, I mean, we saw it in Smash. We saw a team come out of nowhere. They made it pretty far. Boise State in Overwatch almost made it to the finals. So shout out to them. It's anybody's game once you're playing on LAN. UCF can do this.
Yeah, our casters actually were saying about University of Central Florida, they should not be here in the winter bracket, finals. But I guess it falls to them to prove whether they should be in the grand finals still, as they will go up against Stockton next. I wonder what they are feeling right now. I hope that they get their minds right and are ready for that next match. Something else, have you ever wondered what it's like to be a U.S. Airman? Command the Stack uses augmented reality on your mobile device to turn your living room into a mobile command center. Command the Stack is available in the App Store. And you know what's available right here, right now? Pauly standing with Sergeant Rivera of the U.S. Air Force with an interview.
Thank you so much, Anna. I am here with one of our sponsors, Sergeant Ivan Rivera from the U.S. Air Force. Let's make some noise right now. Excellent. Welcome, Sergeant Rivera. So please tell everyone, are you a gamer yourself?
Yes, definitely. I'm a video gamer myself.
What games do you like to play when you're home, not on duty?
Well, I know my wife loves this to hear this conversation too. By the way, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there and everybody at home. Thank you for the support for all these players, right? I would like to say that I play Call of Duty, I play League of Legends, I play Rocket League. Okay. This is amazing seeing these players and their tactics and everything that they're doing. I mean, this is out of the zone. I mean, it's incredible. Really, really appreciate to be out here with you guys. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Rivera. It's a beautiful, Sergeant, to have you here. We have also the virtual reality truck outside, which has been pretty popular attraction for the outside here. What's it like being at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup? This is the very first one ever on LAN. You're a part of history just by attending. How does that feel?
It feels fantastic. I mean, all these players and seeing, you know, like I said, you know, they're in college, they're having their studies and stuff like that, and it is a great opportunity that the Air Force itself, you know, present ourselves in the ground and be part of this event. You know, go check us out. Yes. Check the virtual reality out there, see what is actually you know, on the actual jet seat, and control the boom operator or be on an F-35, you know, shooting targets and stuff like that is absolutely incredible. So.
All right, well, if you want to be just like Sergeant Rivera, make sure to go head out to the outside activation, that U.S. Air Force virtual reality booth. Mr. Rivera, thank you so much for being here. We are absolutely thrilled to have you, and thank you so much for your service.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
All right, desk, back up to you guys. We'll see you soon.
I wish we could go out there. So you're going to have to do it for us.
Yeah,
we're willingly enslaved to this desk.
Yeah, there's a race car simulator. There's like a race car. You sit in the race car seat.
Stop. It sounds fun, and I want to do it. But
That's all right. They're out there to experience it for us. Yeah. And I love the shout out from Sergeant Rivera to moms. Again, it is Mother's Day. If you haven't called your mom, do it. Hi, Mom. I miss you. Do you guys have anything you want to say to your moms real fast? I mean,
yeah,
we have the air.
It's clip time for our moms.
Yeah.
Fawn, you can go first.
Mom, without you, I wouldn't be here.
Because I know it means a lot to you.
Yeah. So my mother actually passed recently, about like a year or two ago. But I have she had 3 sisters, so they all raised me, pretty much. So hello, everybody. I know you all are watching. I literally know you are. I literally saw you like already having the stream up before when I came to go see them and everything like that. So hello. I hope you guys are doing well. Take care of Jade, our very small dog.
The pictures are so cute.
Happy Mother's Day to my mother. She actually is probably not watching because it's Mother's Day, so she's probably got a glass of wine, and she's just probably watching TV with my stepfather, her husband. So they're probably having a great time in her new house, on her new patio. So she's just chilling. Hopefully it's a beautiful day up there in Cleveland. So happy Mother's Day to her. I'll clip this and send it to her, and she'll put it on Reddit, which she recently discovered.
Oh, wow. Your mom's Redditing.
Yeah, so we didn't have internet growing up. She didn't believe in it. She didn't like it. She hates technology. I got her a tablet, and she hasn't gotten off of it since. And yeah, so that's my mom's new life.
Does your mom watch, Lawler?
Yeah, she supports pretty heavily, and it's something that I've been very lucky to have. We talk about these events in general, and it's always nice to see the families and the members behind the scenes really get involved. So, yeah, without my parents being able to say, yeah, follow your passions, follow your dreams, I can honestly say I wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my mom doesn't like to watch because if anyone says anything mean about me in chat, she gets really upset.
Ooh.
So
Watch
behave
out,
yourself
chat.
in chat just in case she decides to tune in this time.
Yeah.
But speaking of family, we are here at a Collegiate Esports tournament, the largest live Collegiate Esports tournament here at CECC. And I think that family is something that I see as such a big part of these collegiate events because, these are younger people who hopefully have their families either supporting or coming to see, like, why is this something that you want us to support? We talked a little bit about this yesterday, about the collegiate esports scene as a way to garner support in a personal, relational way.
Yeah, I think it bridges that gap. There's a lot of people that are looking for that validity where it's like, oh, you play video games. Oh, you're getting paid for video games. There's no way that's real. And then you come to these events, you see the production, what goes into it, and everything else. And then you have the parents that kind of get that. Okay, not only is it they're playing video games, but they're using it as a way to provide for their education. They're paying for tuition, but they're also getting life skills and learning, how to be part of teams and all the other social aspects that come from it. It is no longer hey, you're sitting in your basement at your mom's house, not talking to anybody, just playing your games. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I still do that, but it's one of those where the connotation that comes to negative and is primarily an issue that I think mainstream is still trying to get away from. And when you come and see it in person, you see the people in the crowd cheering and stuff like that. It's the same thing as any sport. It's people who are really, really good at something playing for entertainment. You do the same thing. You sit on a couch, you watch football. This is no different.
Family's so important. As we always say, mama knows best, but New Street is the place to find out everything you need to know about collectibles, sneakers, trading cards, and NFTs. Visit newstreet.com. And stay tuned because we will be coming right back with the lower bracket final of Rocket League. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream, so I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard. Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now. So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Woo! I'm feeling good! All right, I'm here with the host of the CECC, Paulie right here. Good, brother? What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. If you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes. So let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go. 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! I'm feeling good. Woo! Ah. Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's all good if you think you should check in. Yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at CECC.org.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Welcome back to CECC 2022. We are here, your desk, to serve you with delicious information and updates on the tournament. The first update being that we're about to go into our lower bracket final for Rocket League. This is going to be Stockton versus the University of Central Florida.
Yep.
We want predictions. We want them fast and we want them concise.
Rematch to the semifinals. Stockton has shown weakness, but I think their offense is going to be too much. I'm going with Stockton.
You think so?
Yep.
Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, right? And that's necessarily what I think is the case with Stockton as well. Especially like it being in the losers bracket, like there's like a lot of things that like are going through people's heads, right? And this is where you really start to see players shine, is when they're forced into a corner. And that's exactly what losers bracket is, right? It's like you get another chance or you're out. And I think that's really, really important.
I like Stockton coming into this tournament to begin with, actually. They just intrigued me in the qualifying videos that I watched. But UCF is kind of on that hot streak. Even though they just came off a loss, they're still pretty hot. The #1 seed, they took 2 games off of them. So they're feeling pretty good, I would assume, even though they lost. You know, it's a weird thing to like say that you feel good even though you lost, right? Because there's still that chance. They have that fallback plan of, okay, we lost that, we can kind of, you know, let's go get some water, stay hydrated, maybe some Control, whatever, rub some Barbasol on your face or something, I don't know, whatever you got to do.
I don't think that's what it's for.
Eat some Cajun food, that worked for Gig, right? Or that worked for someone yesterday, I don't remember. It was a long day yesterday, but just kind of regroup, recollect yourself, clear the mental as fast as possible, and then go into this and say, okay, we play better when it's closer. Let's keep it close. Or let's just, like you said, have a great offense that will back up our defense, because we won't have to play defense that much because we're just scoring.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, you know, Stockton has had a long rest, but University of Central Florida is warmed up and mad, hopefully, after that last loss. So what would you say to either of these teams if they were asking, what do I have to do to come out victorious here?
Like Central Florida, I think they understand that they have a surefire defense, but again, they got to find a way to break out. Don't be afraid to be patient when you're under that much pressure and you're being boost denied. If you just sit behind it, you force a challenge. You don't have to clear the ball away every time, because by just pushing it downfield, it's going to come right back. Sit behind it, force some 50-50s, win some challenges, and it'll allow them to kind of maintain possession of the game as well as control the pace of the game, which will help with these high-flying offenses. For Stockton, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, to put it in their resume into perspective, 3rd place in CRL National 2022 champions, 2nd place in CRL East 2022 ECAC HV Gamercom champions, CRL 4th place. They've got CRL Summer Series 3rd place. They are a stacked lineup. Their only difficulty is beating the top tier. The 1-2 they have struggles with. Everybody else they usually dominate. There's no reason not to do it here.
You guys want to add to that? I mean, it's pretty good. You can just say samesies.
Yes, correct. Everything he said.
Hit ball good, you know.
Hit ball good, do well. He's spitting. So I'm going to just let him do his thing.
Listen,
man, you had us in Smash. We all got our expertise, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, Rocket League, Smash, Overwatch, and then all of us are like Valorant together at the end. We all use our teamwork. So I yield my time to Lawler. That's the man. Again, I'm just happy to be here right now in Rocket League with him.
I want to zoom in on a couple players.
Go.
First, let's look at Bussy for Stockton. Let's take a look at this player.
Yes.
Anything that you all know about Bussy and what comes to mind right away?
I like that name.
Bussin'. That's not.
Let's see what's bussin' with Bussy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting to be somebody that's still like young, you know, and moving in through these collegiate leagues. That's one of like the weirdest things it is that like I've seen, right? Is that like people typically are drafted, just like Lawler said earlier, like at 50. Ooh, the kiss to the audience.
The love today.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, like it's like at 15 people get like scouted and put onto teams at a very, very young age. And I think what's so interesting about that is that typically the weirdest part is that I've heard like once you hit your 20s, like that's pretty much it, right? Like they're gonna move on and find somebody else. And it's good to be able to see someone that's still like in a collegiate league putting in the work where necessary.
Let's take a look at University of Central Florida. Let's zoom in on Bits. Anything that you all have to say about Bits?
Yeah, so I obviously made a lot of mentions about Luke and Esfer, both obviously more popular figures. Luke's a former pro player, this and that, and still competing at a high level. But Bits is the one that didn't get enough credit. He's actually kind of the backbone of the team. I have a really soft spot for players that kind of do the intangibles really well. People that are just kind of right place, right time. They don't hit the high flashy stuff, but they're always in the right spot and they propel their team to success. Bits embodies that. He's always there, right spot on defense. He's always there to clear the ball. He's always there in the right position to help out. So someone that you can rely on, which is a really big deal to have that, especially when you're dropping into a lower bracket after a tough loss.
Well, we get to watch them play very, very soon because our casters are ready to take us into the game. Hello.
Hey.
Hold on.
Hey guys.
How's it going?
Not too bad. Pretty good. Excited for some more Rocket League.
We'll play later.
Having a good day? Great. All right, go ahead. Have fun.
Appreciate it. All right, here we go. We got the lower bracket final, and we've got a rematch here. We've seen these two teams play many times before. We talked about this. UCF already taking Stockton down here in this bracket, but they met before this bracket. They've met in many other events, many other times, so this is going to be big for UCF. A chance to not only redeem themselves, but prove it wasn't a fluke the first time. They can do it again.
Yeah, and I really like what the desk is saying about everything that UCF has going into this game, right? Just take the time to regroup, recollect. You know, we mentioned it in the last series. It's not just a 60-second turnaround. You have the opportunity to regain your composure, talk out the strategy, find a way to get off of that defensive stance that they were in for the entire time. I mean, just find a way, instead of just sending a Hail Mary downfield. Lawler mentioned it before break, just they have the efficiency, right? They have a way to go in transition and get an attack and get a shot, but then after that, it's just 3 more minutes of defense.
Well, we got 5 minutes on the clock instead here, not 3 minutes, and let's see if we can find ourselves a different result than the last time. Can UCF redeem themselves? They can do it pretty early. I guess one thing hasn't changed, Trev. UCF still getting early goals.
Getting the first goal, the player we just highlighted in Bids, getting the backbone of UCF, getting the first goal, and once again striking first. They did this against Northwood, and this usually bodes very well for them when they're not playing from behind.
100%. And before we get too far into the action here, I did want to, sort of tail on to something the desk was talking about before.
Sure.
Hello to my mom. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching as well. I know my mom is watching this broadcast. I know my stepmom's watching as well, so hello to both of them and happy Mother's Day to them both. I love you both, and I hope that you guys are enjoying the show thus far. And you, the audience, I hope the same. As we are getting underway here, it is an early goal for UCF, but Stockton looking to rebound.
Yeah, trying to find something to go the other way. Esfer trying to put a shot up, but will be caught across the top. Top Cheese is going to clear this one and take it to midfield. Good challenge here at midfield. Biasfura again, maintain possession on this side. And this is the change we wanted to see from UCF. Translate this ball to the offensive zone and make something happen.
Oh, they're still trying to make something happen here. They might have found that early breakaway goal, but usually the early goals don't mean a lot. It's usually the defense trying to posture itself, trying to figure out how they want to play, and I don't think they have. Oh, boy, I really don't think that they have. Luke finds the pass and slams it top left.
Just a great little catch, good challenge in the corner by Biasfura, and they are coming out swinging, just using all the boost to get down in the faces of Stockton. And like you said, they faced off once prior here in this bracket, won that 2-1 series before sending Stockton down here. Stockton has had to fight to get to this position, and you know they want revenge, but UCF is just itching to get back and face off against Northwood.
From what I've heard, I know some of the Stockton players. I actually shout out to all three of them. They all follow me on Twitter, and I've had conversations with all of them on repeat here. And basically, a little bit. Hey, listen, we can't just let them flex on the field. I got to flex here in the booth as well. And you know what I'm going to flex? The fact that Stockton truly believe that they don't, not only do they not expect to be down here, they believe it was a fluke. They straight up think that, no, they should not have lost. They believe that they basically just had, you know, a rough game, took them a little while to warm up, and then as soon as they got to the lower bracket, that is when they really started going crazy. The fact that they also take down what is, you know, we talk Lanimals, Akron. Akron far and away was the team here that we thought had the most experience out of LAN, that would be the most composed, and they took them down. So Stockton's got a little bit to prove here. They want to show that they can not only get the revenge, but that they can really do it in style. And thus far, they haven't really been able to do much at all. 3 minutes left on the clock here. They've yet to get a goal in UCF. They've yet to really been flustered on the defense. Just look how composed they've been on this back line.
And doing a really good job here at making sure there's the difference between the last series and this one. Stockton on the other side would really like to break this trend that they've had of playing a full series. Everything that they've won so far has been the 2-1, the 2-1, the 2-1. Like, they just want to be able to end something before it happens, and Top Cheese might have the answers. We're going to get something back just shy of halfway point, sneaks it inside the post.
That's a great 50-50 from Drip as well. The fact that Top Cheese, though, can read that and recognize Biasfura just doesn't have a touch. It's the patience, it's the accuracy. It's something that we've been asking for. Lethality when it comes to an offense. Not just sending shots randomly, not just throwing stuff against the backboard, but really putting it on target when it counts the most. And, well, they've done that right here just before halftime, but they now need to try and find another goal and really prevent another goal out of UCF here. If they are able to find a quick response, it's not going to be the dagger necessarily, but it's definitely going to take away any momentum that Stockton has been building here in game number 1.
Okay.
That's terrifying. I don't know why you would try that, but you know what? UCF, who am I to question? At least you're keeping yourself in the lead for now.
Just a sharp inhalation of, oh no, I didn't mean to hit the ball that way, but able to get out of that one without paying for that. And as far as trying to take one down the way, tried to get some axles broken. The ball from Luke, but will be at least denied temporarily speaking. You see the possession going the other way. Now look for some moves. Top Cheese going to go try to catch in the corners. This game has been rather explosive comparatively, and we're seeing a lot more demos, a lot more physicality.
It feels more confident. Waller was talking about this on the desk, and I think he's 100% right. Northwood were respecting their opponents too much, and then as the series continued on, UCF started over-respecting their opponents as well. It's why they were passive. We were hearing from one of our producers, apparently the team got pretty quiet when it came to game number 5. No longer calming effectively, no longer really communicating, and so this is going to be the difference here. Both these teams are drilling this at target. They are continuing to dive at the ball with utmost confidence, and it's really giving us some explosive gameplay, and it's giving us goals like that. Bits to find the third and possibly the ender here for UCF versus Stockton in game 1.
Just a great read on the defense, watching Drip and Top Cheese, neither one of them getting up in time, and seeing Luke at least just given enough of a nudge to help that one across if it needed to be there. Instead, Bits gets credit and gets the 3-1. That 2-goal lead, it's safe for now, but how long will it last?
Dude, it's Rocket League. Nothing's really ever said. Actually, I take that back. You know what? 6-0, 2 minutes remaining.
Okay,
I will say, that maybe.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. I'll give it like a smidgen of, that's probably secure. And, my word, this should be secure as well. Luke cuts across the midfield and finds a fourth for UCF.
Picking up what could have been the hat trick there, but able to just get up in the air before the defense can get there, and this is what we're seeing. These last couple of goals, Stockton's just been a little slow off the ground, a little slow on the reaction, and instead given the opportunities to UCF, who's finally found their offense.
Well, the big thing here is also UCF, they're going to be way warmer. They just played against the number 1 team in this entire bracket, so they're absolutely going to just be hitting shot after shot after shot after shot, whereas Stockton kind of got to take a second to get into this series, and they can't can't take too many seconds, though. And, well, if they take 50 seconds here, they'll take a loss in game number 1. But the good thing, it's a best of 5. We still got a lot of time to play here. We're no longer in best of 3s. And I think for Stockton, that's going to be a huge relief. Because the last time they did lose to UCF, it was 2-1. You go 2-1 in this? Okay, cool. Let's play game number 4. And let's play a 5th goal into the back of the net here. As Furrow finds himself another one. And, yeah, now I will say it. UCF will find game number 1.
Yeah, just a little overcommit the demo there at midfield just to guarantee there's no chance the defense is going to get back in time. So that 5th goal, 35 seconds to go. 4-goal lead here at this point. UCF more than likely, barring, I don't even know what, there's no way, but I just don't think it'd be pretty cool if it would.
I mean, it'd be cool, but it's basically, so the way that it works in Rocket League, for, again, those that are unfamiliar, you do need a little bit of time to get to the goal here. The kickoffs are going to take a couple of seconds, and so unless you're basically getting kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff, there's no way Stockton are taking this one. And at this point, it's mathematically impossible. 20 seconds left on the clock here. At this point, Stockton, they're just counting down the seconds so they get to game number 2. And that game number 2, they need a response here. It's not just that UCF won this first game. I'd say this is domination.
Yeah, this is really sending their message. And we talked about it in the last series. Game 1's about, kind of getting a feel for how the series is going to go. As you mentioned, UCF already going to be warm going into this one. And now this is the point where they should continue this momentum that they have built up here from the series against Northwood. As Blue is saying, don't feel bad about this. You took 2 games off the number 1 seed. Straight into this series, and this is right where they left off, facing off against Northwood.
They find themselves in a pretty good position here. But again, the job is not done yet. We found this last series there. UCF were able to take the second 2 games of the series. They had a 2-1 lead on the series overall, and then the final couple games. We'll leave it here. We don't need to rub it in there. No salt in the wounds right now.
Watch the VOD. It's there.
It's fine. You guys can look back on it. But actually, though, it's a big start for UCF, but the job is not done. They want a rematch against Northwood in that upper bracket. They got to keep on trucking like this. And as you can see from the replays brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, this was a decently back and forth game at first. And then I don't really know what happened, but UCF, I'm glad that it did. Y'all looked incredible.
Yeah, they were able to find these passing lanes and just get the reads and communications that they needed. We saw a little bit of those miscommunications there in the Northwood series where they weren't quite on the same page. Didn't really know exactly what was going to be the right way, the right pass to make before they were, just falling apart in that possession. Instead, they find themselves able to find those passing lanes, able to set each other up, get those goals scored, and move on. And they're going to pick up again, first goal, game number 2.
I feel like I missed something. I was like looking at the screen, trying to look down at my notes, looking at you, just like casually getting into game number 1. And UCF, nothing casual about this one. Top left bins, and all of a sudden they find themselves the first goal of the game. And Trevor, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit nervous. If Stockton are finding themselves with the same sort of momentum against them here in game number 2, what's to say this doesn't happen in game number 3? And what's to say that UCF don't just run away with the series?
This is UCF just really coming back with the vengeance after that Northwood series, and now trying to play it off against Stockton, who they know they can beat because they've already done it once here in this tournament yesterday. So they know for sure that this team is beatable by this very squad, and now they just have to continue to maintain this pressure, maintain this offense as they've got this 1-0 lead and again find themselves in the offensive zone. Aerial carry, unfortunately, does not get too far.
That's a big miss on the ceiling there. Asfur with a chance to keep the offense alive, but instead I think Bussy with a good clear off the backboard is going to send this one skyward. And Topshi's going to send this one to a little bit of a corner there. The waterfall going to drip on down. And speaking of drip, Drip's going to try and put a shot on target. Asfur continues to be that brick wall on defense, finds himself another save, and possibly finds himself a counterattack as well. Drip, that's not the greatest touch. And Bussy and, oh boy, Bussy and Topshi's just kind of toppling over each other here. And all right, I don't really know what's going on. That's double commit after double commit after double commit. And UCF, I think they'll hold on to offensive possession here, but maybe let's take a second and, breathe, fellas.
Yeah, let's take a double by twice the amount and then rewind it, run it back, realize that these rotations not quite on, get back on the same page, set up the communications once more. And that goes both ways for both these squads that have had these minute double commits in this last 30, 45 seconds here. And see if Drip, Topshi's both going again. The double commits, it's just, something is just off with this Stockton squad.
It feels like it's nerves more than anything else here. We talked about that. When the nerves got against UCF, it wasn't like they were double committing constantly, but it was the lack of communication that really was the dagger for them in that last series. And I'm wondering if that's the same thing happening for Stockton right now, because look at this. Bussy by himself on the back end. Asfur is going to just be there to play nuisance ball, really annoy the defense. And then again, 2 players in the corner. It feels like Stockton right now are not communicating as effectively as they need to, and that could come back to bite them as Luke's got time in the air. Bussy will take this one off the backboard, try and stem the bleeding for now, but it does feel like Stockton, they really do need to be careful. If we see a second goal for UCF, it's not just going to turn the tide in their favor, it might just turn the series in their favor.
Yeah, this has gone really back and forth comparatively to the first game where it's just been a lot of back, but the commit on the defense, miss on that as Furrow will get the goal scored. coming out of the box, could not get it to touch, and instead it finds the back of the net.
And this is what we talk about. It's the little things that separate teams. You make a mistake like that on the backboard, a team like UCF, who we even talked about, their pace of play is ridiculous. They're not going to miss that. Asper is not going to miss that. He's got something to prove.
Yeah.
He wants to show that he doesn't just talk on Twitter, he talks in game. He can talk his game all the time that he wants, and right now he is proving that. Although defense up against a little bit of a wall here, they'll find themselves some escape as Bits is going to try and clear this out to midfield. Oh,
over the
top. Another miss from Stockton, and that's going to lead to a third goal.
I can't believe that managed to get by not one, not two, but all three players. Even Luke there to catch, realizing the defense isn't there. No need to put the nose on. Just let that one fly, touching nylon and getting a 3-0 lead just past the halfway point. UCF is cruising.
Yeah, this is a bit of a scary place right now for Stockton. It's not just the fact that they find themselves down 3-0 here, but it's also the fact that they lose this game, they got a reverse sweep. And listen, reverse sweeps, they are possible. I've seen them in settings even more intense than this.
Yep.
But here's the thing. LAN, it's a different vibe. It brings out something. When the nerves go against you, they don't just go against you, they will cripple you. They will throw you under the bus, and it's going to be difficult to try and recover. So, UCF, you keep playing like this, you're going to throw Stockton into an absolute tizzy, shaking at the knees, and I think that they might just do so, because with 2 minutes remaining, Stockton seemingly getting more passive. Lads, I don't think that's how you change this one. You got to get in the face of UCF, get them annoyed, get them uncomfortable.
That was one of our keys to victory, was being assertive, especially if you find yourself down 3-0. Look for the play up the backboard, even with the demo. Can't get there in time. Busty's at least going to be able to deflect it to the side. As far as finds himself on the ball once more, but will get denied back to the other corner where Luke will receive. But this is, as you said, Stockton just kind of slowing down a little bit, has to find their answer as they got all three in the offensive half and still can't find a possession, can't find anything to go.
Oh, but maybe Luke can find something here. Not quite able to make the touch, but the offense is still going to be in favor of UCF. Touch out of the corner, though, not really going to work out. And as for doing what he does best, holding down that midfield and making it difficult for a quick transition. Maybe it was a bit too quick instead, as we have an own save from the team. I still don't know what to call that. I always say own save, but it doesn't even sound right. What I really should call that is a disaster.
Yeah, just the unfortunate timing there. That's what we talk about with the physics-based game. You have to be able to not only deflect the ball at the right angle, right trajectory, right speed. You have to do yourself that too. Looking for some flip resets. Top Cheese will not let that highlight reel come through. As we've hit 45 seconds to play, still the 3-0 lead here. Stockton's got to find an answer now.
Yeah, barring a miracle at this point, I don't think Stockton's going to find this. And again, we talk about it's not just the fact that they lose this game, it's the fact they get shut out. If they can find a goal for the road, that would be massive. But these shutouts can really get to the mental of a team, and especially a team like UCF, who are not just riding on momentum here, they're riding on revenge. They want that shot at Northwood. They saw the chance to not only go to the grand final with an upper bracket advantage, but they saw a chance to take down the big dog, something that almost no one has been able to do besides, in most recent memory, Siena Heights. So Siena's not here. UCF is, and UCF is up 2-0 on the series. 6 seconds left on the clock. At this point, it's just a formality. They're going to find themselves one game away from a rematch against Northwood in that upper bracket.
UCF taking game number 2 in this best of 5. Now just that, as you said, one game away to get themselves back up to the top where, yeah, it's an uphill battle to face off against, but they first have to finish this last game. I said in their series against Northwood, there's not enough super glue in the world to put them back together after that 6-0 decimation. Who would have thought the super glue was Stockton that's piecing them back together? The mental boom on one side from Stockton is rebuilding this confidence on the UCF squad.
And I gotta give a shout out to my boy Laser. I know he's listening right now, and I know that he's also making sure the players listen to him as well. As we look back upon the replays here brought to you by Microsoft and CEDW, you can understand that this is a team that's not just composed because of the three of them. They've got a coach in their ear, and a good coach at that. Laser is unreal in comparison to many of the other teams here, or excuse me, coaches in Collegiate Rocket League. Yes, I may also be friends with him, so there may also be a little bit biased here, but you know, it's okay. We can have some bias on the desk here, and we can also admit the fact that it's not just the fact that there's bias. This is how Central Florida are playing right now. It's not just domination. This looks like they're just mad they even got here in the first place. They want their revenge and are basically saying, hey, Stockton, I'm sorry you had to get in the way of it.
Yeah, and we said from this perspective, Stockton is the team with the mentality of we should not be here. Why are we in the bottom side of this bracket? Yeah. This is where we should not be. We should have been the team that just played Northwood.
Said that.
And instead, here we are with UCF going through that mentality of why are we in the bottom side of the bracket? We're the best team here. We're going to beat anybody. And granted, they lost the series to Northwood. They have their chance of redemption if they win this game. We hit game number 3 in the losers finals.
Well, let's see if they can try and turn this one around here. The unfortunate thing for Stockton is not just turning around this game, it's turning around the next 3 in a row. They drop a single game at this point, and unfortunately that's the end of their tournament. They are not just going to find a lower bracket, they will find themselves 3rd place overall, which, again, not a bad position to be in. Out of 16 teams here to finish with 3rd and finish with a lot of money in your pocket, it would be a good thing. But at the same time, you know what's even better than 3rd place? 2nd place,
and
first place. Yeah, you know, a lot of other places in front of, actually not that many. It's literally 2 numbers. Yeah. Listen, caster math, no good. That's something you're going to realize about Rocket League is we're not very great at counting. It's why we've got a clock on the board here. It can literally show it in front of our screen, and I can count that many. That's a triple commit out of UCF.
Yeah.
Seems like the nerves might be back for this team.
Yeah, they just are making sure that defensive stronghold stands tall because they did not want to give up the first goal to Stockton. Every time UCF has scored first, they've done very well to go on to win the game, but now just trying to find their offensive rhythm that they picked up in game number 2. But now watching a lot of flips and rolls and commits on the defensive front here. Just nothing to come out of this one. Is going to drop it all the way down and keeps it low. Luke gets the first goal.
All right, we have a phrase in Rocket League. If you want to try and give a player some credit, change their name a little bit. This ain't Luke, this is Wook. This man put in a dub on the board there and putting the first goal in. 3:43 left on the clock, and at this point, Central Florida, they might have just found themselves that spark of life again. If the ignition is here and the fire has been set, Stockton, it's up to you to find the extinguisher.
It's certainly not the remix to Ignition because UCF has just been lit the whole time. They are just ready to go. And a minute 17 getting their first goal, finally finding that lead. Now they can just continue to do what they did and establish themselves, assert dominance here in this one. Look for those 50s, try to find better, more methodical possessions, as Lawler was talking about on the desk coming into the series. That's exactly what they've done. That's why they find themselves in this position.
I really am impressed by the way that UCF have turned themselves around. It's not just the fact that they look like they're more accurate with their shots. It looks like their just offense has been built. They've recognized that these boomer balls, they are not going to work against pretty much any team at this bracket because again, this is the upper echelon of Collegiate and Rocket League. All 3 of these teams are going to Worlds for CRL. They are going to one of the most prestigious events in history. And you want to talk about prestigious events for Rocket League, this is another one of them here. One of the biggest lands that we've had in Rocket League in a very long time. Rocket League actually didn't have lands for what feels like forever. It had been years since we've seen one. And now we find one where Central Florida find themselves with a chance to go up against Northwood without Bambi. I've got to reiterate this. And they not only have a good shot against them, I think they could actually win. They literally, it's a single game that separated them last time. This time, it's 2 games separating them. Stockton, unfortunately, find themselves down 1-0 here as we pass halftime. But again, it is only 1-0, so they do have a lot of chance to turn this around.
Yeah, something as simple as a quick mistake, a quick overcommit. We've seen UCF do it a couple times with the double commits and looking for the capitalization on said defensive error, looking for some more demos as well, maybe open up your own opportunities, but have yet to do so on the Stockton side. Instead, we find the ball here in the corner. UCF looking for an attack, looking for the challenge. We'll pass it off to Bussy. He's got a 2-on-1, but can't get anything to go. Luke will challenge, win that 50, and send it back to midfield.
Ooh, that's a good pass out to the side as well. Topshi's going to have to try and intercept this one, stop the offense for UCF, but he's not going to be able to do so because Bits is going to take him off the pitch entirely, sends him to the shadow realm, and, well, Topshi's will send this one to the backboard, though Bits, he might do the same. No way. That's Burrow! Redirect, but it will not be enough. Drip with a save on the line, and might just save the game here for Stockton.
You respect the drip when you make saves like that. Good Lord, coming out with that one. Almost getting a goal across there, but just couldn't get enough forward momentum to get the nose on to sneak that inside the upright. Instead, it goes the other way. Top G's trying to hit it high, giving a chance for someone to play off the rebound. But instead, we'll go back to midfield here, and everyone got to take a breath, reset real quick, and get this attack going here for Stockton as they are now putting up some shots.
They're not just putting up shots, they're putting up pressure as well. They're really using this midfield to their advantage, but 1v2 technically. I thought it was a 1v1, then Asfura dives in out of nowhere, and that could be a problem because on the other end, they got a flip reset in the bag, but it's not on target. Drip will try another shot, but all he finds is a 50-50, and again, UCF, they've been winning these 50s all day long. It has Furrow backflips on the line. Stockton, they make the most of what is an unfortunate error for UCF.
There's just that slight little bump there in the back of the net where Bussy just gets in the way, cannot let the defense get to the boost pad and get back in front of the net. just a small little disruption to create the opportunity and get the equalizer.
And that's all that's really going to be. Again, Rocket League is a game of inches. You make a little mistake, it is going to be enough to allow an opening for a team like Stockton, like UCF, to take advantage. In my opinion, that's part of the reason why UCF had such a good series against Northwood. Northwood were making uncharacteristic mistakes, and when they did, UCF were quick enough to punish. But can they punish now? With 30 seconds left on the board, if they're able to get this game, they move on to that grand final, and they do so in a sweeping fashion. That is not just momentum in their favor. That is something else entirely, and that could have been exactly that. But 20 seconds left here, now it's a breakaway play. Bussy, he doesn't miss feed, and he gets the double touch off the backboard. 17 seconds left in Stockton. They're looking to take us to a game number 4.
We call that clutch. Bussy able to get across above the defense. As Furra can't get across in time to get the nose on to deflect it off the upright. Instead, the 2-1 lead here. UCF has to find something real quick in this next 10 seconds if they want to find anything to go. And not, we're going to game number 4. Furra's got a good setup, though. Watch Bits coming in. Can't get that touch, but they're still on the right side of the field.
Oh, they've got the pressure, but they've only got 5 seconds. Luke gonna send us one center as Furra misses the ball, and I think that's gonna be that. That unfortunately is gonna wait. How do they keep this up?
No.
Nah, not gonna be enough. Stockton will take their first game here of the series, and now they will make it a series, Trevor. We find ourselves with a 2-1 in favor of UCF, but guess what? We had a 2-1 in favor of UCF last time, and that didn't really work out that well. So let's see if they can change history. Can they find themselves a little bit of something else here in game number 4? And as we look back upon game number 3, brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, you can really see this is where Stockton started to step up and really put on the pressure.
And this is where I'm starting to wonder if Stockton has now hit the point where they are just as, if not more warm than UCF. Because, they came in relatively cold. They didn't play North. They didn't have that luxury to play number 1 seed not very long ago. So now maybe they're at that point where they are warmed up. They are ready to go to match what UCF has put on the floor, and coming back with that, a couple of late clutch goals, able to get that final one, 17 ticks on the clock. I mean, that's exactly where Stockton wants to be, to know that not only can they score, they can beat this squad. As we go to game number 4, UCF trying to get back up to the top side. Stockton still fighting to stay alive.
They got to be careful here. I really do think that if UCF lose this game, they will most likely lose the series. And you cannot give up chances like that. A huge beat by Luke, but neither Bix nor Asper are quick enough to get to it. And we talked about this last time. This is what unfortunately sunk the ship here for UCF in their last series. When they started getting passive, they started getting outpaced by their opponents.
Yeah, you don't want the complacency to set in. Bits behind the ball, at least enough to deflect off and not give an open opportunity. But you see the aggressiveness from Stockton is maintaining possession down here, and they're doing great to challenge and keep this pressure up. As you see the shot on Drip, will get denied there, send it back to the corner, and here comes the rotation one more time to keep this play alive.
They're forcing double commits out of UCF right now. It very is clear UCF are not nearly as confident as they were before. There's another double commit out of Bits and Luke, and no one gonna go for the ball. Hey, fellas, if you want to try and win this, you kind of have to touch the ball. Remember what Fawn said? No, good touch, bad touch, that type of stuff. Yeah, UCF, maybe take yourself a little bit of a chance here and find if you can get yourself a decent enough touch to clear it off the half. That might be the one, and is it gonna work? Drip's gonna try dive. What happened? Where we were so calm and collected before. Now this is just chaos.
That is exactly what you would expect to a point. For 10 seconds, chaos is going to ensue. Just let these teams get back on the same page. Let them take a breath and get out of whatever mentality that just was to just hit the ball. At least put some pressure on to hit ball good and put themselves in position. Bit's going to make this rotation around. You see Bussy able to get there in time at least to get a nose on. But they're still maintaining these shots on as they've reset, got some boost back, and tried to find the clearance out. Is first going to get one to miss and try to take it the other way. You see both of them with the demo. It's going to go up over the top. It's going to get the bump on the backboard as well, but boost picked up. Not going to do much for now.
You got to hit
this. There's no way.
No! How do you miss? That is the best fake we've seen all day. The defenders left without axles, but somehow through the scrap heap, they will find the save. And as Furra, he'll find another save. He's been doing this all day long. He'll find another one as Bussy tries to dive on this, but I am very nervous right now. It feels like UCF are not just getting passive, they are missing those golden opportunities that we said they were taking advantage of on repeat before this, not just the series, but in the previous 2 games. Now they're watching them fall by the wayside, and I don't know what to think.
Stockton in the first minute and a half had all those double commits where they had opportunities with the offensive side to put a shot on, get a goal scored. That was the one for UCF, the double commit, just a missed opportunity. You know that they are going to be kicking themselves for that because we remain scoreless past the halfway point here in game number 4. It's just waiting to see who's going to break first, who's going to find the advantage. And off the bounce, that's going to go a little wide of the upright. Luke take possession in the corner to send it back, and a good challenge by Drip. We'll see who's going to get to it first and try to find something on. Top Cheese will take this in the air, gets bumped off of it though. Great defensive stand so far.
My man just got bodied, sent away, and well, not sent far enough away apparently. As Stockton can continue with their offense. This is how Northwood started turning the series around as well. They started getting a really good midfield presence that got UCF uncomfortable, forced them into defensive save after defensive save after defensive save, until eventually they did not make that save, and they found themselves that goal that could really win them the series, or I guess 6 technically in game number 5. But game number 4 was a lot closer of a game there. It was 2-1 as Northwood barely eked it out. Speaking of barely eking it out here, with 90 seconds left on the clock, this is what we like to call that golden goal scenario, where a single goal could be the separating factor. And for UCF, they find it here. They find the end of the series and find themselves a rematch against Northwood.
And I really like what Stockton's trying to do. You see Drip is just chasing these defenders, trying to get them out of the picture to open up an offensive attack from the teammates, but cannot find the connection to be able to allow that passing lane to open up. But I do respect the headhunting effort as they're trying to find a way to break this tie. Gonna hit 60 seconds to play, and they're still in it.
Oh, but it does look a little bit nervous there. Misses off the backboard, or uncharacteristic to say the least out of UCF. But this is a little bit more standard. Them charging into offense with a little bit of authority is what we want to see, although I don't think Luke was hoping for that touch there. As for though, what a beat, what a ball! It's not a target though! Again, another golden opportunity from UCF will turn to bronze.
They just can't quite get that last touch they need to put the ball across the line. Instead, we had 35 to play, still scoreless, and looking for an angle, good pass across the Bussy, but does not follow through as the defender gets there first. Bitch now to take it in the air, gets the challenge, though will be lost possession temporarily speaking. Luke trying to get this one, keep it in play. Instead, we see this ball floating neutral, midair. Watch off the backboard, can't find anything. These defenses just constantly challenging and not letting anything go.
Oh, this is so tense. You can feel it in the air. You can cut it with a knife. And, well, you can also read what is on the board right now. 5 seconds left. And if we find a goal now, it will surely send UCF to the upper bracket again, or it'll send Stockton into game number 5. And, oh, boy, Bussy with time and space in the air. You don't want to see that, but it will not be enough. We head to yet another overtime. Game number 4. This could determine it all.
You said we're not good at counting, which is great because that was 4 zeros across the board. There were zeros on the clock, zeros on the scoreboard, which is super easy for us as they almost get the first goal under 10 seconds, but they cannot get that last bounce to go through, and Stockton is trying to fight to get to game number 5.
I can't even blame them for missing shots like that. These are exquisite shots that are so difficult to try and nail, and that's kind of what it takes right now. The defense is on both sides. While they do feel a little bit disjointed and chaotic, it is hard to get past unless you've got a stellar shot that just shocks everybody on the pitch. It will not be enough. And 30 seconds into this one, we have found nothing to be enough here. As for he'll fight a 50-50 out past his final third, but Fitz is going to have to clear this one out. He will do that, but again, the midfield presence out of Stockton just a bit too strong as we go 45 seconds into this one, and it so far has not left this UCF half. It'll leave for about a quarter of a second, but it'll get sent right back. But, Luke on Marks. I don't know what's happening here. Double commit. Top Cheese will make it, but you can see UCF, they're starting to put the pressure against Stockton, and while Stockton have a good offense, their defense needs to stand up when it counts. Bussy will make the save, and Luke will make the dagger. They plunge it in and find themselves revenge. They will have a date with Destiny and Northwood in the grand finals.
That last defensive stand right there, just the double stop. Both of them trying to get the ball out of that side of the field, but just the double stop to hold on to the possession, maintain it in air, get the bump off, get the pass, and just setting up the shot on. Holy, what a setup to put yourselves ahead to take the series and go back to the top side.
I got to give credit here. It is not just the recovery at a UCF, it's the way that they do it. Last time when the pressure went against them, they crumbled underneath it, but as you can see here from the replays brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, they did not crumble under the pressure this time. They found themselves that fire, that ignition underneath them, and they really used that to their advantage. The pressure that they felt on defense was not enough to overcome them, as Stockton, try as they may, cannot find that goal, and a quick counterattack sends it the other way. Incredible stuff on both both sides, and as you can see from the replays, the goals, they were a flurry on either end.
Just being able to capitalize on these small mistakes. We saw a ton of double commits on the defensive side, and that was where these offenses were really able to break through and get themselves in a position to put that ball in the back of the net. And game one, 5-1 scoreline, we started to see that offense really cool down and the defense step up as this series progressed. We talk about something that's not going to show up on the scoreboard is what Asura did in that final possession. The double stand on the wall, it's not going to be there. You're not going to get any points other than just getting the touch on the ball and then setting your teammate up. That was just such a great position to put yourself in to make sure you're walking away with that dub.
And that's what they do. UCF get it done. They could not the first time, but they did the second time. But can they the third? Listen, they've got themselves a chance. Last time they were a game away from taking down the #1 seed here, the undisputed #1 seeds here. Can they do it this time? I'd like to think so, but there are no guarantees. That is why Rocket League is such an entertaining game. And well, see if the desk also agrees with us.
I do think it is a quite entertaining game, and I think these fine fellows here agree with me. Do you not?
You guys know my bias. You guys can go. You guys can answer.
It's a simple game when you look at it, but when you start to play or watch players of this level, or even the pro scene play, which some of these are players in the pro scene, you quickly find out that such a simple game is such a complicated
game. I see math brain just boop, boop, boop.
Well, when this guy's
geometry.
drawing, when he's drawing over there, I see it.
I don't understand how you calculate geometry that fast.
Right.
It's all instinctual.
Literally, because
Yeah, it may be instinct, but it's happening. The calculations are in there.
I mean, some of these guys have 10,000 plus hours. It's just after a certain point, it just becomes natural.
Top Cheese has got like 3,000 hours on Switch, I think Bass was telling me. It's like his favorite player arc story. Just started out on Switch, like 3,000 hours on the Nintendo Switch, and then swaps to PC and instantly is an all-star on a top team with Stockton, and I think like in the eyes of the pro scene, but Stockton, though, they do fall.
We kept talking over you, Fawn. Did you have
no. The only thing it was that I was going to bring up was that's the first time I've ever heard centrifugal force used by Lawler outside of a classroom. Like, that's the only time it is I've actually ever heard that. But yeah, it's super awesome, and I definitely agree with Ron Burgundy here. It's overall the entire fact of just knowing that it is a very simple game, and looking at this between the correlations between Smash, between Overwatch, between Valorant, understanding that you can see adaptation physically because the game itself is simple visually is really, really cool.
Yeah, back to the actual match itself. I think there's some really cool things between Stockton and UCF to really point out.
But you should tell me them after.
Are we going to talk to Luke?
This beautiful interview.
Are we talking to Luke?
I'm not sure. We'll find out. Let's go to the interview. Hi, Jackie.
Okay.
Hi, UCF is victorious. I am with Luke. Tell me how you're feeling. You are going to the grand finals. You did tell me that this shrunk in the wash, though, and that's why you're not wearing it right now.
Yeah, it's a little tight, and a little annoying to play with, but I got to rep, UCF all day. But
I love the shades, and we'll try to do something about the jersey. But talk to me about going to the grand final.
it's definitely exciting. We came in here with our sub. We were kind of hoping to get as far as we could, and now, we're in the grand finals, making it all the way to fight Northwood again.
And fabulous job in this series. It definitely seemed like a collective effort from your team. Talk to me about your team's chemistry.
Yeah, so like I said, we don't usually play with Bits, but Bits been showing up on LAN. Let's go, Bits. But he's been doing great, even though he's not our starter player, but he's been shining. So is Az with those jumpers, always doing well. And then just me, here to kind of finish off the team,
Okay, love it. And Northwood is next, a rematch. Y'all getting revenge?
Of course, we got to give it our all the way.
Okay, and anything you want to say to Mom?
Yeah, definitely. I can't be at home because we're here, but I definitely love you, Mom. I don't know if you're watching or not. I sent her the link, but who knows if she's watching. You might be doing her Mother's Day things, But love you very much, and I wish you could be here to watch.
Aw, Luke, congratulations again to you and your team. And I want to say happy Mother's Day to my mom and all the other moms out there. Thank you for believing in me and being fantastic. I miss you. Back to the desk. Now I'm crying.
The love for the moms, and also love from Luke to Bits. Really giving credit there. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is the way it started off. I mean, you're talking, I said, hey, Bits is reliable. He's this guy that's just been able to step up for him. And we talked this whole weekend about, hey, it is the whole any given Sunday type of situation. We got a 7 seed versus a 3 seed. But the level of comfort that you're seeing out of both Esfera and Luke, and then Bits, when he comes in and he's also that reliable, he's the one hitting the shots right at the very beginning, and then it's paired by the other ones, like, you could just see, like, it felt that Stockton never really found a form. It always felt like they were feeling kind of off. Eventually, they do bring it back. They get a game, and it gets a little bit more competitive. But throughout the whole thing, all smiles from UCF.
Yeah.
Cool, calm, collected, having a good time. I mean, you see the energy of Luke in the interview. It seems like they're in a really good spot.
I think this really shines a light on the fact that they're playing with a sub. I mean, they just said Bits is their sub. Bits is shining out there. Doesn't look like a sub. So the ability to not just have someone that has that capability of popping off as a sub, but bringing them in, having that chemistry with them. Another thing we talked about this weekend is having that chemistry inside and outside the game. And when you are able to give those kinds of reps in the regular season or in some of these minor events to your sub, and you can build that chemistry in and out of the game, and then you can bring them to a LAN event like this, even no matter what seed you are, they're the 7th, you could be a higher seed, you're still in that same situation with a sub. And now they're making it to the grand finals with them. So they're playing really well despite I wouldn't even call it a handicap coming in because they're playing well with them.
And they will go to the grand finals to rematch against Northwood, who just beat them they just played them. So we were talking about hopefully they're a little mad. Hopefully they're getting a little reset. What do you think the nerves are like going into the grand final?
I mean, there's a lot of banter between some of the players on those teams. So I know Northwood's looking forward to probably playing UCF, getting Esfera a little bit of love as well. So unfortunate for Stockton, man. We talk about how they're the 3rd seed. The top teams always escape them, and it seems to be just like whatever the top teams are. They will always find themselves in top 3, but never able to beat the 1-2, no matter who it is. Even if it is UCF pushing themselves as LAN team into that with a sub. It's been fantastic to see the ride, but I'm ready to watch it run back. It's going to be a little bit different in this grand final. It's a best of 7 now instead of a best of 5, and Northwood does start with a 1-game advantage. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but if they keep doing what they're doing, they should be fine.
I did want to give credit to Stockton coming back in Game 3 with a win after 2 convincing wins from University of Central Florida. Definitely not a stomp that we saw.
No, it's good to see some resilience. I do feel that some of the benefits that UCF does have, like you talk about, hey, we already got we're dropping down, but we've got that confidence. We're warmed up, we're ready to go. Not the case for Stockton, I felt like. Stockton did start a little bit slow. We saw them really get punished early on, but as we saw, I think it was drip. I think Trevor had a phenomenal call. Saying to respect the drip. That was a nasty shot that was about to go in, but he has a inverted backboard save that pinches out, and it's that keeps him in the game. It keeps him alive. So there's big moments and stuff that Stockton should definitely be proud of, but UCF too much, showing the offense.
Yeah. We saw players like Bits and Luke shining. Any other players that we want to call out, either on Central Florida or as they go back up against Northwood? Any cool matchups that we should keep an eye out for?
Buddy and Esfera.
Buddy and Esfera will be a fun head-to-head bump.
Yeah, that trash talk outside of it, I think that'll correlate inside the game because you said it, they're at LAN, they want to go at each other, and Buddy wanted UCF because Buddy wants to be like, I beat you twice in person. There are no excuses. I'm better than you, right?
Is that the kind of trash talk we're talking about? You guys have been alluding to it.
If you have not seen Collegiate Rocket League, those boys, it's nothing but banter on the broadcast. It's absolutely fantastic. The interviews, usually we have to pull them away and be like, okay, guys, we got to.
It's UFC kind of weigh-ins.
It's good.
Yeah,
it's good.
All right.
Jackie's keeping him polite down
I think it's Moose who is a huge fan of the UFC, so maybe there's some origins there. He's learning, taking notes. He actually doesn't even. Yeah, he doesn't even care about the fights themselves. He's just all right, I got to write down banter. How do I do this?
He watches the weigh-ins more than they watch the actual fights. Yeah.
You never know.
I did cut you off because we went to the interview. Were there any highlights or other big impressions that you wanted to share from that last match?
I think primarily just as an overall UCF confidence, or UCF. Not UFC. UCF, I think confidence primarily. I think Luke is really settling into his own. While the power rankings do have them as 7th, I think if they do, even with the full roster, even with Bits, I think that's a lot of confidence going into. I mean, they talked about how all these teams are going to be playing in the Collegiate Major here and the Grand Finals, the National Championship in Dallas in just a month or two. So a team that, while not the heaviest seed, does have a lot of confidence coming in here, showing a top 2 performance. And LAN experience. It makes a huge difference in those events when you say, hey, been there, done that, and people like Luke and Esfera can definitely hold their hat, as well as Bits. That's a really solid backup.
Let's talk about seeding, because we talked about how the seeds are a little bit nebulous, right? And we've talked about, the casters, we've been saying University of Central Florida shouldn't even be here at this point as the 7th seed. Do they deserve a higher seed?
I think it's in consideration because we do see only online performances, and they have struggled online. I think when you have some of these players that have the comfort of their own home, you know, they're just feeling it. It felt like communication was probably a little bit low from Stockton at some points. And that can come from the land nerves and just not getting into a groove. But yeah, I do think there's consideration for UCF where, yeah, online performance, you do get outclassed by some of the players. But when we're talking on land, like, they're confident. They're very confident in their play. They look super collected, and it makes a difference.
They just have a bravado about themselves, you know. But I'm going to throw Bass under the bus, but don't worry, I'm the captain of the Bass fan club. You know, I was doing all my homework before the event, and he sent me a write-up that he did, and UCF was not in the teams that he gave me like a paragraph about. He gave me a paragraph about like 7 or 8 teams, and at the bottom it said, all the other teams don't matter.
Oh.
And UCF was one of them. But Bass is a world-class talent, so don't harp on him because I'll come after you. I'm Bass's captain of the fan club. So
well,
watch out.
Either way, these teams definitely have a bright future one way or another. And you know what? Speaking of futures, let's talk about our sponsor, Futures First Gaming. Futures First Gaming exists at the crossroads of esports and education, where they work around the clock to bring STEM opportunities to Black and brown youth. With programs recently featured in the Washington Post and USA Today, FFG has set their sights on turning Delaware into a mecca for esports. Check out their upcoming Girls Who Game event by scanning the QR code. And don't go anywhere else, because we will be right back with the Rocket League Grand Finals. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game, available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
Worried about your friend, but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at CECC.org.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard. Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now. So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
I'm feeling good. All right. I'm here with the host of the CECC, Polly, right here. Good, brother. What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. You know, if you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes. So let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go. 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! I'm feeling good! Woo! Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Welcome back to CECC, where we have a grand finals on our hands, and there's nothing we love more than having games on our hands. We are your desk, and we are thrilled to be bringing you this grand final. I'm Anna Prosser. This is Lawler. This is fun. This is Blue. And we're about to watch some Rocket League. We're watching a rematch between Northwood and University of Central Florida. Central Florida just coming back up from the lower bracket. That means Northwood will start one game ahead. How does this match look to you all?
I think it's a lot closer than I think they want to make it, although we just talked to Bass a little bit, and he had some banter from behind the scenes. As for one of the star players, obviously for UCF, feeling absolutely confident, says, hey, it's going to be a 4-1, and it's only because you guys get one advantage. So, yeah, they're feeling really confident on UCF, and rightfully so. I think him and Luke are working really well together. I think they're at the point where, you know, the pairing that they have and the ability, the chemistry that they have on stage is feeling really good. I will say that a lot of space given by Stockton. So a lot of those things that they're creating and developing, you should not be able to just walk in a goal multiple times, guys. Northwood is going to suffocate. It's going to be interesting to see on how they recreate that offensive prolific status they just had against a Northwood team that has shown that they do it better every single time.
I think they just got to clear the ball a little bit better. Again, they went against them earlier in the winners bracket finals. Hit ball good?
Hit ball good.
All right.
Absolutely.
No, they went against them in the winners finals, and they played great. I talked about it. They lost, but they should still feel good about that because, you know, they showed that they could bleed, and they can beat them, I believe. I think Northwood is a better team. I think Northwood is, like you said, going to suffocate them offensively like they did in that Game 5 earlier. But again, if they can keep it close, they look much better when they keep it close, right? But also,
everybody looks better when they keep it close. It's just a matter of being able to do it, which that's a whole different conversation. I will say UCF matches back to back to back, feeling in a groove, warming up, getting some momentum. As for Northwood, sad a little bit, but they do have that one-game buffer.
So surprisingly enough, I actually have input other than ball hit good, right? So the best
don't
thing
hit ball bad.
Don't hit ball bad. But not only that, I will also say that there's actually been a sort of interesting storyline here that we've seen throughout today, which is something that's super interesting. We had heard it a little bit earlier in Overwatch. We had heard it a little bit before in Smash as well, is the aspect of teams not doing necessarily as well as they would have done yesterday, maybe even last night, but they come off of a loss streak. And that's typically when we see the second win, right? It happened with Overwatch, it happened with Smash, and specifically like it happened with Central Florida, like in Smash once again. So that's something that's super interesting to be able to see that is once again, now here they are back in the grand finals, and there's more on the line here for them now. They've lost earlier. Typically the second win has been going pretty good for a lot of those teams. Like obviously Bay State versus Central Florida in Smash was like very, very close, and Bay State ends up taking that one. But it was the only bracket reset we've seen today. And so that's something to keep in mind when you're looking at these games, when you're looking at Rocket League especially, is that these second wins have been very prominent today. And I would definitely still be on the lookout if I was Northwood.
You know, you reminded me
Okay.
when you said UCF was in the Smash final and they almost won. They came in second place. That's still great. Top 2 out of the 16,
right.
Or even more when you talk about the ones that didn't qualify. Northwood being one of those for Smash. And I bring that up because Northwood was available to win 3 different championships out of the 4 that are presented here this weekend. They still have a chance to win 2, right? The Valorant later on and the Rocket League right now. Unfortunately, they fell short in Overwatch. But if UCF, even if they get second place here, that goes a long way for your esports program as a whole, because you got second place in Smash, and if you end up getting first or second here, worst case scenario second in Rocket League, you performed as a top 2 esports program in 50% of the esports titles that are available here. So even getting second, that's great for your esports program.
That's a really, really good point. All of that said, let's start with you, Fawn, talking about the mentality of coming off a losing streak, getting a second win, being tired, all of that. Who's your prediction to win this match?
I'm actually going to go ahead and go. I mean, like, once again, like I gave like an intense spiel, right? So I definitely think I'm actually on the side of Central Florida here.
All right. What about you, Blue?
I'm going with Central Florida. We saw one game given to Harrisburg, and they were the winners bracket team. They lost. No bracket reset here, so I'm going with the team that's going to be down 0-1.
Are they correct, Lawler?
That's the beauty of Rocket League, is you never know. Best of 7s do change up a lot of things. We very rarely do one-game advantages. We normally do bracket resets, which we don't have here. Don't forget, Central Florida, 12-3 in league play. They took second place. They also qualified in the last chance qualifier. This entire thing has been a Cinderella story run. Do not count them out, but I have to go with the favorites. I have to go with Northwood, because that team is dominance. They are so good.
Yeah, through the rest of the bracket, I'm not too familiar with it because we didn't get to watch much yesterday. Have they been just asserting this dominance all the way through?
Central Florida has. Northwood hasn't really dropped. They just, like, you talk about being able to keep it close, right? Like, of course they want to keep it close. They're primarily a defensive team. If they can capitalize on one mistake, show that efficiency, awesome. That's a great way to hold on. But Northwood is relentless. Like, 6-0, you talk about bleeding, that's bleeding. You lost 6 goals to nothing. Like, that is icing on the cake for Northwood. So I do think it'll be close early, but when we hit like game 3, game 4, watch out for Northwood.
Well, let's hear it from the players themselves. Jackie is down on the floor as we wait to get this match started. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, everyone. Please welcome to the stage, Central Florida. Versus Northwood. Who will win the grand final? Who will get revenge? Who is winning? I'm putting you in the hot seat first. Are y'all gonna do this?
Of course, 4-0. Oh, wait, 4-1, 4-1.
Okay, 4-1. How you feeling right now?
I think we're going to take them easy. I mean, you saw what happened in the upper finals. We started off slow, but as the series went on, we just got stronger, and this final game showed.
Okay, I am feeling the energy. Let this series begin! Oh, I just hit you. I got a long arm. I'm sorry, folks. Nice job. Great job, guys.
Here we go. It is grand finals time. We have arrived. It is Northwood versus UCF in a best of 7 to determine who is champion here in Atlanta. CECC, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup for Rocket League, is all going to end here and now.
And what a build-up to get to this point. I mean, starting out with the winners finals, where we saw these two teams squaring off a banger of a losers final series as well. I mean, just between both of those, to build up to this grand finals, you know what? I'm okay with waiting a day to put us on Sunday, get all the excitement into one action-packed sequence here, because these two teams facing off right now, you know, they made the flight. It's the UFC, right? No, but this is the UCF. They're stepping into the octagon right now. Northwood has the belt, and they're coming for it.
Oh, 100%. At this point, you still have to favorite Northwood a little bit. But one thing I will say, hey, UCF, you've been hounding me on this, and you've won now at this point. You are not underdogs. This is not going to be an upset if you get this done. You guys are genuinely very, very ready for this and very prepared. Seriously, I genuinely do think that this is about to be insanity.
Yeah, and I hope that in between the games they had a moment to recollect, maybe take some of those samples of drink control we have upstairs because those things, they do hit. Like, don't get me wrong. Those things are delicious. So hopefully they got a chance to, have a little snack in between games and get themselves psyched up, ready to go here for this grand finals. As they mentioned, it is already a 1-0 advantage for Northwood being the team that came out of that winners finals. So is that going to be enough for them to hold on to? What's your thoughts here?
I'm thinking that, listen, as for, I don't want to argue against you because I know I'll get roasted on Twitter if I do, but I also believe that this is probably going the distance. I don't see this being another game where we just see one or the other side just kind of run away with it. Last time we went to game 5. This time I'm thinking we're going to 7, and I'm interested in your thoughts if you agree.
I will echo those sentiments. I do think we're going the distance. I think we're going all the way into game number 7. I think we might be so lucky to get a couple of overtime games once more, but again, with the way everyone else is kind of leaning, as everyone responded to, Northwood's the team to look out for. They're the team to beat. That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to take a 4-3.
Ooh, 4-3 in favor of Northwood. You know what? I'm going to back my boy Blue. If he's going to continue, supporting me as well as Fawn, I'm going to support them as well. I'm saying UCF in this one. I want to see the Kings toppled, not because I want to have someone else wear the crown, but come on. Why would it be fun if I agreed with you? Let's keep the spice going on. Come on, let's keep the spice alive. And let's also see if we can hop into the series real soon here as we're just about set up for this best of 7. And again, folks, we're coming into this one with a game advantage for Northwood. And while that may not seem like a lot, what it really is, it's a buffer room. Considering the fact that UCF have come from that lower bracket, they're going to feel a little bit hotter here. So if Northwood don't necessarily have a good first game, okay, cool. We play a best of 5 from here on out. And that is massive. To give that team that second chance, that second ability to really restart themselves, it can change a series.
And I think that's kind of going to be the entrance into this conversation of, okay, UCF has played back-to-back series, right? Yeah. There was a little bit of time off where Northwood was kind of sitting idly by. They weren't playing in a competitive environment, so maybe that's where advantage is going to go. We'll find out which direction it leads to once we get to this kickoff point, but I think that looking at the Stockton series, UCF was starting to slow down as that series progressed. They weren't getting as many goals on the board. They started out with a 5-1 scoreline. So here we go to grand finals, game number 1. Here we go, UCF and Northwood.
All right, audience, let's make some noise. We have finally arrived. Championship Sunday. The two teams, they're not just going to battle it out. They are going to brawl on this pitch. And I got to say, the first team to hit that knockout blow, it's going to be something special. I'm looking for right hooks. I'm looking for jabs. I'm looking for an uppercut that sends someone to the ceiling, just like Pirates. We'll send this one to the backboard, but Luke, decent clear out. The midfield presence, though, out of Northwood doesn't look like it's missed a beat. They were doing this last series, then they're doing even more here. Buddy with a negative angle to open up the scoreline.
What an angle, what control to have that off the wall, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. They get the first goal, and Northwood is not messing around.
Yeah, listen, contrary to his name, he is nobody's buddy here on the pitch. This man is going to make enemies out on this field, and I think he's already done that here. Northwood will find themselves an early goal and could find another one, the extra flip. Gonna set up Buddy, but he will not hit the mark. But one thing is for certain, Trevor, we're 40 seconds into this one, and no, Northwood, they did not fall asleep. They are still just as warm.
We are not slowing down in this series at all. Already getting the 2 great shots off from Northwood and still maintaining this pressure. This is exactly what happened in their last series. Northwood spent so much time on this side of the field, and they're continuing to do so.
Oh, they're putting on the pressure here, but can they find themselves a second goal? As I really do think giving them a second goal within the first half of this game, it not only sets the tone for the series, it also puts UCF in a bit of a tough position as they will now be down 2 games overall. But we're not there yet. 3:48 left on the clock, although that's an awkward play off the backboard there. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to clear it out. Luke is going to be able to find himself at least a 1v1, and can he get it past? No, tries to get a flip reset in the back, but not quite able to do so. Pinch attempt on the wall, also not going to be successful. And this is what we were scared about last time. When UCF started getting passive and started trying to go for a little bit too much out of midfield, Northwood were very quick to shut them down.
And talked about it on the desk, the boost denial that Northwood had over UCF. They're really doing a significantly better job here already in this game, where not only are they getting the boost out of their own zone, they're controlling a lot of this midfield boost as well. So UCF is at least giving them the outs that they need if they're able to then translate it into a transition offensive attack.
Ooh, that's an awkward play, though, here. UCF, 2 players in the corner. Neither one of them decommits, as Furrow will go to the ground and try and recollect himself, but it's going to be a bit of a dangerous position here as Buddy tries to rip off a shot. 50-50 against Asfura. It's not going to go anywhere as Northwood continue with their pressure. Uh-oh, and that's something you and I talked about before. Asfura, heavy touch to the wall, just trying to buy some space. Last time UCF started doing that, they just kept giving away possessions, and if they do that here again against Northwood, it's going to be a similar result.
And I'm liking the patience here that UCF is now showing and watching these mistakes from Northwood. A couple of misplays, a couple of overcommits there opened up a brief opportunity for UCF. They just couldn't capitalize on it, but we're seeing this play on the other side of the field where it's not just a lone possession with a one efficient shot. Instead, they're able to get at least a little pressure there onto Northwood, but we're past the halfway point. It's still only the lone goal here, and Northwood's looking to strike for the second, but Bits in the air is going to make the save and push it to the side.
Yeah, a little bit of a breakdown of the pace of play there. Both teams trying to fake out each other, but neither one of them is getting bit by the mind games, but Bits can find something instead here. Does he have a flip reset? No, but he's got Luke in the wings, and Luke almost flutters that one into the top left, but not quite enough. And Northwood, they will wipe the sweat off their brow for at least a second, but what about another 2 minutes? That's how long we've got here in game number 1 as Asfura is going to try and take this one out from the corner. We'll get a pass down center, but again, heavy touch goes to nobody but Buddy on the other side here. Feels like UCF, they're desperate to break out of their half and will do so no matter the cost.
And just trying to maintain control here in this one to keep it at that lone goal as we hit the 90-second mark. They're going on the attack here, but the ball gets away from his fur, just gets a little too much umph behind it. Instead, starts to go the other way, and Bits is going to be able to catch this at midfield. We leave it hanging. As Furrow with the 50 is going to send this one to Luke, who sends it wayward of the goal, but the defense steps up in time.
As Furrow almost able to intercept that one and try and get a redirect to at least put a shot on target, and that's the big issue right now, Trev, is that we're seeing, it's not just that UCF are getting locked into their half, they're not really getting shots on target. They'll be in offense for about a quarter of a second, and then immediately have it sent the other way. So, UCF, it's time to break out and do more than break out. Find yourself some possession. Again, another heavy touch. Pirates way too quick on the ball. He is not going to get caught off guard by that. And honestly, UCF, if you don't get creative, unfortunately, you're losing game number 1.
I really like the attempts at the pass plays here. They're looking in the right passing lanes. They're just hitting it at a little too harsh of an angle where the defense is able to challenge and able to stop and disrupt these passes from coming off, and thus giving Northwood these chances where they come back the other way and are just controlling time of possession. Here's that bounce is going to sneak underneath Bits, and Pirates is going to get the second goal.
Oh, no, it's just an awkward drop-down pass. We call that a waterfall when it comes off the corner like that. As Furrow tries to read it, but Bits is already committed up in the air for it, and at that point, it's just going to send itself into the back of the net and possibly send Northwood up 2-0 on the series. 35 seconds left. It's technically possible for UCF to turn this one around, but they really have struggled to even find shots here in this first game.
Yeah, just has to be able to find a way to put together an efficient offensive attack here. Try to get one efficient shot, because they really haven't had that success that we saw in their first series where they're able to take games off of Northwood. Instead, under 20 to play here now, and they're on the wrong side of the field.
And they really are, and at this point, I think that they're the wrong side of game number 1 as well. 18 seconds left. It's nigh impossible for them to find this comeback, but maybe Luke can at least get a goal for the road. No, again, another heavy touch out to midfield where Northwood will intercept. And as Pirates take this one through the air, he might just get one for the road. Indeed, he will. A little bit of an assist there out of Buddy. I'll give him the asterisk on my score sheet as, yeah, they find a third goal, and they find game number 2.
Yeah. Being able to come out in this one, we saw their shutout there, a 6-0 in the final game of their first series here. Now going to get another one coming into this game number 2 with just scraps on the scoreboard there. A 2-goal performance from Pirates is able to now assert themselves into this position, up 2-0 in this series. Sorry, his first prediction's wrong. Northwood's got at least a couple more.
It could also be right, unfortunately, for him. He did mistakenly say 4-0 initially, and, well, it's possible. They're 2 games away from it.
It's going the other way. Yeah.
Listen, other way, who cares? I say at this point here. And, well, as we look back upon the replays here brought to you by Microsoft and CDW, it does feel like Northwood, they cared a lot about this game number 1. They knew they had to set the tone. They knew they needed to rebound because they showed vulnerability. When you prove that the Giants can bleed, all of a sudden, someone's going to try and take you down. So patch it up, grab a Band-Aid, get yourself back ready, and it does look like Northwood are exactly that. They are prepared for the battle that is ahead of them. Talk about stepping in the octagon. Well, it looks like they have stepped in, and they don't find themselves submission first round, but they find themselves a heck of a lot of punches.
Yeah, the defender of the title is here to stay as they're trying to hold on to this championship belt as they got that game number 2 win. And we talked about UCF establishing dominance early. When they scored the first goal, they do a lot better. I mean, because they just don't have to worry about that extra added pressure. The fact that Northwood's able to not only strike first, but continue to layer on that pressure, continue to maintain that offensive attack, they're doing exactly what we saw in the end of their series. They said it in the pregame comments. This is where they left off. This is where they expected to be, and they picked up.
Well, let's see if they can continue to pick up the pace of play here as Northwood look to take their third game technically in a row. They walk into this one with a one-game advantage, technically giving them game number 1. They walk into game number 2 taking a shutout victory. Again, we have to emphasize how important that is because now at this point, UCF, they're going on 5 minutes without a goal here in the series. They've yet to score at all. Maybe they can change this up right here and now. It's a decent passing play building up. I don't know how that pass was read, but also the double commit on the backboard will not be enough. Pirates, somehow, some way, just doesn't get annoyed enough and is still calm and composed.
Somehow able to get that just out of the defense. Aggressive, but once the commits, the other side, I cannot believe that the miscommunications, the commits on that end are going to lead to the goal. Northwood strikes first again.
All right, filthy, sickening, disgusting. Audience, you want to say it with me this time? Disgusting, just filthy out of Northwood. Breaking axles, breaking hearts on the back line, and potentially putting UCF in a tough position. They lose this game. They got a reverse sweep against Northwood. And again, we've been talking about how hard a reverse sweep is. You know what's even harder than a reverse sweep? A reverse sweep against the number 1 seed.
Yep, that's quite a lot to ask in any circumstance, and especially when you find yourself in a position of knowing that you've already lost to this, you find yourselves down after that first 3-0 performance. Now, down 1-0 in this, a minute into this game, it is asking a lot. So at the point, take it 1 goal, 1 game at a time. UCF has to find something on the board. They got to get this offense online.
It looks like they're twisting wires right now, though. Both of the teams kind of toppling over each other here, but UCF not figuring out who's going to be the one to clear this out of the half, to give them that relief of pressure they've been looking for. 2 players in the corner. Neither one of them makes a solid enough touch, so Buddy will send it to the backboard. Hockey in a 1v1, and he will win it. I'm actually even wrong. There's 2 defenders on the line, and they still can't stop this.
Still can't. Buddy with the great touch there off the wall, and you see just Pirates on the rotation back, leaves it open. Neither one of those defenders really goes for it. That, again, the miscommunications or just the lack of communication thereof, we heard about it after that first series. There was a lot of closed mouths in that game number 5 when it was 6-0. Maybe we're seeing an echo of that.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point here. It does feel like the pressure is up against UCF and Northwood. They're doing the most with it. They are finding themselves not goals out of nowhere. I thought they might find another one to tack on top, but they'll have to try and fight a little bit harder here as what's going on at midfield here? This could be the boost starvation we were talking about before. UCF trying to march into the other half of the field, and they do so rather slowly. It's a little bit of a snail's pace right now, but considering it's been about 7 minutes without a goal, they're needing to find that pace of play soon. Again, Trev, I hate to say it, they lose this game, I'm betting on them losing the series as well.
Yeah, it's just not looking ideal. The momentum being built up from Northwood, especially with that shot on. Great catch out of the air. Sends it down into the back of the net, and a 3-0 lead now for Northwood, who's just, they kicked it on cruise control in their last series. It's still rolling.
It's crazy to think also, it's 3-0. We've got 2:53 left in the clock.
That's a lot of time.
We are not even halfway through this game, and Northwood have found themselves not just the, I'm not going to call them the victors, but I've called them absolute domination thus far. He might even find another goal here. Pirates trying to dismantle the defense by himself out of the corner. Can't quite get past everybody, but they will keep it on the half, and his buddy sends another one to the opposite corner now. It'll be up to Asfer to get that clear, and that's something I will say UCF have kind of been missing in this game. Usually we're so, I was going to say impressed by their defense. I'll tell you this much, I'm not really impressed by the Northwood defense here. This is a breakdown, and finally UCF get on the board.
And maybe that's all it takes, just to get that single goal. Bitch just capitalizes on swing and a miss, and we've seen UCF with their miscues on defense this time. Northwood the victim of it as we hit this halfway point. It'll be a 2-goal disparity, and still well within striking distance here for UCF. They just have to maintain their offensive presence, force some more mistakes from Northwood, which is, again, asking a lot here from a team as good as Northwood is. But we know Giants can bleed. We've seen it. This is UCF. They got to step up and continue.
And again, we talk about Rocket League being such a momentum-based game. Goals like that can start to throw a team a little bit off guard, and exactly what we see there. Northwood double commit. I mean, even the last series was a good example. close games. We're going back and forth, back and forth. Game number 4, as Furrow misses a save on the line, and then Northwood run away with the series. So maybe that miss there on the back line is going to be enough that UCF now can get into the game. Bits would like to think so, so we'll pass it out to Luke on the front half. Luke sends it to the backboard. Yes, Furrow's up for this one, but so is the defenders on Northwood. They will cut that out and potentially take away the game as well, because with 100 seconds left on the clock, a 2-goal comeback is possible, but that's literally, well, that's 2 more goals than they've gotten this entire series.
Yeah, usually if you want to win the game, you have to score more goals than the other team. So UCF has some ground to make up here. As that shot, I cannot believe, did not cross the line. And somehow we still maintain his 3-1 scoreline as UCF looks to strike back the other side. But good challenges here in front of the net. A miss on the other side. Unfortunately, that ball just goes up in front of the goal and will not formulate too much for UCF. A strike the other way will be saved by his Furrow, as that one's going to be about the top of the box and sent across midfield.
Yeah, this back and forth gameplay, we're going end to end to end to end. It's really not going to benefit anybody but but Northwood here. Again, UCF, they need to try and be a little bit quicker to the ball here, and they will get quick enough to stop hockey on that shot, but they will not be enough to get it off the half, as Furrow will send this one to the side, or he'll attempt to. He'll get demoed for his troubles there, and unfortunately, I think the trouble has only begun, because now I'm starting to think it's reverse sweep time. 50 seconds left on the clock. Northwood, they just got to hold on, and if they do so, they force Central Florida to take 4 games in a row if they want this championship.
We certainly know UCF has the capability to take at least a couple, but 4 in a row is a tall order here. Northwood, especially looking as good as they are right now, just wasting this clock. And as you mentioned, this end-to-end play is nothing but bad news for UCF, as they cannot formulate any sort of an offensive plan, especially when Northwood keeps putting up these shots, keeps creating this pressure in the offensive zone and pinning UCF all the way back on their own half.
Oh, this is looking a little bit bleak right now. UCF, they're not going to be able to win this game. They just don't have the time. I'm glad they got a goal on the board, but you got to remember, the one goal they do get, it's off an error on Northwood's side. So I'm a bit nervous right now. We could be seeing the blowout that we kind of expected. We were talking to Jackie before we got into this one. I said it's going one of 2 ways. Either this is the most competitive series we see all day. It goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Or this is Northwood with a blowout, and they are 1 game away from doing so. But at the same time, I mean, UCF, they're 1 game away from making this a competitive series. Start that reverse sweep. Start the momentum going. Get the engines revving and get those boost tanks full, because it is possible, Trevor. They can absolutely turn this around.
Yeah, these replays from Microsoft and CDW are just going to show a lot of what we've already seen from Northwood in their last series. Just, I mean, that was just a disgusting play there. The backflips with the broken axles. I cannot believe that some of these balls did not get across the line. The goals should have been scored to maintain this 3-1 scoreline, though. But I was just watching what Northwood has done. They've played their game. At the end of their first series, they've continued to play their game, and that's what UCF has to do. They have to get Northwood off their game, which is not easy to do by any means, but this is just what has to be done here and now. Take it 1 goal at a time, take it 1 game at a time. UCF has to step into this mentality that this is a fresh start.
And I think that's exactly what we were seeing there at a Laser, trying to instill some confidence in his players to let them know, hey guys, we still got a series ahead of us, and we've got a game ahead of us as well. Game number 5 underway here, as we do find ourselves with a potential end of the series. If Northwood can find 1 more win, if UCF can find themselves a win, they can keep this one alive. And no, they unfortunately cannot survive past the first 16 seconds. Northwood with an early strike.
Just a great steal there, Buddy off the top, and a great challenge coming across this. Furrow could not get contact on fast enough. That ball sneaks into the upper 90, and Northwood strikes first once again, which we have never seen bode well for UCF. Northwood in control.
And really, I think the player in control right now is Hockey. He has been unreal. 4 goals in 3 games. He has averaged over, exactly a goal a game at this point. He didn't score in game number 1, but he makes up for it here in game number 4. So at this point, I don't even know what to say. I have no words for this.
What? That right there is a goal. I can't believe Hockey couldn't quite get that. A great challenge from Luke. Perfect positioning to angle the car towards the goal so that if that 50 does go your way, it's going to go straight towards the net. Defense had no time at all to react to that. And that's an equalizer less than 20 seconds later.
That's an interesting way to also get a goal there. It does feel like that was kind of both UCF getting aggressive, which we've been asking for, and also Northwood getting a little bit uncomfortable. We said this team needed to be thrown off tilt. And if you can do that, all of a sudden you've got yourself a way through. But at the same time, this is already looking a little bit precarious here. Northwood, again, they love this pressure offense. They love to lock a team into their own half, but Can't do that quite here. As for actually going to run a little bit of a nuisance play, annoy the other team, and maybe make them a bit off guard as that shot is not enough, just a little bit wide. UCF find themselves another chance to strike, but cannot capitalize.
Almost stuck inside the upright. Instead, we go with the clock continuing to run, tied at 1, 3:40 here. UCF looking, this aggressiveness is maintaining from the UCF side, which is what we wanted from this offensive front. Find a way to develop some pressure here, build some momentum for yourself. Get 1 goal at a time. They've got that first goal. Now they just need to finally take a lead here if they can, but Fitz with the defensive stand is not going to let Northwood get one.
It is very clear, though, UCF, they've definitely come to life here. They're putting up a much better game than before. The resistance is definitely there, and the shots can also be, but Luke cannot find connection with the ball. Another huge chance for UCF gone awry.
Buddy almost had a great opportunity there to break some more axles. Vince able to at least get the end around and stop that push, a one-on-one fast break potential, and said Pirates with the touch is going to take a little bit too much here. This ball will get sent back across midfield, and now we're starting to see the same resemblance of what UCF has done. Just unfortunate, a clear without a real plan to follow.
Yeah, that's unfortunately what we've seen time and time again. These heavy touches from UCF are really where they start to falter the most, and I think that Northwood are aware of that. You can see they're playing patiently. They're not trying to force another goal. Now that UCF have come to life, what they're waiting for is a mistake. They want to see UCF do something just tremendously bad, and then it can come back to bite them. But thus far, UCF standing up pretty tall here. We go halfway through this game, and we're still at a 1-1 scoreline, and as Bitz gets a receiving pass out to the corner, this could be something, but not if Pirates gets in the way. Good defensive stand as he clears it back out to midfield. Again, this is what Northwood know and love. They want the pressure, but they also want the shots on target a little bit wide. And another goal for Northwood. UCF, where'd the defense go?
Rotation, miscommunication. Luke went to the side, and there was nothing on the back end. Esfera picking up that boost pad in front of the net, got a little too greedy, and instead left the open shot. 2-1 advantage to Northwood here, coming up with 2 minutes to play.
And this could be the last 2 minutes we see all day here for Rocket League. If Northwood hold on to this lead, they will crown themselves the champions here at the CECC, and they might just be able to block themselves. Excuse me? Wait, that's the second time they've done that. How have we seen that in 2 series in a row? Well, not in a row, but, you know.
Yeah, it's just they're just trying to keep it close. They want to keep things interesting. That's the only way I can vindicate and defend that.
Can't really blame you here. And, well, there will be one team to blame if this ends right here and now, and that'll be UCF. They have pulled out the stop. They've gotten better and better, but better isn't enough. You need to be nearly perfect against this Northwood squad, but apparently there's at least a little bit of room to breathe. That shot will go off target, and it will go out to midfield. Well, now they will try and start an offense, but a missed touch out at mid by Luke is not going to be enough. He will try and send this one back down to Asfura, who's going to take a possession. Beats out one defender. Can't beat the second one. Where's the follow-up? It's a pass down to Luke, and put the shot on target, but that's not going to be enough. Pirates to clear this out. With about 1:15 left here, Trevor, we're looking at potentially the end of the series if UCF cannot find a goal.
They're doing better on this side, though, where they're finding these angles. They're not taking such a harsh angle of the pass. They've softened the touches at least a little bit here, but they're playing a dangerous game at this point, letting Northwood maintain this control and possession, as we see Northwood still dictating the pressure in this game, maintaining offensive pressure and just not letting UCF develop anything to go the other way.
They're going to try one more time with 45 seconds left. This is the last life that UCF have to play with. If they lose this game, they will lose the entire tournament, and they will find themselves, unfortunately, in second place to a Northwood who continually do this over and over again. They'll win everything. They'll do it over and over until it is too many times, a broken record, if you will. And there's nothing broken about this. The offense continuing to be electric. 20 seconds left now. Trevor, it is now or never if UCF want to survive.
Got to find a way to get out of this end. Asfera trying to find a clear, but they break open the defense instead. A full commitment attempt to go the other way, and that is about all she wrote. A 3-1 scoreline, 14 seconds. I don't think it's enough.
It's not quite set in stone, but the chisels are out. They've been carving the statue for a little while, and that statue is a crown. They have found themselves possibly the end, and this is going to determine it all. It's a fake kickoff. Northwood play it perfectly. They know they just need to waste time. They let the possession come into their half, and as a result, they will crown themselves the kings. Northwood are your champions. An extra one on top. Luke decides he wants to help out his opponents, and they now find themselves the winners here of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Congratulations to Northwood.
They came out making a statement to come back in their first winter series to end that one, a 6-0 Game 5, and here they come to the grand finals, knowing they're in control, knowing they're in charge. They have the leg up. They take the 4-0.
They take the victory, they take the crown, and they take themselves that trophy right front and center. Northwood University are your winners. Hey, crowd, I know we got some UCF fans, but we got to give it up. Come on, let them hear it. Let Northwood know that they've got some love in the building.
Massive props to both of these teams. I mean, Northwood came up, and they were doing such a great job from start to finish. Their bracket play, virtually flawless. I mean, they dropped the 2 games there to UCF in the winners finals, and that was the first games that they had lost at any point. These replays from Microsoft CDW just showcasing the dominance that Northwood had here in this series. And you see just, I mean, you can look at our faces, just know what is happening and how gross some of these shots were.
Filthy, disgusting, unreal here. And you know what else is unreal? Microsoft and CDW. Thank you again here for the replays. We really do appreciate it. And well, I gotta say, Northwood, they probably appreciate everything they just found. What an incredible showing from this team in red. They did not just pull out all the stops. They ripped the stop signs out of the ground and threw them at their opponents on replay. This was incredible. This was very well done. And again, congratulations to Northwood. But unfortunately, trademark, that's it. That's it for you and I. It's been a fantastic day at Rocket League. We want to thank you guys for joining us with this one. I don't even know what to say, man. This was everything we could have hoped for.
This is everything they could have hoped for, and when you're Northwood, I mean, you have the right to rip those stops aside. You're the king of the land. You make the laws.
Oh,
and that's exactly what they did here. Hockey averaging, a goal a game. On the other side, UCF, over their 8 games they played, they scored 6 goals total. That offense was just not there. They could not get it done. Northwood in complete control start to finish, and I mean, they just absolutely earned that trophy. They came out in commanding fashion.
The commanding fashion almost doesn't even begin to describe it. We could try and throw 1,000 words at this one, but I don't even have an essay to be able to describe it all. So let's leave it to some other people to talk about it instead. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. That's the end of Rocket League, but it's not at the end of the action here at the CECC.
I didn't know that we were going to have to write essays. That's not what Collegiate Esports is about.
Not only that, but like, why do they have us like all like? Why do they have that clip of us all turned around like we're the final bosses? They have to fight before like they take the trophy. Like all of us in silhouettes. I'm like, wait, where is this coming from?
The 4 horsemen of Collegiate Esports.
Is that us? I think it might be. Well, what a match! Northwood coming out on top. Before the match, they said we'll take them easy, and that's kind of what they did, Lawler.
Yeah, it was smooth sailing. Obviously, we saw the mishap from Asfura, and they talked about his shots and stuff. If you've seen that boy on Twitter, that boy ain't hitting any threes, and it's not going to happen here either. Poor guy, he calls a 4-0 on accident, that means 4-1, and it doesn't go in his favor. But they did put up a really good fight. As soon as I saw that shot, I'm pretty sure it was from Buddy right at the beginning. That double touch was disgusting. That angle solidified. I'm like, okay, they're still warm. It's going to be ugly. I even said it. I was right below here watching the matches. I was like, oh, I'm like, yeah, it's done. As soon as Hockey put him on skates, I was like, okay. Go next. Like, we got Valorant up. But
do you guys have any favorite moments?
Well, to be honest with you, like I think that I guess my favorite moment was like, I guess it's not necessarily something it is like as an audience member I can commentate about, but I definitely think I could commentate about it as an analyst. It's like slowly watching myself start to understand more and more about what more there is to Rocket League, right? I mean, I know exactly the double touch it is that he's talking about. Like I saw people's ankles turn to water, like these Court just mixing them up entirely. Like I'm entirely surprised by like how amazing they've been playing.
I just wish we went to 7 so I could hear Lawler geek out about more Rocket League and Bass and Trademark go crazy as well. That's what I would have hoped for.
Oh, our trophy ceremony is coming right up. It looks like they might be ready down there. So, Paulie, will you take us away?
Absolutely, Anna. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to Northwood University. Let's make some noise right now. They are your Rocket League Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup winners. The first ever. You guys are making history. Hockey, how does it feel to just win the first ever Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup?
It's hype. First off, I want to say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, especially my mom. She's so supportive with all this, and I just love her. Love you, Mom.
Woo! Well done. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Truly a special day here, and what a way to line it up with the CECC. You guys move on. You're number 1. The year is coming to a close here. What's it look like for the future of Northwood Rocket League?
So we got CRL Worlds in Dallas, June 3rd to the 5th. So we're going to be going to that and just doing the same thing, winning.
All right, you heard it from the man. They're going to win CRL Worlds. your final closing statement right here. Northwood University, you're the first ever winners of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Tell the crowd anything you'd like to say.
I just want to say thank you to the crowd. You guys were awesome. And just let's go get more wins.
Let's go. Let's make some noise for Northwood University. Well done. And now we have the trophy presentation here. I'd like to introduce the COO of CSMG, Ray Katz, the EVP of the CSMG, Angela Thomas, and CEO of Skillshot Media, Todd Harris. Let's make some noise. All right.
Good afternoon. My name's Ray Katz, Chief Operating Officer, Collegiate Sports Management Group. On behalf of event producers, CSMG, Skillshot, and Esports U, and our presenting sponsors, CDW and Microsoft, who are also the sponsors of the Rocket League Trophy, congratulations to Northwood University on winning the 2022 Rocket League competition, and also congratulating hockey on being selected as most valuable player of this event and winner of a $1,000 scholarship. Thank you all for participating, and great job, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Let's make some noise one more time for Northwood University, your 2022 Atlanta CECC champions. Well done.
Wow, MVP is going to be hockey. What do you guys think about that choice?
I think it's fair. Obviously, a huge vocal leader, but also, I mean, you talked about it, putting the guy on skates and turn ankles into wine and everything else. It's just kind of one of those where, while you do see these high-profile moments, there's a lot of times in Rocket League where the facilitators, the people that mediate, create passes, set up their teammates, you don't really see it until you really take a look back from an outside perspective. So, yeah, hockey. Everywhere he needs to be, everywhere he's not supposed to be, he's not there either. So he's crushing it.
I love hearing the call out to the supportive mom, too.
Yeah.
That's really great. And I'm seeing a lot of the coaches, the administrators, all these people that are here to support with an administration, if you will, or a club like Northwood, really proving dominance like this. What does that mean for a college program?
This team has been pretty dominant since their quick rise, actually. They've only been around for a few semesters and stuff. And to see them in multiple titles as well show that prolific status, there's a reason why. You come out, you show success, and it's enticing. When you're another player, like you said, I want to be the best player on the best team, and Northwood is proving that. And the fact that they're going back to a world championship, they got $75,000 on the line coming up in Dallas. They're trying to repeat that. It's a $20,000 first place prize. That is a big deal. So, yeah, if you want to win in Rocket League, go play for Northwood. It's pretty much how it goes.
It's also I feel like it's an attractive thing to scouts. I have no idea if this is true. I just heard it in an NPC conversation passing by. But I heard something like there's a pro league scout here looking for some of these. And some of those players are really showing off their absolute best. And when you have a trophy in your hand, that's something that's very attractive to a pro team, yeah?
I mean, Ghost Gaming has a pretty good team, too. And they've been here all weekend, right? So.
Yep, we got Pots from United is over here. There's some pretty prolific names out that are always keeping their eyes open. Rocket League is, because it is an open qualifier system, at any given point, every 2 weeks, you can be a player, myself, yourself, whoever, can sit down, sign up, and if you're good enough, you can make the main event of the premier broadcast. It is a possibility. So for events like this, kids that are, starting to graduate and stuff, and you do see that spark, you're like, you know what, let's give them a shot. It never hurts. So
absolutely.
Yeah, got to keep your eyes open.
Well, like we said earlier, this was a 4-0 because Northwood was up 1 to begin the series and did not lose a game at all. We've been hearing it described as filthy, disgusting. What is this trend toward negative adjectives?
Nasty,
wasn't it
too.
Sparkling, delicious, fantastic?
You like delicious. We've learned that.
I do. I like, look, I'm hungry. I've been sitting at this desk for a long time. Sweet, I don't know.
I don't know. It's just I think it's the way that the adjectives has gone. You got to spice it up a little bit, but
I'm just issuing a challenge. I'm issuing a vocabulary challenge.
All right. So from now on, as a group, we are going to only say positive adjectives towards gameplay. Wow, that was spectacular, incredible,
fantastic,
stellar.
Stellar. I like that one.
Yes.
That's a simple one, but it's
yes, ball good.
Yeah.
Ball good. Okay. Nothing beats that.
Well, we're going to be moving on from Rocket League. That was our final Rocket League match. We're going to be moving into Valorant now. And we're going to have 2 semifinal matches followed by the grand final. So we will have lots and lots of tasty Valorant for you. There, I did it again. Food adjective. Didn't even mean to. First one is going to be West Virginia. The next one is going to be, versus Northwood. So we're going to see more Northwood coming up. What do we know about Northwood in Valorant?
Oh man, they were.
No, go ahead, Fawn.
I mean, they were cooking yesterday. Like they definitely were. they definitely were A1 yesterday. I always love watching Valorant. I love watching Northwood's players as well. I feel like the game shouldn't have went as long as they did in some aspects yesterday, but I definitely think that
was just the broadcast in general, my dude.
Right. Yeah, I definitely think that there's like a lot to Northwood once again. Like we saw how well that they were doing throughout Rocket League, and now here in Valorant, they perform just as well.
I think Northwood is one of the top 3 teams coming into the Valorant side of things here. No surprise, Northwood's a top team in another esport, right? They have a chance to win this one as well. But San Jose State was like their big rival. They were the #1 seed coming into this, and then group plays went totally differently. But Northwood came into this competition saying, we want to face Hawaii. They're like our online rival. Hawaii came in as the #6 seed, and then Northwood has to face West Virginia, surprise, surprise, because Hawaii was in the same group as Northwood, right? And this is where things get a little complicated. Northwood had to play Hawaii in groups. They didn't like that. They said, we want to play them in the elimination bracket. We want to kick them out of the tournament. So it just so happened they lost to them in the group play 13-15, right? So it was back and forth. It was tied. Hawaii won by 2. They went 3-0 in the group. Northwood, their only loss in the group, 2-1, was to Hawaii. So Hawaii came out of groups as the #1 seed. Northwood came out of the groups, I think, as the #4 seed. Then they're going through the brackets. It's West Virginia versus Hawaii. The winner faces Northwood, and Northwood has to be livid because they don't get the rematch. They don't get the elimination match against the team they wanted. They have to face West Virginia, which, by the way, anyone out there who watches college basketball, West Virginia's college basketball team, they're nicknamed Press Virginia because they full court press no matter if they're winning, losing, or whatever the score is. They've done this for like the last 4 years. And the West Virginia Valorant team in the passion pit back there, standing up after every single round, screaming at their opponents. They are Press Virginia here today, and they get to go up against Northwood, who I think is just going to come out and be like, look, we're not going to mess around like we were yesterday and start giving up rounds late into the game. Right. We need to get rid of this team because they're not even supposed to be in front of us. It's supposed to be Hawaii. We wanted Hawaii. They always blame ping when we play online because they live in the middle of the ocean. We don't want that to be a discussion. We want to destroy them in the elimination bracket. We lost to them by 2 rounds in overtime. We don't want to have to deal with that. We want to beat them. They don't get them. Now they have to deal with West Virginia.
The other semifinal match, of course, University of Houston versus San Jose. So lots of team names that we haven't gotten to watch quite a lot yet, but we're going to watch them very, very soon as Valorant comes right up. But in the meantime, if you want to grab a snack and you want to make a healthy change in your lifestyle, Drink Control is the perfect way to start. It's the best tasting meal replacement on the market. Stop spending lots of money on delivery or eating junk food and make a change today. Visit drinkcontrol.com. We will be right back after this break to crown our final champion in the Valorant Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance,
location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC.
Looking for a new job? Your local McDonald's restaurants are hiring now. with career development opportunities, competitive wages, paid time off, flexible schedules, and perks such as employee meal program, tuition assistance, and a free college degree program. Start building your future today at careers.mcdonalds.com. That's careers.mcdonalds.com.
Worried about your friend but don't know how to reach out?
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat with them in VR. It's so good. If you think you should check in, yeah, you should.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Whatever gets you talking. Learn how you can help at CECC.org.
Do they always have to go bigger?
Come back.
I always come back.
Barbasol, limited edition collector's cans. In stores now. Capture them all before they're gone. See the movie. Rated PG-13.
Woo! I'm feeling good!
All right. I'm here with the host of the CECC, Paulie right here. Good, brother? What's going on?
Yes, so we are here with Drink Control. You know, if you guys don't know, I am a gym rat when I'm not in my esports clothes. So let me show you how to make a nice little protein shake here. They got almond milk, my favorite. Check this out. We're gonna put about 10 ounces of almond milk. We have their lovely cookies and cream meal replacement here. You know me, I'm a big boy. I need 200 grams a day, so I'm going for 2 scoops. There we go. 2 scoops. Let's shake it down and drink it down, baby. Drink Control, the official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Let's see what it tastes like. You better not do me wrong. Woo! I'm feeling good! Woo! Ah! Drink Control, official meal supplement replacement of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
I always loved video games growing up. I knew that I had a talent. I worked tirelessly to game, to stream. So I'm talking about produce content, not only to keep the fans happy, but to set the standard. Why we call him one of the best players on the game right now. So that the next kid coming up will see the work and want to push harder, and maybe even further.
Microsoft and CDW Education are working together to build and support esports programs that enable students to learn and grow, develop their skills, and be prepared for the future. If you want to learn more, check out cdw.com/esports. And a huge thank you to us, from us, to Microsoft and CDW Education. We're thrilled to be here. We are your analysts and hosts here at the desk, and we're just about to get into the final match for Valorant. It's going to be Northwood versus San Jose. We've talked quite a bit about Northwood already. Should we talk about San Jose a little bit?
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. Do you guys want me to start or should you? Hey, I've been talking a lot, so
by all means, if you want to take the break, we can take it from here.
I'll tell you, you got this, man.
No problem whatsoever. Blue, you want to go first, or like
Well, I got some intel from our boy Tanner Metro down there. Okay. I don't know. Everyone keeps calling him Tanner Metro. So
he loves it. I know he's a huge fan of that.
I love Tanner Metro. I have only caught a little bit of him casting online, and now that I get to see him in person, Mimi's great, Tanner's great. They're both great together, and I will actually sit and watch Valorant 24/7 if it's those two casting it.
But I might say their casting is delicious.
That's
That's one.
Yes, that's one.
Decadent.
Can we get a counter on the screen? No, but okay, so West Virginia went up against Northwood, of course, and now San Jose State University, they went up against the University of Houston in their semifinal matchup, and actually if Northwood would have beaten Hawaii in groups and came out as that 3-0 #1 seed, they would have been, or the #2 seed, they would have been the ones that would have had to face Houston in the bracket. So now it could be a Houston versus Northwood, but again, San Jose State won. San Jose State had a little bit of a scare yesterday, actually. They were the #1 seed coming into the pool play. Then the groups kind of determined who would be the seeding going into the bracket, and they were knocked down to that #2 seed just because of round count. Hawaii came out with a +23. I think San Jose State came out with like a +20. So just not even that many rounds separating them, right? So they are prime and they're ready to go. But the scare that they had yesterday was surprising. It was against Rutgers, which was a team that they had to go against twice in the qualifiers. They beat them in winners, then they had to go against them again in grand finals, I believe. So they lost a map to Rutgers, but here they lost a map again out of a best of 3, which is very scary in Valorant. And also, San Jose yesterday, before they faced Rutgers, was done with groups 5 hours before Rutgers. And Rutgers was like, we're done with groups. In about 15 minutes, we got to go play San Jose. And they do. And that's when they took a map off of them. So they've shown that gods, again, can bleed. Can they be killed? That's up to Northwood, again, which is a team that kind of starts off really fast, and they get a little cocky and start using all of their econ a little too willy-nilly. And then, of course, they lose a couple rounds. They're like, whoa, guys, put the seatbelts back on, okay? It ain't safe no more.
Is that what you guys think we'll see in this match? Northwood coming out too fast?
So that's definitely, it's actually so funny that you mentioned that, because in my notes, like based off of what I was watching yesterday when they were playing against Texas A&M, in gameplay wise, Northwood's pacing is actually something that you have to be very concerned about. A lot of the times, whether we were looking at Ascent, whether we were looking at Haven, they were getting outpaced in those very few beginning rounds, right? There's a lot of times where they were actually being super aggressive. They weren't ready for it. The util popped immediately. Now you have to deal with, okay, I can't see anything. Now I have to deal with Northwood rushing onto site, right? And I think that's something that they actually will have to look out for, is the fact that they can't really get overwhelmed. The biggest thing that sort of put a stall in Northwood is the fabled ye old legend of the 3-9 curse that happened multiple times yesterday with them, and something that I definitely would say they need to look out for. I think they had a little bit of an issue trying to close out games a couple times yesterday, and also along with that is the knowledge of, you know, the new character Fade not being allowed in tournament. I had checked in like with Mimi, we had a conversation about this earlier this morning, was about the fact that you're not allowed to use Fade. It is competitive standard that you can't do that. Right? I thought it was a GA or gentleman's agreement, but it's actually just competitive ruling. You can't use them a week out, which makes complete sense. It's only a week since the character's been out, and they're also really, really strong. So you definitely don't want to be in a situation where not only do you not know what they're doing, but you're getting messed up by it too, right? So that's definitely something that you have to keep in mind.
With all of that in mind, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Northwood and then San Jose. Brought to you by Microsoft CDW. What are they going to have to do?
I think the cool thing about this is, from the prep that I noticed, a lot of the time is the top 5 is actually super, super equal.
Yeah.
You talk about the ability to adapt and overcome. That applies a lot. When you have close rounds, it is going to come down to those mistakes that we've seen Northwood actually been making. This was the event that a lot of these rosters, specifically San Jose, said, hey, this is a good chance for the top 5 to separate themselves. The fact that they were a roster that actually was no longer considered a top dog, and now they find themselves in the grand final, I think has to go with that first point, is that mid-round adaptation. They've had the ability to make those subtle changes, but not too much to where they're straying from what they're comfortable with. Northwood on the other side, it doesn't say it on there, but I'm gonna say it. They're gonna close out these series.
Yeah,
like it is the #1 thing. You can't keep going up this heavily and then get willy-nilly with your economy and whatever you're doing and just relaxing. Like 9-3 should not be a thing that you throw away and bring us back to like 12 to 10. Like it should not happen. You need to close out the series.
I think that goes with that first one, mid-round adaptation. I think that's like really when they start to say, okay, we're up 9-3 at halftime, and then they're like, okay, what's happening here? I mean, each player on that team, especially like Ali, Benji, we saw it yesterday, they have that ability to pop off at any moment. If it's 1v5, it's not really 1v5, right? We saw Ali get an ace. We saw a 1v4 from Ali. We saw Benji go crazy. We saw a 30 bomb from someone on that team.
Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler. Which, by the way, we talked about parents. I think Tyler's happy monster. I think Tyler's parents are here, or his dad at least, and they say Tyler's dad, I think, is the one that walks around in Tyler's jersey,
that's
saying,
awesome.
"That's my son." So, you know, he's got the land buff plus The parent buff.
Well, we're going to see if that's going to be enough, but San Jose's keys to victory are coming right up. Can Northwood adapt to their playstyle? In the meantime, what are they going to do?
Once again, adapting mid-game. I think that's one of the biggest things that we see as a commonplace term around here, right? You're talking about a situation where you have to be able to not let the round crumble. Things may be going poorly, but you can still regroup, readaptate. And there's a lot of times yesterday where I saw people were just peaking dry and not using utility. You definitely have to be able to do that. That's a part of that adaptation. Good communication and high energy, mental fortitude. I feel like you can mesh all of them together into one, right? It's about having a good cohesive team, and having all three of those things is something you have to maintain. The fact that they need to maintain higher energy, mental fortitude means that it's a little bit of a struggle for them to actually do that, right? When things are going rough, I'm absolutely telling you, there's a few games out there to where if you're losing, you feel like trash. Valor is definitely one of those games. If you're losing gunfights, if you're not performing that well, it's very, very hard to restabilize that mentally, and that's important.
It's actually similar to we saw Overwatch earlier with ISU, and it felt like sum of parts is the answer for SJSU. It seems like they have the individual skill, but sometimes they get ahead of themselves, or someone is playing individually and it gets punished, and then all of a sudden, okay, now we're playing at a disadvantage. Right. But if they keep that communication up and it all carries through, there's no reason why they can't take. Both these teams are coming in 2-0. I think the Northwood series was probably a little bit more one-sided, but for the most part, both are coming in at 2-0 victories. They're feeling confident. So when you get that first adversity that you're going up against, that is when we're going to see the testament of these rosters. How do they balance? How's the mental fortitude? How are you guys feeling? Which I'm excited to watch. I think this is going to be our closest one yet, and it's going to be a bout. I'm really looking forward to these two battles.
You have all seen the trophy down there sparkling, but there's more than just that on the line. We have a wonderful prize pool for these players. Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
In Valorant, first place is going to be awarded $3,000, second place $2,000, third place $500, and that MVP is going to get that special buff. An extra $1,000 goes to them. So, knowing that important thing is on the line, knowing that we have parent buffs, knowing what these teams are going to have to do for their keys to victory, we need your predictions. Who wants to go first?
I'm going to go last because whatever I say, the opposite will happen. The only prediction I've gotten right, I think, this entire weekend was that Northwood game for Rocket League.
Well, you are the Rocket League expert.
I still get to be.
Let's start with you then, Blue.
So here's the thing. Northwood had the easier opponent to kind of warm up with in the semifinals. West Virginia had a open road. All they had to do was beat Georgia Tech in groups. They lost to San Jose State in groups. So just beating Georgia Tech. The other one was Fort Scott, the community college. So just beating those two teams got them through this bracket, and they beat Hawaii somehow. But they ended up losing to Northwood. So San Jose State, I think, had the better warm-up, the better competition to warm them up in semifinals. But again, Northwood, out of San Jose State, the only one of the two that has played on main stage already this weekend. So I'm going to have to take Northwood, although San Jose State is looking like they want to be that #1 team that people kind of say they are #1, but they're not #1, but they are #1, but they aren't. It's like picking the petals off a flower. Yeah.
What about you?
I'm actually going to have to go with Northwood personally. I think that Northwood, I feel like their pacing is so aggressive that a lot of teams, it's hard to adapt to a situation like that, right? They're really in your face. They can be really, really aggressive, and I think that's something that I didn't see a lot of the teams sort of utilizing yesterday. I feel like if that small communication of being able to actually close a game out, that is going to be huge for Northwood. That actually, I feel like, is what can allow them to win and take a fight over very easily.
All right, two Northwoods.
Time to do this. I think we're going to go for the clean sweep. No, we're going to go for the clean sweep. I think we're actually going to go with Northwood. This is a team that they've only been together for 2 to 3 semesters, and in the last semester they've actually looked a little bit beatable, but the benefit is everybody coming into this says that they are the team to beat, and I don't foresee that changing. After watching Tyler and everybody else get involved, there is no way that I have expectations. So this is me cursing it. So we're going to try to bring this into light and see if it is actually real. But I do have Northwood. I think they look strong.
So from the analyst desk, we have a ruling team story or an underdog story, and we will find out very soon what that story will be as we head down to the floor and meet our players.
Welcome to the stage, Northwood. Versus San Jose State. Will San Jose's winning streak come to an end? These teams have not played each other yet. The pressure is on. The championship on the line. So the big question now is who's winning. Nice shades, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty clear here. Northwood's going to be winning. I mean, come on, we just won Rocket League. It's a no-brainer.
Oh, talking a little smack there. Okay, who's taking it? You just heard what your opponent said.
I already know we're about to win. We've been together for about 2 years now. I know we're going to take this home.
Ooh, I love the confidence, and I love the electricity in here. Let's get it hyped in here. Okay, let the series begin.
Oh, how's the defense? We're gonna get the clock down. He's actually just gonna stick a nice flash from the outside. The last one standing. For how much longer? He's full health. No, Sam pushes through and clutch.
Well, the desk looking standard in the way they think this one is going to go. Predictions going all the way towards Northwood, but we heard it from the SJSU players. And the thing is, Tanner, we have seen them prove this before. SJSU, a squad that made it all the way to that Red Bull Campus Clutch event. They have competed at an international stage. They have been in this position before, and now we have to see if they can live up to the expectations. If they can show us what they're worth, if they can show us that experience rings true, or maybe for Northwood, it's proving that it's not just an online result. Avelcat and Tanner, of course, bringing you through this one. What are you thinking on the series?
Yeah, so coming into this, obviously not knowing that SJSU would be making it this far, having seen the two teams, the only two teams for Valorant that actually got main stage action, it was one of them was Northwood, the other one went home. So I thought that would be a huge testament to what they can bring to the table. They've already kind of busted that rust, shaking off the nerves. Unfortunately, they are playing an SJSU squad, which you heard there, together for 2 years, and just playing all over the place from the Tier 2 scene, the Tier 3 scene, whatever it may be, and then they bring it back together as we take a peek at our Microsoft CDW map layouts here. It's SJSU taking us to Breeze to get things started. And then we're guaranteed Haven. And should we need it, Mimi, map 3's Ascent.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting setup to go on into. SJSU, for them, I think Breeze is a map that they feel very comfortable in heading their way into. I think the thing I'm looking for most is Northwood previously, obviously, they showed that they are a strong starting team, that they are a team that is very heavy on that attack and are often struggling on that defensive side. I'm looking again on this one. What is their aggression looking like in the mid-round? Because aggressions, it felt like that was just the name of the game for them. That was their big point of success. But the thing is, SJSU is a team with a ton of experience. SJSU is a team with discipline, and I don't think it's going to be as many cracks given away and as many opportunities to exploit those extremities, to exploit that aggression. I'm almost expecting for Northwood for them to kind of have to reassess heading into this matchup.
Yeah, what we saw from Northwood was it was quick, it was fast, it was all together, and they were making it work. But that was also against a TAMU squad that was okay in relinquishing that space. They were giving it on up to Northwood, and well, that's half the battle, is taking the space. Like you said, SJSU, they're not looking to do that. And the first two maps that we're headed to, they've got a lot of space, especially Breeze, and you can absolutely expect that SJSU, defensive side, attacking side, whatever it may be, they're going to be fighting for it.
Yeah, just a best out of 3 as well. So a lot of pressure on these players for sure when it is just those 3 maps. Not that full best of 5, not a whole lot to fall back on. For SJSU, I think a lot of their strength will come later in towards that map pool in terms of like the maps that they're stronger at. However, from what we've seen of this team, I think that they are one that is comfortable in going down. They've been in positions before where they've failed. They've come back. Yeah. Northwood, on the other hand, to be honest, they've had a pretty clean sweep, both through the online play since they become a team and here at LAN in person for CECC. So the question is, are they ready for that new added pressure? Are they ready for an opponent that might test them just a little bit more? It is a lot of questions. This team obviously with a ton to prove to kind of make up for showing that they have taken that spot, because for the longest time, SJSU, they were all but certainly the best team we had here in North America for the collegiate space. And now that's very much come into question. It's about reclaiming the throne for them.
Yeah, and what's cool is we heard from the desk, right? SJSU, they've shown a little bit of weaknesses, but just because you can make, the gods bleed, does that mean that you can actually take them down? So it's kind of this David and Goliath story that we've got going on between these two squads. And I mean, obviously here on the main stage for the grand finals, to really wrap up the event and kind of put a nice little bow on it, what better place to look to get things done as we are just waiting to get on into the lobbies here. Again, Breeze going to be that first map. It is the pick of SJSU. Now, from the semifinals, yesterday was a long day.
And the way that the groups had played, some of these players, they had long breaks as they played through their quarterfinals, and that's probably where we saw a little bit of wavering. That Rutgers map picked up, you heard the desk say it, Blue was saying. Rutgers just finished their officials, and SJSU are coming off of deathmatch warm-up. You know, it's not quite the same as playing those officials. Now that we're here, semifinals has already happened, and these players are warmed up.
Yeah, for me, for SJSU, you have to bring into the question their experience, because obviously we heard 2 years as a team. They have been together for ages in this collegiate space, but there was also a stint where they kind of took a little bit of time off, stopped competing together for collegiate, and tons of these players were off playing in the NSGs, playing in the Night Tournaments, playing out there within like the official pro scene in Tier 2 and making names for themselves. I mean, you see it up there on the screen. One of the members even signed to Metro Esports just recently, that happening on through. Like, these guys have competition, not just at this collegiate level, but a step above as well in towards Tier 1, edging closer towards that kind of Tier 1, Tier 2 scene. Obviously, they're not fully there anymore, but still, that experience in so many different environments, different teams, it gives you a different perspective, and I think it gives you an advantage, especially on a stage like this.
Yeah, what I think is cool, speaking of experience, and not necessarily just Valorant experience as a whole, although I will give a shout out to Dip. I have seen Dip kind of dipping his toe into that Tier 2 scene, trying to get on out there. Again, low-hanging fruit. We got to get out of the way. We're picking it up off the ground and getting rid of it to get to the, you know, the fruit at the top of the tree eventually, should we need it. But Tyler was a player that we saw yesterday go absolutely crazy. Also a player that's been highlighted to flex not necessarily just agents, but also to flex games. So having that extra mind coming from a different title, it gives you so much more, and I think that's why we see him play so well on that Sova. As we look to jump on into things, it's the agent select here as we head into map number 1 of the grand finals. Again, it's SJSU, and it's Northwood, and it starts right here on the beach.
Yeah, Thig, he's going to be flexing on towards that initiator role. This is something that he plays quite often, I believe. I haven't seen a whole ton of that Metro Esports squad, but I think it is the role he's playing there as well. The players I'm watching here in way of the head-to-head is Dip versus Teddy. Sure, I think it definitely was players like Ali, players like Ferbsa in a way, Tyler especially as that flexible guy stealing the show yesterday. But I think Dip, especially on a map like this is where he can step up. We saw him kind of playing with the idea of picking up that operator. This is one of the maps where we want to commit into that, especially on this defensive side. Lock yourself in. Try and get that scoped weapon on up, because their composition generally, if they lock in what I'd expect, information, a lot of that will have to come from the scope or from aggression in combination with Ferbsa, which was something that was good for them yesterday. On the other side, though, it's a really info-heavy comp. They're running the double initiator there with the Sky, as well as that Sova. Well, Sky and KO both very good, and I think KO I would almost edge out as being the better agent on this map. Sky's information game is excellent, especially starting on the attack. The way you can play that default, get your chamber forward, pop down those trademarks, re-clearing space is really easy because you have a dog, you have 2 flashes, there's a ton for you to work with.
Yeah, and we mentioned it coming into this, right? Space is so important. You lack a little of that space garnering when you have that KO, but what you do get is you get to cut those abilities offline.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at Chris, you look at Ali, both incredible players in their own right. Ali was doing some crazy stuff yesterday, managing to survive, managing to clutch, whatever it may be. But once the abilities for Chris, they get shut offline, that toxic screen, it just means that site gets opened wide up across the hole. But here we go, we jump on into it to the pistol round here on Breeze. It's map number 1 of the best of 3 in the Valorant Grand Finals for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, and it's SJSU to get us started.
So excited to get into this one. SJSU, a team that I have been waiting to watch up on the mainstream throughout this event, and now they have the opportunity to play on that stage, prove what you are worth. And at the start, over towards the attacking side, we'll see what they bring to the picture. Mid control seems to be their early priority. Combine that Sova with your Jet. Assert yourself on the map, but same is true for the other side. This mid-fight should soon come, but it looks like Elbow may instead be that destination. For now, this attacking side just trying to feel things on out, figure out where any aggression may be coming, but for now, stay stagnant. Rehit looking likely over towards the A site here. Viper wall already up, but they're taking their time, trying to feel out a repush, likely coming through mid, which we see happening now on that map.
And look at this, trying to sell it a flash out towards A. The wall goes up, but the spike's going across the map, and so is the Viper. Ali wants to link up with the team. He's hanging onto the toxic screen, so he might use it out towards this A site, but the play's not even here.
No, it's not a fake. If Teddy falls, though, that's a great way to get things going, but it doesn't happen. 2 kills picked up now, and, well, both sites lost. In fact, still, this fight could be a little bit isolated. Ali in a position where he can fight forward. Dip as well on the scene. He's completely healthy, but information soon revealing. Dark goes forward, so too does that Bird. Chris realizes where this Jet is playing, and now he can just work off the timer.
couple of sheriff shots, they just go wide. Nazi out towards mid. I mean, this round, although the spike was planted over towards B, this was Nazi and Teddy that really just cut open this defense.
Yeah, completely. And it was a full commitment there from the side of Northwood. They saw that initial hit. They saw the Viper wall go on up, and they fully rotated on over, conceding so much space on the B side. There was a brief moment where they had an opportunity before the rotates came back from the players committing in towards that fake. But there's that one man just holding back sight, knocks things on down. SJSU showing the discipline, showing the skill in this one, as it is just going to be the Pistols out of Northwood University. One investment towards the Marshall for Ali, but damage really just the name of the game here.
And not finding too much in way of kills, which means the economy looks the way that it does. Marshall's not uncommon to force up here on Breeze. We'll see if anything comes to fruition with that. A couple of missed shots thus far. And damage traded, but unfortunately nobody fallen just yet. The B site assumed basically for free. They're going to toss the spike on over to Chris, make sure he gets that Viper's Pit online nice and early. And the Bulldog here for Teddy has the only weapon to worry about up in heaven. So slowly but surely that fight will come to fruition. Meanwhile, Benji back on the chamber. He's got the Headhunter. But at this point, when you're taking this long, it's all about the containment.
Yeah, and they are doing well to contain for the moment. Completely surrounded are the attackers in this one, but the defense does not realize where it's coming from. Ali somehow manages to pick up 2 shots. Impressive with that. Marshall to keep this economy nice and accountable, but Thig does clear out elsewhere, and Nasi should be on the scene to keep things nice and secure. 2 players dropping, though, so a good return on investment for that Marshall.
Yeah, exactly. Now we get to take a look, right? Where's the head of SJSU? Do they want to try and force back into this one, reinvest maybe, toss a weapon on over? Choi Boy obviously can just be rocking that Headhunter for the most part.
I'm wondering if they're going to try and predicate this round on that Viper's Pit that Ali has available. You could try and get that one up early, but actually maybe a little too far away to commit on in too much. Getting my wires crossed with that attacking side. With this slight investment, though, again, it is just going to continue to be damage. The goal of the attack now, if they can take some of those rifles away, get that spike plant on down, they're feeling good. However, maybe a weakness has been spotted. Hall's yet to really be poked. It is just this trademark watching for that space, so we'll send the Jet alone on that lurk. These A-side hits not normally requiring the tailwind to get in, so Teddy fast flanks, and now he has an opportunity to pinch that KO close on site.
And the KO, though, not in too much danger. Can look to fight the Jet up towards Halls. Now he's in a bit of danger as Nazi pushes on through. Going to find himself a nice little upgrade. Teddy eventually falls, and Benji, okay, able to trade it back as we get these bonus weapons into the next round for Chris. Nice dink up close and personal. And the Marshall shots, they don't land quite yet, but he's healthy here in the 1v2. Just needs a couple more shots to land. Inside the Cloudburst dip will go. Oh, but he's got the scoped weapon. He's able to find the kill. Vulnerable as he looks to walk away, and it's Ali to clutch it out. And it's Northwood finally on the board.
But that's far too close. SJSU completely crippling the economy there for Northwood. They're going to be forced to fully reinvest on in towards this round. And you have to give a lot of the credit that Jet lurking the way over through Hallswell. I don't think any kills were actually found off that positioning. It was the pinch, isolating the KO out on the site, isolating the player over towards the double doors if it weren't for heroics here in the end. And Dip being able to just buy enough time for his teammate to save that round. That very much could have been the eco round swinging the other direction. However, as the LLS replay does close on out, we'll get our first look at a bit closer to rifles versus rifles. Of course, that defensive side, their money is scrappy. Losing out on this round means that money is in the dumpster.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just the Northwood way. We saw it all day yesterday where they would reinvest into these rounds that are full buys for the opposition. They would then lose those rounds, be forced to save another, and then finally, 3 rounds later, get back in the fight with the full buy. So we'll see. This is a big round for them to try and tie us up. The pit out towards B, that's going to deter a push that way for now, but mid control still going to be fought for. Nobody up into Halls just yet, but a deeper trademark this time. It's not going to allow for too much of a creep on up as Dip gets some damage onto Chris. He'll survive for now and back away from the angle.
Wall goes up in towards mid, so that space the primary cause of concern for this defensive side right now. Obviously, that Sova player just kind of playing the swing. However, as A does seem to be the destination, Seekers come on out. This one might just have to come down towards the retake. I believe that Viper, while still available, should come up in just a moment to block the line of sight. Still, that KO's in close. Pop Flash is available. He could try and fight through this one, make a play. It's a possibility.
Yeah, once his team lines up here to get ready for it, Burbs will push through. It's a Bulldog, but unfortunately the shots don't quite land like he was hoping, but it's a Jet to find their way onto the kill feed, and Teddy gets aggressive. The tailwind to escape the spike to get planted, and the Viper's Pit.
Do you even go for it at this point? Your money is in a really bad position. That kill should mean that they do actually commit in towards this round, but Nasi trying to change the tide. 2 versus 2, but that Viper's Pit, the biggest issue. Teddy can just play spoiler, fight forward, protect the president. As long as Chris stays alive, this round is all but secure. However, Tyler, dart just around the corner, 3 seconds till that piece of utility's up.
And somebody close to DK takes him down, but get that back up. Actually, it's Chris to get revealed. That means the pit will fall, and they're not ready for where the jet is. He's on the opposite side, and it's not Ollie, it's Tyler instead. Right back to his winning ways, right back to the multi-kill for Tyler.
Yeah, absolutely perfect dart there. If that recon bolt does not connect and you don't get the tag on towards the Viper, I think that round all but goes the other direction. However, the supportive line continuing to prove their prowess, as it will be a critical round swinging that direction of Northwood. Now for SJSU, they've looked good in towards some of these early round situations, consistently being able to get out on that site. The post may be looking to be a bit of an issue, and I'm not super surprised by that one. Northwood yesterday, the retakes were their strength. They played double initiator practically every map. They love putting Ali and Dip in these positions where they can just follow up off that utility, and both those players, Ali especially in this match, have been doing really well at it.
Yeah, and I mean, you look back at that round, and the one player being alive there at the end, it could have gone a whole lot better for Northwood, but Ferbsa was looking to make a play, and I think that's the right call. Try and catch him off guard as they're pushing onto the site. Had you played as all 5 strong in that retake, that looks completely different, but a win nonetheless. 2 players remain. As now we go back to the 5v5, and Teddy, he's got the blades online. The head is spotted, and the head, it's taken off. Benji falls. And well, between the blades and the headhunter, they're starting to live up to their name. As Teddy, a headhunter of his own, the Hunter's Fury, to clear things out towards mid. Now 1 shot up towards bridge. Nothing quite there, but they're just getting ripped apart.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the 2 individuals. In this one, Bladestorm is still alive and well. Ali's been spotted. Only 1 knife to work with, but it's enough. Deals the damage. Nasi finishes things off with the Marshall, and that was the eco. That was a lesser buy coming in towards this round, but Halls again is proving to be a massive issue for Northwood. This is the 2nd time now where Choi Boy has just charged his way on up, aided in that round by Teddy. So much of that space is claimed, and there's no one really to reply. Once you've lost kind of that back yellow control based off the changes in towards the site, the retake becomes just nigh on impossible, because you're first of all retaking that space towards yellow, which is already extremely difficult to fight into. Then you have to work on the site itself. It's just a bridge too far in that one. Now the money does swing the other direction. Northwood worse for wear.
And another slow start. SJSU expecting some aggression.
Yeah, and they make a change here for Northwood. The aggression is coming. It's a push down Halls. They want to make sure they could counter at any other play that would come back towards that A site. That was their expectation, but it's been subverted. B, instead the destination. Only 1 man is here to hold. And sure, the Viper is good as an anchor, but there's not even an orb down. I don't think there's even mollies available to help hold in this endeavor, but he sure does have a Marshall 1 shot connecting. Ali, can he get any more out of this? No. Teddy on the shutdown. Another clean site hit out of SJSU.
Yeah, it's tough. If anybody could do it on the squad, it's Ali. It gets a little bit harder when he's only got a Marshall to work with and 5 players right in front of him. So now the next one up to the plate, it's going to be Benji, and he's got himself the headhunter. Ooh, okay. Hunter's Fury actually going to come out and over the top. Nice tag, nice double kill, Tyler. He's so good with these ultimates. He just refuses to miss. Teddy tries to claw his way back in as Chris, now the last one standing. A weapon retrieve, but it's only a Spectre. And the Viper in a tough spot as Dip will slowly make his way onto the site, hunting and searching for a weapon. And well, he's got one. Now they're hunting and searching through the tall grass to try and find the Viper. It's Ferbsa just to stick onto the spike and Dip to find the frag. It goes a little wide for Chris. And we're all tied up once more.
And we go Thrifty for Thrifty. We talked about what a game changer Tyler can be, in the util usage in that round is absolute perfection. What I'm wondering, was that combined with a snake bite, or was that just both connections? Because I think I might have no, at that point, excuse me, the Viper was already dead. None of that, nothing fancy. It was just that Hunter's Fury connecting on towards the both of them. But either way, no matter how you get that one done, it's excellent to be able to change the tide with one of those ults. It is definitely tough to get value out of. Every time we've seen that man pop Hunter's Fury, he's getting kills with it.
And you know what? Not to take away from what Tyler did there, but those Marshall shots that weren't finding kills, they were finding damage from all
lead. It wasn't the snake bite, but it was the tags.
Exactly, the tags. That Hunter's Fury only needed to land 1 flush shot, and it did so on 2 players.
But here we go again. Another push over towards Halls. They made the change in 1 round to adapt a player in that direction. Now again, it's empty for Northwood. However, aggression does come elsewhere. Dip is walked up over towards B main, which means a heavier force can stay towards this A site. However, Tyler, is he going to be ready for this? Teddy is just anchoring on the angle. He's looking for a fight, and Tyler Might just give it to him. Teddy's taking a risk in this one, and the timing does not work out. He was watching for the trademark, but thankfully Choi Boy was there. The second line of defense holds with the tour de force, and in mid, we go 1-for-1 as well. Map control, though, still pretty heavily in the favor of the attack. Ali does look to hold ground, and he'll do so over towards mid, but information is still heavily lacking in this one. But that's true for both sides. That player in B main has been there the entire time, and Dip should hear Choi Boy above him.
Yep, he should, and Choi Boy is going to drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front, not the knife. Dip will do it to him. Might get punished. No, he cleans up the round. And it's Northwood to take the lead.
Just got to do it to him sometimes.
Just
got to do it to him, and, well, it gets done. Nice lurk forward there in towards B main. So much attention was given over towards that Hulls play that they did not think there could be someone that light in towards main, and the punishment for that misstep is very much shown in this one. Unfortunate that I want to avert my eyes. Just sad to see it again.
We're not looking at the LLS replay for that one. Everybody look away. Nobody saw that. I'm sure there'll be clips on the internet somewhere. We'll find them somewhere. But now one round separates these two teams. It's been a back and forth affair, and Dip tries to dash to safety, but he's met by the Guardian of Thig. Unfortunately, Teddy and Nazi got a couple of touches on him. Able to get that health low and close out that kill. Dash to safety. Teddy can eat some damage as well, but a martial shot onto Tyler. Good chip damage.
But in all this, like, 3 players are spotted out. There's information that one is over towards B main. They know one's top mid. Why wouldn't you just double back to A at this point? And that's exactly their call. Timing on the reclear of the drone towards Halls is good, but with that range nerf, it's not going to see the rotation towards A. Ferbza is alone in this one, and he's going to be hungry for information soon. Hearing that drone, though, he relents, and that's massive. Pops up the ult, just has to buy time.
A flash comes out. Nazi actually going to take down the KO, so the ult will still go through. Nazi does it again. A madman with the Marshall, a resurrection. I mean, it's just too far out of reach. So now Benji and Ali going to have to fight their way back into this one, a 2v5. Ferbza will eventually go down. Nazi's still alive, and Teddy going to bail him out. It's Benji to fall, and Ali, what do you got for me here, buddy? This is a very tall ask. He's flashed up. We'll find the first. Thig's there to close out the first kill and the last kill on the round, and once more, knotted up at 4. So the back and forth doesn't stop.
The mid-rounding has been really nice throughout this map from SJSU. They've realized some of these tendencies, especially on that kind of overcommitment to the fight if mid-presence is shown. It's been a couple rounds where we've seen that. If mid-presence is shown, there's a heavy commitment over towards the elbow from this defensive side, and here again, that was punished. They realized off the lurk over towards A that site's going to be weakened, and just pretty clean on the hit. It was make or break for Ferbza, and in this one, it was broken. Still, the bank is alive, not broken in that regard. And that operator that we talked a little bit about in the pre-show is available. Let's see what Dip can get done towards mid.
Tyler dropped down. Should have been heard there. Steno player maybe just around the corner. They're going to toss the guiding light right out on it. Ferbza also headed this way, so the reinforcements already here on the B site. Dip wants to get aggressive out towards the door. Ferbza cues up the flash, will toss it out. Okay, but everybody gonna back away safely for now.
All safe and sound, at least for another moment here. The Chamber holding down the lurk in towards mid. You see the operator, Dip. He's tempted to push deeper in towards this one.
Got your trail.
Hungry for information, but now that info goes the other way. Seeker's out in towards this B site. The anchor tucked in back alone, but Ali's still hitting. He's found one kill, still up, and now support is here. Ali might not even need it, though. 2 kills found, and not a trade in sight. Chris now gets one down, but Ali's still alive. A third frag to be found, and now that Viper's Pit available. He doesn't even want to commit to it, though. Comfortable in his hold, comfortable in his positioning, and now he's hunting for the ace. The 4th now picked up. Ali needs but one more to close this out, and a duel versus Nasi is queued up. Ali on the swing, but the shutdown, and now this clutch is doable! 1 versus 1, and Nasi does it!
I mean, you're just at a loss for words. What can't this guy do? This
Nasi is nasty, man.
Nasi is nasty. That's just what it is. Fights their way through the site. Ali did everything he could, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. It could not topple the hill. That is Nasi as we get to look back at it in the LLS replay. Benji. Oh, Benji. I mean, sometimes you just get one tap. Sometimes you just let the 1v2 clutch go by the wayside. And sometimes it hurts because it's going to be these rounds. We see how close this game is. It's going to come down to the wire. But look at this, more aggression out towards Halls. Teddy first to step up, and Benji going to make him pay.
Yeah, great punishment. Again, Hall's control has been big for both of these teams still. Round not out of the question for SJSU. They want to hit this one over towards A, but super well timed on that KO knife. Everyone is suppressed. The redrone clears. This hit will have to be canceled because they're so worried about losing space elsewhere. 4 were revealed. Everyone is known to be here, and yeah, mid control is completely gone. They're going to have to commit a lot of resources to re-clear this one. Works for one. Dip does have that trade back, though.
And these are the adaptations that the desk talked about. We saw it maybe a little bit in the nerves of Northwood. They didn't want to bite off more than they can chew, but they feel more than comfortable doing that this time around as Tyler will close us out. 2 kills on it. Working his way up that kill feed. A 5th round to Northwood University, and we continue to go back and forth. Now, I wanted to touch on a point from Lawler. He said, I think this is going to be our closest series yet. And although we did get some close series yesterday, I want to caveat on that and say this one right here is going to be closer in way of what we're seeing. Right? Yeah. It's not just giving up rounds to eventually get to 13-10. It's every single round, everything is going to be fought for. So I think that sentiment saying this is going to be the closest series, you need to take a little bit deeper of a look to really see how close this one is.
But this one, the pace is looking to be faster. Bladestorm available. Hulls may soon again be tested. You see the Jet heading in that direction, and the Viper stunned on up. Utility, though, to support. Keeps Ollie in position, keeps Ollie alive. And yet again, that mid-control, it has been lost. This proactivity from Northwood University has been so effective, and Furbza even takes down that player towards Hull. So now, for this attacking side, what information do they have? Nothing. They lost their space in Hulls. They're forced to concede A main. Sure, they still have that trademark over towards the deep part of the map, but that could have been smoked off. They could have been flanked. Anything could have happened at this point into the round.
Yeah, and we saw early. Actually, I'm going to hold that thought as Nazi might just go toe-to-toe here. Furbza still holding the angle out towards Halls, and he's good for another. The knives, they don't quite land, but it's enough for Dip to back away. Thig is there to trade things out. The flash goes through, the trademark finds the slow, so he's stuck in the mud. As Dip forced to use that dash, he still has the Bladestorm. It only takes 1 to the head, and well, Ollie might be in a tough spot once that screen goes down, but for now, it's SJSU, looking to back away, but they're about to be corralled.
Look at the time, 30 seconds left. At this point, it feels like they have to commit over towards A, but Viper's Pit has been conceded. With the man advantage already held, they're fine to give up that space. Ali, though, could be in a bit of trouble. His only support comes in through Halls, and that rotation might be a little too late. If this just ends a contact play, and it looks like it will, this could get very risky. Ali, yet again, the onus is on him.
Viper's Pit coming out from Chris. He's just got to try and stop the plant.
10
with 10 seconds. He does so. Now in the scramble, the spike has been fumbled, and somebody has to jump on it and get it planted down. But they're denied once more, and it's Northwood to grab the lead again.
Northwood reclaim it, and their hold in towards that mid-round is excellent. Initially conceding a lot of space over towards Halls, but trademark trips, that activates the trap. They take down the player walking up in that direction, and SJSU never left themselves a second option.
And what are you thinking when you hear that Viper's Pit go down? Are you thinking he just conceded it and he's still playing on the A side, or did he rotate off of this one? Exactly.
It really does, because Vipers don't often just completely concede that pit. They don't often just drop it down. At that point, Ollie could have been anywhere, and well, his position, it became big. Now mid-control, it will be the emphasis in Furb. So with the flash, does not get anything off of it.
But Tyler's there to answer right back. The up in hand for Dip as he dashes away. It's Choi Boy to fall, and Northwood once more, 1 player ahead. A 7-5 still on the table for them, and it's getting a bit more digestible here as Benji will take down the Jet of San Jose State. And on that, there might be too many targets just on the other side. No, Nazi, okay, gonna bail his teammate out just a bit. The shock dart, it goes a little bit wide, but a doable situation, a direct 2v2 here on the site. No, Dip with the op through the wall, and Benji is there, the cherry on top, and at the half, it's Northwood University up 2 rounds.
7-5, that is very respectable for a Breeze defense, and I think they showed the issues they were struggling with yesterday have been resolved in a big way. In that series versus TAMU, adaptation was the devil. They started strong, and then once their opponent showed something new, once their opponent changed up the pace, they just kind of got stone-faced. Yeah. They ran out of options. They didn't make a change in time and just barely sneaked by in winning that series. Here, however, they realized their mistakes early. They don't even take a pause, and they just go straight back in. They have new ideas. They kind of step up the aggression in mid. They hold on to their extremities way harder. They use their strengths to their advantage, and SJSU never found an answer, at least not in time to save that half.
And now 7-5, the lead obviously feels great for Northwood University, but you're a pistol round loss away from quite possibly looking at a tie game. You pick up the pistol, you pick up the anti-eco, and you're looking at a 7-7 game going into your bonus if you're SJSU. And look at that recon bolt, it's good, but they're just going to take the fight no matter, trying to catch him off guard, and it's Ali to take a bit more damage than he would have liked, but the tailwind, it's already been bought out. That won't be ready for Teddy for the rest of the round.
The setup's interesting to me. It was really heavy control over towards Halton, and my initial thought was that contact towards A, it would be aggression down that space. However, they just opened up the door, and instead can just hold the line in mid. Big kill there for Thig, and no one even in position to attempt a trade frag. Minute now left on the clock. At SJSU, they want more. They want additional information. They want another opportunity. Teddy asserting himself heavily on this space over towards mid. The information game is great. At this point, they should realize that this is a very distinct possibility of the re-hit over towards A. Choi gets one, teleports away, then you're in a prime position to retake this site.
Yeah, prime position, though. Look at Benji. He's lurked all the way up inside the halls. He's got to play that paranoia to get that door open. He goes a little too deep, and he's going to be met by the trademark. He goes a little too deep, and he's going to be met by Nazi. Now, this defense finally getting their piece of the pie as it's Tyler to get things opened up, and Nazi actually died back in the halls. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's Benji fighting for that space. It's Benji taking it, but Choi Boy fighting right back. The defense one player ahead, but the door is open for another kill for Benji. Chris gonna try and hold this angle, and the classic will be just enough. But Ferbza has been more than that. Now stuck in the 1v2 with the flash available. The snake bite across the top. The flash comes out, and he doesn't have his weapon. Thig, good in the 1v1, and good for the pistol for SJSU.
Great on the trade there. SJSU, that was the round they wanted. Swing that momentum back in their favor. We're practically at a tied game. Taking a look back at the LLS replay, though, Thig, I mean, what a way to get us started in that round. The setup as well, really potent. Your chamber gets out. Jet is there for the refrag. Maybe they overcommit a little bit in towards these fights, make it probably closer than it should have been. But you do got to give respect to Benji, picking up some very impactful kills here off that lurk over towards the halls.
Man, it stings to see. It just comes down to the timing. Obviously, Thig could have been anywhere on the map or on the A site. And Ferbza wanted to try and catch him off guard, go aggressive with that flash. And this is that round, right? The anti-eco here for the defense. No plant for the attacking side, so they can't really afford to invest too much. But it is Ali going back to that trusty Marshall. And it looks like Northwood going back to that trusty A site hit. But just a bit of utility tossed out so far. Now they can look to readjust here.
They're just trying to feel out if any aggression is coming. Thig, he'll take a peek, but doesn't really receive too much in return. Just damage dealt over towards this attacking side. Where is the destination? Because thus far, I don't think they've realized the extent of the damage in mid both rounds now. SJSU has been very proactive in taking that space. Early flash forward, post up on the line, hold the ground. And this one even, Jet takes contact, Thig swings off it. He even has 2 flashes available for support. And the attack they're walking into it. Thig, though, has been spotted, so maybe they set up contended with the flashback in, but the connection not quite there. Tyler takes him down, and now Teddy has a lot to do.
Teddy does have a lot to do, and he still has just about half that bar left on the dash, so he gets into trouble. He can get out to safety, but he just wants to stand and fight, and once more he'll be punished for it as Chris will fall. It's all up to Choi Boy. He's half HP, but look at the enemies. A few stray bullets will sit them down, but that's only if they're stacked up. You have to assume that they're going to be playing ratty here as this spike gets planted.
Greed already showing to be the deadliest of the sins here for SJSU. That round was theirs, and now it has slipped into very dire straits. Ali falling back, though, likely just trying to play the lineup's insurance policy in this one, but Choi Boy, he's looking to cash out on that one. The HP, though, still very much an issue, and the question is he thorough enough? Does he clear onto Ali? I think. Spotted on out. He knows it's higher pen on the go, so switches on over. Finds a shot. Ferbza now is aware, and so too is Benji, but Choi Boy doesn't know these positions. In his spot, it's been revealed. A thrifty round picked on up. That is a heartbreaker for SJSU to be losing that.
It is, and I was going to say that in the middle, right? You see the respect, you see the understanding. Northwood is having all the confidence in the world, being on that lesser buy, understanding that there is a world where they win that thrifty round. And look what it does to the economy. It immediately starts to bolster things, and it's almost a direct inverse of anti-eco, but that next bonus round, I'm doing the air quotes, you guys can't see, but that next bonus round, it's going to be 3 rifles and 2 Spectres if this one goes flawless.
Worst case scenario here for them, but Northwood, they're counting their lucky stars. They got an opportunity, and they did well to capitalize off of it. Now the weaponry swinging towards their favor, but this A-site hit still very much potent. No command is popped in this one. Dip already working his way on through. The shorty does find one, but Ferbza, he can get res. And Dip, what is that? Straight through the smoke. He knows those angles. He knows those lineups, and well, he knows how to find those frags. 3 recovered in this anti-eco. Just looking clean as could be.
Just looking clean as can be. And this is what we saw yesterday, right? Once they start to get it going as a squad, they start to piece it together. They've got all of the pieces for the puzzle, and they just create a masterpiece. And now Chris can really only hope to maybe get some damage here, force somebody to reinvest into some armor or something of the sort going into the next round. And I feel like I kind of anti-caster cursed it. I said if this one's flawless, it'll be 2 rifles or 3 rifles and 2 Spectres, and that's exactly what happens.
It's exactly what happens, and it's, well, pretty much exactly what they needed to keep things on going. I was wondering if they were going to attempt to invest into the operator, but they don't need to. Benji has the tour de force, and I would not hate to see that get popped up here on the attacking side. I think the attacking side at op, when you're playing it as your Chamber, when you're playing it as your Lurk, it's really effective. We've seen players do that more and more as Chamber has become so prevalent in the meta. Not sure if he'll actually commit to it, and this one has a perfectly good weapon, is still available in the back pocket. A has been the success story of Northwood University. So they'll apply early pressure in that direction yet again. Tour de force does get popped, so you have that supportive element, but does this drone clear Teddy? Because Chris should be breaking this. Chris should be getting rid of it, and that job has been done. Now, how thorough is Northwood? Because if they commit to this site, Teddy could play spoiler.
A lot of respect, given though you saw they cleared that tall box inside the cave, understanding that somebody could have pushed through that toxic screen without them knowing.
Yeah, but this mid-control, again, it's been a big point for SJSU to push a player in there deep. There's plentiful utility for Northwood to re-clear that if they realize it's a threat, and thus far, no one's clearing. This just means the info game is going good. However, you see the pings coming out. They're suspicious that something could be up in that area of the map.
And the slow creep up out towards B. Choi Boy can take down the recon bolt. He won't quite be revealed. The trademark taken down, but now the site's here. You're hearing the stampede. He gets his one. Meanwhile, they're going to find one out from tunnel. Nazi here as well. They read it just in time to delay this Northwood University squad, and the spike gets down in a tough spot. Ferbza going to have to put himself just out of reach from a teammate to try and scoop that up. Finally, Benji is here to try and bail him out, but a 2v4, a tough spot. It's a tour de force. Stig, first to contact, shot won't land. Instead, Thig scoops up another. The drone to reveal Benji, and he's got his teleport, he's got his rendezvous, and he's got the kills, but no time to take it. 3 still stand with rifles back in hand. It's SJSU back on the board.
And I suppose no harm, no foul. You in that pistol, go 2-2 regardless. It's fine, not the best of circumstances. Could certainly be a much better situation for them, but they're feeling comfortable. And their mid-control, again, is proving to be one of their greatest assets. That operator play, previously it was just a tour de force, will be committed to, though, on this attacking side. So I'm wondering how they're going to implement Benji in towards his default. Previously, he was just holding the extremity control, waiting for a late push over towards that A site. But I wouldn't hate to see something more proactive. And, well, this rendezvous, it's looking pretty proactive. They've realized that mid is an issue, so they're going to set up an op to hold for any plays in this area.
2 players out towards mid, the op there. But nothing given. Poison Cloud out towards the halls. It'll allow for that Ollie lurk. Nazi getting the most with what he can out of that drone now that the time has been chipped away just a bit. We go drone in response. And Big is in an aggressive spot. I think he's going to get revealed, and then he's in a scary spot. Nice shot from Benji. No tag on the sky means Dig walks away. No wall banks to be had, but he's still standing for the fight, and it's Ferbza to win it out.
And the setup is completely down now. Lacking information in towards mid, and certainly lacking space for SGSU. Take a look at where this lurk has come through, though. In the halls, that Viper has worked deep. And if this A hit does come to fruition, as it looks it will, a flank in through the double doors or deep towards spawn could be massive. Ali, though, with the man advantage by 2 already garnered, doesn't want to take that risk. Instead, pops down that orb, keeps the pressure applied, leaves himself to be in a position for the late round if he becomes necessary, and just lets his team take space on this A site.
And this is still a round with rifles available. Oh no, Teddy spraying through the smoke. That's the spike down as well. Tyler gets caught on the cross. Choi Boy with the tour de force, still healthy, and he's still fragging out. 2 kills on the round. Now things are equalized, but Ollie's position could be everything, but the clock is there as well. So we've got something going for both of these squads. As Choi Boy's not even looking at him. Chris falls, Choi Boy follows, and Ali gets it done.
No one's looking behind him. No one is wary of that flank. Ali just dropping on down. I'm not sure if he dropped vents or took the long way. Either way, he wasn't noted. He wasn't heard. He was patient. And he was rewarded still. Impressive attempt here, Choi Boy, finding so much value, picking up 2 with that tour de force and making that round look so close to winnable. Fortunately for SJSU, though, doesn't pan out. If I want SJSU, this is the point where I would have probably taken a pause. This momentum is really starting to slip away from them. This is getting dangerous. They seem to have a plan, though, because they're going straight back into it. But losing this round, that's a big swing. Your money's in the dumpster, and you're likely facing Map Point at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, you're investing the knives here in this one. Like you said, there is so much. The implications of this round could be quite possibly the rest of the map. And this is an SJSU coming off of a 13-6 victory over Houston and beating Houston on Fracture, which has been their key map. As we jump on into round 18, things getting started with Dip in the operator.
Was just holding, ready for that angle. Over towards the stairs, takes down a player early. And you saw that the response was really heavy. All 4 players rotating on over. But now this reclear from Teddy has shown that it is not a commitment. He should have a freebie and gets away with that one. Not getting greedy, not trying to be disciplined, just wants his kill, gets away. We return to a 4 versus 4. And now there's a worry on this attacking side as well because, hey, that trademark could have been smoked off. A flank could be coming. They elect, though, to not worry about it and instead just send over towards this B site. It's the right call. Only 1 player to hold, and Choi Boy, I don't think will even commit to fighting this one. The risk too big.
I mean, he's still here, and he is not in a safe position. That wall can be penetrated. Spike will go down. It's Benji to collect. Ali tucked inside the cubby, and Dip still holding the angles of the operator. As soon as Choi Boy shows himself, it's Teddy ripped out of the sky. He had the blades, and Dip, he's double dipping. He's triple dipping. What more can he get?
What?
It seems he might have to do the rest, as now he's the last one standing for the squad. 3 kills on the round. The next shot misses. The blades around. The quadruple dip around the corner, but Big holds on. And SJSU put another in the win column.
And it's Stig again, man. In these swing rounds, he is holding the fort for SJSU. That was the pivotal one. They hold on to it. Yep. They win it out in towards that retake and put themselves in a prime position here. Still not able to break the economy of their opposition. The money will be able to come back on in, but that's the first step towards victory, and they've been able to recover that operator over for Choi Boy. He was looking good with it a little earlier on, or at least with the tour de force, I should say. Now with the proper rifle in his hands, he'll have the responsibility of just holding. A little more aggressive this time over towards B. And if this play comes through, that aggression in B main, the early info could be big because his default, it starts as a 4-1 or a 5-0 over towards A main. And with that pit coming on down and space over towards B, the info here is just absolutely abound for SJSU. Northwood is going to have to fully commit a ton of time here and a ton of resources for the reclear because right now they know practically nothing and their opponents are oh so aware of the possibility over towards A or the possibility over towards Hall.
Oh man, the delay, it almost works against Teddy and Dip. If you're meant to die, you're meant to die. The ball doesn't lie. Chris trying to hold it down inside the pit will eventually fall. So the pit will follow, but it's Nazi here to pick up the pieces as it started to crumble for SJSU. Now Benji left in that same position in a 1v3, but the spike, it's compromised in such a tough spot to retrieve.
And he's late to this one. Was trying to cut rotations in through mid. Now he has to do this the hard way. 40 seconds left on that clock. But the timing on the dart works for him, so not to be revealed just yet. Does someone phase check him? Does someone swing, or does Choi Boy just hold? The latter comes true as Choi Boy connects onto that kill, and now 2 rounds in a row picked up for SJSU.
And that, again, another important one. Although they won the round previous, you saw a couple of members sitting on the light shields. You're really having to struggle with, are we buying full util? Are we investing in lesser weaponry in way of maybe the Guardian or the Spectre? Now SJSU don't have to worry about it. And fortunately, we do get one of these timeouts because this is something yesterday we were asking for it, today we're asking for it. And as this series progresses, hopefully these teams aren't afraid to toss those out because typically you get one per side.
Yeah, And now the question is, Northwood, what is the answer to come out of them? I think it's just being more proactive in their default and being a little bit more spread out. Like I said, so many of these rounds just start 5 over towards A, and they tend to kind of re-aggress, re-clear that space in mid, in towards the later rounds. In the early rounds, they have been lacking heavily in the space, and that has been punished. We've seen round after round where there's an early push coming on through. There's a lurker for SJSU just holding on to that space, especially when they're playing the operator in for Choi Boy. He just posts on up, and he can just chill there the whole round, taking such a little risk. Post on the line, you get one, you get a kill, you get information, and you stay alive. I mean, what's not to love there for SJSU? That needs to turn around for Northwood.
Yeah, and I think a timeout like this is so important because that round previous started with Dip pushing forward, finding a kill, and then the kind of the whole thing coming unraveled, right? And so like trying to stay, if you get outside the pocket, you need to be able to scramble. That's just how it has to be. And that's just Valorant as a whole. And the nerves are going to be the biggest thing that keep you from being able to scramble efficiency. You need to be able to thrive in the chaos. And hopefully that wasn't up. Just to take a deep breath, slow things down for the squad, and things look a little different as they're working the opposite side of the map.
Much better look in this one. Holding space, however, again, we see that lurk coming through in mid. Space being grabbed up here. That Jet just holding a deep line, and the dog to re-clear over towards the elbow. In the late round, you can even get a flank coming through the mid. You can get a pinch over towards the elbow. And Chris, well, you might not even need that other side. Just the hammer. No Anvil to support, but he has done enough. A second picked up as well, and Ferbs now alone. His teammate will soon join, but it's just that Sheriff wide out in the open. The Headhunter, though, that gets something a little bit more done. A double kill picked up for Benji, and this feels oddly winnable. If he kills Teddy, that's massive, but the game's run out. Not gonna connect. Another one of the Headhunter shots, and 10-10 we tie.
10-10, double digits for both squads here in map 1, and although it hasn't been a direct back and forth one round for one round, you see a similar pattern in the way that the rounds are strung together. So if the script stays true, script writers, I'm looking at you. We know that Valorant is scripted, of course. This should be a round to Northwood University, and they've got the tools to do it. Benji gonna be rocking that tour de force. You're asking a lot out of your chamber, though, here on the attacking side with the operator. The rifle maybe feeling a bit better, but we'll see. He's gonna be staring down an operator of his own. It's Choi Boy just on the outside, and it's looking quick. This is the NUA. The death balls, we go Hunter, Shuri's back and forth. How much is gonna be found? Bosova's found, but it's Nazi, the one to fall, as Tyler doesn't find too much on the next. Ferbs immediately to fall as the snake bites delay for now, but the pit will still stand. Ali needs to get back on the inside, and he needs to escape for now. His health is just so low. Tyler also worse for wear as the Jets gonna find their way into the kill feed. Dip now trying to get out of dodge, but still incredibly healthy. The run and gun from Thig, he just counter-strafed at the perfect time. And in all of the chaos, again, it's SJSU out on top.
Yeah, and again, what are you left with in towards this mid-round? Nothing is safe for them. The flank could have come on through. There could be someone holding the line in mid. That operator could still be posted on a new angle. Their solution, it's tunnel. They'll walk their way up slow in this endeavor, but on the opposite side, SJSU, they've made the realization. They're re-rotating. They're re-clearing this space, but the commitment stays heavy over towards A, but that trademark, it's still active. And they have nothing to be able to counter it on out. So they should soon be revealed in SJSU. They'll realize, they'll rotate. Can they cancel this out, though?
20 seconds, looking to backstab here. Benji gonna get that door open, so they play across the A site, and okay, Benji looking to make this one doable. Still gonna have that tour de force in hand as Thig working his way up towards mid. The spike is planted, and just over the top of the pipes, he's not spotted just yet, but neither is Thig. He thinks he's here on the site, and Benji about to get backstabbed. It's a round to the side of the head, and the script, it's been ripped up, it's been tossed out. It's 4 rounds in a row for SJSU.
Thig knows where that spike came on down. He knows where his opponent expects him to be, either spawn or flanking in through main. So he just contacts out, takes the risk, takes it slow, and the reward is oh so sweet. The lead regained now for San Jose. And if you're Northwood, you are starting to feel that pressure. It was a map that was looking really solid for them, and switching on over towards this attacking side, they went around that they shouldn't. Their momentum starts to build, but now it's been ripped away from them. The re-aggression in these late rounds has been excellent from the defense. The way that they're holding on to this map control has been stalwart. And the answer, well, it might just have to come in this round, because it is a full investment into this If it's lost out for Northwood, their bye will be just in shambles facing up against Map Point.
An absolute shambles. This is such a weird round economically because you're in a position where it just feels wrong to save. It just, 3,600 credits, 4,000 credits, whatever it may be. You just feel that you have to buy up something because you can. And I like this in this round, although they don't have the best buy, they're working their way back on in when they have this one round of wiggle room. Now going forward, it obviously doesn't feel great sitting on 12, so doing it 10 to 11, and that's a great start. Ferbsa looking scary with the Guardian in hand. Dip revealed by the Trailblazer, and he's not going to give that position. He's just going to plant his feet and now look to fight forward with Benji.
What's the follow-up, though? Look over towards A main. This Jett is just looking to take a walk, hold down that space, ensure that nothing is happening in that area of the map. And with information coming towards B, will this call for a rotation? Will this site be bolstered, or will they rotate off? The Chamber teleporting away. Thing is alone. He's down as well, but that isn't known. They don't realize just yet that this B site is open, so won't look to go quickly still. With time to play with a 5 versus 3, patience, that's just the key. Ferbsa denies the play of Teddy, and now this round, it should just be that of Northwood, but still 2 players alive. You can't count these guys out.
It's usually been Nazi to claw SJSU back into these rounds, but now it'll have to be Chris and Choi Boy. I mean, running out of time, just about 10 seconds left on the clock. Nobody really in position to deny, but now they do know that the spike plan is here. It's Cloudburst out, Snake Bite to follow, so vulnerability at the feet. Is the up, closes out one. I thought we had a collateral there for a second, but no, it's Dip. Gonna find his way into the kill feed, and we're tied up once more. Finally, the streak has been broken.
They're patient. They play the default a lot wider. They deny the push through mid. All of these issues that were building up against Northwood University are solved in that round. And it was the big one for them. Their money now is actually starting to find itself in a pretty comfortable space. Flawless round is absolute perfection there, because now not only do you have a cushion of money in your bank account, but you have plenty of weapons to work with in this round. However, that's still true of both these sides. Bar the Spectre for Chris. They're feeling good on SJSU, and they have a Viper's pit to work with. We've seen this round after round. Chris pops it on up, provides support over towards this A site, and generally it's been these late hits over towards B off of this play. However, in this one, mid B, that's not the emphasis. Halls instead is for both of these sides, but Teddy, the better.
And Nazi ready for a play this way with the Poison Cloud up. He sends out a shock dart. It finds great damage onto Ali, and it's Teddy to close out. A couple of body shots is all it took, and with that, now going back to the drawing board, it's Northwood University, and they haven't quite decided where they want to go. What I do love, okay, Tyler, getting us back into things. Now we're equalized across the board, but I love that the attacking side at op, it's tough to get value. It's tough to do it yourself, and it's hard to be that tip of the spear.
Sure.
But every time that Benji has been the tip of the spear, somebody's been right there with him, and this time it's been Dip the entire time. So there's always going to be a chance for that trade to, one, make sure that you get that trade kill, and two, make sure that that op is not getting scooped up for free. So now we see everybody here bolstering up the attack out towards B. It's a dash in. It's Dip just playing around the smokes, and it's Ferbsa once more. This time, not a Guardian, but a Phantom as Nazi and Teddy hopped away into the kill feed. Dip in the corner, but Teddy takes him down. Now Ferbsa needs to battle his way out. He's got a fragment and an ultimate to play with. This right here is the push to map point on Breeze. The last round of regulation, it's Ferbsa for 3. Teddy just around the corner, but he'll match 3 for 4, and it's SJSU to map point.
Teddy again keeping things alive in these critical rounds, and SJSU, they swing things straight back into the favor. And sure, there was a good round. There was a moment there. They find that flawless, but now the money is still in a bit of a tight spot. Their ult economy as well, maybe a little bit worse for wear, and it has to just be a rally towards overtime for Northwood University. All the credit I was giving them, they were fixing their issues over towards mid. They were fixing their kind of denial of these late round pushes that we've seen consistently from SJSU. All that falls apart. They fall back in towards their same tendencies. Again, they're punished by a play in through mid. Again, they're punished on these kind of late round hits over towards B. Something has to change, and there's only one more opportunity to switch it up. Overtime or map number 2. Those are the options. And the onus so heavily on Northwood as the ult is popped. They just want to split A. Something new, something fast. But look where Teddy is. Close corner yet again. He's been here before. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and I don't know if this position's ever been revealed. They get so much out of it. Will finally be traded out for the resurrection. It's in such a terrible spot. Ferbsa just forced on his hands and knees to watch his team fall around him. And it's SJSU, the last round of regulation, a player ahead, but the spike not yet committed. They're back out towards mid.
They want to run this back over towards B, but Seekers are popped. They're well timed. It reveals that these players are still hunkered down over towards mid. So SJSU, they can stay together. They can stay safe. They do not have to re-aggress in the slightest. Mid doors now is the decision. Benji will just contact on off. Hit or miss, make or break. His operator shot could do it right here, but the timing eludes him. Chris has backed away and found safety towards back yellow, but Benji's ready for it. However, he misses out on the shot and now damage down to 10 HP. And support soon to come this way for SJSU.
And he opts out of the operator into a rifle on 11 health. Ollie on 72. 83 collectively to try and hang on here in Breeze and get us to overtime as the poison cloud goes out. Chris, it's Benji to get the better half. But now Nazi and Thig. Breeze is their oyster, a trailblazer forward. There's just no time. Stunned up and quite possibly taken down. Ali's got to stick at the shock darts on top. The head won't show, and now he gets to play the post plant. But both of SJSU's players together here in this retake. It's Thig to close it out, and it was a close one, but it still goes the way of SJSU.
And SJSU, when we get deep, when we get close in these games, the experience is king. They adapt faster, they adapt better, and their defensive side looks oh so strong. The re-aggression, especially over towards mid, the control that they found on this side of the map, Choiboy especially, the impact that he was claiming off of the chamber. I think of the play that Nazi was pulling off there, and then just the consistent fragging that we were getting out of their jet. Everything was really working well for SJSU, and it's clear that Northwood was very much tested. Now, a map down in the series, and also it should be noted that, of course, that was the pick of SJSU, maybe a bit friendlier territory for map 2. Still, Northwood, they're a team that loves their momentum, and that's been ripped away from them.
That's been absolutely ripped away from them. And not to say that Breeze and Haven are the same map, but now we've got these rifles online. Right now we've got our aimers going, so these longer angles, they don't really change too much once we move over to Haven. The fight's down A-long, the fight's down C-long. Map 2 is still a very scary prospect, but I absolutely loved what we saw in the adaptation from both of these teams. Unfortunately, just like you said, SJSU just a bit more experienced, and I think the experience really showed in the ability to play inside the chaos, right? The ability to play inside that pocket or to make Northwood University scramble. And it was Nazi, it was Teddy, everybody really doing their part in those situations to create that havoc and take advantage of it.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Taking a look here again for SJSU, a player that I want to give a lot of credit to is Nasi, because I think he's not always the guy that we talk about when we're thinking about SJSU, but he was incredibly clutch in so many big rounds this Sova as well, providing consistency in way of the information, setting up his teammates into these really successful positions, and also just providing the frags when it became necessary.
Man. 7-5 at the half, ends 13-11 in favor of SJSU for map number 1 as we look to send things back up to the desk to break down Breeze.
Thanks so much. What a fun first round. Sure. San Jose coming out on top. That doesn't bode well for all of your predictions.
No, it doesn't.
It goes great for mine. What do you mean?
Yeah?
I always told you it's the opposite. I had to bail everybody out. I'm doing it for them, you know?
Oh, all right.
Bring down the ship with me.
The casters were saying, you know, the more experience of San Jose is really showing here. Can you guys talk to what it might feel like to be a team that has been here together for 2 years versus a newer team like Northwood?
All you, man. All you.
You have, when it comes to situations like that, like it goes back to what we were saying earlier, right? About how you have the aspect of friends before teammates, right? And so with you being around for 2 years, 2 years compared to like maybe like a couple weeks or maybe like even like a month or two, you have the situation of having a well-oiled team while as on the opposition, you have the potential of being good individual players, but not as great of a team, right? So that's something that you have to keep in mind when you're looking at a lot of those matches. You have the 2-year veterans, as you've said, as we've all said, and as we've all seen today. And compare that to Northwood, I was really impressed, and their experience showed, just as Mimi was saying, just as they were saying, right? Like I think it's so important to see how well they were able to adapt, because the gap never got above 2. And I think that's super important.
Yeah, there is something to be said for being able to predict with experience what your friends and teammates are going to do. You've faced so many circumstances together that maybe Northwood hasn't. Do you feel like you saw that inexperience in Northwood, or is it just that San Jose has way more?
I think the inexperience from Northwood that came into play was because San Jose did their homework. They noticed that, okay, we've been a team together for 2 years, and Northwood, yeah, they're the new kids on the block, and they've been hot for the past 1.5 semesters, so they're really, really good, but we play better as a team. And that really showed on the map, Breeze, as well, because you have those long sight lines, and you could tell at the beginning of each round, if San Jose had the advantage or got that first pick, it's because they're playing different angles, those long sight lines. They're cross-firing each other, and they were playing a little bit solo but together at the same time, whereas if those picks were coming from the side of the other side, Northwood, it's because they had to walk together. You saw them always teamed up, paired up. If one of them went down, they would either have multiple people go down, or they would get a pick or two to trade out, because there's always someone there kind of just, you know, holding hands throughout those twists and turns of the Breeze map. And it's great that Tanner mentioned that, you know, Haven, which is going to be the map pick for Northwood in map 2, is going to be similar long sight lines, but if you really want to talk about it, Haven is more a map that we see in the pro scene. And the team that I think resembles more pro-style play is San Jose, because they have people like Thig, who is signed to Metro Esports, and they have Troy Boy and Teddy and Nazi, who is, as Tanner said, nasty or nasty. You know, I know you want the good food adjectives, but nasty Nazi is a little too easy.
It's too good, you're right. Yeah.
But, you know, they play the pro style a little bit better. Haven's more of a pro style map. So I think they're going to have the slight advantage there too, but I think it's going to be neck and neck once again, because Northwood has the mechanics. They're the new kids on the block. They know how to play. And if Dip is opening team fights with that jet like that, oh, come on. It's going to be as tight as it was in game 1.
You think so too?
You can definitely tell the experience coming out from San Jose. It's, while the mechanics, like you guys are saying, like the pop-off potential, the ability to 1v3 clutch, all that kind of stuff is definitely in favor of Northwood at times. You can see like the staggered peaks and everything else from San Jose. There's multiple times where it's like knowing to peak wide instead of short. Like little things like that just come with experience, knowing that on land there's less ping. So yes, that split-second decision, go a little bit wider, win that trade. But there was also multiple times where it's like, okay, you get the information, you guys should be rushing that. Go for that trade immediately. You have everything you need. And all of a sudden, we put in like 30, 40 damage on this guy, but we're not willing to pick up the kill, and it completely comes back to bite Northwood. So it's those little small nuances that the experience comes in, and then being on that same wavelength as well for San Jose that I think really helps. The fact that they can have faith that, okay, I know you're going to be patient, Joy, you're going to hold that angle until you can't hold it anymore, like, and all you need is one pixel to pick somebody up. So yeah, that experience from San Jose is showing, but despite that, still 13-11. It's a very close series.
Yeah, the casters also mentioned that they feel like this may take away Northwood's momentum, a loss to start out. However, we have, as we've discussed, seen teams that it's like, oh, wait, we lost the game, hold on, we're going to come back even more powerful. What do you think that looks like for Northwood? Do you think they can pull that off, or do you think that this may be a momentum stopper?
The first thing that came in my mind was the aspect of when I had saw them and be such a momentum-heavy team, and that was actually on Haven yesterday. That was some of the more in-your-face sort of style play it is that I have seen them do before. And once again, today, there's lots of situations that I've actually seen them clean up. I had mentioned it before about the aspect of like the 3-9 curse, right? The fabled 3-9 curse. But today, it seems different, right? They've cleaned up a lot of the same mistakes it is that I was seeing. Of course, there's like mishaps here and there, right? But as is the case when you're, you know, trying to learn and get the ebbs and flows of a team, it is that like you haven't played as much. So with that being the case, I absolutely will say that I think we'll see a more powerful fight from Northwood this map.
All right, well, let's see if we do. Let's get right into this next match, casters.
Thanks so much to Anna and the folks over on the desk. Haven, map number 2. Tanner, Metro.
Yep.
This one, there's a lot of similarities to Haven. Really heavy on that extremity control, holding down the fort over towards A-long, C-long. You can see the similarities, the prevalence of the AWP, the long angles. It's a similar map. Will this be a different story?
Well, Mimi, Evil Cat Wormkrantz, yesterday I think what we saw for Northwood, although a solid map in Haven, this is where they want to be. I wonder how conditioned they got. When we saw them on Haven previously, every single time out towards A-long, there was zero contention. And Tyler was just able to get orb after orb after orb, Hunter Shuri after Hunter Shuri. And we've seen, even in that map on Breeze, how deadly he can be with that one. We also saw on that map in Breeze at SJSU, they're going to make you earn every single inch of the map on the attacking side and the defending side. So coming off of that loss, a close one, that's one where you can kind of take a look back. It feels a little worse. You know, at 13-2, maybe you can say, hey, we shake that off. That's their map pick. But it does look like we are getting our agent select underway, and nothing too crazy. There's no way we get the Neon this time, right?
I'm really hopeful. I would love to see the Neon come on through. I mean, I'm practically like, I'm halfway there to just being a Neon cosplayer at this point for what I'm wearing this event. But I think that you get so much value out of that agent, especially when you're combining it with the KO. You have that double initiator composition. We talked about how they were struggling with clearing that space, and that on their defensive side, one of the strengths was when they were getting very proactive, fighting for those flanks, fighting for the space in mid. Neon is just free real estate, man. Hold W, flash, follow it up. It's really effective, and I think it befits the playstyle that this team runs. I'm really hoping we do not get to see a Reyna. I think Reyna is just not good.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way to get that space. Alir is not going to be enough. It is going to be that Jet locked in for Dip. So he was playing with our hearts a little bit. A reminder, the last time we saw Northwood on the main stage on Haven, Tyler dropped 30 kills. I also want to give love over to Nazi as well, though, because even through the nerfs, the shock dart nerfs, the drone nerfs, those were the two players who were really whipping it on for the squads. Now we get out to Haven, and that role is so much more prevalent.
Yeah, it is really prevalent indeed, and I think that taking a look at that head-to-head is a really good shot. I'm also watching Ali on this map. The way that he plays the Omen here, he gets a ton of value. He'll juggle around those smokes. He'll find himself some fun angles and get a lot of use out of that utility. But here we go, map number 2, and it might just be the end of things. An opportunity for SJSU to reclaim the collegiate crown here in North America, or an opportunity for Northwood to prove that they've got it, to prove that they can push us to a third map.
That third map would be Ascent should we need it. The aggressive ball of fury that is Northwood University, starting on the attacking side, which is right where they feel comfortable. And Ali, could we give him the title of most survivingest Omen? I feel like this guy just manages to stay alive in situations that he shouldn't, and this is one of them. He doesn't give up his position out towards Teddy, and Teddy's punished for it. Ferbza taking a fight out towards B as well. We know Northwood likes to flex this way. We know that they like to show that B site will be a threat, and SJSU are ready for it, but they're punished for it thus far. Stig looks to drop down low HP, and it's Northwood. They're backing away, looking to play that man advantage across the map.
Yeah, the goal of that play over towards Garage was to just get rid of the trademark. They're spamming the default position, but nothing, of course, was in that area. Instead, trademark's positioned over towards A, over towards C, so it's a heavier fort in Garage and mid, and that bird is really well timed. Information given, no one is holding down the fort in towards mid, so now they might just get suspicious. Is something going on over towards this A site? It seems likely at this point. Rendezvous used, 2 players on their way, but is it in time? Nazi's alone for just a moment here, and the hit is forthcoming.
And Recon bolts just before the 0 point can shut off the abilities. It starts to reveal 3 players of 5. All spotted out by that, so the wall hacks are there, but are they going to be enough? As things are equalized for just a second, it's Ali, the most survivingest player, still surviving here, and the pistol will eventually fall, and the numbers get cut down to 1 for Northwood. It's Benji, it's the headhunter, but it's Nazi to keep it going.
Nazi will not let these rounds slip away. Hold strong and keeps that 1 versus 2 out of the hands of SJSU. Still, it was a really strong round from them. Initial presence shown over towards mid. They get a pick off of it where you rotate, take down the trademarks. They're trying to kind of check off these boxes that I felt they were lacking in a big way. I was very doubtful of their Haven, especially when I saw them pick in towards this one. Wasn't a big fan of what they were showing me yesterday, but it's clear that they have taken some time. They have realized some of their mistakes, and they're trying to fix it coming in towards this game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how SJSU continue to play around what could be a lot of B pressure from this Northwood squad. Recon Bolt will reveal Chris. Shots tossed out, but really nothing to be had here. Look it out towards A-Long, though. The aggression.
Talented 1 HP goes first. Teddy will just dash away in that one. And, well, we'll see if he gets overwhelmed. But at the moment, he should be doing all right. Has the Bulldog and has the range to play with Dip. Will challenge him as well in the Classic. Deals good damage, but the spike's on the floor. And now the pistols are biting hard. 2 players taken down. Is this another eco round looking to swing the odd direction? Thig, no util to work with. The Bird will be on the charge up in just a moment here, but his opponents now have weapons. And the spike coming down, they just want to go quick for the retake.
Yep, that they do. Paranoia on in, but Benji, he doesn't get tagged up. Eventually he'll fall, but Ali stays alive. And Northwood, they reach into the hat and they pull out a thrifty round.
What the grief, man.
What the grief.
SJSU, these rounds cannot be lost in pivotal moments like this. It's an anti-eco. That round should have been yours, but they bite off a little bit more than they can do again. They leave a player alone in towards the site. They don't give time for their jet to rotate on away. They're putting themselves in these really forward positions, and they're giving guns away. They need to give a little bit more respect, have a little bit more discipline in some of these rounds, or those issues will keep cropping on up. Credit where credit's due, though. Northwood hit some good shots. They played together. They just deathballed it. But it's not crazy stuff. It's not a style that I imagine SJSU has never played against before. They should be ready, and that's a big mistake on them.
The buy a bit lessened here for SJSU. As you see, the Classics and a shorty just on the inside. Teddy going aggressive with the Marshall. Already has that tailwind on. Tyler ready on the angle, though. Just about half HP as they meet each other. It's Tyler. 3-round burst will sit Teddy down, and slowly but surely these players just become alt orbs for the side of Northwood as the last one standing. Just the lowly chamber. Choi Boy slowly making his way across. Now, Choi Boy could find a kill here and die on the way out, which is what he's looking to do. He'll have that tour de force online. He's 2 pips away, which is not too far out of reach. Spike will be heard planted out towards the C site. And oh baby, it's Old Faithful here in the Marshall in a 1v4 in a pretty undoable situation. But again, the kills that matter. There it is, 1 kill picked up. Now the death means a tour de force, but more kills means, well, the round. And instead it's Dip to close it out. It's the round. The way of Northwood University. And what is going on? The way that these rounds are being played out is weird. From Breeze to Haven, it's getting awkward.
It's funky. These teams are close, man. These teams are close. It can swing either direction, no matter what we're looking at in way of those guns. But talk about the weaponry, it's looking good now. A full armament purchased on in for SJSU, and that operator is what I'm looking towards for Choi Boy. Looks like he wants to get aggressive, take a peek over towards short. If he can just establish himself early on that line, I imagine they throw out a dart to get him in position there. Then he's in a position where you can just rendezvous away, back on up if you're tested, and it doesn't look like he'll be tested off the rip, so that Sova leaves. They're comfortable to stack over towards C, and we'll see that's exactly where this attack is heading. Teddy, he's a little too far forward, but he still gets his value. 2-for-1 trade, that's favorable, and this hit has been canceled.
Yeah, a 2-for-1 trade and the Hunter's Fury used. Finally, we get one with 0 value out from Tyler. Uncharacteristic, but just trying to answer back and equalize as Benji's position. And the tour de force now revealed out towards mid.
And look at the setup on the trademarks again. You asked the question earlier. B pressure is a big point for Northwood. What's the reply? Nothing. They don't have to do anything. They can just leave the trademark there, lock down the space. They'll know if anyone's coming towards that site. But now, with the shock dart breaking that trademark, someone is going to have to come and check this out. Someone is going to have to get cautious. But for now, the policy isn't attack, but containment. The operator locks things down over towards A-Link. Garage is contained by the Sky. C-Link is contained by the Sova. There's no way that you can get out of B. Sure, you can have that site, but you're not getting anything more. And that's because SJSU is so comfortable playing the retake in towards B.
Yeah, they're not looking to just run their way through these chokes inside the links. They're going to corral you here on this site and make you try and push forward.
And look at that drone. It's pushing them in towards the op. They're trying to be herded in towards that position. Thus far, they haven't taken the fight, but that means they're just trapped on the site and have really lacking space for this post fight. Benji is make or break here.
Benji is make or break with the tour de force, and unfortunately it doesn't land through the 5-hole and over the shoulder, but on the site, Ali trying to hang on. Tyler, unfortunately, follows in his footsteps and going down. over to SJSU.
That round reads to me like it's SJSU ready for the tendencies of Northwood, realizing that in the mid-round that B-side is a really likely hit, and just playing containment in such a big way. They have their man advantage. They're fine to give space over towards B. They just lock down the links and can pinch for that post plant in the late round. Like we were talking about, Benji had to get it done. He missed out on 2 critical shots, and that meant there was no space to work with. There was no space given on over towards that attack, and, well, the hold on the site crumbled. Still, money is available. The spike plant in the 2 rounds in a row. 1 allows that, and Ali has the ult too. We hype this man up. Let's see if he does anything funky with it. We've seen him teleport into, like, spawn and do some crazy stuff on the Omen.
Yeah, we've seen him stick some pretty questionable ults, but it ends up working out. The enemy maybe thinking that it's just to cause some paranoia without using it.
It's questionable to us, but it's also questionable to the enemies. Like, what the heck is this guy doing? Why is he in our spawn? No way he sticks that.
Yeah, absolutely no way. He jumps backside boathouse on a scent while 3 of us are here. That's not possible, but again, Ali, the most survivingest player. Dip, unfortunately, you can't say the same. Teddy, looking to put his Ali pants on, will survive, shuffles out of the way, but they've got an idea that Teddy might still be in the area, so they send out the spam. It doesn't find anything. But Benji gets noted out towards mid.
But again, it's the same setup. Trademark over towards A. The chamber holds in towards short. That position hasn't been tested yet. Drone will come on through, but it's just broken. They're still comfortable to leave him there because he has the rendezvous and he has the Sova Nasi in position to rotate quickly. There can be a heavy force over towards C with no risk, but now the risk factor, that's in garage, and the defender has fallen on down. Think we'll trade things on out, but now the round gets awkward because C-Link has been lost. So too has the B-side fallen.
Unfortunately, it doesn't get much easier. Recon Bolt and the B site has 2 players standing atop. Fragment to buy some time to make sure that Choi Boy can't push his way through the links. Now it's Burbs gonna try and aggress on the angle. He's gonna be taken down. Ali once more in a situation to try and hang on. But the grip just too loose. And it got weird for SJSU, but now they have the lead.
I feel like I'm watching like the LS replay, man. That played out practically the same in the previous round we saw. Early aggression in the mid round, you get favorable trades. You're denied on a push over towards that C site. And then boom, over towards B, late round hit. Extremity control is held. Both A and C links still in the favor of the defense, and the retake is easy as pop.
So just like, you know, casters on the desk, we've got our crutch words. We're starting to see this kind of crutch default play, this crutch mid-round that has been read by SJSU, and this is where one of those timeouts is good, to go back and be able to rethink instead of just being caught in this chaos once more and defaulting back to B.
IGLs have tendencies, and when they're under pressure, they tend to default back to them.
Yeah.
It happens at every level, and I think it's especially prevalent when your team's a little bit less experienced, especially compared to the experience that SJSU brings to the server. Little blue on blue there as Teddy's knocked down low, but he'll still hold forward. Ali in a bit of trouble. It gets really weird, but Teddy sticks around, butting off far too much in that round. And now man advantage by 2. That is a gift over to Northwood.
Yeah, Thig just in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to help bail Teddy out. Nazi's here, though, and he's usually the one to equalize, but he only gets this one, so a 2v4 with a From the Shadows and a tour de force available to SJSU. Here in the retake, the spike planted with little resistance. He's inside the dark cover. Burbso waits, the shot doesn't land, the recon bolt goes up, and here comes the spam. But Choi Boy survives. Chris, you can't say the same. And now the operator needs to get out of dodge, but you know that they're just gonna look to run him down. And for now, Choi Boy will head out to safety, tail tucked between his legs. But here comes the hunt. It's dip out towards the spawn. This is 4,700 credits to try and rip away from the opposition. The trademark to reveal 2 players just in front, and the round is already lost. The op is just the cherry on top.
I'm actually going to disagree with the play to hunt in that one. I think that's a really big risk to be taken when your economy is so vulnerable, but it works out for them.
Yeah.
So all good. You take a risk, it works out. Maybe it's a lower EV play, but if it wins, no harm, no foul.
Yes, I love that. I love that. Just because it worked doesn't mean that it's the right play.
But it's still, like, we talked about Northwood in being one of their big things is their confidence, and I like that they're regaining some of that, and I think that they're going for the hunt, just committing, just sending it is proof of that. This is a team that feels good in those situations when the energy is with them, and they're getting that back into their systems.
Yeah, and working that in tandem, working hand in hand. That's what works for them, being able to, hey, if we're going to do it, we're doing it as a squad. And you saw it there at the end, a player behind a player in front, and well, right in front of Thig, inside the smoke again. That is something that you just have to be ready for at this point. It was out towards C long. Teddy picked up 2 inside the dark cover. Now we go back towards mid, and well, it's Teddy again there in the kill feed.
And SJSU, they're letting a little loose too. They're getting more aggressive. They're giving more like individual freedoms to, well, their individuals, and the aggression works. 3 1v1s, all 1 out. And now what do you do for Northwood? The money in reserve is still not great. You only have 2 players left alive. At this point, there's a minute on the clock. You're hard-pressed to commit to a save at this point, so goes the only option. A-side the destination, it's the right call, but look at the setup here. SJSU is purposefully conceding the space. The second that spike is tapped, they'll probably just let it go, but losing out on Nasi, that was never part of the plan.
No, that was not part of the plan. Both players have been noted, though. Teddy going to give that information over towards the team. Yeah, the flank is there. Trademark, it means nothing. And well, Tyler, the first one to go in way of the flank. Flash on out. Trailblazers there. Burbs just corralled here in the sewers. He's going to be flashed. He's forced to reload. No! The knife was coming out, but Toy Boy denies.
Dude, this guy's a thief. He's just stealing things away. That was a knife kill for sure. But not to be. SJSU, they have a little fun with it that round. Get aggressive on their own.
Yep.
Went out on some big fights. Nasi falls in a bit of an off position, but still, all good. No foul. They take it home. This momentum is big. I'm hoping for attack timeout, and there we go. We get one.
There it is. Slow it down, try and get it figured out here the way that this defense is playing. I love this play from Teddy. He goes around the world. He gets that kill out towards C long, then he immediately bounces back towards that A site just to keep the attackers guessing.
Yeah, keep them guessing. Keep that information game in towards your favor. Northwood University, though, having a discussion in this one. What is the solution? Because for SJSU, to be fair to them, they have shown a lot of different looks. They've shown this really passive setup where they just kind of have a heavy play, only one setup over towards that A site, very reliant on that chamber utility, stack a lot over towards C, deny an early hit, and then kind of rely on Northwood going back in towards that crutch of the B hit. I think their kind of initial takes, putting pressure on C, kind of getting rid of that chamber utility like they've been doing is good. They just need to show us more and show us more ideas when we get in towards those late round situations. Because in like the IGL versus IGL, where they're going in the late round off the info we have, SJSU has been winning that every day of the week.
Every single day of the week. And even if you guess wrong and saying, we think they're going to hit B or we think they're going to hit this.
I mean, the retakes are just so good, right? It's like, you just work back in. It's fine. You make the wrong call. You still have the majority of the players left alive, and you still have your double initiator to work in.
100%. And the A retake or the B retake is usually somebody inside the link just playing flexible, playing containment. We saw it there where when Big is flanking, he can go anywhere. He can look to corral back out towards mid. Eventually did end up being towards A.
And talk of new looks, SJSU have another one. This time it's heavy towards mid, trademarks on each extremity.
Ooh, but it's Ali, it's Dip. Okay, one knife needed. Teddy falls. Ali gonna find his 2 and continue to fight on forward. And although they flexed out towards mid, maybe that B site, they showed some presence. The kills inside the garage, or well, just on the outside. That one being on the inside means the C site now open in territory, basically free real estate as Nazi finds himself in a difficult one. We'll take down Dip, we'll take down Ali. One is planting, Burbs is around the corner. He almost does it, but Tyler will silence.
Oh, way too close in that regard. Nazi almost getting things done with the 1 versus 4. And well, it's close. It's still not enough. Northwood, they take their pause, they make their change, and they show something really good here. It's a new look. SJSU pull out a brand new setup, and they still adapt around it. They still shut it down. Ali holds for the aggression, gets 2, and the Blade Storm just as invaluable.
Just as invaluable. And it looked like a round before the timeout they wanted to go towards that C site, and it was answered by Dig inside the smoke. This time, they punish the aggression. They play a little bit slower. They earn the respect of SJSU, and look at this. The aggression doesn't stop. It's just not in the same spot. Out towards C long already, but quick towards A is Northwood. Teddy here trying to receive anybody who might be inside the lobby.
They just lost their trademark over towards C long. They have to be really cautious of that space now. The Dogs even going to clear deep, spot out that chamber. They're going to have to commit a lot to reclaiming areas of the map that were previously lost, and in doing so, they concede all the work that they got done over towards A. Short is back towards Teddy. He's tucked close now.
And well, you flip to the front page of the book, and maybe that trusty B site hit is on the horizon.
But they're just applying the pressure of it. They break down that trademark, kind of create that looming threat. And you see the reply is actually the same out of SJSU. They set up over towards the links, concede space on C proper. Garage has now been spotted as a weakness, but with the trademark gone, SJSU should realize that.
And finally taken down. Overdrive, but the Seeker's just out of range was Thig, so this ult will confirm where the hit is coming through as Chris stuck inside of his eyelids close the near sight for just a moment. And Thig's in a tough spot. He tossed out his ult. He confirmed the information for the squad. Now the spike plant is there. They almost line up for him, but Tyler fights back. And we go 1 for 1. So 4v4 Paranoia across the site onto logs. Their eyes are completely shut. The Paranoia goes huge, and Dip, he just can't plant his feet and fight the 1v4. And the back and forth continues.
You flip to the first page, it's that B site. The last page of the book, though, is the most reliant for SJSU, and it's just their potency in these retakes.
Yep. The potency in the retake just so strong. It all comes down to the space that they're able to garner. And the way that that space works on basically any site, you just denied A. Okay, you've got a player out towards C long that can pinch back towards C or rotate through mid to pinch him onto B, right? The way that they just close the map down, it's like there's not 3 sites at all.
Yeah, and that's the tough one to lose. It's been back and forth, but that economy taking the bigger hit for this attacking side. Northwood on an eco here, but they're going to spread wide for the moment, play a bit of a default, see if anything will be given away, see if SJSU will show another one of these aggressive rounds.
We have seen the Thrifty victory. I don't know if it quite started like this. Up in hand, and they give too much up to Choi Boy on the peak as Benji can grab whatever weapon was available there. Look to back away, maybe give that one on over towards a teammate. Tyler has a rifle in hand, and again, has been a very large tool, but so is Ali. We cannot fail to mention that Omen right on into the kill feed. They lean up towards B, but they don't have the spike. This is giving more time as they have to back away. SJSU, they're just getting set up. They're getting the read. And a fight out towards him gives it to him.
Yeah, they can just play the retake here. As long as Nasi stays alive and stays in a safe position, he has shock darts, he has a recon, he has the ult, his retake's potent, but they realize where he is. They're trying to get rid of him, but he gets 2 before falling, and now that spike 2 is on the floor, and Ali in a tough spot. He's revealed. Chris takes him on down to now just 1 man left to stand. It's Benji. The 1 versus 3, but he wants a fight early here. Considering the idea of pushing through this Omen smoke, he has an isolated duel against Chris, and the timing works in towards his favor. That Omen just on the other side, and I believe the drop down heard, but Chris is aware. Benji, no flanks today, no sneaky business. It's a 6th round for SJSU.
Yeah, so much time had passed. You had seen that Teddy, is out towards A Link saying, hey, he's not this way, guys. He has to be headed your direction. So Chris able to turn around, hit that 180, find the headshot, and close out the round. Now, at the very least, this is an even half for SJSU. If they concede the next 2 rounds, we're 6-6. And mind you, when we swapped sides last time, they were 7-5.
Yeah.
They were the ones to put 8 rounds together. So right here at 6, this is already such a huge victory.
Northwood, this would be a big round for them to pick up, though. Keep this attacking side in towards the favor. It's looking to be a faster hit here over towards the A site, and already they have space over towards long.
Everybody here for the fight. Ali gonna teleport back site. Nope. It's going to get denied. Onto the site they go as Teddy the first to fall inside the Cloudburst. Dip finds his way on the way out, but Benji, 3 huge kills on the round. They're finally answered back by Nazi, 3 of his own. And just like that, it's a 1v1, but it goes the way of Tyler.
Tyler, again, in these clutch situations, when the going gets tight, Tyler steps up. 11-7 for the Sova. And a 5th round on the board. Their money was so tight going on in, but they're rewarded. And now an opportunity even for an even half here. It started so rough for Northwood, but they've adapted. They fixed their issues, and they are looking better.
And that right there, that's the Northwood that we know. Let's see you guys stack up, piece it together 1 by 1 as a squad. I mean, piece 1 by 1, not go in 1 by 1. Obviously, that's not what's working. It's been this aggression, this full frontal from the squad. Last time they had the ultimates available for it. This time, not quite the same. And unfortunately, they've all been revealed. A beautiful recon bolt as Dip is able to dodge away. Tyler actually gets tagged up by that one in the drone. Will reveal Teddy. Tosses out the Cloudburst, dashes to safety, so we're dashless on both sides, but once more, the site should still be here on the A side, and inside the smoke, the adjustment made by Dip He doesn't put his body on the line. Instead, he sends a few rounds and gets good damage.
Now a critical mid-round decision to be made here for Northwood University. They still have their flanks locked down, or at least they can presume they do, with those trademarks in position, but they're still holding over towards long. That might just be red. San Jose State University is in position. They're suspecting this to be a re-hit on A, and they might just be right, but they've already lost a member. Nasi's down.
And no committal there.
They pause again. It's his patience. It has been so good out of them. The decision-making for Northwood University has been well improved. The Dogs shows dipping towards mid. Does that trigger reaction? Does that pull a player off this A site? If it does, it could be dire because now they sit. It is finally coming through, and Ferbs opens up a double for him and only 2 players left. San Jose State University in a very tough position here, but still doable, and no reason not to go for it. And the 2 versus 5 communication between the 2 players, the utmost importance. Let's see if we can take a listen in with them for our McDonald's mic'd up moment.
You are powerless.
Well, they lose out on that final round at the half, but still, SJSU thinking about those ideas already, focusing in towards this next round, seeing what they can get done in this pistol.
Yeah, what a half. I mean, what a series thus far. Again, just going back up to the desk, they called it perfectly, man. This is going to be a close series, the closest one we've seen yet. And although we have seen a little bit of wavering from both of these sides, I mean, it is head and shoulders above what we were seeing back in the quarterfinals, what we saw in the semifinals. Now we get to the grand finals, and it's clear that these are the 2 teams that belong here, and it's a pistol round to scoop up the lead as we should be coming out of the LLS replay. See SJSU mounting their attack, a dash up towards B. They want to split out towards A though. Ferbs immediately blindsided Toy Boy to find the next. The flash is perfect, but it catches Teddy, and Tyler's here to hang on. But the backstab's right around the corner, and instead it's Dig right in his face with the baby Vandal in way of Frenzy. I mean, what a play here in the pistol for SJSU.
It's vintage, man. How often do you see those kind of mid-B in towards A splits? It doesn't happen too often, and you saw that Northwood was completely unprepared for that play. They were trying to deal with a war on 2 fronts, and both fronts utterly crumbled under that pressure. Now it's just 2 players left alive to make an attempt at this retake. Plenty of Headhunter bullets. Benji could find some big shots, maybe a chance here, but the setup, this crossfire, is so strong for SJSU.
And the util, that's available, right? Oh, a flash comes out, a paranoid to follow. The drop from heaven, it's immediately answered, and Nazi. I mean, it's nauseating how much we've said his name today.
It really is. SJSU, though, here's the biggest challenge of them all. Win an anti-eco round.
Win an anti-eco round. That has been the biggest challenge. It feels impossible. Winning an anti-eco round, challenge, difficulty, impossible. I think we just have to give the credit where credit's due, though. The way that Northwood University have been playing those, they're playing it every single round like it matters. And obviously it does, but there are some times where you can see teams take a step back, play their 1v1s, hope they get a couple of dinks with the classic and maybe get a kill instead. They're always working on closing it out for the most part, as we've got that McDonald's mic'd up listening here with SJSU.
Yeah.
Chamber just TP?
I can drone.
That's me, that's me.
Dog short, then drone long. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, droning. Backside.
Shock. I'm still holding you just in case.
Back.
Let's spawn. No one else was sure.
Come on.
Get in good post. Get in good post.
Yeah, we haven't dropped.
They're coming out. He's out.
Dash. Fighting. Jump down.
Nice.
You can see what those moments mean to them. Finally, one of those rounds going cleanly for SJSU. And you love to see the energy. Like the Des was saying, friends before teammates. These guys are having fun with it, not letting the pressure get to them, and just hyping up their boy when he has a sick play.
Absolutely. Calling out the 4K there for Chris, but also, just like we were saying, Northwood University plays every round like it matters. Even in that anti-eco, the hype is through the roof. Obviously, maybe expecting to win that round because of just the arsenal alone going into it, but the hype is all the same. You just keep that momentum rolling forward. No reason to let off or hit the brakes, but now there's rifles in hand here for the defense, and Benji, he's got the high ground.
That he does, but this B site might soon be lost. Only one player to hold, and that Jet already dashing in deep, but it was never a commitment. It was just a bait, try and pull some rotations. The real focus is Garage and likely to end over towards his C site. Site has been lost unless they just want to assert themselves through the smoke here. Northwood considered it, but do not commit to the play. So Spike to come down, it becomes a question of the retake.
Yeah, it's just a perfect understanding there of what's going to happen on this C site. You toss out the dark cover, and you have to assume that somebody's either going to push it or get inside. So Dig uses that Trailblazer, gets it in, forces this defense back, and now it's still numbers advantage for the defense, but in the post plan here for the attack, this is where they want to be a player up close and personal, and Ollie gets taken down, but Benji back in the kill feed. Tyler gonna go fishing, but there's just nothing to catch as Nazi with the Sheriff in hand doing damage, and Chris is here on the cross, but we're back and forth for more as the Spectre shots, they just don't land. Nazi gets answered out towards long, and in the full buy round, it goes the way of Northwood University.
I mean, the coordination on that crossfire, they just swing with full trust in each other, and well, it might have been a second light. The teammate is there. They back each other up, and Northwood do hold on throughout that round. Still, it was just a bonus, and for the side of SJSU, they accomplished their goal. Deal some damage, take away 2 of those guns, force a reinvestment, and get the extra 300 creds for the whole team off that spike plant. Now they'll have a full investment on in. Their ult economy is just around the corner from this Hunter's Fury, from that ult for Chris, and everything else getting pretty close there as well. If they win here, that's a big swing to regain their momentum and keep it squarely within their court.
His tour de force. Gonna have some backup behind it. Flash out towards C. Ollie. Position noted, dark cover goes down. Paranoia, he wants to fight forward. He doesn't want a shrouded step to safety, and Dip is here to try and bail him out for 2 kills on the round. He survives, and here comes Ferbsa to set up the squad. Maybe got his Jet a bit in the flash, but he does it all himself. 2 more kills answered, and this is a full buy round from SJSU to get us tied back up. But it's Choi Boy to keep us from that here in a 1v4. He's got himself a Vandal. He's got himself full shields. And he's got to fight just around the corner. He's wary of the util that might be available. Ferbsa from downtown will close out the round. 3 kills on it, no command online for the KO. But most importantly, we're not up at 8.
Yeah, those are the rounds that Northwood needed. That was the swing for momentum, and they get it in towards their favor. Make or break for both the economies, and the better goes towards Northwood. I'm wondering now if they'll make a little bit more of aggressive play, if they'll just hold on with that operator in play. We'll actually get an opportunity to listen to another mic'd up moment here presented by McDonald's over with Northwood University.
You guys have nothing for garage. You guys have nothing for garage.
I'm walking out C.
Okay, I'll cross then, Tyler.
I'm walking out C.
Alright, heard.
Swear to God, if these casters.
They smoked for cross? And Darden, can you break?
Got Jet on the knife. Okay, I'm chilling here.
Plat. Okay. I'm holding the crack, Tyler.
Okay. Holding your garage from Plat. Oh, Sky just peeked me. They re-smoke it? I'll drone short.
Yeah,
I think they're hitting B.
Okay, I'm rotating
Sky
Tyler.
just swung.
In my trip. And B.
Landing. Melting him here. Chamber 2 out. They flash C-Link. I'm flanking.
Give me backside.
I'm
trying to clear backside.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dip. I'm flanking window.
Backside's clear.
So one more window.
Nice.
Right side garage window.
You tap.
Right side clear.
You tap.
Flank, flank.
Yeah, flank.
One bullet. Listen, I don't think we should be fighting.
No, we shouldn't.
Flanks upon flanks, but for the side of Northwood University, the realization that one was in their backline just a moment too late. Great value found in the post there for Thig.
Yeah, and I feel like that is kind of the Northwood special. We saw Ollie do it out towards mid on Breeze, where he creeps up mid doors. He's in the back lines. Dink, dink, finds a 2K in a 1v2, and this time it's SJSU to get it done in a similar fashion. And with that round loss for Northwood, the buy's not the best. We've seen damage, though, with the Guardians. We've seen damage, especially with the Marshal in the hands of Ali. So, opportunities aplenty here on this side of things. Meanwhile, SJSU, the respect at the start of this round is the 5-point stance.
Making sure nothing funny happens. There's no play aggressive for Northwood just yet. They're instead just holding, trying to see what they can get done with these Sheriffs. But Teddy has already found space over towards A long, locking down this area of the map, and with the spike postured towards that side, they're still just patient in this endeavor. Northwood University, though, they've spotted out that cloud burst. They hear that orb getting grabbed, so they're very quick to try and pull rotations, but second guessing for the moment. Only a bit of noise heard, and now that information confirmed, but they don't know the number still, as C-Site does look to be that destination for SJSU.
They are leading back that way. They're going to be met by the resistance of 2. It's Benji to take the first shot. The Headhunter doesn't quite find its mark, so will rendezvous to safety. Meanwhile, both Benji and Ali punished, but here comes Dip. 3 kills with the Guardian. He wants some more. But he'll finally be silenced. He'll finally be slowed down, and Chris was trying to sneak away with the spike, but the Guardians continue to pop off here for Northwood University. Now Teddy needs to match that same energy with 14 seconds left on the clock. A rough situation to be in, and he doesn't spot the robot atop the logs.
9-9. They fight back into things here. Northwood University winning a big round in that one, and it's just the hold out towards long. Dip doing practically it all in that round. So strong in these holds, and now he's earned himself an operator as well.
Man, I mean, that right there, again, timing, but impressive nonetheless. Nice collateral shot. And like you said, operator in hand, and if things get spicy, he's got the Blade Storm. We know economy's also been a problem, so maybe he saves it for a later round. This time, though, the deck ball strategy, it's adopted a little bit for the side of SJSU, and we'll see what adaptations they make to this strategy to call it their own. As Tyler tucks himself away, the op shot, I believe it takes down the Trailblazer. Smokes go out, dark covers aplenty, and the sight hit just around the corner. Flash out, Tyler close angle, thinks ready for it, but the blades are still here. Dips popped them in this round, but he gets silenced immediately. The blades ripped away, the robot falls as well. A paranoia across the site, but nobody there to answer for it as Ali wants to go aggressive, a 2v3, but the angles, they've got to be cleared, and they do. They stop the plant, but Dig. 3 kills on the round as Benji just around the corner, the last one standing out of range from the resurrection. And Choi Boy and Thig, they just get to hang on. It's a healthy chamber. It's a pistol in hand. Thig getting a little crazy, but now the clock, it's in favor of SJSU.
Benji has time to rotate, though. He has time to play within this one. Just isolating a duel. That's his only goal, up towards heaven. He could get a 1v1 here versus Thig. He's found it, and he knows the position of Choi Boy as well. But the jump, Pine still, it's not enough for Choi Boy to win it. Benji clutches things out, a 3K for the ban, and double digits secured for Northwood.
The fight from heaven always feels impossible, especially when you have to shoot at your feet. You jump atop the ledge, and it just works out for Benji. Where there's a will, there is a way. The same plays were being made in the quarterfinals from this chamber, or the Killjoy, whatever it may be, and he brings it out in the most important time. They reclaim the lead here on their map pick. It's double digits for Northwood.
And look at this money. It is tough for the side of SJSU. Lesser weapons across the board here. Just one Vandal to work with in the server, but still a buy that could be potent. Dip fighting forward, has the dash available, but doesn't have the chance to use it. Chris just absolutely beheads him, and now a 4v5 to play with off the rip. Northwood, though, they have a response. They're pushing the extremities quickly here. They have lots of space. The Seekers will dissuade a little bit, but if you can hold on to long, if you can stay alive for Ali, he could win this round.
Yeah, if Ali can stay alive, the most survivable member here that we've seen on the broadcast tosses out the smoke, and Ferbsa makes sure that he will stay standing as Benji pushes on for 2. The C-Site, it's been completely cleared of attackers, and guess what? They found themselves a spike.
That they did, Choi Boy. A backstab, but what does he have available? The Headhunter, all he really has available, and now no teammate even to stand by his side. The round slips away. 4 members left standing, and we called out Ali again. He stays alive in that critical position. He holds the pressure. His teammates flank in from the backside, and Ferbsa does a ton to keep that round in towards the favor of Northwood.
Yeah, and that's a situation for Ali Survival. Although he didn't take part in any 5 of those kills, he was a huge part in just getting the attention, just making sure that Teddy was trying to stay on that line. And unfortunately, nobody stopped that push back. Sight means a couple of free kills and a round scooped up. Now a 2-round lead the way of Northwood University, and they're starting to show us that proficiency. They're starting to show us that comfortability, why they took us to Haven, and quite possibly why they get us to a map 3.
SJSU, though, will take their tactical balls for the second half here and discuss the issues that have been cropping up against them. A troublesome attack thus far for this squad. But if they can win out on this round, keep that money in towards their favor. There's still plentiful time to swing this back in their favor. Still plenty of time and opportunity to make this one a 2-0.
Yeah, no better time to do it. The buy in that last round, it looked a little shaky. I'm wondering what they're bringing into this one. As we see the coaches getting involved, talking their way through it. I mean, a lot riding on the line here for this timeout on this map. In a sense, the next one. A sense nice and defaulted. It's a little bit tighter of a squeeze, and we already saw again how North would like to play that one, but we jump back into the action. It's a tour de force out towards long, holding the angle, but nothing given to him just yet. Meanwhile, nice one-way smoke. Gonna slow down this push out towards mid.
Slow things down for a moment. Drone goes through the one-way, though, and Ali actually not tagged in that one. Will pop the paranoia and wants to just assert the space in garage. He'll do so for now, but this split is still queued up. The delay potential could be great, but the dog, it stuns him up. Ali is down. Great work by Teddy opening up the site. Now it's just Dip. Left alive, the blind connects, but he's still here. Holds the line with the op, and now dashes away to safety as well. There's a teammate even in the back lines. That KO has arrived, so now supportive utility, a supportive player, but we're in this 4v4, and there's time to play with SJSU. Still have the opportunity to cancel, and for now they cut noise and hold.
And the 0 point reveals 1. That was Chris to be spotted out. As things get quiet here on Haven, but the positions they're being held, the defense, they're not giving this one up. They don't want to allow space for free, and a nice regrowth to get Chris back up to 100 HP, but the op is still on the line. Ferbza still here to help his teammate out. Oh, there's the op shot. Recon Bolt, they want to re-exec here on the C. Sight flashes out, 10 seconds on the clock. Here comes the chaos. Who's going to thrive on the inside? It's seeming like Northwood for just a moment as the op still on the angle. 8 health, you will not survive. And well, for Nazi, you just can't win the round. You couldn't plant, you couldn't fight your way out, and Dip goes huge.
And Dip is the man to steal it all, and that one, a 4K picked up across the round, making himself a hero since that operator has been purchased on in. This Jet has looked unstoppable. As we take a look back at the LLS replay, there was a moment there where SJSU was just pausing. They were trying to pull a rotation off the site, but there was information over towards, hey, those trademarks are still up there. They were never broken, so the info game was still very much in towards the favor of Northwood, so they're comfortable to hold on that C stack. And well, they're comfortable to win the round as well. 4 in a row, and just 1 away from taking us to Ascent.
Revealing area.
And from the shadows, available for the defense of Northwood University, Hunter's Fury, available on the opposite side. Well, speaking of Sova Util, we've got the Whirly Bird out towards A long. It's going to clear the close corners. Doesn't get too deep into lobby anymore. Nazi trades his out, and also a couple of members go unspotted by that one. So the information game still feels a bit dark for both of these teams, but look at this. They're all stacked up. They all have to answer to Tyler, and he only gets 1. The trade, it's immediate, but here comes the reinforcements. Hunter's Fury out across the site. The angle's being cleared out, and Nazi gets nothing with it, but he has the spike in hand as he pushes aggressively here onto the B side. He's going to look to get that one planted. It's Dip on the angle. It's Choi Boy just on the other side. It gives up way too much, and Dip will capitalize.
That was the fight that needed to be won, and now it slipped away. Now it's a pinch from 2 angles. Nasi still looking to hold down the 4th, though. Has the dark, but there's too many players to watch for, and now it's just 1 man remaining. Fig has been great in these clutches, but he's just looking the wrong direction. Somehow still alive, but not for long. Map number 2, the way of Northwood.
Map number 2, the way of Northwood. We weren't sure how they were feeling off of a close loss on Breeze, and this just answered it for us.
I mean, what? We end out streak of 5 rounds in a row for Northwood. in that late round of the second half, they find the adaptation. I think the biggest part of it, get Dip on that up, have that sustaining force. You have him constantly locking down the space towards C. You have those trademarks that were never really tested over towards, especially on that A site. So SJSU in these rounds where they were playing really slow, they just didn't leave themselves too many options in these mid-round calls, and they just kind of got caught into these situations time and again where they're just pushing that operator with no time, no second chance, and Dip just thrives in those situations.
Absolutely. As we take a look back at the LLS replays here on Haven, it was a close one. It was a back and forth until the very end, where Northwood University, they just seized control and pieced together 5 in a row to close us out. And a player that I want to mention, because we talk about the most survivable Ollie, we talked about Tyler and what Dip was getting done. And although Ferbsa wasn't incredibly quiet, he wasn't incredibly standout, he's not dropping 30 bombs.
Sure.
But every time you see Ferbsa, he's in a position to help his team. It's a flash coming through, and it's somebody else collecting those kills, playing that support role, playing that initiator role so darn well, and it doesn't necessarily mean getting the kills, and we've seen it in the series that we've got.
And I think a lot of the story of this map was the kind of difference between those secondary initiators. We had the KO versus that Sky coming on through, and I think the value that they were getting out of the KO was absolutely excellent. They were able to clean up so many different kills, they were locking things down, denying that utility, and it just worked. Still, one more map remaining in these series, one of these teams walking away your champion straight after this break.
The Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup is presented by Microsoft CW. Barbasol. Go to barbasol.com/Dominion to see all the limited edition Jurassic cans. New Street. New Street helps you navigate the collectibles markets with confidence. Visit newstreet.com to find out more. McDonald's. Download the McDonald's app for exclusive deals and easy ordering. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by the U.S. Air Force. See if you can command the stack in the U.S. Air Force's award-winning augmented reality flight experience mobile game available in the App Store. In partnership with CSMG, transforming traditional sports and esports. Esports U, the flagship of Collegiate Esports. Skillshot Media, the official broadcasting partner of the CECC. Atlanta Esports Alliance, location host of the CECC 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. Esports Foundry, official tournament operator for the CECC. Welcome back to CECC. We've got some great matches going on. We are tied up 1-1 in the Valorant Grand Final. And Blue, you've got some stuff to show us after that match. What is it?
Yeah, there was some really good stuff that happened in that match. I mean, if I could, I would just package it all, but that would just be replaying a very long game that went back and forth between the two teams. It got out of hand there towards the end for the side of San Jose. I mean, SJSU, they kind of fell apart, which is what we've been saying Northwood has been doing. But Northwood's been stepping up. And right here, this entire round 5, this was something of beauty for the side of Northwood, because I was looking at SJSU. If you look at that mini-map, you see they've got Jet in the middle, kind of playing that IGL intel. She's not really an intel agent, but she can provide it with her eyes. And she's in there flexing in between. You got 2 people on that C site, you got 2 people on the B site, and they're kind of sandwiching those opponents. And like we said earlier, Northwood kind of sticking together. They don't really play the lanes and those crossfires, and if they get caught in a trap, and they kind of just won the round because they got very aggressive a little too early from the side of SJSU. I think if they would have played a little bit more defensively and a little bit more patiently, maybe gathered a little bit more intel and waited, because if they waste another 20 seconds on the clock here, out of that 40 that was remaining, they can kind of just collapse like a Venus flytrap and just engulf Northwood. But instead, they gave up their positions a little too soon, especially in the window.
Yeah, that's something that I think was actually super interesting. And one of the things it is that I wanted to mention, at first I was like, the drafts themselves, I don't really see too much of a difference. It's right, maybe there's like a 1 character difference at the most, right? Instead of, you know, like the Sky, you're running a KO. But things got put into perspective for me, like watching that replay again. Because the more it is I watch that, and this is like what I love about video games in general, especially competitive games, because this is why they're sick, right? Sometimes those minute differences can make all the difference. And I just realized that if they didn't have KO there, they wouldn't have won that round, especially in Garage. Because KO gave them the information to understand, hey, we need to at least watch the window. If she's in the back, you know, we might as well clear close, and that way we have a better chance of knowing what's going on. If they didn't clear that, that angle that Jet is holding is actually a one-way. She'll see the tops of their heads. They have no idea she's in that corner. So that actually plays a huge role into how they actually came into Garage and overtook Seaside from there.
Yeah, even though it was actually San Jose who took that round due to the staggered positioning, like they played it really, really well with, you know, making sure they pushed from both sides and all that kind of stuff. It was actually the team play that we were trying to find out from the first map. Why weren't we seeing this from Northwood? Why are we not seeing you guys go together and win those challenges and take those trades? We were finally starting to see that foundational play, and then you do get it. You even heard, you know, the casting team. They're talking about like, yo, Fripsa, although not doing the greatest with, you know, popping a 30K, is still providing a ton of information, being in the right position to provide that info, and then you still have Tyler and Dip getting it done. So it is good to see Northwood bounce back in the position and the way that they did it, and a lot of it foundationally was very much so prevalent in those early rounds, and for a team that ramps up, Northwood's starting to do that. It's starting to go back in their favor.
Well, as far as your predictions go, I'm sure you're hoping that's the case. But lucky for us, it all comes down to this. This will be the final match. After this, we will know who is our champion here at CECC. And let's go to the casters to get this match started right now.
Well, I think we saw a very easy world where that could have been a 2-0, where we could have seen that just pivot the direction of SJSU, but a squad that we've critiqued a little bit for their adaptation in towards the latter stages of these games. They step up, they fix their issues, and they take home map number 2. Now Ascent, our final grounds.
Ascent, our final grounds, and coming into this one, we already got a look here on the broadcast as to how Northwood likes to play this one. It's fast, it's aggressive, it's together. They're going to take this space. But again, it's hard to say because they were playing against a TAMU squad that was okay and just relinquishing that space, giving that one up, and not really having an answer to that quick hit into B with the paranoia, right? Wanting to play aggressive, TAMU, the rounds that they wanted to take B main, they're just immediately just bowled over. There's really nothing they can do. We do know, though, however, that it's not going to be as one-sided in way of these retakes, right? SJSU, we just saw them in 2 maps. They like to play around the map. They're going to play that style where it feels suffocating once you get that spike planted and you're completely trapped on the site.
Yeah, this could very much be the direction of either team. I think for SJSU, again, we've talked about this a little bit before, but they've very much been in this position. They've been in these moments where series are slipping away from them. They've been here. They've been on the stages like this before, and they have a lot to prove in towards this match, especially with their opponent just forcing that respect out towards Haven. I think that the turnaround away of the defense for Northwood has been a really big success point for them, and just their willingness to get aggressive, but never really overdoing it. Like the rounds that Dip was pushing down, I don't think we ever really saw a moment where SJSU was punishing that, because the majority of the time it was rather passive, just holding back, set up with that operator, comfortable in what the chamber utility and what kind of that the Sova darts and the Sova drone for the reclear was providing. So they never had to be as proactive as we knew them previously to be. They're showing us different looks. It's a good sign.
It's a great sign, and I love the way that once we finally started getting comfortable on the side of Northwood, the way that they were playing the map on the defensive side of things, they're working together. There's always multiple people in that area looking to play the trade. It's also what we were seeing on attack when Benji was pushing forward with the operator, the tour de force, whatever it may be. So they're not just taking these individual 1v1s. They're not taking these individual dry peaks, whatever it may be, and giving up too much over towards SJSU. And this is a team. You give them an inch, they will take a mile, and they were just starved of that inch come the latter half of that game on Haven.
Yeah, now I want to start to kind of ask a question around agents, like, because thus far I think the biggest identity for Northwood as a team is the way that they've been playing KO. Practically every map that we've seen, I believe actually every map we've seen, it has been Furbsa committed on into that role, whereas, for Northwood. On the other side for SJSU, they've been a lot more variable. They're still running the double initiator, as the majority of teams in Valorant do, but they're kind of rotating around. I believe they're a team that can be comfortable to maybe implement the KO from time to time, but they'll also play that Sky. I'm wondering where they'll head for Ascent, because Sky oftentimes less common pick here.
Yeah, definitely a less common pick. And the KO, depending on how this goes, again, I'm looking at Choiboy, right? Is he still going to be rocking that chamber, or is he going to be taking a step back as well as a Sentinel, just like Benji does, and playing that Killjoy? This is a map where we do see different ideologies. We'll get teams that play the Astra here. We'll get teams that do force the chamber. You can still get that same value, and if you've got an aggressive chamber player, well, they're still allowed to do it here on Haven, or excuse me, Ascent.
I think Ascent is a map that really shows team identity in two ways. In terms of what you pick in as your secondary initiator, if you can commit to that. If you're a KO team, if you're one of the Odd Sky teams, or if you are one that's kind of newly implementing that breach. Also in way of your controller pick, because I think all three of the primary controllers are equally as effective on this map. Astra may be a little tougher to find value out of, but if that's the way you like to play, if your setups are reliant on the Gravel, you can make it work. However, I think both these teams probably will just stick on toward the Omen that we've known them to play, and they're solid at. It's clear that's a comfortable role for Chris, and on the other side, it's been a really strong role for Ali to slot into.
Okay, take a look at this. Our initiator flex role question, it's been answered. We get the Sage coming through for Thig. It's not the double initiator here on the side of SJSU. Meanwhile, things looking fine and dandy, normal. I think Dip locks in the Jet. There is a world where the Raze can work. It is just going to be a Jet at the end of the day. Now, this would be a big question mark. Okay, Benji does just lock in that Killjoy.
Yeah, and I think pulling out the Sage on this map is a really fun idea. It's kind of an identity that I think, like VCT Stage 1, Knights were one of the teams that was really kind of forcing that into the meta and making an impressive run, like almost like 23 maps straight that team was able to win. And it's obviously trickled down towards this collegiate level. You can get a lot of value out of the boosts on that attacking side. It kind of helps to zone off space in the late round for that defense. Really, my eyes on this map are on Thig. It's also a role that you can pick up the Operator if you want to. Sage, I think, gives a lot of different options to the individual, and someone who is as flexible as Thig can thrive in that position.
Yeah, 100%, but this is it. It comes down to this. You see the good lucks in the chat. Maybe you don't, and maybe it's just us, but either way, at the end of the day, one map separates us from crowning someone. The Collegiate Kings. Is it going to be SJSU? Is it going to be Northwood University? Well, we get to find out here on Ascent. And once more, on the attacking side, it's the aggressive Northwood University.
That it is, and they're set up early over towards the A site. Choiboy in a position to receive. It is interesting to note that both teams do commit to the Killjoy. We've seen her start to fall more and more out of prevalence as Breach has found his way in towards the meta, but not many of these collegiate teams rocking with that Breach, so that Killjoy is still getting quite a bit of value. It's going to be a split here quick towards A. There's a microwave setup, but no one to follow it up. So it looks like, for the side of SJSU, they might just look to concede. Choiboy, though, he could be in trouble. He's still stuck down towards Hell. There's players swinging to support him, but it's 1-for-1. Now they'll back away, comfortable in playing this retake for SJSU.
Yeah, look at the damage dealt, though. Such a tough spot. It does seem like Teddy's going to be the one that receives the healing orb, but Chris, he's a little worse for wear. He's a jumping right-click away from falling maybe earlier than he would hope for, and Tyler just tucking himself away. He's ready for that recon bolt that will reveal the players on the site. We'll see if that's the spot for it, and it's the exact spot. No pings to come through. A crossfire just underneath, but a beautiful paranoia. Dip just trying to hide Tyler to follow inside the Cloudburst. As that one dissipates, the attack starts to fall apart as Verbsa finally answered as the last one standing, and SJSU gets started early.
I think that the just reaction to immediately Cloudburst there is at its core a good idea, but based off the pace of that retake and how split up it was, it isolated those players over towards Hell. There was one man who was completely trapped. It was a 1v1 versus Nasi. He doesn't win that out, and in a way, Segment's not favoring that attacking team trying to hold down the spike, but favoring the retakers in a way. When things are that fast, when things are that coordinated, one little piece of utility going one way or another can change the tide. But SJSU, they're continuing to prove their strength in these pistol rounds. Let's see again if they can convert off it. We've seen that to be troublesome.
Yeah, and this time there's a bit more invested into it with that spike being planted. You see the frenzy, you see a couple of sheriffs, a few sheriffs I should say, because it is 3 sheriffs. Choiboy, however, he's elected to take a different position of authority. He wants to be the judge here in this round.
Yeah, and here's the value. You see how that's Sage intentionally leaving a little bit of a gap. They can hold that down. Hope that an unsuspecting head will pop on through. But thus far, that space is being respected. Just the classics looking to chip away and eventually reclaim space over towards B main. As that is where the spike will lean for the moment. As Dip is working his way up slow here. Sheriff in hand. Nasi will take contact, try and bait in for that Sage.
Shots through the wall. They land for damage. Ali unfortunately going to fall down to the judge. Dip just gets forced forward. He was trying to escape that recon. Bolt didn't want to get revealed, and unfortunately he's punished for his life, but through the wall, okay, it's the perfect timing for Ferbs, and now it's the baby. Oh no, it's not. It's not the baby Vandal, it's just the massacre on the B site.
Yeah, Thig will fall in that one, but oh well, all good. 4 weapons go in, 4 weapons come out. It was, I believe, just the Sheriff invested at the beginning for Teddy, and now his whole goal with that, get the Operator. He'll find it online in round number 3. You're always taking an inherent risk in investing in that big weapon early on, but if he gets a kill or 2 here, stays alive, sets his teammates up for success, then, well, that could very well be rewarded.
And shout out to that LLS replay, showing that sick shot from Ferbs, just pinging the head of Thig through the wall with the Sheriff. The penetration good enough to play that counter through that B main wall out towards the site. And well, now it's more than Sheriffs. Zali gonna step up, tap onto the spike. Choi Boy, he's hanging onto that tried and true turret here for information. He can play off of this one, look to play the swing, and Ali baits him into it.
That's great. Activates the turret, but the trap fails wholly. So now it's a 5 versus 3, and the information very much lacking for SJSU. The Killjoy utility offline. Nasi has no idea what's holding on the other side towards the tree room. He just elects to swing on through, and he gets nothing as a result. Chris is still on this side. It's a Bulldog in hand. 1 frag, that's good. He needs more, though, and the dink will not be enough. Thig, that Operator, I don't believe ever even got a shot off. There was a player push forward towards B main, so it's possible that that was spotted while we were watching the action over towards A, but I don't think a hunt is coming, at least not yet.
Yeah, we know that Northwood can be good for it. Can look to go for that hunt to try and strip that weapon away. It would definitely hurt a little bit, although this was just that bonus round for SJSU. It will be conceded over, and this time conceded over in a more convincing fashion. We've seen it again throughout the weekend for Northwood. They win this bonus round, their first real buy round in round 3, but they do it with 1 person alive. They reinvest into that round following, and the reinvestment, it's just so poor compared to what we should be seeing out of SJSU coming into this next round. So the spike will blow, the round will go the way of Northwood University, but the op was saved, and we'll see what else they've got in store here in way of a buy.
They should be able to muster a full investment around that, give the op back to Teddy, and everyone else can get a gun. Maybe Bar Thig, who fell on his sword, brought the weapon in towards the next round, but sacrifices onto the Spectre as a result. Where's Teddy going to go with this one? Because getting those aggressive angles, especially with the new jet nerfs coming on through when you're playing against a KO, can be really difficult. What are those knives? And when you've already used the charge on your dash, you can't get any value out of it, and you get stuck in towards these tough positions. We've seen this execute a lot over towards B main, but this time it's shut down. No one's playing close. No one receives the paranoia, and Choi Boy gets his own. His hops are great too. The movement to stay out of that Hunter's Fury, to stay out of trouble, and to stay alive on this site. Not for long though. Hallie on the trade back, and now Nazi alone in the backlines.
Yeah, from Choi Boy to Choi Bunny. Unfortunately, moments later, it became Wabbit season, and he gets taken down. But a 4v4, as they still want to fight for this site. They haven't seen the Odin just yet. Now Nazi gonna let it ring true as Ali, a 1v3, a tough spot, blinded up, taken down through the box, and SJSU slap another in the win column.
Great hold there by Nasi, but early on it was just Choi Boy creating that space. This is what we saw throughout that TAMU series. TAMU never really found an answer for that paranoia KO knife combination play. Immediately it's answered here. SJSU don't even fall for the play once.
And that's the respect that you have to give. It's the wherewithal to understand that not only are you in a bad position playing up close because of that paranoia, you also have to be wary of this KO.
Yeah.
One of Choi Boy's jobs, outside of everything else that he has to do in this game, is do not get hit by that 0 point, and if you can, be outside the range of that null command as it's getting popped.
Really early investment of both that knife and the dart to take space here over towards mid. Looks like they might want to set up for a push in towards mid here, or excuse me, a split in towards B, as space will be garnered over towards B main and top mid taken too. Getting rid of that alarm bot is always a big box to check for these attacking sided defaults, but with just the lesser weapons still, they're hoping they can get a kill before committing wholly intended play.
And you saw it there, Ferbsa close to that null command, only 1 pip away, so even in loss this round, small victories will be had on the side of Northwood University. And And we'll see if Thig, he's pretty close to that resurrection as well. We'll see if he can get that one online. Slow orb to follow. It'll stop the push for now, and the knife will reveal. So good timing to get that slow out before the silence comes through.
Double setup over towards the tree room here. Sage will take contact. Chris can swing off of that dart. Not to come, instead it's just a drawn forward, but that wall is still up. Never broken, and was able to fully reinforce its way on through. Eventually the paranoia comes, but still, time has been bought here. Dark cover comes on through, so that A hit never fully comes. Instead, it's a double back over towards this B site, but it's well timed. Rotates actually pulling away. The space might fully be conceded.
The footsteps away were sold as footsteps deeper into the A site. That's what it seems like it was. That spike can't make its way on just yet. Choi Boy gonna find Ferbsa running out of time, but Benji will get it planted firmly here in that default area as Tyler grabs one with the classic name a better duo. Well then, maybe Killjoy and our turret. That is a pretty darn good duo here. Unfortunately, Benji worse for wear. Low HP, Dip also receiving that same fate. Nice body shot though. Chip damage is there. Paranoia, recon bolt to reveal. Can't be wallbanged just yet. He fights out on his shield. Benji goes, but with 3 players to worry about and way too many angles, it's Chris to close it out. It was a scary round for a moment. The buy from Northwood University, it wasn't the best, and they did some decent damage.
4-1 now for San Jose. They are looking indomitable early on this defensive side, and their alt economy is bountiful. 2 of the biggest ones available there in way of the lockdown and that Hunter's Fury. With guns up and 2 big ults of their own, I'm wondering if Northwood will just look to take this one quicker in way of an execute. They have that no command, which could completely shut down that Hunter's Fury, which means, hey, that lockdown can come off no harm, no foul. Well, still, you're always at the risk there of just being abused by the retake, because there's a counter null command as well, or excuse me, there's a counter in way of the lockdown that you can just work straight back in with. These rounds where it's heavy on the ults always get a little bit interesting in way of that meta game, almost becoming a MOBA in a way there. So they'll start things off with just this default. Again, re-clearing space in through mid, trying to feel out where that operator is hiding.
And Dig on the same angle that we've seen the Sage play previously. Wants to make sure that he can always get this information inside A main, and he does so. Spotting out 2 players, one the Sova through the drone, the other the Omen just on the other side. Now has to be wary. Okay, across the map we go with the ultimate. Nazi finds the tag. Can he get the frag? No, he can't. It's Ferbsa to just escape and stay alive as Ali pushes his way up. He's able to clear out Wine, but again, stalled out for just a moment. This is his own dark cover that he's got to push through.
Look how close the Silva is. The Silva's just playing in towards the tree room. If null command comes on through here, or excuse me, there's not even going to be an opportunity to reply with shock darts. That Hunter's Fury also was already used, so it just has to be the counter lockdown coming through instead. Does this call for the cancel, or do they still commit in towards A? If they cancel, they're taking a risk because the flank is already coming on through. They look to commit, but Tide is working against them. That defender lockdown, they have to push it, they have to fight for it. But it's just a meat grinder. Nazi was ready, he holds the crossing, well, Dip gets one. That's all there will be for Northwood University. They take the risk, but get nothing for it.
I mean, they just jumped into it, like you said, the meat grinder, just a slaughter. Nazi had one of the largest jobs to get done coming into that round. We painted the picture of, hey, lockdown's available. You need to be able to ult that and not get hit by that no command. He pops it early, doesn't get too far ahead of himself. I like to see the aggression, and then he makes up for it, saying, hey guys, I don't have this ult available for you guys, but what I do have, it's this trusty bad boy, and he reaches into his pocket that is one of those never-ending bags from any RPG game ever, and he pulls out an Odin, and he does Sova things with the Odin.
Silva things indeed. I think they started really strong with that round. They had the right idea as well. It was kind of predicated upon baiting out that Silva ult and then just using their lockdown for an execute immediately. But the heads-up play to just see that lockdown and for SJSU go straight back in with one of their own, it's perfect. They shut it down. They forced the fight on their terms.
And what I was talking to some of the players with UCF, and they were talking about an extra minor change to the Sova, where although that drone is only getting 2 tags, when that first tag goes through, there's a bit more delay to get that Hunter's Fury out. So it's very hard to hit that. Oh, that's why we see only that first tag coming on through. So, I mean, again, shout outs to Nazi for obviously just trying to be aggressive with that one, catch somebody off guard. It didn't quite work the way that they were hoping, but it did the damage. They ended up capitalizing on the round. in way of Nazi doing Nazi things. And this one, it should be another one basically for free, barring anything crazy from Northwood.
Yeah, pause through, but it is still just the eco in this round. We'll try and get something done. Sheriffs, a Marshall, few odd bits and bats to find some damage, but thus far the only man picking up damage is Teddy. He wants more out towards mid as well, just trying to peek his way through, but doesn't find anything else, but nor does he overcommit and fall with that operator. Mid control, however, has been lost, and now someone from SJSU will have to be dispatched in alley. What a shot, I believe, just from thin air there. Teddy is plucked down, but Big has the resurrection. All good.
Your duty is not over.
Maybe a small angle that could have been wall banged, but that doesn't come to fruition. Now you see him trying to send the wall bang back in response with that operator. Nano Swarm Fragment, both used to clear tree here, and Toy Boy forced to back away. The alarm bot taken down, but it's the Nano Swarms to start to cook the players of Northwood. They push onto the site. They're awarded the plant. And out towards mid, Nazi gonna be met by Ollie. The crunch, it's not allowed this time around, and now it's SJSU in a tight crunch here, but Burbsa, the last one standing on the site, will eventually be met by Chris, and it's a 6th for SJSU.
They take some damage, it gets darn close, but still, SJSU coming out on top of these rounds. They realized the risk that was being taken over towards mid and trying to recommit to clear that space, so they just give it on away. Instead, just like to play retake practically everywhere, giving a lot of respect over to those lesser weapons, which is well deserved, but in this game, Northwood still struggling. This round could be massive if they can swing it back towards their favor. A salvageable half, and they have the resources to make it work. An attack side operator for Dip, a player that was so impactful in the first 2 maps, and still that null command available.
And again, you can just see the homework done here by SJSU, because it is not uncommon to see players get aggressive into B main and fight for this area, but understanding that there's always a chance for that Omen flash and dash play, they just concede that space. They're welcoming you into that B site, and they're gonna use what the Killjoy and Sova do best. They're gonna use that utility to slow you down, try and stall. Speaking of utility, Ali up atop the wall, he'll concede his position and back away, understanding that maybe he's getting a little too crazy.
Yeah, that one feels quite crazy to commit to. There could have been an operator just holding in towards that angle. Big risk, but nothing really comes of it, and sometimes you gotta make those plays. You gotta let your confidence flow. The Odin letting the sea of bullets flow in towards main, but neither side really receiving significant damage, as it is still just this default for the attack of Northwood, trying to feel out, trying to see if SJSU will give anything away, but they have been stoic. They're not giving opportunities, they're just taking them. Ali is down, that's your smoke's gone. 40 seconds left on the clock, and nothing really gained here for Northwood. It looks like they want to set up in the late round over towards an A hit, but there's 3 players anchored. That Killjoy utility in mid was never dealt with. So there's still an alarm bot that can be trusted in that space, which means all these players will be sticking around. And it means that there's still slow orbs, there's still utility to delay. They are trapped into this play A main.
And no command to try and get things started. It's all up to the weaponry, all up to the rifles, and Teddy gets us started with 2 huge kills. Dip has to answer to Thig, and he falls as Tyler battles back for 2. A resurrection just around the corner, but it's in such a bad spot. A Vandal retrieved. 30 HP, the spike in hand with just no time. He walks away, he'll hang on to the weapon, but the round conceded, and it's now 5 in a row for SJSU.
And that pause was already used. It's not an option. They have no second chance to slow things down, at least until we hit the second half of play here. Really tough situation. It was super slow to start there for Northwood, but as you see here in the LLS replay, it was just Teddy. Perfect position. He holds the tight corner that they thought they had already cleared, because earlier on they had dispelled that space, but it's just a repush back in, reestablish on that line for the Jet of Teddy, and punished with a 3K.
More information garnered from the 0 point. They haven't quite been able to exploit the defense here inside the tree room. It's a fragment in the close corner. It's a pistol in the hand, and the Vandal wins that fight 9 times out of 10. And unfortunately, this was not one of those ones, but for Ali, there's the one time that you need a win, and Tyler's got himself the hero rifle. Now the defense has been cut in half, and well, the other 50%, they've been revealed. Joy Boy Gonna give up the positioning. We'll pop one of the swarms. Look to back away and hang on to this B site. It's an awkward buy. It's not a great one for Northwood, but they're a player ahead.
This Jedic's coming back to try and cut rotations in through mid, but I don't think anyone's going to risk fording that river. Instead, they'll look just to head over towards this A site. And the rotation is well timed. This operator could be on the scene. There is smokes available. It looks like the hit will beat out the angle for the Jet. Hunter's Fury committed, but Teddy, he just wants to fight. Bladestorm in hand, gets one. He's committed deep in through that Hunter's Fury. The trades are there, though, and now Chris has made a play forward, can even commit back, keep himself alive. Paranoia is up. It's a 2 versus 2, and now time plays in the favor of the defense. Chris just holds the line, and Chris claims all 3. 8-1, SJSU are unstoppable.
Unstoppable, 6 now in a row, only losing the bonus and making sure that when they're winning out on these rounds, they're doing it in style, they're doing it confidently. The credit's never an issue, and the worst part about that last 2-piece that was picked up by Chris is Tyler was the player with his back turn. He had the hero rifle. You swap those roles and maybe that round goes different, but that's in a different universe, and unfortunately I'm not Doctor Strange. I can't take you guys there. I can't look into those universes, but what I do know is we get back to it for Northwood. Drone out towards main. Rifles in hand, and the aggression was spotted, but Teddy was hoping there was a bit more behind the drone. Nothing to be had, so it's just the position noted of the operator.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like Teddy cares about that one. Just reestablishes on that line, drone comes back through, and on the other side, Joy Boy isolates a kill, takes it down. It's a similar contact play that he's done before, and now Joy Boy is grabbing more. 3K picked on up. There's no answer whatsoever. Northwood is still locked out of this one. Joy Boy is still looking to fight. Benji is smoked off. Eventually, the Killjoy dies, but it just feels too little, too late. Only a minute left on the clock, and only one man to stand for Northwood.
Yeah, it's Benji. Needs 4 on it, has the lockdown. Some util coming back to him now. Will have that turret available, but look at the angles held. He's triangulated here on the A side. He'll take the first. It's Thig to fall. Now Chris, maybe next up to the plate, unless it's going to be Teddy to try and take a swing, but nope. Chris will find another 4 kills in the last 2 rounds, and this is the SJSU, that if you give an inch, they take a mile.
I mean, they're laughing. They're having fun. Like, SJSU at this point, the confidence is at an all-time high. They're chilling out.
Yeah.
They're feeling good in this game. They are feeling confident. And confidence is so incredibly tough to break, especially when you're already at a deficit in the way of the bye, when you're starting from a disadvantage. Teddy, since buying this operator, he's like barely died. This guy has just kept a presence up with that op, and even when he does fall, the rest of the team is so strong to hold that line. Owen v. Odin, they're trying to take down Nazi, and well, damage is dealt. That'll be unconfirmed, and Nazi is still around. Did Ali catch that dart? Looked like he might have for a moment, but it's broken, so no ping, no harm.
A little bit of harm out towards mid. Teddy gonna be traded out here, so that's the op down. It's market control now conceded over to Northwood, but Nazi and the Odin, there's just nothing better as Ollie looks to push his way on through. Now Nazi in a tough spot, a player in front, 2 players behind. And it's the Odin, or the Ares, the baby brother of the Odin, that'll eventually find the kill there as Chris goes on the hunt. The lockdown expended in this round, and Tyler wanted to go aggressive. He wanted to try and take down that bit of utility, and he's punished for it as Ollie holds it down back sight, and they walk right into the crosshair.
Someone needed to step up. Someone needed to go big, and Ollie, he puts the onus on himself. He gets it done. A second round finally. But is it too late?
Hey, is it too late? Yesterday we saw a little bit of that 9-3 curse, the fabled, but it was Northwood, the team that was ahead at 9, who almost let it slip away. And for their sake, it looks like they can muster up a buy. It's not great. It's a yard sale buy. It's sticks and stones. They got some slingshots, some light shields. No, the weaponry is great. The light shields and the utility might be a little less. I love this, though. I wanted to see this, but like you said in the last round, is it a moment too late? Just because you can't flash and dash does not mean to stop taking this B site and to stop doing it quickly. They have tools to clear off the angles. They take that B main space, and they buy a rotation doing it.
But still, there's 2 players here over towards A, and SJSU have already shown to us that they're very competent in these retakes. It will come down to that. As the Omen teleports on over, Spike should soon be planted, but the realization has been made here. Now the question is, does Northwood take a fight? They still have a player positioned out towards mid. The Sova could find a relurk in the late round, but already that space is being picked back on up. And SGSU, they have a Paranoia, they have a Sova Dart around the corner, they have tools for this retake, but they've just lost a big one with Nasi falling in mid.
And Odyssey going down doesn't feel great. The resurrection, though, will bring him back. Shieldless, armorless will be the Sova. He's going to queue himself up a Hunter Fury. Want to clear things out, but you needed to find Ali because he's the problem for the squad. As Ali takes control of the last 2 rounds of the half, and he'll find it 9-3. It's SJSU on top, but momentum the way of Northwood as we swap sides.
Now this comes down to the pistol round. If NU can win out the pistol, they can turn this ship back into their favor. They can very much still do this. They proved to us yesterday through the defensive side is where they feel comfortable. It is where they feel their best. They are now on their stronger side. They've gotten a breath of fresh air with winning those final 2 rounds, and the momentum behind them. This is very much possible.
Very much possible, but like you said, it all comes down to a very important round. This pistol that we're in, they're going to be mounting themselves. Their defense, we see Benji getting set up as we close out the LLS replays. I mean, again, you give them an inch, they just take a mile. You can't give them these individual plays, you can't give them individual fights. If you do, it takes heroism. It takes so much of that, and fortunately they've got that in way of Ali. The knockout for the last 2 rounds, and he goes right back to it. A couple of jabs out towards Teddy, and it's a Jet already fallen.
Yes, but the A side 2 has been lost. The space gain and the value in that Sage to hold down space. However, no one ever cleared hell. No one ever checked on Benji. This man is stuck around, and he's now finding value. Nasi on the trade back, and still that Killjoy in hell is an issue. Will be contended with, but not before he gets another. The jumping classic. All it takes to close. That's the pistol round. That's the one they needed. Northwestern. They're breathing. They're alive. They've been resuscitated in this one.
They have been resuscitated. What I would love to see, and we might get to see it now that we're on the defense, is Dip might need a little mouth-to-mouth. He needs some resuscitation. He's been having a slow game, but what's missing? The operator. That is where he really started to shine. And the shorty. He had that shorty in his back pocket as well. And coming into this round, he hangs on to that Sheriff, understands, hey, I start to bolster these credits. I can get that off early in this half.
Yeah, but look, a Force Spy's coming through. Spike Plan came on down, that extra 300 credits. They're taking the risk in this one. SJSU, they could completely deny any momentum if they win this round, but if they lose this, if Northwood is able to swing that economy and that momentum back towards their favor, that gives them a massive opportunity to close this gap. This is a huge risk being taken by SJSU.
Ali into Wine, expecting something out this way. The microwave set up as well. And Space being taken on the opposite side of the map. Look at that, having that shroud step, the safety, and Ollie plants his feet and takes down 2. The 2-piece and the biscuit, he wants more, but he finally is answered back. Nazi and Toy Boy find themselves in the kill feed.
And now this spike is coming down. There's utility to work within the post as well. That Killjoy's still alive. Shock darts for Nazi. The HP is low, at least on towards one of these players. It'll come down to the retake.
Comes down to the retake. 2 through tree, 1 up in heaven. Is the dash available? Choi Boy goes just a bit early, trying to catch him off guard. Now Chris has to hold on, but the 2 from tree, they grow just a bit too large. And slowly but surely, 1 round at a time. That's how Northwood University is working it.
That's such a risky call to make. 9-4, 5 rounds in your favor, and you risk it all on a Force Spy. I mean, the economy is going to be in such a bad spot now for the side of SJSU, but damage was dealt on both sides, so they want to play the Force Spy wars? Not quite. They'll save on through, and their opponent will reinvest on in. It always gets weird with the Force Spies on Force Spies, but SJSU do cut their losses.
Sheriffs, marshals, getting whole police force into this one for the attacking side of SJSU. And we've seen these weapons do damage. We've also seen this do damage towards mid. Alarmbot taken down, Nanoswarm not quite activated. And Ferbza expecting some aggression here. And once more, it's not Ferbza making these individual plays, killing 5 players. He flashes for himself and a teammate, finds good damage, backs away.
And again, it's another one of those plays. Contact off the turret, value found off of it. And now to further that zoning, the knife comes on through for the KO. They realize no one's gonna be main, but that will not be true for long. All 5 members of SJSU re-walking in this space. Now the execute force coming, but 2 players close together on this site.
Yeah, the Sheriff, not enough there for Teddy. Ferbza still holding it down. Benji now stuck in the mud here, backside, but he just sprays his way on out, and, well, things inside the smoke. He creeps onto the other side, and Tyler take him down. The punishment there from Northwood. As SJSU, they force up, they come back into this round with sticks and stones once more. And now 9-6, our scoreline. As we go into it, a full buy for SJSU, but Dip has got something special for him.
The operator available, Dip. Like you said, it's been a very slow start for him, but the team, they've put him in the backpack thus far, and it's been fine. They've held on, and now he's gotten to the point where he can thrive. He's proven to us already that his defense on ascent is his strongest side, and the operator in hand as well could get a lot of value. In this round, though, no one really testing him, just the one lurker over towards B. The brunt of the force here, just clearing space in a main. SJSU, though, they're just hoping to trigger a reaction, and the reaction, it would likely be Dip sneaking forward with the op. Joy Boy is holding the angle, though. It becomes a game of patience. Who waits longer? And Dip will win that war.
Well, Ferbza wants to go aggressive, but the high ground, Teddy sprays them both down, a huge punish, but Ollie's here. Ollie's alive, he's usually good for 2. He's got his 1, he wants another, but Thing will finally end this reign of terror and grab 2 of his own as Dip's on the opposite side of the map.
This.
Operator in hand, 600 credits, absolutely have to save this.
Yeah, round's over. That'll be the 10th round, SJSU. They took their risk, but they're done with the tomfoolery. The buy came on through. They're done messing around. Good execute over towards A. They punished the aggressive position in a main. They shut down that play. The flash just missing. And the player from the high ground getting value. Good attempt from Ali to at least try to hold on, but
yeah,
there's never really going to be enough there. He might even die here. I mean, they're really hounding him down.
Yeah, only one person on this side, and that person stayed alive. They've still got time. That spike yet to blow, and you still get 6 seconds after that slow orb there. Op shots out inside the Cloudburst. Here comes the shorty, and Thig will hunt him down and rip away the operator. The 10th round was always going to happen, but again, the cherry on top, a crushing blow to the economy.
And if you're Dip there, you're having your worst map of the tournament. You buy the weapon that you know you can change the tide, that you know you can get back into things with, and you don't even get to use it whatsoever. He gets nothing done, and then he just gets hunted. That is a heartbreaker for Dip.
That it is. And with this, a buy here for Northwood. Mustering up all they can. Lockdown available to try and slow things down for the Killjoy from the shadows for information. We'll see how Ollie decides to use that one. And with that orb scooped up, it means not only the Resurrection, but the Hunter's Fury also online for SJSU. And although it's not great to use that drone ult combo, a lot of the teams nowadays are using that Hunter's Fury as that sight-hitting tool.
That's true. It's a stronger setup over towards A here. 3 strong for the defense, but don't get me wrong, the setup towards B is potent as well. Contact play in mid, that alarm bot goes off. Flash forward, the KO can get value. Benji Willie's isolated. He has util to play off of, ready for the dart to hit towards that tree, but the drone is coming through. Ooh, Benji might just be in trouble. He needs to get a lockdown here in the back lines.
Yeah, he does, but that right there, that 0 point reveals everybody, and it's gonna slow things down. Smokes were out, so they could have still looked to hit that one, but with no abilities, it gets rough.
And that's the Omen TP, right? That's the A player leaving, but look at where Dip is. This is Dip's chance. This is his opportunity. The dart misses him. He's holding in the close corner. Judge is good for 1, 2. Dip, he needs more. And the third, absolutely. Dip for 4. It's not the ace, but this man has come alive.
Dip finally here. We thought it'd be the up. Instead, it's the judge. And now Nazi needs to try and match that same dip energy as he plays around the generator. The first one steps up to the plate. It's a knock out of the park. But Ferbsa silences anybody who thought that would be a winnable round for SJSU. As we take a look back, the LLS replay giving us everything we need on how that round played out. The quadruple dip. He's getting his germs everywhere with the judge. And Nazi just stuck in a tough spot. Gets the spike planted, sure, but immediately gets run down. 3 players to worry about. And it's another round going the way of Northwood University. They show some signs of life, and they show some signs that it's not just the Ali show.
But they're still very much they're still very much in the woods here, right? Like, this buy is rough. They win that round, and they still can't fully reinvest. They lose this one. Their money will go straight back to being crippled, and look at the alt economy. There's a lot available here for SJSU already. Hunter's Fury committed. They have the lockdown as well for this execute, and they'll use it.
And the Hunter's Fury, it was just picked up for Northwood, but he's across the map. Unfortunately, Tyler won't be here to stop this. A few angles that are still safe as the recon bolt goes out. Teddy now to dash forward from the shadows used to secure these positions. And now Chris will assume his underneath heaven. Dig to plant. Resurrection available should they need it if they find the position. Hunter's Fury, it doesn't get anything on the opposite side. No, it does! 2 kills go the way of Tyler in the retake. It's magnificent. They're gonna opt in to the lockdown just to try and secure it as Choi Boy waits at the entrance, tries to answer back and buy some time, but he's only got the alarm bot and a Vandal to do it. Hopping on the spike, it's a family photo just around the corner. Dip to close it out. He's been resurrected once more in the round to Northwood.
SJSU need to pause, but this is getting really dangerous for them. Northwood is back into this. Their confidence has been reinstilled, and the shutdown on some of these preset plays, they read into what's happening there. They understand SJSU have a heavy ult economy. There's a high likelihood they're just going to look to execute here off that KJ ult, and they do. They play into it, and then the retake is just perfection. Despite the strong start for SJSU, Northwood is still proving to have that comeback potential, to have that goal, to stay in these games. And now the money, that is shot as well. It's very tough here for SJSU, and already the round is off to an utterly swimming start. 2 kills picked on up, no reply from SJSU.
Ali has consistently been winning that fight from catwalk out towards tiles. You just have to stop peeking that angle and giving it over to the Omen. Where there's a will, there's a way, and he always finds a way. So a rough start to this one, although the buy's not the best. SJSU hoping to at least deal some damage, try and hurt the economy to the best of their ability. Force some reinvestments. Dip on the angle, doesn't quite land the shot, but he's able to go right back to it. The Sheriff's not too threatening. A Nano Swarm to buy the space. I said the Sheriffs weren't threatening. Choi Boy making me eat my words. Another Nano Swarm, but a beautiful recon bolt. Tyler scoops one up through the wall. Chris tries to answer back. It's just not enough. Now here comes Nazi. A similar situation. We've seen this. A 1v3.
Standing ahead.
Just feels impossible. And well, Ali gonna make sure that it is impossible.
Another relatively clean round there. Operator stays in the hands. You can toss that back on over towards Dip. But the buy's back through. SJSU at least have that to work with. But what's the answer? They've generally been playing this one a little bit slower, defaulting on through, but I think they're missing some of the checkboxes in that default. There's normally this Killjoy utility staying until the very last moments of the round. There's always an alarm bot holding down towards mid, be that a shock art lineup or someone just phase checking, getting rid of that space. You need to create that pressure that someone can rotate. You need to create that pressure that there could be a lurker in your backlands, because thus far, the majority of these hits have been quite telegraphed by SJSU, and sure, their executes are strong, but Northwood, once they got it figured out, they are a very respectable team, and they will not let you get away with murder.
No, they will not. And it seems at Northwood University, they've collected themselves, and they now understand the assignment here on Ascent. A deeper drone here from Tyler. We'll see how much he can get out of this one. Just making his way on into main. And he spots the turret, but that's been audibly compromised already. Nano Swarm out into Wine to make sure nobody's in that position. The A site, unbeknownst, is completely clear. It's going to take a drone to confirm that information. Wall goes up. No door closed just yet. The wall's immediately taken down. They trade damage back and forth, but Ali getting the better half of the trade again. The resurrection is available here in the retake, and Ali wants to fight for it as the smoke goes down. The spike follows, but so does the Omen.
There's still utility available on this KO, and there's still shock darts up for Tyler. He even has more to work with in this one. These players are being isolated and taken down, but Choibo, he has a sneaky angle, and he gets 2 off of it. The trade comes through, but that KO is on the floor, and the operator towards heaven is down as well. Teddy yet to even be spotted. Chris here, it's a crossfire. They're walking into a death trap. Northwood, they had the momentum. They were building into this one, but it's been stolen back by San Jose.
It's been stolen back, and Ali just getting a little too far outside himself. He's been making plays. He tried to make that solo play. As the smoke dissipated, he gets punished. And we know how strong that Northwood can be as a full 5 when they're retaking together. And when your Omen's down, you don't have that paranoia. You can't smoke things off. It makes the retake so much harder. And we saw it there in that it made it. So SJSU could lock that one down once they got that spike planted. And well, similar setup out towards A. Aggression here. Turret down. Teddy gonna take down Ali. Gets revealed. And Ali's just giving it to him here at this point. Teddy will gladly accept that kill. Open arms. Gives him a hug.
And they pause. They wait. They're trying to see what the reply will be out of Northwood. Thus far, Northwood, though, are holding to their guns, but they have to start to get nervous. Tree room has been conceded. Someone could have walked up towards heaven. Someone could have walked up towards B main and be deep in that position. However, none of those fears will come true as that knife just a second too late. And now the ult is popped. A site should soon be compromised, but still two towards heaven looking to hold this down.
Yeah, they just want to stand and fight. There's a few safe spots with this lockdown. Nobody detained. Resurrection. Can they bait it? Oh, it's Nazi to fall instead as a slow orb comes out. The defense stalwart here, but the robot spotted and the paranoia had him blinded. Removed his Ferbsa and dipped 70 health from meeting that same fate. A 2v4, an awkward situation. There's nothing really to work with here for Benji.
I mean, the money's in a weird spot. Do you even justify for going for this? 2 versus 4, the utility's already limited. There's a lurk in through mid. I don't think they even know about that yet. And a wall locking them out towards heaven this round feels nigh on impossible.
A player just underneath the close corner cleared. It's Teddy to fall thing. Next up to the plate, and SJSU, they're starting to battle back, and they found themselves map and series point here in the CECC Grand Finals.
1 step away. And look at that money. Northwood University, they have put up such a battle. They have built so deep in towards this map. And now what do they have to show for it? 3 rifles, couple Spectres, lesser armor, lesser utility, I'm sure, for some of these players. And their ult economy just not up. SJSU, it's in the palm of their hand now. 3 opportunities to close in regulation.
And what's the play, right? A different look. They wait for that 0 point. It reveals nothing. Now they'll assume those positions. With a minute and 30, it's just like the round just started. But you're without a 0 point on the opposite side, and you're without information for Northwood University. Spike leaning out towards B. Team leaning out towards B here for SJSU, but they're about to run into dip.
I think this is the right play, though. The defense has realized this. They redroned in through mid, so know that that space is clear for the moment. Dip is ready for this B play. He's had a rough map. This is his moment to shine.
Yeah, Dip with a dash available. He gets away to safety. Does anybody penetrate? Nobody does through the wall, but the paranoia will turn out the lights for just a moment. A dash onto the site, but a player in Ferbsa just on the inside of the smoke. He comes out with the flash. We go 1 for 1. Vulnerable are the players here on sidewalk as Dip is in the corner, tucked away. Benji holding it down backside. Tyler falls to Joy Boy. Dip to follow, and SJSU are doing everything in their power to close it out. 16 teams showed up to this to test their strengths, and it's SJSU to rise back to their glory and find themselves sitting atop the throne of the 2022 Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
They reclaim it. They've been here before. They've had these moments. They've been on the international stage. They've won so many events. But for this previous season, it looked like they had fallen. It looked like they had stumbled. It looked like we had a new challenger rising. But SJSU, they proved that they were never out of it. And here again, they're your champion.
Again, your champion. Gods can bleed, but it was up to Northwood to prove if they could die. And SJSU just refused to go down, refused to give up. They wavered, they looked beat. We saw them in the player camp, slumped in their seats, but they reel it back in, they get it done, and they prove why they were coming into this tournament. Top 1, top 2, the expected winners of this. They proved why we were a little shocked when we would see that they were losing maps here, having close maps here. The series kind of getting weird. But at the end of the day, they silence everybody, they do it again, and the LLS replays, they just show us exactly how they reclaim this fame.
I mean, every single one of these players proving their worth throughout this map. Big step-ups from the duelists, from the support line of Choi Boy, the coordination for this squad. 2 years that they have played together, not just in the collegiate scene. They've been playing out in the Tier 2 scene. These guys are grinders. They have been committed to their craft, and the rewards are showing fruitful.
Showing fruitful, you see the excitement. And here in just a moment, we might get to hear some of that excitement as it comes down to the last round there, but now out to the stage for the interview and the trophy ceremony.
Hello everyone and welcome to the front stage here. Let's give a big round of applause for your winners of the first ever Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Valorant SJSU San Jose State University. Well done. So I'm here with Choi Boy. You guys have been unstoppable all year long in the collegiate space. How does it feel to win the first ever Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup?
Honestly, it was deserved. I think we've shown ourselves, proved ourselves, and this is just another title in the books.
All right, well done, well done. How is the team feeling right now after a massive win? We heard it here in the arena, but tell the folks at home.
We're ecstatic, we're proud, we're hyped, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. So, I mean, I'm more hyped than them, but it's great because, I mean, for me personally, this is my last semester for collegiate, so it's a great way to end, you know?
That's right.
So, yeah.
Well, Choi Boy is going to go down in history here. SJSU is the first ever Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup winners here. This is amazing. You guys did, seriously, you did so good. Well done. But without further ado, let's have our trophy ceremony. Introducing once again the COO of CSMG, Ray Katz, the EVP of CSMG, Angela Bernhard Thomas, and the CEO of Skill Shot Media, Todd Harris. Let's make some noise one more time. Let's go. Absolutely welcome, everybody. All right, so without further ado, let's present this trophy to SJSU.
On behalf of the CECC event producers, Skillshot Media, Esports U, and CSMG, and our incredible presenting sponsors, Microsoft and CDW, who are also the Valorant Trophy sponsors today, we'd like to recognize, after traveling a long way and a hard-fought battle, the Valorant victor in the first ever CECC championship, San Jose State University. And let's recognize the MVP of our CECC Valorant competition today, Nazi.
Nazi! Let's make some noise for the MVP of San Jose State University and the champions of the CECC Valorant. Well done.
Nazi being crowned MVP, what do you think, casters? Was it deserved?
Absolutely. I mean, I watching these guys, we're all sitting up here, on the desk, watching what's happening, watching what's going on. The adaptation I loved from SJSU, absolutely. I think it was great. I was a little bit concerned it was looking like a 9-3 curse. I was like, uh-oh, like they're losing round to round, back to back, but they ended up clutching it out, and I think that's what's important. The casters mentioned it, right? Tanner said it. It's the fact that they were slumped in their chairs, but they pulled up their pants. They were like, hey, listen, like we can handle this, we can do this, and that's how they ended up closing out those games. I love how they played, actually. They adapted really, really well after they were losing for several consecutive rounds.
Yeah, we said this is either going to be like the predominance of the ruling team or it's going to be an underdog story, and it looks like it is an underdog story. You were all wrong, I'm sorry to say, in your predictions.
Were we though?
Yeah, you were.
No, that is literally, yeah.
I said I was going to take us down with a ship. You know, I'm glad I could do that for all of us. I'm glad I was able to bring this out. One might call it nauseating, but you know, we do what we can.
You're still wrong. Like you finally gave in and was like, I'm going to agree with you guys.
Yeah, no, I was like, you know what? Let's put it to the test. Let's see if this is actually the truth. And I'm like, here we go.
Yeah, and the comments from San Jose State, it was deserved. We've shown ourselves. We've proved ourselves. This is just another title in the books. It's interesting. We're calling them an underdog, and they're like, no. This is what we deserved. We worked for this. We proved it. Do you guys think that was a deserved confidence there?
Yeah, I mean, like, once again, like absolutely. I think the biggest thing to keep in mind as well is the fact that, like, a lot of these teams coming into this, like, we had seen a lot of collegiate stars in previous games, as well as their Valorant standings, right? I mean, like, once again, like, we received, like, the word from production, like, over 3,500 hours played in Valorant, literally the most here for this entire weekend from May 6th to the 8th, right? There was a lot of discussion about Northwood. There was a lot of discussion about Central Florida. There were a lot of things that we had seen that had happened that sort of, like, drove us to be like, okay, well, I mean, that's cool, you know, like that's sort of how like we're expecting this to show up, but we hadn't seen San Jose, right? We hadn't actually seen how well they were able to adapt to a lot of those situations, and of course nerves and a bunch of different things like play into factor here. And I think that's what's so beautiful about this story in particular is the fact that it is something to be able to see someone that's been together for 2 years. They've been here before, right? They've understood what it is that is at risk here, and they deliver.
They did. Well, I want to talk more about this game, but we have a lot to go over today for our Barbasol post show. So let's rewind. Let's remember years and years ago this morning when we watched Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Right.
We had our final, our grand final, which was Bay State versus Central Florida. And we had that bracket reset, remember. We went all the way through, and Central Florida came out on top, but Bay State won it in the second time that we went through that whole thing. Any fond memories from that match that you guys want to share?
I mean, Sonics with the 7 stock in that second set.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like in my notes, I literally have Sonics built different. Like, it just showed, like, with his ability to use that tech, like, to not only show engagement, but then also disengagement, the ability to, like, okay, I got to deal with this villager and Javi who's been reckless with us. Like, I'm going to go challenge him off stage. I'm going to do everything I can. Like, to watch him and then have him win that MVP, I think it's awesome to see, like, there's a lot of pressure on you when you're known as that, like, I am the anchor. I am the guy that everybody knows, like, I'm either going to lead us and I'm going to make sure that I take off a bunch of stocks and it's going to be difficult for the other team. I want to make sure that you can rely on me if I am the last guy. And the fact that he can do both sides of it against a rival that he lost to the night before in a local, like, stepping up when it matters most. Shout out to Sonics.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely, I mean, like, Javi and Sonics fighting, duking it out. Every time we saw them, it was an electrifying match. I mean, like, once again, just from the perspective of them being able to adapt consistently throughout the match and on the fly, too, changing up a lot of their play styles, breaking the traditional archetype that we see of both Sonic and Villager was absolutely amazing. And I genuinely loved watching that for sure.
I'm going to pause you right there because I'm just being told that we have a special announcement from Jackie and Polly on the floor and an announcement for a special giveaway. So let's do that right now.
All right. Welcome.
I thought there was going to be a special announcement, so I'm like looking around. The special announcement was us.
No, there is a special announcement. So let's do it really quick. We are going to be giving away, we did this, announced it online, we're giving away 2 Atlanta Hawks home opener tickets. So if you claim the NFT winner, number 13, remember, you must be present to win. You must be present to win. NFT winner number 13, I.O. Arctic. I.O. Arctic, come to the stage for 2 Atlanta Hawks home opener tickets.
Yay.
So there was a special announcement, and we were giving something away.
I was giving away
you were
Hawks.
my partner.
I was giving away
You
Hawks
didn't
tickets.
even tell me about this special announcement. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you. I've had so much fun working with you. Stage hosting has just been an absolute delight. You've just kept me all smiles. I definitely want to thank everyone up at the desk and everyone behind the scenes. It's truly been an honor and probably one of my favorite events, period. So I've just had a blast.
I did too. That's why we got to do this. Take this off.
Oh no, what is happening? No, what's going on? What's happening?
Step.
Okay.
Yes, there we go. Jackie, it's like, you know, the puddle's on the ground. I gotta walk you over the puddle. Jackie, you have been an amazing co-host. We had so much fun. I've never looked a female co-host in the eyes before during an event. So
we're both 6'5", everyone.
It has been seriously, you match my energy. It's been so amazing. Thank you all so much. We are just completing the first ever history Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
I know, and do you know who has more energy than you and I combined? They're just like overwhelming with enthusiasm and brightness and vivacity.
Oh.
Lawler.
That's
so
right.
We'll throw it back to the desk. So the most positive, upbeat person I know.
Absolutely.
You got called out.
Oh yeah,
Most positive, energetic person.
Jackie's just like overly confident about literally everything ever, and I'm like realistic. So like we balance each other. So it's just banter. I know she loves me.
I
It's
didn't
fine.
know there were puddles down there too. They've been bringing us
Yeah,
all
that
these.
is
Yeah, those are actually
sweat.
my tears that she just.
It's the
like,
gamer
put the-
sweat.
Yeah.
Off the brow.
Understandable. Well, we were talking highlights, so I want to make sure we get back to that. Thank you so much for the final words, Polly and Jackie. You guys have been clutch down there, getting us the interviews with the players and all of the insider info from down there. But we were talking about Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We were talking about our favorite moments from that. And Blue, you still hadn't shared yours. What do you have to say?
Yeah, the MVP Sonics played great. 7 stocks in that bracket reset. He was in the 2-hole, so he came in second. I think what really set up that successful run from Sonics and that display of just greatness from them was the Flopio change, right? Coming in and taking 2 stocks off of Jake. That was massive. Jake is like the big baller for them besides Hobby, and you come in, no one thinks you're gonna come in. Like they think Toxic's gonna come in or Tony Pajamas, which Lawler, I know you're still saying.
Such a good name.
Yeah.
It's a great name. Just saying.
Top 6 player coming into the event, never even played. So when you have that kind of lethal versatility in your roster and you can go very deep, it's just how strong your team is. And then you pull out this person named Flopio, who hasn't played all weekend as well, comes in, takes 2 stocks off of arguably a top player in the event, and then it sets up Sonic so beautifully. He didn't even win. Jake won that fight, but still, 1 stock left. Sonics comes in and says, I just need to take 7 stocks, and that is something I can do, and they did it, and UCF gets 2nd place.
That's so right. Props to Floppe especially, and to those winners of our grand final. But we're looking at Overwatch right now, so I want to move on right to talking about your highlights there. Do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Lethal and Tap were the DPS duo that went insane yesterday for Harrisburg. Today, it's kind of like Lethal got put in check, and it was by Echo and Visions. Even when they mirrored the comp, it wasn't necessarily the hero that wasn't the mirror that was popping off. Visions played really great when they had to play Doomfist. Echo played really great on pretty much Cassidy and everything else that they had to touch. Tracer as well. And Gig just did Gig things.
Yeah, Gig was our MVP, remember, so reason to celebrate Gig. What about you?
One of the biggest things it is that I actually genuinely really appreciated about Overwatch was not only their team composition, but like their strategy around that. They had ran Symmetra like on both sides of the team fighting in Lijiang Tower. And then not only that, like we're talking about like the double wall. I talk about this play because I feel like it's so important, is the aspect of utilizing the sound barrier as well to make sure that it counters out the shatter once their Symmetra wall runs up, right? So I think having that sort of level of play is absolutely insane. And doing it preemptively, right? Baiting out one ultimate in use of your other one. I loved how the teams were playing throughout this match.
Anything to add, Lawler?
No, I think Overwatch is probably my least experienced game, but it is cool to see just kind of those counterbalances. As well as teams not afraid to kind of put themselves out of a position to make plays with other teams. I mean, we talked a lot about Gig the whole time. His ability to draw aggro, split, push, allow his DPS to be proficient with applying their own pressure. It's cool to see kind of that split mentality and the fact that now we have Overwatch 2 to look forward to. You know, they're reducing the amount of people. There's a lot of evolution that I think is really exciting to come in the rest of that esport. And to know it's kind of entering its next chapter, I think should excite a lot of people. This is an early preview. So Collegiate with Overwatch 2, who knows what that's going to look like.
Yeah. Now, let's move on on from Overwatch. I don't know if we want to start with Rocket League or with Valorant. Your pick, Lawler.
Let's do Valorant right now, just because it's actually on our screen. We can always talk about that. So yeah, I think Valorant was fun. I mean, we talked about how close it was going to be. We had 2 teams coming in, both 2-0 to that final round, and we're like, this one's going to be the nail biter, and it was. You saw a lot of ability to adapt from both rounds. You saw the ability for players that had early foundation issues with stock, or not stock. Am I saying that right? I'm completely
San Jose?
Northwood. Someone called them what was it?
Midwood.
1-5 little Midwood. I was like, Jesus, you guys are brutal. But yeah, seeing Northwood come through, and it's like they had early foundations that were problematic. Like they weren't pushing together. They weren't checking peaks and going for trades. And then you start to see that come together. They bounce back at map 2. Then they go back onto Ascent, and we saw a completely different game. And then the 9-3 curse, and we're like, oh no, it's happening. Oh God, it's gonna happen. You and I had those discussions, and then finally settled in, had some clutch. There was that wall that came up, and it was on, I think, A site that was hiding behind, and we got that double kill, and then they won.
That was
for somehow, like, there was 2 ops that they lost the trade on. I'm like, what is happening? But yeah, San Jose clutched it up. I'm glad I could curse it for everybody, take the ship down into the seas, and pretty impressive.
Which is also crazy because San Jose State coming into groups, into this weekend, was the #1 seed, and we're still calling them an underdog because everyone's talking up Texas A&M, everyone's talking up Northwood, everyone's talking up Hawaii, who was the #1 seed coming out of groups. And to be fair, San Jose State, #1 seed, so you deserve the lower seeded teams in your group, but they were pretty weak teams. I mean, West Virginia, no disrespect to the other 3 teams in there, and then you had Georgia Tech, who is kind of a mid-level team. Then you had Fort Scott, a community college, not much footage on them at all, so you can't even study against them. And they can't really recruit on the same level as like Northwood, San Jose, and Hawaii, and things like that. So the group was a little bit easy for them. That's probably why they came out as the #4 seed. They were like 3 rounds, or the #2 seed. They were like 3 rounds in the deficit compared to Hawaii in a stronger group with Northwood. So they just proved, like, there's a lot of people out there saying you're not really a #1 seed, but you're a #1 seed, and now they prove we are the #1 team.
Now, I don't want to give Rocket League the short end of the stick. I want to give us time for our final thoughts. So really quick, I'm going to let you, Lawler, give the final thoughts on Rocket League.
I had my Stockton notes up, and I was like, wait, we're talking about Northwood. But Northwood is the team that ended up taking it in Rocket League. It was pretty exciting to see UCF, the 7th seed. You know, they were in a moment where it's like, you know, you have the ability to come into land with confidence with 2 players who've been there, done that, with Asfer and Luke. They show up on the stage, they get a chance for redemption. And more than I cursed San Jose, Asfura did it to his own team, calling that 4-0 on accident instead of 4-1, and then got bodied by Northwood. So
to be fair, we can, blame that he was like injured before the hand, right?
I think someone got paid for a little arm.
All right.
It was awesome to see Northwood come through.
Amazing matches. What a great day. What a long and fulfilling broadcast here at CECC. I want to give you guys time to just have some final words, anything you'd like to share with the audience or anything like that, or any of your favorite moments, whatever you feel needs to be said before we unfortunately say goodbye for the night. Let's start with you, Fawn.
Cool. You can follow me at Fawn the Legend on Twitter. The biggest thing it is that I could say is that, once again, like, I live and breathe the aspect of thinking that video games are not just entertainment, they're really like real life. Like, they change a lot of lives. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with careers. I've seen it happen with players. So for any parents out there that are curious, for anybody that's actually curious, I definitely say go out, go compete, find your friends, just try it, right? There's a spirit of competition that's there that you absolutely can explore. And it's not impossible to be able to reach that same plateau, right? It just takes a lot of hard work and dedication, and that's stuff it is that I've seen competing in a multitude of different titles, right? So I absolutely think that you guys should go out there and play video games. Literally play video games. Like, why would you not?
Good advice. Blue?
I just want it to be known that there was over 575 hours of Valorant played in this building this weekend. And there was over 160 hours of Rocket League and over 309 hours of Overwatch. So
time well spent.
Yes, time well spent this weekend, and a lot of time in the game, right? But no, you can follow me on Twitter at RealBlueTV2. Real Blue TV.
What happened to the original crowd, Blue?
Paul McCartney hates me. That's all I got to say. It'll be back soon. Don't you worry, all right? I'll be out of Twitter jail soon. But no, I want to thank you guys. You guys are great. I mean, you command the desk. You tell me when to shut up and things like that, like a boss. You know, we're talking about Happy Mother's Day. You were like my mother for this whole weekend, telling me when to shut up. Lawler, I looked up to you. You were like an icon. Now I get to sit at the same desk as you, which I still don't believe I deserve or even should have, right? And Fawn, I've worked numerous events with you online and in person, and I always have a great time with you.
Absolutely.
Whether we agree on something or not, it's always for the best, and that's what makes us so dynamic, is because we can have those disagreements in a game.
I'll go ahead and give you a hug.
So much love on this broadcast
no worries.
today.
And production as well. I know the two big dogs back there, Austin and Dylan, they keep putting their trust in me. I have absolutely no idea why. I know they cannot stand me. They put up with me, and I'm like this 24/7. I don't know how they do it. It's probably why they ignore my DMs.
They're in my ear saying, yeah, I don't know why we do it either. Please wrap up, Anna. Please make them stop talking.
Yes.
I haven't had Lawler's last words, though.
I'll keep it short and simple. Obviously, thanks to all of you guys at home watching, hanging out with us. Without you guys, we wouldn't be doing this. The other side of it is Happy Mother's Day. Mom, I love you. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you to all the moms out there. And again, shout outs to production. Without you guys, we can't do this. So they are working very, very long days alongside us. Yes, we're on broadcast. Yes, we're the face. But without them clicking the buttons and making us be able to sound and everything, we can't do this. So it is a true team effort. And everybody, long days, you guys killing it. Absolutely killing it.
They really did support us so well. Thank you all for being here. This has been so much fun for me. I love sitting at this desk with you. It's been great to get to watch this entire tournament. That's what we love doing, right? Watching esports and talking about them. If you want to hang out with me, you can find me at Anna Prosser, anywhere that social medias are sold, or at annaprosser.com. And just like these fine people have been saying, video games are really an opportunity for us to find common ground and remember the importance of playing together. It's really a fundamental human thing that we have to do. So I feel blessed to have this be part of my career and something that we get to do as our job. So thank you for making that possible. And thank you to Barbasol for making this post-show very possible. Unfortunately, this is that time to say goodnight.
You can't keep them quiet ever.
No, you can't. But right now we have to say goodnight. We can't do that without saying thank you to the players, the viewers, the attendees, the sponsors, the vendors, the partners, and the so many others behind the scenes working tirelessly to bring this event to life. We want to say congratulations again to our 4 champions. First, Bay State University, the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Champions. Illinois State, our Overwatch champions. Northwood University, our Rocket League champions. San Jose State, our Valorant champions. On behalf of everyone at CSMG, Skillshot Media, Esports U, Microsoft CDW, our lovely talent team, partners and sponsors, and of course, everyone involved with CECC this weekend, thank you for tuning in and attending the CECC live from Atlanta, Georgia. Until next time, we leave you with the sights and sounds of the first ever Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Good night, everyone.
Peace.